Chapter 1. Self-narration and opportunities. I am an ordinary 30-year-old individual hailing from a rural background, possessing merely a junior high school diploma. In my earlier years, I navigated the bustling metropolis, laboring in factories and dabbling in the entertainment and service industries. Eventually, I immersed myself in the realm of online sales, dedicating several years to this pursuit, during which I garnered my first substantial earnings and achieved modest success. As my experiences broadened, so too did my ambitions, rendering me unsatisfied with my current standing. Even after attaining a managerial position at a company, I resolutely resigned and embarked on the path of entrepreneurship, striving valiantly to realize my aspirations. As the saying goes, idealism is abundant, while reality is stark. At the age of 29, confident in my grasp of the industry's core dynamics and brimming with youthful vigor, I ventured into my inaugural entrepreneurial endeavor in City Inn, armed with over 300,000 yuan in savings accumulated over the years. I anticipated a triumphant breakthrough, yet within merely 6 months, my fledgling company declared bankruptcy, a jarring wake-up call that shattered my fervent enthusiasm. In retrospect, I can only shake my head and smile ruefully. I lost all my savings and incurred substantial debts with the bank. However, as the adage states, with gain comes loss, and with loss comes gain. This failure, akin to a plot twist orchestrated by fate, thrust me into the turbulent waters of life wherein I found myself cast away on an unimaginable island resembling a colossal serpent after a maritime disaster. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Following a brief period of despondency, I regained my confidence, resolved to relinquish the glories of the past and start anew from scratch. Having endured entrepreneurial failure and devoid of the capital for trial and error, I shifted my focus to the realm of zero-cost online literature. In my perspective, writing novels is not an exclusive domain for the highly educated as long as one can express ideas clearly and convey emotions. Coupled with a rich reservoir of stories in one's mind, an ordinary person can craft remarkable works. I believed I possessed these essential qualities. Without further ado, I took action. On a sultry summer night, I propped my elbow on the computer desk, resting my chin on my left hand while clutching a cigarette in my right, my gaze fixed intently on the chapter-writing page of the Tomato novel website's author section. As a novice, I could only muster a chapter title, while the subsequent content remained stubbornly elusive, as if stifled by an obstruction. It's too difficult. I found myself staring blankly at the empty screen for an extended period, unable to suppress a resigned sigh. Just as the thought of giving up surfaced, a chorus of questions echoed within me. What happened to those flashes of brilliance I often experienced? Was this not a decision made after careful consideration? At that moment, a sudden sting jolted unbeknownst to me. The cigarette had burned down to the filter, and the searing ash plummeted onto the top of my foot with a soft thud. In a panic, I crouched down to pat it away, only to discover a reddened patch the size of a fingertip forming on my skin. Fearing a blister, I hurried into the bathroom to douse it with cold water. Forget it. I want right today and probably not ready, I muttered to myself, my frustration boiling over as I pressed the power button on my computer, plunging the screen into darkness. The following morning, my biological clock awakened me promptly. After completing my morning routine, I commenced my daily exercise regimen. Within the span of an hour, I seamlessly alternated between home push-ups and gentle stretching exercises. Years of unwavering dedication have not only allowed me to maintain a commendable physique at the age of 30, but my height of 180 centimeters paired with a weight of 68 kilograms ensures I appear slender in attire. When clad in nothing but my skin, the distinct contours of my muscles, slightly pronounced pectorals, and abdominal definition render me looking 4 to 5 years younger than my actual age. Such a physique enables me to navigate various professional duties with ease, infusing me with a perpetual sense of vitality. Following my morning workout, I indulged in a cold shower, which swiftly dispelled any lingering fatigue, awakening my mind in the process. Reflecting on the chaotic state of mind I experienced while writing late into the night yesterday, where confusion clouded my thoughts and I was unable to compose a single word, I now feel invigorated and am confident that today I shall successfully complete the first chapter of my novel. I open my computer, instinctively logging into WeChat to address new messages before embarking on my writing journey for the day. Upon logging in, More than 10 unread messages instantly popped up, and the familiar face of my childhood friend was particularly prominent, accompanied by 2 missed voice calls. Given the urgency of the situation, I decided to return the call without hesitation. I just woke up. I typically keep my phone on Do Not Disturb, you know that. What's up? Are you free today? I need you to come with me to a place I'll pick you up shortly, he replied, his tone urgent and laced with a sense of immediacy. All right, we can discuss it when you arrive, I responded before ending the call. I was unsure of what urgent matter my friend Chong needed to discuss, but since he mentioned he would be here shortly, I refrained from pressing for details. Chong is my childhood companion. He once came from a well-off family, but squandered his fortune due to a gambling addiction, and now he works a meager-paying job in the city. Before long, I heard the honking of his car outside, a series of beep-beep sounds. Drawing back the curtains, I saw his vehicle parked at my doorstep. I descended the stairs and exited, where he leaned out of the car window, calling, "Get in." I slid into the passenger seat and fastened my seatbelt, inquiring, "What's the rush?" He replied while reversing, "Do you know Brother Shui?" Of course. Who, in the vicinity, doesn't recognize him as the best sailor around? Exactly him, Chong affirmed, continuing, "Last night he mentioned he could arrange a job for me on a ship, with an annual salary ranging from 300,000 to 500,000, just doing miscellaneous tasks for international shipping. That's impressive. In today's economic climate, landing a job with such a salary is indeed a rarity." I concurred. Chong elaborated, "As soon as Brother Shui brought it up last night, I immediately agreed to join him, but when I asked if he could take an extra person, he said positions were limited. However, he could accommodate 2 or 3 individuals, and you were the first person that came to mind. What a true brother." After the collapse of the company, I had been pondering where to begin anew. Just last night, I resolved to try my hand at writing a novel, but now, after hearing his proposition, I could hardly focus on writing. Forget it, how much can I earn from writing novels? Let's head straight to Brother Shu's house and discuss the job details with him. Chong remarked. I suggested, "Let us first procure some gifts before visiting. It would be rather impolite to arrive empty-handed." Chong hastily waved his hand. "No need for that. I have already informed him prior to coming to fetch you. We can proceed directly. My childhood friend hails from the neighboring village, while the person we are visiting, Brother Shui, is from Chong's village, situated less than 2 kilometers from my home." Before long, we found ourselves at Brother Shui's doorstep. He is several years our senior and began his maritime career at the tender age of 16. In our region, many individuals earn their livelihood as sailors, and my father was once an exceptional seaman. However, when I turned 15, he vanished during a maritime disaster and has remained unaccounted for to this day. I am acutely aware that I shall never see him again. Returning to Brother Shui, he received my father's mentorship during his early years at sea. Over the years, he has risen from an ordinary sailor to the esteemed position of captain. Upon entering the courtyard, Brother Shui greeted us with a beaming smile. "Ah, you've arrived, Chong." At the entrance stood a pair of towering marble mermaid statues, each over 2 meters tall. Upon entering, one is immediately confronted with the ancestral tablita, customary feature in the living rooms of our region dedicated to honoring ancestors. The hall was resplendent, adorned with a magnificent crystal chandelier, while the tiled floor beneath us formed intricate geometric patterns that coalesced into a grand floral design. A large wooden classical screen divided the spacious living area into 2 sections, with tall blue and white porcelain bonsai arrangements gracing each corner. The walls were festooned with various artworks, and along the edges stood exquisite wooden sculptures of tigers, deer, and cranes, all remarkably lifelike. I couldn't help but marvel internally. Indeed, he is the wealthiest in the village. This residence resembles a museum. We settled onto the sofa on the right side of the hall, while Brother Shui busied himself brewing tea at the coffee table. Although Brother Shui's home is in close proximity to mine, I had never visited before. I only recall the time from my childhood when I'd come here, and back then, it was merely a dilapidated dwelling. Now, it had transformed into this opulent villa. Chong produced a box of Hyunjin cigarettes and offered them to Brother Shui, who paused his tea preparations to accept them with both hands. Witnessing this scene, I silently admired. Indeed, successful individuals are discerning. Not only is he older than us, but he also graciously accepts gifts with both hands, despite us being in a position of request. It is no wonder he has achieved such success. It seems we have aligned ourselves with the right person. Subsequently, Brother Shui used tea tongs to serve the brewed tea before us. Inquiring, "You both do not suffer from seasickness, do you?" "Not at all," we replied in unison. "Allow me to explain. Our vessel is a 300,000-ton ocean-going cargo container ship, a large freighter. This marks my inaugural year as captain of this ship, and I aspire to train our own people to work aboard. I discussed the terms of employment with Chang last night. If you have any questions, feel free to ask at any time," Brother Shui stated with a smile, his tone earnest. "I have no issues to have such an opportunity, especially under your guidance, Brother Shui. Fills me with joy and anticipation," Ah Chang exclaimed with enthusiasm. At that moment, Brother Shui turned his gaze towards me and continued, "You must be Zhao Chang mentioned you last night." "Indeed, Brother Shui, this opportunity has taken me by surprise, yet I am profoundly grateful. I have long harbored aspirations of pursuing a career at sea, but due to my father's tragic maritime accident, my mother has always vehemently opposed my following in his footsteps. However, now that I am 30 years old, and having faced the setbacks of entrepreneurship, I find myself with an abundance of idle time. I believe I have the right to make decisions regarding my own life. It is an honor to work alongside you, Brother Shui." Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement and nervousness, I stumbled over my words. Brother Shui regarded my anxious demeanor, took a small sip from his teacup, and smiled, saying, "All work is labor, so long as it is not unlawful. It is a righteous path. I understand your mother's concerns indeed. Your father's fate is a sorrowful tale, but every individual's destiny is unique. You are at the prime age to shoulder responsibilities instead of languishing in a small hometown. It will be far more beneficial to embark on an oceanic journey, laying a solid economic foundation for your future. After a year of diligent work, you could return, marry, and during subsequent breaks, spend quality time with your wife and children, while working with peace of mind when at sea. As long as you are committed to diligent labor, this industry offers a relatively stable path to wealth." "Understood, Brother Shui. What preparations do we need to make?" Xiangzi inquired. Before Brother Shui could respond, I interjected, "Brother Shui, why is the salary so remarkably high? Is it because you are the captain, and thus you are particularly generous towards us?" Upon hearing this, Brother Shu's previously cheerful expression suddenly grew solemn as he took another sip from his teacup. "Had you not asked, I might have forgotten to mention it. This year, remuneration has indeed increased significantly, primarily due to the heightened risk of impending conflict, which has elevated the hazards associated with the maritime industry, resulting in improved compensation for crew members. Before you board, consider carefully whether you are willing to take this risk." Xiangzi turned to look at me. With unwavering resolve, I met Brother Shu's gaze, stating, "I have no reservations. I thrive on adventure. The concept of danger is irrelevant. As you said, each life has its own fate. If you are willing to grant me this opportunity, I shall work diligently, and the rest I shall leave to fate." "I too have no objections," Xiangzi echoed in agreement. Hearing our responses, a look of satisfaction crossed Brother Shu's serious face. "Your readiness is commendable. Rest assured, while there are risks, as both your captain and your guide into this profession, I will take full responsibility for your safety. If all is satisfactory, return home and prepare accordingly. There is no need to take the seaman's examination. I will make the necessary arrangements. The ship is still at the port loading cargo and will not be fully loaded for another 3 days. We shall embark together at Port F the day after tomorrow." "Absolutely," Xiangzi and I replied in unison. Chapter 2. Brother Shu's Daughter. As Xiangzi and I rose to leave, Brother Shui suddenly called us back. "Oh, and you two should get some proper rest. I have reserved a meal at a restaurant in the ancient town, and I will call you around evening. We shall dine together then." Exchanging glances, Xiangzi and I could not help but laugh. It seemed we were in for a night of revelry. After departing from Brother Shu's home, Xiangzi drove me back. Although I had met with Brother Shui today, I still felt that our discussion regarding the maritime work lacked clarity. Neither of us has ever engaged in oceanic work water. Brother merely mentioned arranging for us to perform menial tasks aboard the vessel, alluding to specific positions being assigned to designated crew members. However, the prospect of salary exceeding several $100,000 annually suggests that such duties are far from trivial. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I could not help but inquire, "Xiangzi, don't you think Water Brother's suggestion for us to board and perform menial tasks is rather lenient, especially with such generous compensation?" Xiangzi retorted, "What? Are you worried that Water Brother harbors ulterior motives towards us? I shook my head. Water Brother is a local. He was mentored by my father when he first entered the field. I do not suspect any ill intentions. I merely pondered why, given our lack of experience and skills, he would assign us to work on the ship. Could it be that he simply wished to look after us in light of our unemployment? Yes, he is looking after us. What else could it be? Even if there were other motives, they would not be malevolent, Xiangzi replied in a calm tone. I, naturally vigilant, tend to overthink matters, yet my intuition assured me that Water Brother was not of ill intent. When Xiangzi dropped me off at home, he mentioned returning in the evening to escort me to Water Brother's gathering. I entered my room, reclined on my bed, and gazed at the ceiling, feeling a mix of anticipation and unease. It was undeniably a fortuitous opportunity. Why, then, did I feel this sense of disquiet? Could it be that my father perished in a maritime accident, and now I am to embark on the same vocation? Perhaps, in some mystical way, my late father was sending me ominous signals through an unseen connection. As I contemplated, my vision gradually blurred, and I unknowingly drifted into slumber. Beep beep, the sound of a car horn abruptly roused me from my dreams. I opened my bleary eyes, stretched, and turned my gaze toward the window. By now, the sun had set, and the orange glow of twilight filtered through the partially drawn curtains, casting a warm light upon the walls of my room. I rose and approached the window, confirming that Qiang's vehicle was indeed parked below. "I'm coming," I called out to him. Our village lies approximately 10 kilometers from the city center, and soon we arrived at the picturesque ancient town. Such ancient towns are prevalent in various cities, designed to emulate historical architecture while amalgamating local cultural elements, serving as commercial tourism complexes that encompass shopping, sightseeing, relaxation, and leisure. The restaurant Water Brother had reserved was the largest and most opulently decorated establishment in the ancient town. Upon entering the restaurant, which exuded an antique charm, I felt as though I'd stepped into a luxurious inn of bygone eras. In the private room on the third floor, named Watercolor World, Water Brother was already present. In the center of the room stood a grand circular table, adorned with a magnificent lotus flower at its heart, surrounded by a bouquet of roses, peonies, and tulips, each petal distinct and vibrant, as though they were freshly plucked. The lazy Susan atop the table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, boasting a cornucopia of flavors and aromas that made both Xiangzi and me swallow hard, our stomachs audibly protesting. Seeing us, Water Brother smiled and gestured for us to take our seats. The private room, furnished not only with a grand table, but also equipped with a projection screen and professional audio equipment, featured a spacious balcony corridor that overlooked the night scenery of the ancient town. This setting was perfect for both dining and spontaneous karaoke entertainment. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed that most of those present were Water Brother's family and close relatives. As my gaze swept across the karaoke stage, a figure captivated my attention. She possessed long, lustrous black hair that cascaded gracefully over her shoulders and was adorned in a light purple fitted t-shirt that accentuated her enchanting curves. Her lower half was complemented by a pair of flowing wide-leg trousers, which perfectly highlighted her voluptuous silhouette. She radiated a youthful exuberance while also exuding a mature and alluring charm. Noticing my rapt attention, Xiangzi nudged me with his hand, inquiring, "What has you so entranced?" "Oh, it's nothing." I snapped back to reality, offering him an awkward smile. At that moment, Brother Shui took the microphone and addressed the gathering, saying, "Dear family, it's a rare occasion for our whole clan to come together, and I am particularly delighted today. Over the years, I am grateful for your understanding and support. It is precisely because of you that I can devote myself wholeheartedly to my career. I have spent many years at sea, and the time I get to spend with you all has been scarce. It has been exactly 3 years since our last reunion. In these 3 years, my career has seen progress. I have risen from the role of chief engineer on a vessel of 10,000 tons to captain of a ship exceeding 50,000 tons. After tonight's dinner, I shall once again depart from my family and set sail across the ocean. I hope you all will continue to support me. As always, I raise this glass in your honor." Upon hearing Brother Shui's words, applause erupted from those present. His speech was heartfelt, yet for some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled the proclamations of a corporate leader, or perhaps even a promotional speech from a live streaming session. Perhaps it was due to my own familial circumstances, having lost my father at a young age and growing up in a single-parent household that made it difficult for me to genuinely grasp the joy of a family gathering. Instead, such speeches felt overly formal and excessively polite to me. As these thoughts crossed my mind, I felt a pang of melancholy, silently vowing to achieve success, establish my own family, and one day enjoy the warmth of a close-knit gathering like Brother Shui. As an outsider in this gathering, I lifted my glass and stood, addressing Brother Shui. Brother Shui, thank you for your care. I toast to you. Brother Shui smiled and raised his glass toward me, then introduced me to the others. This young man is Zhao Ji's son, Xiao Zhao. I plan to take Xiao Zhao and Qiangzi with me on the ship for a voyage. Everyone smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, I noticed the girl from the karaoke stage casting a glance in my direction. Upon finishing my drink and lifting my head, our eyes met. Her expressive eyes momentarily darted away, perhaps shy at having caught my gaze. Brother Shui also observed this interaction and chuckled, saying, "Linner, this is your Zhao Ge." Zhao Ge. Hello, I'm Linlin, she replied, her cheeks flushing and her voice soft. I picked up the conversation. So you're Linlin? I remember the last time I saw you. You were just a little girl, and now you've blossomed into such a beautiful young woman. Qiangzi grinned widely beside me, his gaze laced with playful teasing. Linner transferred to a provincial school since elementary, and she hasn't returned home much during her university years. It's rare for us to see her, Shui's wife gently explained from her seat beside Brother Shui. Upon hearing this, Linlin lowered her gaze, her ears blushing a deeper shade of crimson. The banquet unfolded in a warm and harmonious atmosphere, with everyone indulging in ample libations. Once the relatives of Brother Shui gradually departed, the private room was left with only myself, Qiangzi, Brother Shui, Sister Shui, and Brother Shui's daughter, Linlin. Brother Shui rose and moved to the tea table on the observation balcony, gesturing for us to join him. Qiangzi and I settled beside him, while Sister Shui and Linlin leaned over the railing a few meters away, gazing at the enchanting nightscape of the ancient town. Brother Shui offered us cigarettes and began, "This time I've brought you aboard for two purposes, and I might as well lay it all out now to spare you from speculating behind my back." This statement instantly piqued my curiosity, and both Qiangzi and I nodded, our attention fixated on Brother Shui. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he continued. Liner wishes to experience an ocean voyage, claiming it will aid her university thesis. I have been away for long stretches, providing only financial support. Now that she is grown, she expressed a yearning for the sea and hopes to seize this opportunity to truly immerse herself in maritime life. However, you must understand, long-distance ocean travel is never to be trifled with. Weather conditions present one risk, and traversing certain waters may expose us to piracy. More critically, the current international landscape is precarious, with the potential for warfare erupting at any moment. Our large cargo vessels, traversing international routes, could easily be misidentified as enemy ships and face sinking. Even if we manage to evade such fate, we remain at risk of being caught in crossfire. Initially, I was resolutely opposed, but Liner's persistent pleading ultimately swayed me. With that, he took a deep drag of his cigarette, the ash cascading from his fingertips. "But these dangers are beyond the help of you, and Qiangzi, it's not as if I expect you to fight," I remarked half-jokingly. Brother Shui smiled wryly. "It's not about having you confront war, but rather to ensure you keep Liner safe on board. The crew consists entirely of men from various backgrounds, and I cannot help but worry. Having both of you nearby brings me peace of mind. After all, I have watched you grow up, and your parents share a deep bond with me." Qiangzi and I exchanged glances, warmth swelling within us, and we nodded solemnly in agreement with Brother Shui. "Your primary task on this journey is to safeguard Liner while also familiarizing yourselves with the various roles aboard. Once we complete this voyage, I will arrange formal positions for you." "Understood, Brother Shui," we both replied in unison, our tones suffused with certainty. The wheels of fate had begun to turn silently in that moment. Chapter 3: Departure. The hour is late, and you both have imbibed quite a bit. It would be wise to return and rest, as we depart for Port F tomorrow afternoon. Moreover, upon reaching the harbor, we shall spend the night aboard the vessel, setting sail the following day. Brother Shui remarked, extinguishing his cigarette. "All right, Brother Shui, You and Sister Shui, as well as Linlin, should also retire early. We shall take our leave now." With that, Xiangzi and I rose to bid farewell. As we exited the ancient town's wine house, Xiangzi rolled down the car window and handed me a Haiyun Jinlong cigarette. "Tomorrow, we leave this place, and I find myself feeling rather lost." I took the cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. You truly haven't ventured far from the city. I, on the other hand, have traversed the country and even traveled abroad. Farewells do not weigh heavily upon me. Shall we visit a bar? Once aboard, there will be no place for leisure at sea, Xiangzi suggested with a grin. "All right, tonight I shall indulge with you." Before I could finish my sentence, he pressed the accelerator, driving toward the city's liveliest bar. We settled into a booth directly facing the stage. The pulsating beats of the DJ's music intertwined with the flickering lights, instantly igniting our spirits. We had already consumed a significant amount of baijiu at the wine house, at least 2 bottles of Maotai each, and now, buoyed by the atmosphere, we continued to down glass after glass. I lost track of how much I had consumed, feeling my consciousness blur as I leaned back against the booth's sofa, slipping into unconsciousness. Upon waking the next day, I found myself sprawled on a double bed in a hotel room, utterly alone. I hurriedly checked my pockets. My phone was still there, bringing me a sense of relief. I quickly dialed Xiangzi. "Weren't we at the bar last night? How do we end up at the hotel?" "An acquaintance from the bar brought us here." Xiangzi's voice came through, raspy. "I'm out buying a hangover remedy. My head is throbbing. We still need to meet Brother Shui for Port F this afternoon, so I must recover quickly." "All right, I'll hang up now," I replied, ending the call. After leaving the hotel, we returned home to await Brother Shui's departure notice. I hastily packed my belongings, stuffing a few articles of clothing into a small backpack. Brother Shui had mentioned that work uniforms would be provided on board and all daily necessities would be available, so there was no need to bring much. My mother entered the room, her face etched with concern. "This journey will last a year. You must prioritize your safety. If you have signal, please call your mother often." I continued to organize my things while assuring her, "I understand, Mom. Don't worry. I'm 30 now. I can't remain cooped up at home forever. The economy is challenging in every sector. Brother Shui's willingness to take us is a rare opportunity. Whether we earn a little or a lot is not paramount. What matters most is our safety and well-being." My mother continued her gentle admonitions. I recognized her anxiety, setting aside my tasks to listen intently, without a hint of impatience, such is the nature of mothers everywhere. Before long, my phone rang unexpectedly. I answered to hear Xiangzi's voice. "We're preparing to depart. I'll be at your house shortly to pick you up." With that, he hung up. I slung my packed backpack over my shoulder and descended the stairs, where I settled into the living room while my mother followed, sitting beside me. I placed my backpack on the sofa and gently took my mother's wrinkled hand, saying, "Mother, do not fret. I am merely leaving for work, and I shall return every year during the holidays to visit you. Please take care of yourself at home, engage in some activity, and once I have worked for a year and saved enough, I will return to find a wife and bless you with 2 lovely grandchildren." A smile of reassurance graced my mother's face as she replied, "I have been waiting to hear those words." Beep, beep. Once again, the sound of the car horn echoed, signaling that Chang's vehicle had arrived outside. With a heavy heart, I climbed into the car under my mother's reluctant gaze. Inside, Chang informed me that we would soon switch to Shui Ji's car and then drive together to Port F with Shui, Gu, and Linlin. As we took turns at the wheel, I responded affirmatively, "No problem." In a short while, we arrived at Shui Ji's courtyard, where both he and Linlin were ready, their luggage already loaded. Shui Ji's vehicle was a Toyota Alphard, spacious and comfortably appointed, providing ample room for the 4 of us. The journey to Port F stretched over 500 kilometers and was expected to take approximately 4 hours. According to our plan, Chang would drive the first half, while I would take over for the latter portion. Shui, Gu, and Linlin settled into the back seat. This vehicle was specifically designed to accommodate his entire family. Originally a 7-seater, it had been modified to a 5-seater, featuring independent seats for the driver, front passenger, and 3 rear seats, each equipped with a massage function for utmost comfort. "This car drives exceptionally smoothly," Chang exclaimed. "Indeed, I haven't driven it much since acquiring it. Typically, it's Linlin's mother who drives. Though she doesn't do so often, Shui Ge replied with a smile. My mother prefers not to drive such a large vehicle. She usually takes her smaller Bingwa. Linlin interjected. Chang sees the opportunity to add, that's true. The Bingwa is quite handy, compact, and convenient. Noticing the lively conversation, I asked Linlin, which year are you in at university? Second year. She answered. Curious, I inquired, what made you want to venture out to sea with your father? Linlin replied, you have no idea how monotonous university life can be. The endless courses weigh heavily upon me, and I can hardly catch my breath. Whenever I think of the vast ocean and the azure sky, I feel an immense sense of freedom that brings me solace. I cherish that feeling, which is why I yearn to experience life at sea. Shui Ge smiled quietly, his gaze towards Linlin filled with affection and tenderness. Suddenly, Chang interjected, isn't university all about romance? Shui Ge and I chuckled heartily, turning our attention to Linlin, eager to see her reaction. Linlin pouted slightly, saying, I haven't dated anyone. I find the boys at university utterly immature. With a playful grin, Shui Ge asked, what about Zhao Ge and Chang Ge? What do you think of them? Linlin's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly responded, Zhao Ge and Chang Ge are both wonderful. They are my dear brothers. At this, we all erupted into laughter. In my view, Brother Shui regards Linlin as his most treasured jewel. How could he possibly entrust her to another? His earlier remarks were merely a test to gauge our intentions towards Linlin. Indeed, she is an admirable young woman, not only possessing beauty, but also exuding a unique charm. However, to me, there lies a nearly 10-year age gap between us. Although her physique has matured, her heart remains that of an innocent girl. I find myself drawn to those who possess maturity and intellect, individuals with whom I can resonate on a soulful level, and I have long regarded Linlin as a sister. Perhaps the seats in the vehicle were excessively comfortable, for after a few idle exchanges, we gradually succumbed to slumber. It was only when Chang navigated the car into a service area and roused us one by one that we began to disembark and stretch our limbs. After refreshing myself in the restroom, I took over the steering wheel for the remainder of the journey. My heart filled with an infinite yearning for the colossal vessel of 300,000 tons. Chapter 4. The 300,000-ton mobile giant city after 2 hours. It was now past 7 in the evening, and the navigation system had accurately guided us to the port where Brother Shui's cargo ship was docked. We have finally arrived. Let's all stretch our legs. Brother Shui exclaimed. Is this where the vehicle will be parked, Brother Shui? I inquired. He replied that he would park the car in the basement of a nearby hotel, where he had a designated parking space. As I disembarked, I was profoundly awed by the colossal structure before me. I could not help but exclaim, is this truly a 10,000-ton vessel? This is the grand ship we are about to board and reside upon? It is simply immense. It resembles a floating city. Changzi, standing beside me, was equally mesmerized and took some time to recover, exclaiming, it is far larger than I had imagined. Linlin, gazing at the giant ship, hastily retrieved her DSLR camera and began snapping photographs. All right, you all wait here for a moment while I park the car. I shall return shortly, and we can board together, Brother Shui said before starting the engine and driving toward the hotel. I wandered to the railing by the port and noticed a sign detailing the information regarding the docked cargo vessels. The massive cargo ship was named Gue 24 AP, with a tonnage of approximately 300,000 tons. It utilized a fourth-generation thorium-based molten salt reactor nuclear power system, measuring 333 meters in length and 60 meters in width. With a draft exceeding 20 meters, its container stacking height was comparable to a 25-story building, covering an area equivalent to 3 5-football fields. This mobile giant city could accommodate 24,000 TU containers. After absorbing these statistics, I lifted my gaze to the immense behemoth once more, my excitement reaching an indescribable peak at the thought of soon boarding this mobile giant city. I nearly shouted, "Oh yeah," with a touch of youthful exuberance. Meanwhile, Qiangzi was muttering, "TSK, TSK, TSK, what a grand spectacle." Before long, Brother Shui returned, accompanied by 2 staff members adorned with identification badges. He beckoned us over, indicating that we needed to complete some necessary procedures and undergo thorough security checks prior to boarding. We complied willingly, and after about an hour, we finally began to embark with our luggage. Stepping onto the ship's structure intensified my sense of awe. By this time, night had fallen, and the bow of the ship was illuminated brilliantly. We followed the port staff and Brother Shui to the first floor at the bow. The environment completely transformed my perception of cargo ships. It resembled the opulent lobby of a 5-star hotel, utterly devoid of the sensation of being aboard a vessel. An elevator connected the first floor to the top deck, and I learned that the bow of this colossal ship boasted a total of 18 floors. As the captain, Brother Shui enjoyed the finest living quarters, situated on the 18th floor, the closest to the control room, offering the most breathtaking views. Benefiting from Brother Shui's influence, we, as family members, were also accommodated on this level, enjoying the luxury of private suites akin to those of senior crew members. Brother Shui led Linlin towards his exclusive captain's quarters, while 2 other staff members guided us to a section slightly further back on the same floor. Looking from the bow to the stern, my room was on the left, directly across from Xiangzi's door on the right. Under the staff's direction, we entered our respective rooms. Upon pushing open the door, a grand floor-to-ceiling curtain greeted my eyes, revealing a layout of furniture and facilities that rivaled those of high-end hotels on land, complete with a television, lamp, bedside table, vanity, private bathroom, and air conditioning. The 8x2-meter mattress exuded exceptional comfort, and the overall environment was both tidy and inviting. I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is not a workplace. It's clearly a paradise for enjoyment. How delightful." I drew back the curtain to find a view of the port, ablaze with lights, while the distant city shimmered with a kaleidoscope of neon. I sat by the window, lost in thought, when suddenly, a knock at the door jolted me back to reality. I hurried to open it, revealing a staff member in a blue uniform, approximately 35 to 40 years old, who smiled and said, "Hello, the captain has requested me to escort you to the captain's room." I responded with a thank you, and he turned to knock on Xiangzi's door. Once Xiangzi emerged, we followed the staff member towards the captain's room, located closer to the bow. Upon arrival, Brother Shui was in the living room smoking, while Linlin sat quietly beside him. As we settled down, Brother Shui inquired, "So, how do you like the environment on the ship?" "It's quite good, almost comparable to a high-end hotel on land," Xiangzi replied. Brother Shui nodded with a smile and turned to me. "And you, Zhao? What are your thoughts?" I chuckled, saying, "Not only am I satisfied, it has far exceeded my expectations. I almost feel as though I'm on vacation rather than working, haha." Everyone joined in laughter. "All right then, let us stay here tonight," Brother Shui declared. "Initially, I planned for you to stay in a hotel near the port before departure, but upon reflection, the hotel might not even match the ship's ambience. So it's settled. Also, please be ready by 8 a.m. tomorrow. Come here to find me, as I will convene a meeting in the conference room with all department heads and distribute work uniforms." We both acknowledged with a yes and departed the captain's room to return to our rooms, perhaps due to fatigue from the journey. I took a shower upon returning and soon fell asleep on the bed. The next day, the alarm rang, and I opened my eyes to rise. After freshening up, I opened my door and knocked on Xiangzi's door directly across from mine. He was just finishing up, and together we made our way to the captain's room. Upon arrival, Brother Shui and Linlin were already waiting. Seeing us, Brother Shui stood and invited everyone to the large conference room on the 15th floor. This room, specifically designed for meetings, was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of attendees. In the center of the room stood an elongated oval conference table, with Shui Gu occupying the head seat, gesturing for us to take our places as we pleased. After approximately 10 minutes, the crew aboard the vessel began to arrive, each finding a seat around the table. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Shui Gu commenced his address. "To all the staff of GUE 24 AP, your hard work is greatly appreciated. First, I would like to introduce 3 new members. This is Zhao, and this is Chong, my long-term hired special security personnel, primarily responsible for the safety and security aboard the ship. Like our usual security company, both new colleagues are legally authorized to carry firearms. Additionally, This is Lin Air, my daughter, currently a sophomore in university, who has come aboard to experience life at sea. Aside from introducing the three of us, Shui Gu also presented the heads of the main departments on the vessel one by one, before emphasizing the various regulations, safety protocols, and performance-related work requirements aboard the ship. The detailed content of this portion is omitted for brevity. After more than an hour, the meeting finally concluded. Beside myself and Chong, there were 4 professional outsourced security personnel on board. According to relevant regulations, ordinary crew members, including the captain, are prohibited from carrying firearms. However, in response to potential threats such as piracy, the captain has the authority to employ professionals from licensed security companies who are qualified to carry weapons. Shui Gu allowed us to board as security personnel, enabling us to legally possess arms while ensuring his daughter Lin Air's safety, as we were well-acquainted and trusted allies. Subsequently, Shui Gu instructed us to follow the security team leader to collect our uniforms and equipment. Under the leader's guidance, we proceeded to the equipment room. He first distributed a set of uniforms reminiscent of the Marine Corps to each of us, the sharp tailoring and sleek design instantly captivating my attention, prompting an exclamation of "how cool." Next, we were provided with bulletproof vests, tactical waist packs, and helmets. In terms of weaponry, each individual was assigned a G37 handgun. As the leader explained, this firearm excels in mid-range combat, boasting a high time to kill, TTK, and stable handling. Suitable for various combat scenarios, the primary weapon was the AK-117 assault rifle, renowned as a star among the AK series, celebrated for its rapid firing rate, stable performance, and precision aiming, with excellent recoil control, making it adept for both swift suppressive fire and accurate strikes. Of course, the technical specifications of these firearms were entirely unfamiliar to Chong, relying solely on the security leader's explanations. He also informed us that once the cargo ship entered international waters, daily training sessions for firearm usage and a range of security skill training would be scheduled, all meticulously arranged by Shui Gu in advance. Gazing at these advanced weapons, I felt a surge of excitement within, unaware that dark clouds of fate were soon to loom overhead. Chapter 5. Security Training. After the security captain distributed our equipment, Xiangzi and I had just donned our combat suits when he led us to the training deck beneath the main deck. As the elevator descended slowly, I observed Xiangzi, fully armed, and glanced at the mirror-like stainless steel doors of the elevator. Reflected within was my own image, adorned with a bulletproof helmet and a tactical pouch at my waist, exuding an air of valor that caused a slight smile to curve at the corners of my mouth. At first glance, it was undeniable that no one would suspect us of being anything other than legitimate security personnel. Ding! We had reached level -3, announced the elevator, and the doors slid open with a smooth grace. The captain led the way, with Xiangzi and I following closely behind. Upon entering the training area, I was struck by the vastness that exceeded my expectations. To the left lay a shooting range, with neatly arranged targets behind soundproof glass. To the right, an area designated for relaxation and fitness, where the barbells glimmered under the cold light. We were like naive newcomers to a grand city, our faces alight with wonder as we took in the surroundings, trailing behind the captain. He brought us to the relaxation area, where long stainless steel tables lined up in a row, accompanied by benches of the same material, all gleaming under the harsh white lights. First, familiarize yourselves with the weapon manuals and study the assembly structure of the firearms. I will return in 1 hour, and I expect you to be able to completely disassemble and reassemble the weapons. Should you fail to do so, the captain's voice turned cold. I shall administer a slight form of physical punishment. Upon hearing this, Xiangzi and I exchanged expressions of bewilderment and anxiety. After all, as ordinary individuals, we had never encountered real firearms before. Moreover, the hour granted us was a daunting challenge. Yet, with the captain's words echoing in our minds, we steeled ourselves and began to peruse the manuals, grasping the firearms to study them. I focused intently on the diagrams in the manual, attempting to disassemble the AK-117 step by step. Half an hour later, as the final component, the bolt assembly, gently thudded onto the table. I had successfully scattered the entire weapon into its constituent parts. I glanced up at Xiangzi, who was struggling with only half of a G-37 pistol, a screwdriver twirling anxiously in his hand. Unable to suppress a triumphant grin, I said, "All right, let me show you how to disassemble it." "How did you learn so quickly?" Xiangzi asked, his brow furrowed in concern. With a chuckle, I leaned in to explain the intricacies of the firing mechanism, the magazine well, and the key points for disassembling the barrel assembly. Before long, he too had reduced his handgun to a pile of parts. We exchanged smiles, a sense of accomplishment swelling within us. If we could take it apart, reassembling it should pose no difficulty. Following the steps laid out in the manual, I methodically began to reassemble the components, completing the task in just over 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Xiangzi was still a step behind. It was only 5 minutes after I had finished that he finally completed his assembly. As our hour of disassembly and reassembly quietly slipped away, the captain approached us with steady strides. "Stand up. Place both your primary and secondary weapons on the table. I will count to 3, and then you will begin disassembling and reassembling them. You have 10 minutes, the captain declared, his expression grave. We promptly stood to attention, fully focused as we awaited the captain's countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. Upon hearing the command, I immediately set about disassembling the AK-117, constantly reminding myself to remain calm and not to panic, meticulously following the steps outlined in the manual in my mind, detaching each component in order before reassembling them. Approximately 8 minutes later, I completed the assembly and reported aloud, "Captain, assembly complete." The captain shot me a sidelong glance, approached, and coldly remarked, "Do you think this G-37 is not a weapon? When did I specify only the main weapon for disassembly?" Hearing this, Chong stopped his task altogether and set down the unfinished AK-117. Furrowing my brow, I found myself at a loss for words, silently awaiting the captain's punishment. 50 push-ups for each of you, plus 100 squats. Start immediately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thus, we accepted our punishment in silence. After half a day of rigorous training, the captain had us endure at least 300 to 400 push-ups and nearly 1,000 squats. For me, this was somewhat bearable. I maintained a regular fitness routine and had decent physical conditioning. However, Chong was in dire straits. He had never been fond of exercise, although not overweight. He lacked muscle. I could not fathom why Brother Shui had chosen him for security. At this moment, Chong lay sprawled on the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably even while he rested. "Look at your physical condition," the captain said coldly. "After lunch, I will distribute the training schedule. You will follow it for a week, and I will assess your progress thereafter. Let me be clear, if you do not meet the standards, I will revoke your security status. Once disqualified, you will be sent back to your country at the first port the cargo ship docks at." Upon hearing this, both Chong and I frowned. Observing our reaction, the captain added, "I understand you are the captain's men, but security work is no trifling matter. As long as you do not meet the standards, your fate is in my hands, and even the captain has no authority to intervene." "Understood, Captain," Chong and I replied in unison. After a morning of intense physical training, my legs felt fatigued but still allowed me to walk relatively normally, while Chong was utterly drained and could only lean on me for support. Upon reaching the dining hall, we were greeted by a lavish array of delectable dishes. However, having not experienced such vigorous exercise in a long time, our appetites were diminished, and we merely picked at our food before hastily returning to our quarters for rest. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the captain notified us via intercom to proceed to the 3rd basement level for continued training. Without hesitation, I rose and exited the room. Chong, gritting his teeth, managed to get up from the bed, struggling to move out of the room, his steps unsteady and limping as he made his way towards the elevator. Observing his hunched posture and the comical sway of his legs, as if weighed down by lead, I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Upon arriving at the 3rd basement level, the captain was already waiting at the elevator door. As we stepped out of the elevator, he handed each of us a training schedule, outlining a week's worth of tasks. Day 1. Master the disassembly of firearms and complete 100 push-ups and 100 squats. Day 2. Run continuously on the treadmill for 1 hour, completing 150 push-ups and 150 squats. Day 3. Repeat the task from the previous 2 days, adding an additional 50 pull-ups. Day 4. Complete all training tasks from the first 3 days. Day 5. Repeat the previous 4 days' tasks and commence firearms shooting practice. Day 6. Complete 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 50 pull-ups, and hit the target 10 times in the bullseye. Day 7. Assessment. Upon reviewing the training schedule, Chang's face turned pale, and he nearly fainted, while I could not help but draw in a sharp breath. After passing the assessment in 7 days, you will officially become qualified security personnel, and I shall issue you a bodyguard certificate. The captain cast a stoic glance at us. I patted Chang on the shoulder and gritted my teeth, saying, "No matter what, let's hold on." The fatigue in my body was of little concern. However, a sense of unease inexplicably swelled within me, reminiscent of the feeling I had while lying in my room back home before the journey began. Chapter 6. Departure of Xiangzi. The captain's intention is for us to engage in independent training over the next 7 days, as he will not be monitoring us constantly. Therefore, Xiangzi and I decided to return to our room to rest, considering that our formal training commences tomorrow. Upon entering the room, the first thing I did was to indulge in a warm bath to alleviate the muscle soreness from today's intense workout. I must admit, Brother Shui has indeed treated us well. Each of us has a luxurious single room equipped with a private bathroom, and the space is quite generous, even with an adult-sized bathtub. It does not feel cramped. As I reclined in the tub filled with warm water, I closed my eyes and savored the comfort of the soothing soak, allowing my thoughts to drift away. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door shattered this tranquility. I hurriedly rose, wrapped myself in a bathrobe, and made my way to the door. Who could it be, disturbing my moment of enjoyment? I muttered to myself, impatiently opening the door. "Did I interrupt you?" Linlin inquired, her gaze filled with remorse as she looked at me in my robe. Upon recognizing her, I quickly masked my displeasure with a smile, replying, "Oh, it's Linlin." "Not at all." Her eyes lit up with excitement. "My dad mentioned there's a freshwater swimming pool on the rooftop of the 18th floor. I want to check it out. Can you accompany me?" Relieved that it was merely a trivial matter, I readily agreed. "Of course. But you'll have to wait for me for 2 minutes while I change." "Great." Linlin cheerfully nodded. After changing into appropriate attire, I approached Xiangzi's door and knocked. But there was no response from within. I knocked more forcefully several times, yet still received no reply. It seemed that he was truly exhausted from the morning's training. So it would just be Linlin and me heading to the rooftop. Upon arriving at the 18th floor, I was greeted by the sight of an expansive freshwater swimming pool, spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people frolicking at once. Several lounge chairs were neatly arranged by the poolside for sunbathers. The rooftop was bordered by tall railings that provided an unobstructed panoramic view, allowing one to gaze out across the entire harbor. With a splash, Linlin joyfully exclaimed, "How refreshing! This feels wonderful." I turned to see that, at some point, she had donned a striking swimsuit and had leapt into the pool, clad in a form-fitting black bikini. Her ample bosom was partially concealed by the fabric, the delicate and profound curve between her cleavage momentarily revealed as she moved through the water. Her long, slender legs splashed playfully at the surface, and her curvaceous hips swayed enticingly, exuding a sense of firmness and elasticity. I couldn't help but think to myself, this girl possesses an impressive figure, curvaceous in all the right places, complemented by an air of sophistication that could undoubtedly captivate many young men. "Brother Zhao, come join us," Linlin called out to me. Her words ignited a warmth in my heart, yet after a brief moment of contemplation, I declined. I was wearing ordinary underwear and the thin, icy silk material was somewhat transparent. Although it was breathable and comfortable, once wet, it would cling to my skin, revealing far too much. Moreover, faced with Linlin's alluring figure, I genuinely feared I would lose control. Upon reflecting on this, I suppressed my inner impulse and awkwardly replied, "You go ahead, I shall merely observe." After approximately an hour, Linlin grew weary of the game, and we returned to our room on the 18th floor. Once back, a wave of profound fatigue washed over me. Perhaps it was the toll of the morning's rigorous training or the adrenaline still coursing through my veins after witnessing Linlin's alluring figure at the rooftop pool. At that moment, I felt utterly exhausted, and it was imperative that I indulge in a deep slumber. When I awoke again, it was already 9 p.m., and the phone by my bedside began to ring. I answered it, and the voice of Brother Shui came through, requesting my presence in the captain's room for discussion. Rising from my bed, I stepped out of my room and knocked on Xiangzi's door across the hall, yet there was no response. An ominous premonition suddenly surged within me. I dared not delay and hastened toward the captain's room. Upon my arrival, I found Brother Shui and Linlin seated on the sofa in the lobby. Before they could speak, I anxiously exclaimed, "Brother Shui, Xiangzi has been unresponsive since he returned to his room after this morning's training. I have knocked several times today, yet no one answers." Brother Shui appeared momentarily taken aback, then promptly moved to his desk, picking up the internal phone to say, "Please come up to unlock room 18 to 13. Linlin looked on, her face a mask of confusion, clearly unaware of the unfolding situation. Before long, the staff responsible for managing the keys arrived. We hurriedly made our way to Xiangzi's room. At the door, the staff member used the internal key to unlock it, and I rushed in first. There I found Xiangzi curled up in bed, cold sweat pouring from his brow, his entire being in a state of unconsciousness. "Quickly, lift him and take him to the infirmary," Brother Shui urged. I promptly bent down to carry Xiangzi and hurried towards the medical facility. Upon reaching the infirmary, medical personnel swiftly approached to assist me in placing Xiangzi on the examination bed. Minutes later, the ship's doctor emerged, his expression grave as he informed us that Xiangzi, having long lacked physical activity, had suddenly endured an overwhelming physical training session, resulting in severe muscle contractions and significant strain on his cardiovascular system. He was teetering on the brink of life and death and required immediate transfer to a hospital on land for treatment. Otherwise, his survival would be in jeopardy. Without a moment's hesitation, we swiftly arranged for Xiangzi's transfer. Fortunately, the cargo ship had yet to set sail. Had we been adrift in the vast ocean, Xiangzi's fate could have been dire. I couldn't help but reflect. Xiangzi is only 30 years old, an age typically regarded as the pinnacle of male physical vitality. Yet his body proved so fragile under strain. At the hospital in Port F, I, Brother Shui, Linlin, and a crew member anxiously awaited outside the emergency room. After 2 hours, the attending physician finally emerged to deliver the news. Xiangzi had escaped life-threatening danger, but due to extensive muscle spasms and overburdened cardiovascular function, he would require at least 3 months of rehabilitation for gradual recovery. Even upon recovery, he would be unable to engage in strenuous activities, and his overall physical capabilities would be significantly diminished. In a moment of helplessness, Brother Shui had no choice but to arrange for Xiangzi to remain in the hospital for treatment, intending to send him back to his hometown for recuperation once his condition stabilized. Upon learning of this outcome, my heart was heavy with disappointment. Firstly, I worried that Xiangzi's health might never fully recover. Secondly, the thought of facing the future alone aboard the ship, deprived of my steadfast comrade in arms, filled me with trepidation. After leaving the hospital, I leaned against the port railing, smoking in silence while gazing at the sky. At that moment, Brother Shui approached and gently patted my shoulder, saying, Zhao, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have imposed such stringent demands on you from the security captain. I merely wish for you to acquire more skills so that you could accompany me on my voyages in the future. Now, Xiangzi must return home. Do you wish to continue with me, or will you accompany him back? As long as you trust me, I will follow you, I replied decisively, taking a deep drag from my cigarette. The ship had yet to set sail, with our official departure scheduled for the following day. The hardships of life at sea stretched before us. I have high hopes for you, and wish to cultivate your potential. But I must prioritize your safety and respect your choices, Brother Shui continued. I retrieved my cigarette pack, offered him one, and lit another for myself, then declared, Brother Shui, following you marks a pivotal moment in my life. I cherish this opportunity immensely. I have made my decision. I will continue to work alongside you. Upon hearing this, Brother Shui's face broke into a smile of relief, and he patted my shoulder once more, nodding in silent agreement. Thus, I returned to the ship with Brother Shui. Having experienced Xiangzi's situation, it was now deep into the night. I sat by the window, gazing at the brightly lit city in the distance. and memories of the moments spent with Xiangzi over the past few days flickered through my mind like scenes from a film. Chapter 7, Destination. Brazil, a thunderous horn suddenly blared, jolting me awake from my slumber. The sound was akin to the roar of an underwater volcano. Its intense infrasonic waves penetrating through layers of decks, resonating within my very bones, causing my chest to vibrate and my teeth to chatter uncontrollably. I pulled the blanket over my head in an attempt to shield myself from the piercing noise, but to no avail. Reluctantly, I rose and made my way to the window. It was already 9 a.m., and as I drew back the curtains, the blinding sunlight nearly rendered me unable to open my eyes. Squinting, I gazed outside and was met with a bustling scene at the port. Throngs of people crowded the dock, and in the midst of it all, a captivating lion dance was underway. It dawned on me that a departure ceremony was taking place. And today, this colossal floating city was set to sail into the vast, unending sea. After a brief freshening up, I proceeded to the captain's quarters. The door was ajar, revealing Linlin alone on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. "Is Brother Shui around?" I inquired. "My dad went to the departure ceremony," Linlin replied without looking up. "Oh right, I nearly forgot. Such an important event. The captain must be present." I scratched my head sheepishly and managed a shy smile, prompting Linlin to stifle a laugh. "I'm heading to the training area on level B3. Would you like to join me?" I suggested. "Sure." Her eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly agreed. I led Linlin down to level B3. Upon arrival, I retrieved the training schedule given by the captain and began my set of push-ups. Linlin curiously leaned in, inspecting the training chart, and exclaimed, "Wow, do you really have to do this many push-ups, Zhao? Are you sure you can handle it?" "Whether I can or cannot, I must. Unlike you, Brother Chong, I'm not so fragile. You just sit back and watch," I replied confidently while laboriously executing the push-ups. "Come on, Zhao." Linlin cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines, diligently counting. 23, 24, 25. With her encouragement, my pace quickened as if an adrenaline rush coursed through me, filling me with boundless energy. I completed all the exercises on the training schedule. Panting and utterly exhausted, I collapsed onto the floor. A glance at the clock revealed that lunchtime had crept upon us unnoticed. After a brief 10-minute respite, Linlin and I made our way to the dining hall. The atmosphere there was vibrant, bustling with people. Today was the departure ceremony, and everyone had gathered to celebrate with a feast. As we entered the dining hall, all eyes turned towards us. Paying no mind, Linlin and I headed straight for the buffet. Having finished our lunch, we returned to the captain's quarters, where Brother Shui was seated on the sofa, a cigarette in hand. Upon seeing us, he smiled and asked, "Have you two had lunch?" "Yes, we have." Linlin and I responded in unison. "Please sit down. Allow me to elucidate the route and purpose of this voyage," Water Brother continued. I nodded and took a seat beside him, fully attentive and eager for his narration. He brought a globe to the table, spinning it as he explained. "We are transporting various automobile parts, with approximately 20,000 containers aboard, the total value of which exceeds $10 billion. Our destination is the port of Santos in Brazil. We will depart from Port F, first traversing the South China Sea, then along the eastern coast of Vietnam, before passing through the Strait of Malacca into the Indian Ocean. After several days at sea, we will reach the waters off the Cape of Good Hope. We will navigate around the Cape near Cape Town in South Africa, avoiding the Suez Canal, as our journey concludes on the eastern coast of South America. After rounding the Cape, we will enter the Atlantic Ocean, following the Brazil current northward until we finally arrive at the port of Santos. The entire voyage spans approximately 12,000 nautical miles, and our nuclear power vessel averages a speed of about 25 knots, theoretically allowing us to arrive in 20 days. However, considering factors such as weather and sea conditions, the actual travel time may extend to around a month. Linlin and I listened in awe, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. For me, this transcontinental voyage represented an unprecedented adventure, while Linlin, despite being a university student, possessed only theoretical knowledge from her geography textbooks and lacked practical sailing experience. Observing our astonishment, Water Brother chuckled. "Are you two feeling a bit lost?" "No worries. I will provide an overview to give you a general idea. As we proceed, you will gradually comprehend the intricacies of the journey. Linlin and I nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grains. Is it common for pirates to attack ships? I could not help but inquire. Water Brother lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and replied, Piracy certainly exists, especially once we enter the Atlantic, navigating north along the western coast of Africa to the core area of the Gulf of Guinea. Last year, there were several incidents of crew kidnappings and vessel hijackings. However, you need not worry. We have employed professional security personnel aboard, along with international maritime police for escort. Should we encounter pirates, as long as we can withstand the initial assault and buy some time, help will arrive from the International Maritime Police, and we should not face significant trouble. But how long would it take for the Maritime Police to reach us in a vast ocean if we were confronted by pirates? I pressed on. Not long at all. In emergencies, aerial support can be deployed, with fighter jets able to reach us in the blink of an eye. Water Brother assured us. Linlin and I nodded once more. Water Brother smiled slightly, then his expression turned serious, adding, These pirates are like mere ants in the face of our 300,000-ton vessel. Even if they were inclined to seize the vessel, it would be nearly impossible for them to board. Apart from the portion of the hull submerged beneath the waterline, they would require ropes several dozen meters long to ascend to our ship. The tumultuous waves of the sea render climbing a rope in such a precarious environment utterly impractical. Moreover, our security personnel would not remain idle. Upon detecting any threat, they would unhesitatingly neutralize it, ensuring that such intruders would become mere sustenance for the fish. However, my true concern does not lie with pirates, but rather with the specter of war. While we may perceive tranquility at home, over 20 nations are currently embroiled in conflict on the international stage. Should the flames of war extend to the seas, our voyage would transform into an exceedingly perilous endeavor. As Water Brother shared his maritime experiences, a sense of unease began to stir within me. War is no trivial matter. If, by misfortune, we were struck by a missile or torpedo, this colossal cargo ship of 300,000 tons could swiftly succumb to the depths. Yet, upon reflection, the likelihood of such an occurrence is minuscule. Surely, we cannot be so unfortunate as to encounter it directly. After spending the afternoon engrossed in Water Brother's tales of his oceanic adventures, I was unaware that dinner time had arrived. Linlin and I opted for the restaurant, while Water Brother made his way to the bridge. After dining, we ascended to the rooftop to enjoy the breeze. By this time, the massive vessel had sailed far from the port, and as I gazed into the distance, the vast expanse of the sea unfolded before me. The gentle sea breeze caressed us, and the hues of the sunset painted the endless ocean as if draping it in a resplendent layer of gold leaf. Captivated by this picturesque scene, the melody of my heart will go on, the theme from Titanic, echoed in my mind. Linlin stood by the railing, quietly gazing into the horizon. As I approached, I noticed her softly singing My Heart Will Go On. As expected in such a moment, most would instinctively think of this classic tune from the film. I refrained from immediately interacting like Jack in the movie, despite my desire to replicate that iconic scene of flying at the bow of the ship, unsure whether Linlin would be willing to indulge my whim. So, I patiently awaited the conclusion of her song, then broke into applause, sincerely remarking, "That was beautiful, truly enchanting." Linlin turned, a shy smile gracing her face as she replied, "Zhao, don't you think the scenery is incredibly romantic right now?" I nodded eagerly. Indeed, it's exceptionally romantic. Your singing complements it perfectly, making us feel as though we are in a film. After showering her with heartfelt compliments, sensing the atmosphere had reached a delightful peak, I finally voiced the thought I had been harboring. Shall we recreate that moment of flying at the bow? Linlin laughed and moved closer to the railing, extending her arms in the classic pose of Rose from the film. I stepped forward slowly, gently wrapping my hand around her waist. Chapter 8. The fall of the great vessel in the Indian Ocean. In the subsequent days, I accompanied Linlin on the ship, exploring its vastness while diligently adhering to my training regimen. At long last, the day of assessment arrived, with the captain personally overseeing the evaluation of my training achievements. perhaps due to the incident where Xiangzi was hospitalized following excessive corporal punishment during the last training session. The difficulty of this examination was relatively moderate. After a series of physical fitness tests and firearms proficiency evaluations, the captain announced my successful completion of the assessment. From that day forth, I officially became a maritime security officer. After several days of sailing, our mobile Colossus traversed the southern waters of the Indian Ocean. As a fully fledged security officer, I was patrolling the deck, fully armed, when a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the air. Shortly thereafter, urgent instructions crackled through the intercom. All security personnel and department heads, please report to the main conference room immediately. Repeat, all security personnel and department heads, please report to the main conference room immediately. Acknowledging the call, I promptly made my way to the conference room on the 15th floor. Upon my arrival, the oval conference table was already occupied by key figures aboard the ship, including Shui Ge, the chief engineer, and the first mate. The head of security spoke first. We have just received internal intelligence indicating that the waters we currently inhabit are on the brink of war. The situation between Curry and Pakistan has been deteriorating, with the Curry military deploying the Vikrant aircraft carrier battle group to this region. Likewise, the Pakistan military has completed the deployment of vessels such as the Tugri, Temu, Sultan, and Shah Jahan in these waters. Upon hearing this alarming report, panic and helplessness spread across the faces of those present. I turned to Shui Ge, who was engaged in hushed discussions with the chief engineer. Clearing his throat, he addressed everyone. According to directives just received from the board, we are required to proceed to the nearest port for safety. We are currently situated in the southern Indian Ocean, with the closest port being Port Louis. Although this is the most prudent choice, it will still take our ship at least 3 days to reach it at full speed. He continued, during our journey to Port Louis, all departments must implement comprehensive precautionary measures. After nearly an hour of urgent deliberation, the ship's senior management unanimously concurred with the board's decision and officially announced our course toward Port Louis for safety. As evening descended, the ship was sailing at a brisk pace of 28 knots towards Port Louis. The sun was nearing the horizon. Gazing out over the sea, I saw the fiery orange sun almost completely submerged, leaving only a small portion radiating a crimson glow. Waves of 4 to 5 meters surged, stirring the vibrant orange twilight. Linlin and I stood by the ship's bow, leaning against the railing. She gazed vacantly at the undulating sea, while I silently prayed for a safe arrival at Port Louis. Merely minutes later, the sun vanished beneath the waves, and darkness swiftly enveloped the entire sea. The once clear sky, devoid of clouds during the day, now appeared ominous and foreboding, with not a single star in sight, only sparse raindrops beginning to fall. Realizing it was starting to rain, I quickly took Linlin's hand and hurriedly ascended to the 18th floor. As I rushed into the captain's cabin, blinding flashes of white light suddenly pierced through the window, and a colossal bolt of lightning sliced through the pitch-black night sky like a silver serpent. Moments later, deafening thunderclaps erupta. Linlin, terrified, curled up on the sofa, clutching a throw pillow tightly against her chest. I rose and drew the curtains before sitting down beside her. Just as I settled in, she abruptly discarded the pillow and leapt into my embrace, trembling and tearfully exclaiming, "Zhao Ge, I'm scared." "Fear not. It is merely thunder and rain, common occurrences at sea." I reassured her, wrapping my left arm around her while gently stroking her head with my right. Crack! Crack! 2 more thunderclaps roared, and Linlin shrank even closer to me. While I was soothing her, an ominous, dull thud resonated from beneath the ship, starkly contrasting with the thunder. Before I could react, the vessel lurched violently, and I was thrown against the wall while still cradling Linlin. I shielded her head with my arms, my back colliding painfully against the wall. At that moment, the emergency lights flickered to life, and sharp alarm sirens blared. Linlin clung tightly to my neck, and I could feel her trembling throughout her entire body. Without a moment to spare, I hoisted her onto my back and stumbled toward the door. My only thought was to reach the bridge to find Brother Shui. As I ran with Linlin on my back, she trembled incessantly, her voice shaking as she asked, "Zhao Ge, have we been hit by a missile?" "Perhaps. We must hurry to find your father." I replied with urgency. The sudden assault caused the ship to tilt dangerously, making it nearly impossible to run steadily. I stumbled, and we both crashed to the ground. Quickly, I reassured Linlin, "Stay calm, hold on to my hand and follow me. I can't carry you steadily." She remained silent, but gripped my hand tightly. The cabin was in disarray. Some crew members fled in panic while others screamed, and various equipment toppled and slid about. We finally made it to the bridge, where Brother Shui and the chief engineer were exerting every effort to regain control of the ship. Upon seeing us, Brother Shui shouted, Zhao, get Linlin into a life jacket and head to the deck to launch the lifeboats. Don't mind me, hurry." He forcefully urged us forward before turning back to manipulate the myriad of buttons. I had no time to hesitate. Dragging Linlin, whose face was stained with tears, I dashed toward the deck. But as we stepped outside, the sight before us sent chills down my spine. The tilted and swaying ship, the bow and stern slowly sinking, and the center of the vessel rising ominously. Containers weighing several tons slid perilously to the sides, crashing down toward the bow, striking the superstructure with heavy thuds and sending sparks flying. Coupled with the torrential downpour from the heavens, the scene was truly harrowing. It was evident that within mere minutes, the ship would split in two and plunge into the depths of the sea. Without time to ponder, I sprinted to the lifeboat, untied the ropes, and swiftly lifted Linlin, tossing her into the boat before climbing in myself. Just as the vessel emitted a thunderous sound akin to metal fracturing, I tugged at the rope to release the lifeboat, and two individuals plummeted from the precipice of the deck, several dozen meters high, into the tumultuous and roaring sea below. "Where's my father? Where is he?" Linlin cried out in desperation. I remained silent, one arm firmly embracing her, while my other hand clutched the rough rope along the edge of the lifeboat, terrified of being thrown overboard by the force of our descent. Chapter 9, A Grain in the Ocean. I gritted my teeth, enduring the impact as I plunged into the sea. At the moment the lifeboat made contact with the water, I raised my gaze towards the ship, which was now submerged beyond half its length. Flames roared from the engine room, where the vessel had fractured, accompanied by the cacophony of explosions, the sound of metal tearing apart, and the crashes of containers plummeting. Countless deafening noises intertwined. The densely packed containers cascaded towards the ocean like a relentless avalanche, sending towering waves surging around us, relentlessly pushing our lifeboat further away. As the waves raged furiously, I feared that the lifeboat would capsize. So I hastily secured the top cover. This lifeboat, a standard feature on modern merchant ships, had a manually operated cover made from flame-retardant materials, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures while effectively repelling seawater, ensuring excellent watertight integrity. This harrowing scene filled me with trepidation. I had never found such terror in the movies or novels I consumed. Was this a nightmare or reality? If it were a dream, I desperately wished to awaken. Before I could ponder further, my thoughts returned to my side, where Linlin lay motionless in the lifeboat. I hurriedly supported the back of her head with my right hand and gently patted her cheek with my left, calling out, "Linlin, Linlin." After my attempts to rouse her, she finally awoke, her eyes opening to the violent jostling of the lifeboat, and she let out a cry. I held her tightly in my embrace, softly reassuring her. "Don't cry, Linlin, we are still alive." Thus, the lifeboat continued to rock violently amidst the waves, the top cover firmly secured, and I had no idea where the currents might carry us. I dare not open the cover to check the outside, fearing that a careless move might allow seawater to flood the cabin, sealing our fate. Although I continuously comforted Linlin, she trembled all over, though thankfully she gradually ceased her cries. "Brother Zhao, are we going to die?" she asked, her voice trembling. "No, we are perfectly fine. This lifeboat is of good quality. It will hold up, so don't be afraid," I hastily reassured her. "What should we do now? What about my father?" Linlin pressed on. I paused, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, while everyone was hastily abandoning ship and climbing into the lifeboat, Water Brother had remained steadfast in the control room. The waves were too tumultuous, and I had no insight into the situation outside. For now, it was best to keep the cover closed. "As for your father, sigh, we can only pray that he will also manage to board a lifeboat and escape." Upon hearing this, She burst into tears once more. The waves were still too fierce. We would wait until the rocking subsided before opening the cover. If we could glimpse the ship's wreckage, we would use the wooden oars in the lifeboat to paddle over, perhaps searching for any usable supplies. She looked up at me, gently nodding, and at last, her weeping began to wane. I lost track of time, but we soon noticed the lifeboat's turbulence gradually easing. Only then did I press down the latch on the cover, forcefully lifting it open. In an instant, a damp sea breeze rushed towards me. Although it was still night, the rain had ceased. I slowly rose to my feet, my gaze eagerly sweeping the surroundings. All that met my eyes was the vast expanse of the ocean. There was nothing else in sight. I was utterly oblivious to where the turbulent waves had carried us. Gazing at this desolate scene, the only sound accompanying me was the rhythmic crashing of the waves. In this boundless sea, I truly grasped the meaning of being a mere grain of sand in the vast ocean, and a profound sense of despair surged within me. Linlin also gradually rose and scanned the area, only to realize that there was nothing but endless water. Instinctively, she clung tightly to me. I embraced her and slowly squatted down, beginning to rummage through the lifeboat. I recalled having perused the crew manual aboard the ship, which detailed the supplies available in the lifeboat. Typically, such lifeboats are equipped with 16 liters of fresh water, a large canister of compressed biscuits, and a sizable container of energy blocks, essentially high-calorie foods like chocolate. Additionally, there was a fishing kit, a small first aid kit containing a tourniquet, disinfectant, and painkillers, as well as 3 handheld signal flares. Seeing these supplies intact within the boat, I couldn't help but exhale in relief and turn to Linlin, saying, "Fortunately, these supplies are all here. With them, we can survive for a while at sea. If a passing ship comes by, we will be saved." "What if no ships pass by?" Linlin asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "If that happens, we will do everything we can to survive. The longer we live, the greater our hope for rescue." I answered resolutely. She nodded gently. I continued, "Check what you have on you. Anything could prove useful now." With that, I began to examine my own belongings. I was clad in a thick life jacket, and since I had been on patrol before the incident, I was still wearing the combat uniform issued by the captain, styled after the Marine Corps. Unfastening the tactical pouch at my waist, I found a sharp Nepalese knife concealed within. On the right thigh of my pants, I had a G37 pistol, my sidearm, while my primary weapon, the AK-117, had been lost during the escape. "Thank goodness," I murmured, grateful for the supplies and weapons that remained with me. It seemed the sea would not best me. Compared to the shipwreck scenarios depicted in movies and novels, my circumstances were far better. With this thought, I couldn't help but break into a smile. Seeing me suddenly laugh, Linlin chided, "Zhao Gu, what are you laughing about at a time like this?" Of course, we must laugh. As the saying goes, surviving great adversity brings future blessings. What we just endured was even more thrilling than a movie, and we are still alive, aren't we? Doesn't that merit a hearty laugh? With that, I purposefully burst into laughter once more. I gently caressed the crown of her head, at which point she revealed to me that aside from the clothes on her back, she had brought nothing with her. Even her phone had been lost in the chaos of her hasty escape. After organizing our supplies, I fastened the Nepalese knife back to my waist and tucked the G37 pistol into its holster on my leg. I turned to Linlin and said, "I still remember the first day I met your father back in our hometown." He uttered a phrase that left a profound impression on me. "What did he say?" she inquired, lifting her gaze. "He said that everyone's fate has its own destination," I replied. She remained silent, merely leaning closer to me, resting her head gently upon my shoulder. Indeed, in this journey of life, each person's destiny is strikingly unique. We are utterly unable to dictate where fate will lead us, much like the events that have unfolded recently. Just days ago, I was merely an inconsequential unemployed youth back home, and suddenly, I found myself aboard a colossal ship of 300,000 tons alongside Xiangzi. Yet, merely 2 days later, Xiangzi ended up in the hospital due to excessive training. Upon reflection, Xiangzi was indeed fortunate. Had he not been hospitalized and accompanied us to sea, his fate would have been uncertain. As for myself, having just passed the assessment to become a formal security officer, I had anticipated a stable job with an annual salary in the hundreds of thousands. Instead, I now find myself adrift in the vast ocean, uncertain of my whereabouts, as war has led to maritime disaster. Ah, the whims of fate with this thought. I embraced Linlin, my consciousness gradually fading, and before I knew it, I had drifted into slumber. Chapter 10. A grain of sand in the vast sea. As I opened my eyes once more, the sunlight streamed through the exhaust vents of the lifeboat's canopy, illuminating the interior. To call it a window would be a misnomer. Holes would be a more fitting description. 2 exhaust vents in the canopy, each no larger than a fist, encased in a finely woven stainless steel mesh, small enough to keep even the tiniest mosquito at bay, with manually operable sealed windows on the inside. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I noticed Linlin was fiddling with a can. Upon seeing me awake, she hurriedly handed it over, a hint of grievance in her voice. Zhao, this can is so sturdy, I can't open it at all. I am starving. I took the can and was taken aback by its size. It was as large as a big tin of biscuits from Sufuji. I examined it thoroughly, but to my dismay, I could not find a pull tab. Unable to contain my frustration, I exclaimed, "What a cruel design. And it's supposed to be emergency supplies at sea. It feels more like a death trap." Indeed, I woke up early and struggled for ages without success. "I didn't want to disturb your peaceful slumber," Linlin chimed in. "Not a worry, watch me," I declared, drawing my Nepalese army knife from my waist. I thrust the blade's tip into the lid, and with a firm slice along the edge, I swiftly pried it open. Inside, there were approximately 40 to 50 compressed biscuits, each about the size of 2 fingers held together. Given our current predicament, we decided that each of us could only consume 1 biscuit at a time, with a maximum of 3 per day. Following this plan, this single can of biscuits could sustain us for about a week. In addition, there was another can of chocolate energy bars. Assessing our existing provisions, I calculated that without fishing, we could barely last half a month at sea with just these supplies. Our freshwater reserve consisted of a case of bottled mineral water, containing 24 bottles of 500 milliliters each. While this amount would typically suffice for a single sip, in our present situation, I resolved that each person would limit themselves to 1 bottle per day, adhering to the principle of drink only when thirsty, and if possible, share a bottle rather than consume one entirely, in an effort to conserve resources. Linlin wholeheartedly agreed with my plan. After a simple meal of compressed biscuits, I pulled open the canopy of the lifeboat. The sun hung directly overhead, mercilessly scorching the endless expanse of ocean. Due to the chaos of the shipwreck the previous night, we had lost track of our phones and radios. We now possessed no means of keeping time. However, judging by the position of the sun, it was likely midday. I turned to Linlin and said, "The sun is quite relentless. You should take refuge at the back of the lifeboat, where a small section of the canopy can provide some shade." Yet Linlin expressed a desire to linger a bit longer, wanting to take in the vastness of the sea. I then crouched down to retrieve the fishing gear, which contained 3 hooks, each attached to a line, along with 3 silicone lures. To be honest, I had never been particularly fond of fishing. I often found it to be a rather tedious pursuit. After all, interests and hobbies vary from person to person. Yet, the current predicament does not afford me the luxury of being choosy. I strive to recall the fishing techniques I observed while scrolling through videos on my phone, untangling the snared fishing line and casting the bait into the sea. I mimic the seasoned anglers, tugging at the line and patiently awaiting a bite, while Linlin leans over the edge of the lifeboat, watching with keen interest. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. My hands, weary from the effort of pulling the line, had yet to catch even a glimpse of a fish. However, I remained unperturbed, shaking my hands to relieve the soreness and continuing my patient vigil. At that moment, Linlin suddenly inquired, "Zhao, what if we catch a fish and I can't eat it?" I could hardly fathom consuming raw flesh. The mere thought made me feel nauseous. Before I could respond, she continued, "I cannot bear the taste and texture of raw meat." I turned to her with a smile, offering reassurance. "That is easily resolved. We can fillet the fish, threading the pieces onto the line to dry at the side of the lifeboat. Once it has dried into jerky, the fishy odor will diminish, making it more palatable and imparting a delightful natural saltiness. First and foremost, we need to catch a fish. Linlin's eyes lit up at my suggestion, and she nodded enthusiastically. Dried fish sounds quite appealing. Do we have any extra fishing line? I would like to try fishing as well. I handed her the line I was holding and retrieved another from the toolkit. We resumed our focused fishing while keeping an eye out for passing boats. After a considerable time, Linlin suddenly erupted in excitement. I've got one. I got one. Zhao, help me. Her face was a mixture of joy and nervousness, the line thrashing wildly in her hands. I quickly grasped the line, wrapping it around my palm a few times. There was considerable strength from the fish beneath the surface, at least 5 or 6 pounds. As I steadily reeled it in, the hooked fish finally broke the surface. With a swift motion, I lifted it into the lifeboat. Linlin clapped her hands in delight, bouncing on the spot and exclaiming, "Wow, this is amazing. Zhao, look, we caught a fish." The fish weighed a hefty 5 or 6 pounds, its broadest part nearly the size of 2 palms together. Observing its form, I surmised it resembled a tilapia. Though catching it in the sea likely meant it was a snapper, its precise species eluded me, but the fact that it was edible was of utmost importance. I extracted the hook from its mouth and turned to Linlin with a grin. "Linlin, you are simply remarkable. This initial success belongs entirely to you." In that moment, she seemed to momentarily forget her fears of the shipwreck, excitedly poking at the fish's eye with her finger. Drawing my Nepalese knife from my waist, I made a swift incision along the belly of the fish, removing its entrails. Just as I was about to discard them into the sea, a wave of apprehension washed over me. This was the vast ocean, and what if the scent of the entrails attracted sharks? With that thought, I hastily returned the entrails to the fish's belly. Linlin watched my series of actions with wide, curious eyes. Once I expressed my concern, she nodded, visibly shaken. In the time that followed, we failed to catch another fish. The sun was now sinking towards the horizon, casting a golden hue across the waters. On the vast expanse of the ocean, the breathtaking spectacle of the setting sun melting into gold evokes a profound sense of beauty, yet it also conveys a chilling solitude. As I gaze into the distance, all that meets my eyes are the boundless azure waves, devoid of any sign of human presence. At this moment, Linlin reclines within the lifeboat, her countenance etched with weariness from the harrowing ordeal of the past 2 days. My heart aches for her, and I gently sit beside her, wrapping my right arm around her in a tender embrace. She does not resist. Instead, she reciprocates by holding me tightly. Suddenly, I feel a dampness against my chest. Lowering my gaze, I find her cheeks are already streaked with tears, the clear droplets cascading from her glistening eyes, trickling down her sun-kissed face, each one landing softly on my heart. I am acutely aware of the sorrow and despair that envelop her, which mirrors the turmoil within my own soul. Thus, I remain silent, softly stroking her hair in a bid to offer a semblance of comfort. "Brother Zhao, will we perish in this lifeboat once we have consumed all our provisions?" Linlin gazes up at me, her eyes brimming with tears. A lump forms in my throat, and for a moment, I am at a loss for words, succumbing to a profound silence as I delve into introspection. Chapter 11. The Dragon Draws Water. Linlin, a girl of merely 20, stands at the pinnacle of youth, having never truly faced adversity throughout her sheltered life. Born into affluence, she has flourished in a cocoon of happiness. Perhaps it is precisely this lack of hardship that has driven her to embark on a journey with Brother Shui, yearning for the taste of life's experiences. Yet now, we find ourselves ensnared by the relentless waves, lost in the vastness of the ocean. Reflecting on my own situation, I had once believed that following Brother Shui would lead us to prosperity, never anticipating the calamity we would encounter. The thought of my father, who also perished at sea, weighs heavily upon my heart. The mere notion of my mother back home causes a sharp pang in my chest, and my throat tightens with emotion. After a prolonged moment of struggle, I suppress the tumult within and take a deep breath, addressing Linlin. "If death is our fate, then so be it. I understand the multitude of people and moments you cherish, for I feel the same. Yet, at this juncture, as long as we draw breath, we must face the present with optimism." I moisten my parched lips and continue, "You are still young. I did not wish to burden you with heavy thoughts, but I fear that anxiety may hasten our demise in these extreme conditions. Let's not dwell on despair. Instead, We must embrace each day as it comes. As for the provisions aboard this lifeboat, I will not enforce strict rationing. If hunger strikes, we shall eat. If thirst arises, we shall drink. Observing my nonchalant acceptance of our fate, Linlin, sitting cross-legged, softly replies, "Brother Zhao, I shall heed your words." Yet, I cannot help but feel overwhelmed with sorrow at the thought of my father possibly sinking with the ship. I comprehend your feelings entirely, I assure her. But perhaps your father has been rescued. With decades of maritime experience, he has encountered countless emergencies. I believe he possesses the skill to navigate through peril. Linlin's eyes flicker with contemplation, and she gently nods in agreement. As darkness envelopes the sky, a gust of wind sweeps by, causing the edges of the lifeboat's cover to whistle ominously. I glance upward, sensing the impending rain, much like the last time when the sun blazed fiercely by day, only for the night to unleash torrential downpours. Hastily, I secure the lifeboat's cover and say to Linlin, "Do not dwell on worries. Rain is imminent. Let us rest. Tomorrow, we may yet catch a larger fish." Linlin murmurs in agreement, lying down beside me. Just as I settle in, a sudden realization jolts me upright. Rain means the possibility of collecting fresh water. This could significantly bolster our survival supplies. I quickly rummage through the container holding our compressed biscuits, emptying its contents for Linlin to stow away. Next, I produce my Nepalese army knife and slice open an unsealed chocolate energy canister. These 2 cans will serve perfectly to collect rainwater. Drip, 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 the sky begins to release sparse droplets. I instruct Linlin to move to the rear of the lifeboat while I pull back the cover and stand up. The wind is too fierce. Placing the cans outside would risk them being swept away. I must grasp one firmly in each hand. At that moment, a bolt of lightning cleaves through the night, illuminating the dark expanse with a brilliant crack. After a thunderous roar, torrential rain poured down. As I collected the rainwater, I shouted loudly, "Come on, let the storm rage even fiercer." Turning to gaze at the edge of the lifeboat, I noticed the snapper I had caught during the day, still tied there, drying in the tempest, swaying violently with the gusts. In no time, 2 cans were filled to the brim with rainwater, each holding nearly 5 liters. Although Linlin was sheltered at the stern of the boat, the rain was so relentless that she was already drenched. I crouched down to set the water cans aside and struggled to pull the lid shut. At that moment, the lifeboat had already accumulated a significant amount of rainwater. It seemed we would have to endure the night submerged in water. The rain intensified, and the wind howled more fiercely. Linlin and I held each other tightly, both of us soaked to the skin. Linlin, clad in a flimsy dress, curled in my embrace, shivering, aware of her cold and fear. I held her even closer. Suddenly, the wind surged violently, and the lifeboat was clearly propelled forward by the gale. I disregarded everything else, allowing it to carry us wherever it might lead. If it could blow us directly onto land, we would be saved. As Linlin and I clung desperately to one another, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness suddenly enveloped us. Instantly, the entire lifeboat began to spin wildly, the velocity escalating with each passing moment, and I distinctly felt the boat ascending rapidly, as if ensnared by a mysterious force. Inside the cramped vessel, we were tossed about chaotically, our bodies repeatedly slamming against the walls of the boat. Fortunately, I had securely closed the lid earlier. Otherwise, we would have likely been flung overboard, lost to the abyss. In this nearly uncontrollable whirlwind of violent rotation and impact, 2 minutes felt like an eternity. Then, an even more intense sensation of weightlessness struck again. A deafening crack resounded as the lifeboat crashed against the sea surface, the tremendous force shattering the lid into fragments. Linlin and I fell heavily within the boat, only to be propelled upward by inertia and ultimately plunged into the ink-black waters below. The sea engulfed me in an instant, a sharp pain radiating from my abdomen, and despair flooded my mind. Could I truly escape this calamity? In the depths of the dark waters, I momentarily sank into a suffocating silence. After several seconds, my survival instincts were abruptly awakened. I forced myself to remain calm, my mind racing as I contemplated an escape plan. I swam with all my might towards the surface, and when my head finally broke through, I greedily inhaled the air. Ignoring my pounding heart, I took a deep breath and submerged once more. Finding Linlin was now my utmost priority. I searched around, yet there was no sign of her. The night was already as dark as pitch, and coupled with the torrential rain, the scene resembled a descent into the deepest depths of hell. Despairing, I splashed and swam on the surface, gasping for breath while desperately calling out, "Linlin! Linlin!" The only response was a flash of lightning that tore through the night sky. In the fleeting flash of lightning, I discerned the silhouette of a lifeboat floating several meters away and hastily exerted all my strength to swim toward it. Just as my fingertips grazed the hull, a soft hand suddenly grasped my right hand tightly. Instinctively, I shuddered in the water, and an overwhelming joy surged within me. It was Linlin. She had clung desperately to the lifeboat. In that instant, the weight that had lodged in my throat finally lifted significantly. I raised my left hand to grip the edge of the boat firmly, and with a sudden pull from Linlin, I managed to heave myself onto the lifeboat. At that moment, there was no time for unnecessary movements. I enveloped Linlin in my arms, and she embraced me with all her might. In this vast, boundless ocean, beneath the inky blackness of the night sky, and amidst the torrential downpour, we held each other tightly. I finally shed all pretense of strength, allowing my tears to mingle with the rain, flowing freely. Chapter 12. When all paths seemed blocked and despair reigns that night, once again, Linlin and I brushed perilously close to death. The overwhelming panic left us both physically and mentally exhausted, and we collapsed into unconsciousness, entwined in the rain. Upon awakening, I noticed the dawn light gracing the horizon, while the sea had returned to tranquility. Linlin remained in my arms, still in slumber, and I hesitated to disturb her. Instead, I gently shifted my position, leaning against the rear of the lifeboat, gazing at the endless expanse of the ocean before me. Memories of the harrowing events from the previous night surged within my heart, evoking a lingering sense of dread. Indeed, I feared death, but my greater fear was the prospect of losing Linlin. In this vast ocean, if I were left alone, I truly did not know how I would endure. Linlin had become my sole beacon of hope in this moment of survival. I looked down at her, unable to restrain myself. I pressed a tender kiss upon her forehead. To my astonishment, this kiss roused Linlin from her slumber. Her immediate reaction was to grasp my thigh tightly, causing me to yelp in pain. I quickly explained, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take advantage of you." Linlin remained silent, her gaze vacant as she stared at me, before pinching her own thigh, and suddenly burst into tears. I looked at her in bewilderment, unable to comprehend her actions, and asked, "Linlin, what's wrong? Did you hit your head last night?" I pulled her back into my embrace, gently patting her back. After weeping for about a minute, she freed herself from my grasp and, with a quivering voice, exclaimed, "I thought we were both dead." "What?" She sobbed again. "We're alive. We're alive. The heavens must have taken pity on us," I said half-jokingly. Finally, she ceased her sobbing, stared at my face for several seconds, and then raised her hand to gently poke my cheek with her fingertip. "Zhao, does it hurt?" Instinctively, I touched my face and felt a bit of pain, hastily asking, "What is wrong with my face?" A long-awaited smile graced Linlin's lips as she replied, "Your face is swollen, like Zhu Beiji." She erupted into laughter. So what if it was swollen? The important thing was that I was alive. I mused while touching my puffed cheek. Reflecting on the harrowing events of last night, I suddenly realized that we may have encountered a dragon sucking water, which refers to a waterspout at sea. This phenomenon typically occurs when the water surface is heated by the sun, causing warm, moist air to rise and meet the cooler air above, resulting in condensation and the release of heat, thus intensifying the upward air currents. If strong winds then arise, the air currents begin to spiral, ultimately forming a rotating column of water, commonly known as a dragon sucking water, or scientifically, a marine tornado. Fortunately, we had sheltered within the sealed lifeboat last night. Otherwise, being swept up by the waterspout could have led to drowning and suffocation within the swirling column. Even if we had survived, merely witnessing the terrifying spectacle of the waterspout would have been enough to extinguish any will to live. As for how Linlin managed to climb back onto the lifeboat after falling into the sea, I dared not inquire further, fearing that the recollection would prompt her to weep uncontrollably once more. According to my conjecture, at the moment she fell into the water, she was not propelled too far by inertia. In her panic, she managed to grasp the edge of the lifeboat, while I was hurled several meters away. I straightened myself, stretching my stiff limbs with a languorous yawn, and then said to Linlin, "Come, let us check how much supplies remain." No sooner had I spoken than I began to rummage through the contents. Recalling the harrowing scene from last night, the entire lifeboat was lifted high by the waterspout, crashing down upon the sea like a meteorite. The canopy had long been torn away by the tremendous force, its whereabouts unknown. Linlin and I searched meticulously in the empty cabin for quite some time, yet we could find not a morsel of food. Now, we were left with nothing but a bare lifeboat and a fishing line originally intended for drying sea bream, the fish itself having vanished without a trace amidst the chaos. However, it was fortunate that the fishing line remained intact, along with the hook and lure, all in perfect condition. Furthermore, my Nepalese knife in its sheath at my waist and the G37 pistol in its holster on my leg were securely in place, a testament to the remarkable retention of both sheath and holster. At this moment, Linlin and I were both ravenously hungry, for the compressed biscuits and chocolate energy bars had long since disappeared, and even the entire crate of bottled water was nowhere to be found. Our survival conditions were perilously precarious. I had to force myself to remain calm and contemplate solutions to our predicament. I instructed Linlin to sit still at the edge of the lifeboat. Approximately 3 fingers' depth of rainwater had accumulated inside, which was now incredibly precious to us. To avoid illness from drinking it prematurely, she needed to remain still until the impurities settled. Roughly estimating, this shallow reservoir of fresh water, minus what would naturally evaporate, should suffice to sustain us for 3 to 5 days. While the freshwater issue had found a temporary resolution, the urgent necessity was to procure food without delay. I untied the fishing line from the edge of the lifeboat and, with a wry smile, said to Linlin, "Alas, everything is gone. We must rely on this fishing line from now on. Regardless, we must strive with all our might to survive." Linlin nodded silently, her eyes betraying a hint of unmasked concern. For an extended period thereafter, I held the fishing line, focusing intently on fishing, yet consistently yielded no results. When Linlin took over, the situation remained unchanged until the twilight hues painted the sea red, our hooks still empty. With night swiftly approaching, we were compelled to cease our efforts. To prevent contaminating the precious rainwater left in the boat, we resolved to rest at the bow of the lifeboat that night. Linlin gently leaned against my shoulder, and I instinctively wrapped my arm around her waist. In this desolate impasse, our shared warmth became our sole solace. I was uncertain how much longer we could endure under the current circumstances. "Zhao, are we just going to sit here tonight?" Linlin murmured softly. "There is no choice. As long as our bodies can withstand it, we must avoid touching that little bit of fresh water. When we can no longer hold out, we shall lie down in the boat." I sighed, my tone saturated with resignation. Perhaps it was due to our seated position. Even long after the night had descended, we remained wide awake. Time slipped by unnoticed as I gazed upwards at the night sky, a tapestry of stars adorning the celestial dome. A deep sigh escaped my lips, lamenting my own lack of knowledge. I wished I possessed the wisdom to interpret the heavens, for then I could discern our location by the positions of the stars. At that moment, I turned to Linlin and inquired, "As a university student, do you possess the ability to read the night sky?" Linlin offered a wry smile and shook her head. "How could I? I am merely an ordinary college student, not an ancient oracle." Her words elicited a mixture of amusement and resignation within me, as I replied, "Alas, it seems we truly must leave our fates to chance. As for me, Zhao, I'm similarly lacking in knowledge. The only thing I can do now is hold you close, shielding you from the chill of the night." Linlin offered no response. She had not eaten all day and now leaned weakly against me, her body trembling slightly. Time passed in silence until Linlin, nestled against me, fell into a deep slumber. I lowered my neck to draw nearer, listening to the steady rhythm of her breath. Yet I dared not close my eyes, fearing that in slumber, a sudden wave might sweep us both into the depths of the sea. After what felt like an eternity, I cast my gaze towards the horizon. The ocean remained shrouded in deep indigo hues, yet the crests of the waves began to glimmer faintly, reminiscent of myriad scales stirring beneath the surface. The edges of the clouds were the first to blush with a delicate crimson, a soft hue akin to a whisper of rouge transported from distant shores to the depths of the ocean, gently tinted by the briny sea breeze, transforming into gossamer veils of mist. I knew that the moment of dawn was approaching. Chapter 13. A spring after the dark willows. At this moment, Linlin, nestled in my arms, remained soundly asleep, while I gazed at the faintly brightening sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort coursing through my body. My limbs were achingly sore and numb, my face and head battered from the tumult of the water tornado, and the incessant collisions within the confines of the lifeboat had left my back with a dull pain. Thankfully, I had desperately wrapped Linlin in my embrace. Otherwise, her injuries would have been far more severe than my own. Presently, the most significant pain radiated from my hips as the left side, where my elder uncle's lychee had met with misfortune, throbbed in sync with my heartbeat, an experience most distressing. Yet, cradling the slumbering Linlin, I bore the pain, refraining from any sudden movements, fearing that I might rouse her from her peaceful slumber. As dawn broke, the sky gradually illuminated, and suddenly, a clear, resonant call pierced through the mist, followed by several sharp cries, reminiscent of someone shaking a glass bottle filled with silver bells. The sound drew nearer, yet no form was visible, only the whisper of wings slicing through the air. I sat at the bow of the lifeboat, craning my neck to peer into the distance, where the gray-blue heavens parted to reveal a silver lining. Emerging from the fog were 4 or 5 seagulls, their snowy bellies skimming the crests of the waves, sending up delicate sprays of water. In swift succession, more figures appeared, a gathering of approximately 20 to 30 seagulls forming a loose formation above the sea. These birds alternated between folding their wings to dive and stretching them to ascend, their amber eyes glimmering amidst the mist, akin to stars scattered upon the ocean surface. The leading seagull emitted a triumphant call, prompting the flock to shift their formation, the sound of flapping wings intermingling with their cries, creating a symphony of hope. The morning fog shattered, allowing the sun to cascade down, gilding each feather with a golden hue. The playful trajectories of the seagulls cast shimmering shadows across the indigo sea, and as they soared toward the nascent sun, their echoes lingered in the air. At that moment, I was jolted back to reality, exclaiming in exhilaration, "We are saved! We are saved!" My sudden outburst, coupled with my excitement, nearly jolted Linlin from my grasp into the sea. "Linlin," I called, and she stirred from her slumber. Awakening with a startled cry, I grasped her shoulders gently, shaking her as I declared, "Linlin, we are saved." My face radiated with joy and excitement, while Linlin reached out to touch my forehead and inquired, "Zhao, are you unwell? What illness?" "I feel splendid," I replied. I just saw a flock of seagulls soaring overhead, a veritable multitude, about 20 or 30. Linlin, perhaps still groggy from her dreams, squinted her eyes at me, her expression one of bewilderment. Before she could respond further, I added, "The presence of seagulls indicates the proximity of an island. It is dawn. The seagulls are gathering in search of food. If we paddle in the opposite direction of their flight, we shall surely discover the island where they took off." I pointed towards the rising sun, where the faint silhouettes of the seagulls were still visible. Linlin gazed in the direction of my finger, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Indeed it is. Indeed, they're seagulls." In this moment of exhilaration, we embraced tightly, perhaps having glimpsed a glimmer of hope, and tears of joy flowed freely. After a brief release of our overwhelming emotions, I spoke. "The most crucial task now is to navigate towards the direction in which the seagulls took flight. Our oars have been lost to the waterspout, and we must devise a way to paddle the boat." Linlin nodded and began to survey our surroundings. I stepped into the lifeboat, dismissing the rain that fell upon me. As long as we could locate an island, the issue of fresh water would soon be resolved. After rummaging through the lifeboat for quite some time, I found no suitable tools to serve as oars. It dawned on me that I would have to resort to using my hands. Just then, I noticed the shoes Linlin was wearing. She had on a pair of Converse sneakers. with a flat sole that could function as a paddle. Compared to my palms, the shoe would provide a greater surface area for exerting force in the water. I promptly said to Linlin, "Linlin, take off your shoes. We can use them as paddles." She acknowledged with a soft and began to remove her shoes. Why not use my own? My footwear was a pair of heavy-duty combat boots, quite cumbersome. Linlin removed her shoes, and I took the left one and slipped it onto my left hand, then asked her to help me secure it with the shoelaces around my wrist, thus fashioning our first makeshift paddle. The right shoe corresponded to her right hand, as I considered that she, being a girl and not left-handed, would find it easier to paddle with her dominant hand. Once we were both prepared, we began to row towards the direction of the seagulls. Though the sun had risen, it was still early morning, and a thick mist hovered above the sea, obscuring our vision. Yet, I paid little heed to the surroundings, fixating solely on the direction of the seagulls. In a lifeboat, we positioned ourselves on opposite sides, exerting our strength to paddle. Time passed without our notice as we gradually maneuvered through the dense fog. After nearly 2 days without food, Linlin began to exhibit signs of exhaustion, her strength waning. She paused her efforts, her voice trembling as she said, "Zhao, I can't go on anymore." Hearing her words, I too halted my movements, leaning closer to her, my right arm draping over her shoulders as I reassured, "Hang in there, Linlin." Based on my calculations, we saw the seagulls at dawn, which suggests that we are not far from the island they departed from. After speaking, I released my hold on her and scooped a handful of rainwater to bring to her lips, saying, "Here, have a sip." Linlin drank from my palm, then leaned breathlessly against the edge of the lifeboat. I inquired if she felt better, to which she replied affirmatively, but I could still detect the strain in her voice as she struggled to maintain her composure. At that moment, I paused for a few seconds, then gently drew Linlin's head closer, and thus I pressed my lips against hers. The instant my chapped lips met Linlin's, an electrifying sensation coursed through my entire being. Her softness was tender and enchanting, akin to my fingertips sinking into fluffy cotton candy, yet imbued with a palpable realism that surpassed mere sweetness. With the slightest pressure, I could discern the delicate contours of her lips subtly molding against mine. As our breaths intertwined, warmth radiated from the point of contact, a temperature just slightly below that of the body, reminiscent of a warm porcelain cup cradled in one's palms on a winter's day, emanating a reassuring comfort. This profound kiss nearly left us breathless, compelling us to gasp for air. Linlin gazed at me with a mixture of shyness and bewilderment, prompting me to hastily clarify. "Linlin, please don't misunderstand. I've read that during a kiss, partners can transfer a certain amount of energy and nutrients through saliva. Right now, we have nothing to share. I might as well offer you a piece of my own flesh. If you desire, I could select the finest portion for you." After saying this, I awaited her response with utmost sincerity. Linlin, still catching her breath, suddenly leaped into my embrace, weeping as she exclaimed, "Fool, why would I ever wish to consume your flesh?" I gently patted her back, and after a minute or two, she freed herself from my embrace, saying, "Zhao, I'm rested now. Let us continue rowing." Chapter 14. The pristine desert island after that kiss. It seemed as though she had truly drawn forth some mysterious power. In the ensuing moments, we exerted ourselves, vigorously paddling. As the sun ascended, its rays grew increasingly fervent, and the hazy mist that had cloaked the sea began to dissipate. I lifted my gaze toward the horizon, and, within a mere 1,000 meters, a magnificent island loomed before us. To confirm that this sight was not a mere illusion, I strained my left hand to paddle and swiftly scooped a handful of rainwater from the lifeboat with my right, unexpectedly splashing it onto my face. The icy sensation jolted my senses, prompting me to rub my eyes vigorously. Upon refocusing, I beheld it clearly. The island stood resolutely ahead. Through the lingering mist, the silhouettes of swaying coconut trees along the shore began to materialize. My voice trembled with excitement as I raised my right hand, pointing forward, and exclaimed, "Linlin, look, look!" At the sound of my voice, Linlin lifted her gaze, her eyes igniting with hope as she joyfully shouted, "It's an island. We are saved." Exhausted yet invigorated by the sight of the island not far away, our only beacon of survival, we had no time to celebrate. We summoned our last reserves of strength and paddled with renewed determination. Moments later, the island was within arm's reach. Suddenly, Linlin halted, her expression clouded with concern as she asked, "Brother Zhao, could this island be a mirage?" Without hesitation, I replied, "Absolutely not. A mirage is an illusion formed by light refraction, visible yet unattainable. But look, we are indeed approaching it, and the coconut trees sway gently in the sea breeze, clearly welcoming us." Upon hearing this, Linlin, still panting, nodded repeatedly as she continued to paddle. After a long and arduous journey, a faint tremor coursed through the bottom of the lifeboat. The hull had grazed the rocky shore of the island. Breathless and exhausted, we were driven by our survival instincts to press on. With great effort, we struggled to rise, our steps unsteady as we stumbled down from the lifeboat. The moment our feet touched the sandy shallows, fatigue and exhilaration intertwined, and we gasped for breath, nearly delirious, as we crawled toward the beach. Upon finally reaching the shore, Linlin and I lay on our backs, panting heavily, summoning the last remnants of our strength to shout joyfully into the sky above the island. This feeble cry became an outlet for our pent-up emotions. After a few shouts, I rolled onto my side and approached Linlin, untying her shoes, which she had used as paddles, and carefully helping her put them back on. Once her shoes were secured, I lay back and wrapped my arm around her neck. She instinctively nestled into my embrace, and we lay quietly on the beach, savoring the tranquility that followed our harrowing ordeal. A few moments later, I mustered the strength to help Linlin up, and together we stumbled toward the nearby grove of coconut trees. Leaning against the trees, we rested, our stomachs growling with hunger after 2 days without sustenance. I instinctively glanced at the coconut palm before me. Indeed, just as portrayed in films and novels, where there are islands, there are coconut trees, and where there are coconut trees, there are coconuts. This particular palm was laden with an abundance of fruit, struggling to rise from the ground. I unfastened the Nepalese knife from my waist, gripping the blade as I approached the tree, uttering not a word. At this moment, my strength was nearly depleted. Climbing the tree seemed impossible, and felling it became the most viable method to procure coconuts. Though chopping down the tree would similarly drain my energy, the sharpness of the Nepalese knife was astonishing. With the thought that if I lacked strength, I could rely on its edge, I swung the blade at the palm. I lost count of how many strikes I delivered, but eventually the crooked palm could no longer withstand the blows and crash to the ground, ripe coconuts scattering in every direction upon impact. I knelt on the sandy earth, my right hand clutching the hilt of the knife, the blade embedded in the ground supporting my weary body. Observing this, Linlin quickly sprang to her feet, rushing to the heap of coconuts, gathering 2 tightly in her arms before hurrying back to me. Perhaps exhausted, she said little, gently placing the coconuts before me. I sat cross-legged on the damp sand, positioning the coconuts on my knees. With a decisive stroke, I brought the knife down. The sharp blade sank deeply into the shell, and the clear coconut water gushed forth instantly. Linlin, anxiously observing, exclaimed, "Zhao, Guh, the coconut water is spilling out. How will we drink it?" I smiled sheepishly, pressing the coconut down with my left hand while using my right to forcefully twist the knife to the sides. With a crack, the coconut split in 2. Though some juice had spilled onto the ground, the milky white flesh inside was particularly enticing. I scooped a few pieces with the tip of the knife and offered them to Linlin, saying, "You should have some coconut meat to tide you over. I will carve out a complete portion for you." Having gone 2 days without sustenance, we devoured 8 large coconuts in one sitting. Linlin consumed 3, including both the flesh and the water, while I managed 5, barely satiating our hunger. After our feast, we leaned against the palm to rest. I was uncertain of the time, but the sun hung high overhead, and thankfully, the palm's fronds provided us with shade from the scorching rays. I supported myself against the tree trunk and slowly scanned the coastline. Suddenly, I spotted a massive boulder standing on the right side of the shore. The stone faced the vast ocean, with a sloping embankment behind it, overgrown with unidentified weeds, the stalks standing about 30 to 40 centimeters tall, swaying gently in the sea breeze. Having regained some strength, I pointed to the boulder and said to Linlin, "Look over there." Climbing that rock should give us a clear view of the entire island. Linlin nodded, and I took her hand as we made our way toward the boulder. Before long, we had ascended to the top of the massive stone. It stood approximately 10 meters high, akin to a 5-story building, with a relatively flat summit. The moment we reached the top, our vision expanded dramatically. I gazed out, estimating that the island's diameter was roughly 5 to 6 kilometers. With the coastline gracefully curving in a natural arc near the shoreline lies a grove of coconut trees, appearing somewhat untamed. Each tree stands in a unique posture. Some rise straight towards the heavens. Others lean slightly, as if yearning to embrace the sea, while some twist and spiral gracefully. The broad, feathery fronds rustle gently in the caressing sea breeze. I turned to gaze inland, where a lush, primeval forest unfolded before my eyes. Towering in the heart of the island stood a magnificent tree. Its species eluded my recognition from this distance, yet it loomed like a giant, its sturdy branches extending outward, with cascading aerial roots forming a verdant curtain. In the distance, the tree crowns rose and fell in undulating waves, reminiscent of green billows rolling toward the island's edge. The island's topography possesses a remarkable sense of depth. Dense primal forest occupies the center, flanked by towering peaks on either side. Neither vast nor diminutive. It exudes a profound sense of wilderness, steeped in mystery. Linlin, observing the island intently, turned to me after a while and inquired, "Zhao, do you think there might be other humans on this island besides us?" I surveyed the verdant, untouched landscape before me and shook my head, replying, "I cannot say for certain, but judging by the island's pristine appearance, it seems we may very well be its sole inhabitants." Chapter 15. Constructing a shelter upon hearing my words, Linlin's expression gradually darkened. To her, the absence of other humans on the island might signify our eternal entrapment upon this desolate land. However, as I gazed upon the lush, unspoiled island before me, my thoughts diverged. The sudden emergence of such an isolated isle amidst the vast ocean may not bode well if there were indeed other inhabitants. Having traversed countless regions and witnessed the intricate and often treacherous nature of humanity, I pondered the implications of encountering other people on this island. The likelihood of them being benevolent seemed slim. Survivors like us, stranded on this forsaken isle, could face peril if discovered. While I harbored no personal fears, the situation for young Linlin was far more precarious. With this thought weighing on my mind, I grasped Linlin's hand tightly and earnestly conveyed, "It is perhaps best that no other humans reside on this island, for we have no way of discerning friend from foe." She seemed to grasp the underlying concern in my words, nodding gently before inquiring, "What shall we do now?" "First, we must find a place to take shelter," I replied swiftly, emphasizing the necessity of locating a refuge from the elements. She nodded again, her gaze reflecting newfound determination. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the fragrant aroma of the island's flora mingled with the salty tang of the sea. Instinctively, I glanced towards the beach where we had landed, only to find our lifeboat drifting further into the depths of the ocean. A wave of anxiety gripped me, and I slapped my thigh in alarm. "This is not good." Linlin followed my gaze and gasped, "Oh no, our boat." Without time for further discussion, I seized Linlin's hand and we sprinted towards the massive rocks, stumbling as we raced back to the shoreline. By the time we reached the beach, the lifeboat had already been swept far away, reduced to a mere shadow bobbing between the waves. Gasping for breath, I turned to Linlin, "Do not chase it. It is futile. There was hardly anything in the boat anyway. Let it go." She stared out at the sea, her eyes filled with despondency, her chest heaving from our exertion. I too felt a twinge of regret. I had intended to drag the lifeboat ashore to dry it out, at least providing us with a temporary shelter. After all, it was a relic of modern civilization, offering a semblance of safety compared to sleeping under the open sky. But I quelled that thought, gesturing toward the coastline. "Let us search along the beach. Perhaps we might uncover a suitable place to rest." She softly acknowledged with a hum, and followed me as we ventured left along the shore. The damp sand crunched beneath our feet, the sea breeze lapping at our ankles, and the coconut palms cast dappled shadows in the sunlight, leaving us to wonder what awaited us ahead. uncertain of how long we walked along the beach. We soon encountered the receding tide, revealing a myriad of shells scattered across the moist sand. We paused to bend down and examine the shells. One exquisite little tiger-striped shell resembled a delicate piece of craftsmanship, its surface adorned with varying shades of brown patterns that shimmered with a pearlescent glow under the sunlight. There was an unsightly creature akin to an oyster, its shell rugged and uneven, with slight fissures revealing its succulent flesh within. Some unknown sea snails were present, their shells bristling with sharp spines. I dared only to observe them with my eyes, fearing the sting that might come from touching them. However, as I surveyed the coast, all I could see were coconut trees and bizarre rocks entwined with vines. Ahead stretched the beach and an endless expanse of the ocean, with no suitable refuge in sight. Subconsciously, I shifted my gaze from the sea to the island behind me, a dense primordial jungle with interwoven branches, concealing countless unknown dangers beneath its layered foliage. Venomous snakes slithering through decaying leaves, scorpions and centipedes perhaps lurking in crevices of the stones. And who knows what monstrous beasts might be lurking deeper within the thickets. Just as I contemplated this, a piercing scream abruptly shattered the air. Linlin trembled, her finger quivering as she pointed towards the coconut trees at the shore, her voice laden with terror. Zhao. Look at that monster. I dashed in front of Linlin to shield her and gazed in the direction of her finger. There, at the base of coconut tree, lay an enormous coconut crab. I immediately attempted to soothe her. Fear not, this is a coconut crab, a delicacy indeed. Yet, truth be told, its appearance was indeed alarming. Its body, the size of a dinner plate, sported 3 spiny legs on each side, and its robust pincers gleamed with the distinctive luster of crustaceans, capable of crushing a coconut with a mere swipe. The crab was scaling the slanted trunk of the coconut tree, resembling a giant spider from a distance, which undoubtedly explained Linlin's fright. I could not afford to linger in comforting her, fearing that this delectable creature might escape. I hurriedly released her and approached the coconut crab. Upon noticing my approach, it raised its formidable pincers and waved them menacingly, the spines glinting ominously in the sunlight, seemingly warning me to keep my distance. Yet, fixated on its plump body, I pressed on, reaching out to grasp its back. Its weight pressed heavily down on my wrist. I estimated it to weigh no less than 7 or 8 pounds. As I carried the clawing coconut crab towards her, Linlin stomped in fright. Zhao, don't come closer. It's too frightening. I chuckled, shaking my prize. What is there to fear? This is a coconut crab, fresh and ready. I'll roast it for you shortly. However, she furrowed her brow and shook her head, retreating cautiously while exclaiming, I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Seeing her genuine fear of this crustacean, I walked to the shore, tearing off a sturdy vine from a vine-covered rock, and swiftly bound the crab's massive pincers securely. Only then did I call to her from the beach. All done. It's tied up now. It won't pinch you. At last, she ceased her panic and slowly approached me, though her gaze remained furtively on the restrained giant, her toes nervously scuffling in the sand. We settled beneath the swaying coconut palms, and I turned to Linlin, gazing at the desolate coastline. There are no suitable shelters on this island. It seems we must construct our own refuge. She nodded vigorously, raising her face to ask, Brother Zhao, how can I assist you? I smiled, ruffling her hair. Your task is simply to keep an eye on this large crab. She grimaced and shook her head, evidently still apprehensive about the coconut crab. Then just sit beside me and don't wander off, I amended. Seeing her obediently nod, I first secured the coconut crab, bound with vine, to a tree trunk. I then unfastened the Nepalese knife from my waist, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. First, I needed to chop some sturdy branches for our construction materials. In my mind, I sketched the blueprint for our shelter. I would need to fell a straight coconut tree and cut the trunk into sections of about 2 meters. The diameter of the trunk was approximately the width of 2 palms, and to construct a bed sufficient for both of us, I would need to cut at least 6 or 7 such lengths. Fortunately, the coconut trees on the island could grow to heights of 20 to 30 meters. Felling one would suffice. Once I had calculated the requirements, I set to work. I gripped the Nepalese knife tightly and struck the chosen coconut tree trunk with a decisive blow. The sound of splintering wood mingled with the sea breeze, and the dark green leaves above rustled, as if in response. Thus began our struggle for survival on this deserted isle, initiated by that first stroke. I lost track of time as I worked, panting heavily as I sat down on the sandy ground. The selected coconut tree had been reduced to 8 segments of timber. Linlin, noticing the beads of sweat accumulating on my forehead, moved in front of me and gently wiped them away with her palm. "Brother Zhao, shall we build our shelter on the beach?" I shook my head, still catching my breath. The dampness of the beach is too intense. The moisture seeps up through the sand at night, and we would surely catch a chill. "Then where shall we build?" she inquired. "The jungle is too dense. There are surely pests and wild creatures within. For now, we should avoid venturing deeper." I pointed toward the right side of the coast, suggesting we transport the timber to the flat-topped boulder we had previously climbed. "The surface is even enough. We can lay down the wood as a bed and weave a rain cover from coconut fronds. It will suffice for the night." She frowned. "But the wind is strong on the boulder. What if we fall?" Yet sleeping elsewhere posed greater danger. The beach was prone to flooding, and the jungle could harbor unknown threats. I intentionally softened the mention of snakes, insects, and rats, but her fingers tightened around my sleeve, her eyelashes trembling in fear. I patted the back of her hand. "Let us move the wood first." I opened my arms wide, lifting a coconut trunk in each hand, the weight pressing painfully on my shoulders. Linlin followed behind, struggling with a smaller piece of wood, her steps unsteady. The freshly cut trunks still retained moisture and were far heavier than I had anticipated. With each step, I had to brace the wood against my knees to adjust my center of gravity. Behind me, Linlin's labored breaths reached my ears. Her damp hair clung to her forehead, and her fingers turned pale from gripping the wood tightly, stopping every few steps to catch her breath. In my eyes, this delicate girl, who usually struggles to even twist off the cap of a water bottle, is now somehow able to grit her teeth and lift such a heavy piece of wood, stirring a pang of affection within me. We trudged along, one foot sinking deep while the other barely grazed the surface, until we finally found ourselves at the slope beneath the gigantic boulder. We placed the wood down onto the sandy ground and slumped back to back, our chests heaving, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, the silence was shattered by 2 distinct growls from our stomachs, a protest from our bellies. I turned to glance at Linlin, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, her hair clinging to her flushed cheeks. I had no idea what time it was, so I wiped my brow and thought it best to prepare some food. We couldn't possibly build a shelter on empty stomachs. She nodded, still catching her breath. The sea breeze, infused with the fragrance of coconuts and the briny scent of the ocean, enveloped us, while in the distance, a coconut crab scuttled restlessly along the vines. Soon, we would need to rely on this hefty creature to satiate our hunger. Chapter 16. The shelter on the monolith let us roast that coconut crab, I exclaimed, rising and pulling Linlin towards the beach where we had recently felled a coconut tree. At that moment, the coconut crab, tightly bound at the base of the tree, was desperately waving its claws in an attempt to escape. I pressed down on its back with one hand, pinning it to the sand, while with the other, I seized its flailing claw, applying a bit of force to detach the massive pincher. I methodically proceeded to remove its other legs, discarding the body as Linlin remarked that it appeared too terrifying. Having dealt with the coconut crab, I turned to Linlin and said, "Let us gather some shellfish and oysters from the beach to roast. We shall indulge in a splendid seafood feast today." Her face lit up with anticipation as she nodded eagerly. Before long, we had collected several scallops, oysters, along with 2 enormous crab claws and 6 crab legs, sufficient for a hearty meal for the 2 of us. Upon reaching the grove of coconut trees, Linlin suddenly inquired, "Zhao Gu, shall we drill wood to make fire?" I set down the crab claws, crab legs, and oysters, responding, "Fear not. I prepared for this." With that, I produced the G37 handgun from the holster strapped to my thigh. This Glock 37 automatic pistol had been bestowed upon me by the security chief aboard the ship, boasting a standard magazine capacity of 10 rounds, equipped with a new 45 caliber ammunition. I removed the magazine, extracted a bullet, and drew my Nepalese kukri from my waist, carefully slicing open the bullet at its neck with the blade. I must say this kukri is remarkably sharp, effortlessly severing the bullet. Inside, it was filled with black gunpowder. I instructed Linlin to gather the dried coconut leaves scattered around, and she quickly amassed a considerable amount. I shredded the dry leaves, forming a bundle and placing on the ground. Afterward, I found 2 fist-sized pebbles along the beach, poured the gunpowder onto one of them, and lightly surrounded it with leaves. Grasping the other pebble, I struck it forcefully against the powder. In an instant, a brilliant flash erupted, accompanied by a pungent scent of gunpowder and a cloud of smoke. The flames ignited the leaves, and I hurriedly urged Linlin to fetch more leaves to stoke the fire, while I dashed to the underbrush of the coconut grove, where numerous dry branches lay, and soon returned with a bundle. Thus, the fire blazed forth successfully. I snapped the dry branches and tossed them into the flames, which grew more vigorous. At this juncture, I employed my cookery to pry open the scallops and oysters, while fashioning chopsticks from the stems of coconut leaves. I expertly grilled the succulent scallops and oysters over the flames, casting the crab claws and legs directly into the fire. As the fire crackled, the scallops and oysters began to sizzle, the flesh gradually curling while their edges turned an enticing milky white, causing Linlin to swallow in anticipation. Observing her eager expression, I smiled and said, "Patience, my princess. It will be ready shortly." A long-lost smile graced her face as she took the roasted oyster from me, delicately picking up the flesh with the chopsticks I had fashioned, blowing on it gently before savoring it. After savoring my meal for a while, I inquired if she found it delicious. With a look of pure enjoyment, she nodded while chewing, exclaiming, "It would be even better with a touch of mustard soy sauce." I shrugged in resignation, choosing to remain silent. "Zhao, you should eat too. Don't just focus on grilling for me," Linlin remarked. I chuckled softly and picked up a piece of raw oyster to place in my mouth. Instantly, the tender warmth exploded on my tongue. The briny essence of the sea first awakened my taste buds, reminiscent of the morning's gentle sea breeze gliding between my teeth. Soon after, the delicate oyster flesh melted effortlessly, offering a soft yet resilient chew, as if I were savoring a morsel infused with the ocean's essence. I couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite richness of the oysters on this island, such as the epitome of culinary delight. After finishing the oysters, I fished out crab claws from the fire pit with a wooden stick. By this time, the hard shell of the claws had cracked from the heat, revealing plump, succulent crab meat within, exuding an enticing aroma through the fissures. I pried open the shell, revealing a piece of crab meat roughly the size of Linlin's palm, and playfully offered it to her, saying, "Does it look frightening now?" She examined the claw and replied, "Not at all. It smells like king crab." With that, she devoured it eagerly. The ground was strewn with discarded shells, oyster and crab remnants, and we had lost count of how much we had consumed. Leaning against a coconut tree, both of us belched contentedly, each holding a large coconut, treating it as our post-meal beverage. I patted my swollen belly and glanced at Linlin, whose face radiated satisfaction. For a fleeting moment, I felt as though we were not in distress, but rather on a delightful holiday. After a brief respite, I turned to her and said, "There are still a few logs left. Let us start moving them now." She nodded in agreement, and we sprang into action. After days of enduring our maritime ordeal, today marked our first indulgence in meat. The seafood had invigorated us, and soon we had completed the task of moving the logs. The sea breeze carried the salty tang of the tide past our ears, and behind the massive boulders, Linlin crouched in the shadow of interwoven vines. She skillfully wrapped the pliable tendrils around the rounded log, securing it with a firm knot, then called out to me, "All set." I leaned over the edge of the boulder, the rough surface causing my knees to ache, gripping the dangling vine tightly, my muscular arms straining with effort. The damp vine pressed into my palms, bringing a slight sting, yet it paled in comparison to the thrill of the wood swaying precariously. After several repetitions, the last log was finally hoisted up. Sweat trickled down my brow and my eyes, stinging with salt, and Linlin and I exchanged a smile, our dirt-streaked faces reflecting the exhilaration of survival. As we assembled the logs, the collision of vines and wood produced a crisp sound. I tightened the vine into the crevices, wrapping it around several times, and crafted a bed frame from the interconnected logs. However, the joints were uneven, necessitating a mat woven from coconut leaves. I instructed Linlin to rest atop the boulder, while I ventured alone down the slope toward the coconut grove, selecting some well-grown coconut leaves for weaving the mat. This island was abundant with coconut trees, and in no time, I returned with a collection of wide, luscious leaves. I imparted to Linlin the method of weaving a grass mat, and she mastered it effortlessly after observing my demonstration. It appears that girls possess a remarkable aptitude for such intricate tasks. The main stems of the coconut leaves were sturdier than I had anticipated, each measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. Inspired by a sudden whim, I resolved to construct a shelter to shield us from the wind and rain. I began by twisting vines into sturdy ropes, firmly binding the main stems to the edges of the prearranged logs. Then, with considerable force, I pressed down to bend the straight stems into a stable arch. Repeating this process, I arranged 7 or 8 coconut leaf stems in an interwoven pattern, gradually raising the arched framework. Following this, I layered the coconut leaves, meticulously overlapping them to seal every gap, thus giving shape to a rustic wooden canopy. The surface of the logs laid upon the massive rock was uneven, with depressions at the joints that were quite uncomfortable. I gathered handfuls of wild grass from the earthen slope, carefully stuffing it into the hollows and repeatedly compressing it until the original rough surface transformed into a smooth, soft one, alleviating any discomfort. By this time, Linlin had nearly completed her grass mat. The mat measured approximately 1.5 meters in width and nearly 2 meters in length. And when I compared it to my height of 1.8 meters, it was evident that it exceeded me by the width of an additional palm. Delighted with her creation, I exclaimed, "I never imagined this sweet princess could be so skilled. This mat is splendid." I gave her thumbs up. She smiled proudly and replied, "It's not difficult. It's as simple as braiding my hair." The top of the massive rock spanned about 3 meters, with one edge facing the vast sea, where a misstep could lead one to tumble into the depths below. Thus, we chose our refuge 2 meters away from the edge, a distance sufficient to ensure safety under ordinary circumstances. After a flurry of activity, twilight descended like a cascade of gilded hues, quietly enveloping the top of the rock. Below, the sea surged with waves that sparkled like scattered silver, crashing against the reefs and sending up crystalline sprays. Deep within the island, the primordial forest took on a silhouette of deep green, with ancient trees entwined in vines and jagged rocks appearing intermittently. Occasionally, the air was pierced by the distant roars of unknown beasts, resonating through the humid atmosphere before fading into the expanse above the untouched island. Chapter 17. Agonizing pain. Our refuge nestled atop a massive boulder measures approximately 1.78 meters in width, 2.56 meters in length, and merely 1.23 meters in height. These dimensions are solely estimated by the naked eye, for even a ruler has become a luxury on this desolate island. I carefully unfurled the mat woven by Linlin overnight within the confines of our shelter. As my body sank into the soft grass, a profound sense of security enveloped me. With this sanctuary, we were finally spared the torment of sleeping in the wilderness and the constant vigilance against predatory beasts. At that moment, Linlin also wriggled her way inside, first adjusting her position by shifting from side to side and then attempting to turn over, the dry grass beneath her releasing a delicate rustling sound. "It feels quite nice," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of elation from our narrow escape. I lay quietly, turned to look at Linlin, and we exchanged a smile. However, just as the laughter began to blossom fully, I sensed something amiss. Before I could speak, Linlin suddenly suggested, "Zhao, why don't we make a pillow from the weeds?" Indeed, I felt something was missing, I replied eagerly. By then, the sun's last rays had gradually faded, and the night was quietly encroaching. I hastily retrieved my Nepalese army knife and sliced off a substantial bundle of weed from the sloping earth before returning to the summit of the boulder. Linlin emerged from the shelter, took the weeds from me, and swiftly retreated inside to arrange them. As I stood outside, surveying our makeshift abode, I suddenly realized a grave issue. The shelter lacked a door. I had to construct one before darkness fell. Otherwise, serpents and insects might intrude during the night. Without further ado, I dashed down the boulder and collected the remaining coconut leaves from a base, dragging them back to the top. By the time I returned, Linlin had fashioned the weed pillow and poked her head out, calling, "Zhao, go, the pillow is ready. Come in and try it." Linlin is truly resourceful. However, we must create a door. Otherwise, I fear snakes may slither in at night. No sooner had I uttered the word snake than Linlin, visibly frightened, quickly nestled beside me. I immediately set to work, stripping the leaves from the coconut fronds, leaving only the main stalk. After measuring the dimensions at the entrance, I bent the stalk into an inverted U shape, securely binding it with vines to prevent it from springing open due to tension. I then continued weaving with the vines, filling the gaps with weeds, and before long, a rudimentary door for our shelter was complete. Considering the urgency of the situation, I opted not to create a mechanism for opening and closing. Instead, one could enter and then block the entrance from within, securing it tightly with vines, and unfastening it upon exiting the following day. By now, darkness had fully descended, enveloping the landscape in a shroud akin to silk soaked in ink, slowly cloaking the entire island. We huddled within our shelter atop the boulder, the coconut leaf canopy rustling softly in the sea breeze, harmonizing with the distant roar of waves crashing against the rocks, resembling a lullaby composed by nature itself. Deep within the island's primordial jungle, occasional rustles echoed, perhaps the nocturnal creatures traversing the underbrush or the night winds whispering through the trees. At times, a long, haunting call pierced the silence, approaching and gradually fading, adding an element of eeriness to this mysterious wilderness. Reclining within the sanctuary, I listened to the whispers of the sea breeze, the rhythmic crashing of waves, and the faint sounds emanating from the depths of the jungle. A blend of drowsiness and reverence for nature intertwined within me as we prepared to embrace a unique night in this secluded island, far removed from the clamor of civilization. "Zhao, how long must we dwell on this island?" Linlin suddenly inquired in a soft voice. Perhaps the exertion of constructing the shelter had worn me out, or perhaps it was the indulgence in too many oysters and coconut crabs. I felt a pervasive ache throughout my body, particularly in my hips, with a pain pulsated in sync with my heartbeat. Forcing myself to endure the discomfort, I replied in a slightly hoarse voice, "I do not know how long we will stay, nor do I have any clarity regarding this island's location on Earth. Tomorrow, we shall arrange the letters SOS on the beach, and if fortune favors us, we may be discovered and rescued. If not, we must prepare for a prolonged existence here." Upon hearing my words, Linlin turned and embraced me, only to discover I was drenched in sweat. "Zhao, what troubles you? Why are you so sweaty?" she asked, her tone laced with concern. Instinctively, I shielded my injured hips with my hands, acutely aware of the swelling pain in the lower left side. "I am in great pain. It could be from the fall during the waterspout, when both I and the boat plummeted from a height and my hips struck the edge of the lifeboat. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "Let me see." Linlin's voice transformed with urgency. "It would be futile. You cannot treat it, and besides, it is rather embarrassing." "What does that matter at this point?" Linlin retorted, her voice tinged with tears as she forcefully pushed my hands aside. As she unfastened my belt and began to pull down my pants, I winced and exclaimed, slowly, "It hurts." "I'm so sorry." She quickly adjusted her movements. Yet, in the darkness, visibility was scarce, though the absence of constriction did alleviate some pain. Suddenly, a sharp pang surged through me, prompting an involuntary cry. She had inadvertently brushed against my injury. "Heavens, it's so swollen, like a salted egg," she gasped. I grimaced in agony, wishing to vanish into the earth. "For heaven's sake, do not touch that area. It truly hurts." Linlin recoiled her hand, and after a few moments of silence, she began to giggle. Meanwhile, I was drenched in sweat from the pain. After a lengthy fit of laughter, she paused to inquire, "Zhao, why does your injury only hurt so intensely now?" Gritting my teeth, I explained the pain commenced at sea, though it was not as severe. Perhaps it intensified today due to the excess consumption of oysters and coconut crabs, which may have aggravated the injury. She gently wiped the beads of sweat from my forehead, her voice quavering. "What shall we do now? You want to be in peril, will you? Please do not leave me alone." At this, she burst into tears. "Fear not. Your Zhao will not perish. If the pain becomes unbearable, I shall resort to slicing it off." I feigned composure. She shuddered. Is that truly the solution? Might it lead to? No, even if one is severed, there remains another. I shall still be a valiant man. Linlin's tears transformed into laughter as she turned to embrace me tightly, her concern palpable. The sea breeze carried the briny scent of the tide, seeping through the gaps of the palm fronds in our shelter, brushing against my cheeks with a teasing, grainy sensation. Outside, the symphony of insects intertwines, the buzzing of golden tortoise beetles, the croaking of tree frogs, and the rustling of unknown beetles traversing dry leaves, all weaving a tapestry of sound in the stillness. The throbbing pain in my abdomen comes in waves akin to the rising tide, while the anxiety of tomorrow's plea for help sinks like a rock deep within my heart, leaving me both physically and mentally exhausted, my consciousness gradually fading. Linlin's arm rests gently around my waist, her breath steady like the rhythm of ocean waves, the warm scent of coconut wafting softly against my neck. When her fingertips inadvertently brush against my wound, a jolt of pain surges through me, yet within this touch lies a sense of solace. Outside the shelter, strange sounds emanate from the island's forest, at times a creaking reminiscent of coarse rope tightening around a trunk, interspersed with a sibilant whisper that chills like a serpent's flickering tongue. The intertwining of pain and drowsiness envelopes me, slowly drawing me into slumber. Linlin's breath remains the sole anchor, a rhythmic ebb and flow in my ears. The hissing outside seems to draw nearer, accompanied by the faint sound of scales scraping against rock. Instinctively, I grasp the military knife at my side, yet fatigue ultimately prevails. In the soothing cadence of her breath, my eyelids grow heavy and surrender to the encroaching darkness, allowing it to engulf the last vestiges of my awareness. Chapter 18: Memories in the Shelter. I certainly would not truly sever my ties, for on this pristine isle, one can hardly ascertain the presence of a hospital, let alone the most basic medical supplies. The first aid kit from the lifeboat has mysteriously vanished amidst the tumult of the waterspout, and now even the last remaining lifeboat is being carried away by the sea breeze and waves. If I were to indeed lose my way, it would not be long before my wounds succumb to infection and inflammation, leading to tetanus and decay, ultimately resulting in my demise. My reason for articulating such thoughts is twofold. Firstly, to console myself, and secondly, to spare Linlin from undue worry. Hence my ode of strength. That night, I endured the torment of pain and drowsiness, both entwining like vines, gradually sapping my consciousness. Ultimately, amidst this anguish, I drifted into a state of unconsciousness, succumbing to slumber. The following day, morning light filtered through the gaps woven by the grass, and the mat within the shelter still bore the chill of the night dew. The delicate chirping of birds danced through the humid air, resembling fledglings tapping shells with their sharp beaks. The sea breeze, infused with a briny essence, squeezed through the crevices of the roof, while the rhythmic tide below crashed against the rocks, akin to distant drumming, alternating in pace. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent flapping swept over the rooftop, startling the seabirds into sharp cries that shattered the morning tranquility. I, too, was roused by this commotion. With my face slightly wrinkled like crumpled newspaper, I opened my eyes to find Linlin sitting cross-legged beside me, her gaze fixed intently on my lap, her right index finger slowly moving toward my waist. At that moment, realization struck me. I had slept bare. I shivered involuntarily, instinctively shielding my modesty with my hands, and hurriedly pulled up my trousers. This series of actions elicited laughter from Linlin, who covered her mouth and said, "Zhao, why so tense?" I did nothing wrong. Blushing, I adjusted my trousers and retorted, "You little rascal. Staring at someone lychee in broad daylight. Aren't you ashamed?" Linlin released her hand from her mouth and burst into laughter, replying, "I'm not anyone else. But Zhao, it seems to have reduced in swelling. Last night, it felt as large as a duck egg, and now it appears less so. Does it still hurt?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I fasten my belt and lower my head, admitting, yes, it still aches. "It seems I want to be able to walk today." Before Linlin could respond, I continued, "Let us have coconuts today. Since I can't walk, please fetch some coconuts from the grove beside the giant rock." There are many scattered on the ground where I felled the palm yesterday. Linlin nodded and promptly exited the shelter. Before long, she returned, cradling 4 or 5 large coconuts. Placing them at the entrance of the shelter, she called out, "Zhao, I brought back the coconuts." Upon hearing her voice, I crawled out of the shelter on my knees and settled cross-legged upon the giant rock, retrieving my Nepali knife to begin opening the coconuts. I no longer possessed the exaggerated appetite I had upon first arriving on the island. Linlin and I shared just 4 coconuts, flesh and juice combined. It is said that excessive consumption of coconuts is not advisable. Coconut water, rich in electrolytes such as potassium, sodium, and magnesium, can swiftly replenish hydration. However, it lacks protein and carbohydrates, which are essential energy sources. While coconut flesh contains a certain amount of fat that can provide some caloric intake, prolonged consumption may lead to cardiovascular strain and could potentially result in abdominal bloating and diarrhea. Currently, I find myself hindered in movement due to the swelling in my hip, but once my condition improves slightly, I intend to venture into the island's primal jungle, as it may harbor valuable resources. I am uncertain how long I will reside on this island, but it appears that in the near term, perhaps a year or so, departure is not an option. I still have 9 rounds left in the magazine of my G37 pistol. It would be imprudent to waste a bullet merely to start a fire, as that would jeopardize our survival. Moreover, once my injury heals, I will need it for protection while navigating the jungle. Thus, in light of my injury, my primary concern lies with the issue of ignition. After consuming coconuts, Linlin and I retreated back to our shelter. Lying within the refuge, Linlin suddenly sat up and said, "Zhao, you should just stay here in the shelter and take off your clothes. I will wash them for you." I was momentarily taken aback and responded, "But I have no idea where to find fresh water on this island. Where do you plan to wash them?" I warned her, "Linlin, you absolutely must not venture deep into the forest. Such dense jungle surely harbors various venomous snakes and wild beasts." Upon hearing my words, Linlin shook her head vigorously, saying, "Can't seawater be used to wash clothes as well?" After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "Yes, but they will retain salt crystals once dried. Nevertheless, it's not a significant issue. We can shake off the residual salt after they dry. Go ahead and wash them by the beach, but do not wander too far." With that, I began to remove my garments. I was clad in a uniform similar to that of a Marine, issued by the security captain. My upper body was adorned with a camouflage jacket, beneath which I wore a bulletproof vest and a snug camouflage short-sleeve shirt. After enduring the recent tribulations, these clothes had become rather tattered, and I felt a twinge of embarrassment as I continued to undress. My lower attire consisted of camouflage trousers, which I shed, leaving me in nothing but a rather thin and somewhat transparent pair of ice silk undergarments. Linlin accepted my discarded clothes, cradling them in her arms, and sat beside me. Observing, I, somewhat perplexed, said, "All right, go wash them. I appreciate your help, Linlin." At that moment, Linlin pointed at my ice silk undergarments and insisted, "You should take these off as well to wash." I blushed and hesitated, saying, "Perhaps we can skip washing that." "No way. They are filthy. If you don't wash them, your nest will surely rot," Linlin exclaimed, a mix of annoyance and playful determination in her tone. Subsequently, she forcibly removed my undergarments. Now, as Linlin departed with my clothes, I found myself alone in the shelter, completely bare. I gazed at the gaps in the shelter's roof, reflecting on the events of recent times. My thoughts first wandered to the sinking of the great vessel. As I pulled Linlin outside, I witnessed the midsection of the ship dramatically rising, while both the bow and stern gradually tilted and sank beneath the waves. Earlier, while at the captain's cabin, a sudden muffled sound pierced the air, followed by the ship's body beginning to sway. Piecing together these fragmented memories, I now comprehend that the colossal vessel must have been struck by a torpedo at its midsection beneath the waterline. After Linlin and I boarded the lifeboat and descended into the sea, I observed that the bow and stern of the ship had already fractured into 2 segments, incessantly sinking into the depths. I could only speculate whether a rescue team would arrive before the grand ship completely submerged. Subsequently, I grew anxious that water might infiltrate our lifeboat, prompting me to close the top cover. Additionally, the wave generated by the sinking vessel and the sliding containers relentlessly propelled our lifeboat further into the abyss. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery. Alas, it seems this is fate. Even if we were not adrift on the waves, we might still find ourselves waiting endlessly for a rescue team. Once the ship fully sank, our fate would remain unchanged, adrift upon an endless expanse of ocean. Lost in these thoughts, I succumbed to slumber once more. Chapter 19. Linlin's confession. I am uncertain of how long I had been asleep, but upon awakening, I noticed Linlin was still absent, stirring within me a sense of unease. Hastily, I emerged from our shelter, standing atop a boulder and scanning the surroundings. My gaze fell upon the beach, where I beheld a young woman, bare of clothing, bent over and sketching in the sand with a twig. It became apparent that she was inscribing the letters SOS, and I was assured it was indeed Linlin. With her well-being confirmed, my worries dissipated like morning mist. As my anxiety faded, it was replaced by a reaction befitting a normal man. I found myself captivated by Linlin's alluring form. Perhaps due to the isolation of the island, Linlin seemed unrestrained. Frolicking nude upon the shore, her garments likely washed away. I must confess that Linlin's physique was undeniably enticing, even from my elevated vantage point. I could clearly discern the fullness of her curves as she bent to right, her silhouette reminiscent of two inverted bowls. Her long, slender legs were fully exposed to my gaze. To avoid being labeled a peeping Tom, I called out to her, "Linlin, Linlin." Upon hearing my voice, she turned her head, discarding the twig and instinctively covering her bosom with one arm. I continued, "Linlin, are your clothes dry?" She looked up and replied, "They are, but I lack the strength to wring them out. Please wait." I responded loudly, bending my legs and waddling towards her like a penguin. As I reached the beach, Linlin, facing away from me, turned her head and, upon witnessing my waddling gait, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Zhao Gu, your walk is utterly hilarious. You look just like a penguin." Of course, her laughter was not truly like that of a goose. I merely wished to convey the joy she felt at that moment. With my hands awkwardly shielding my lower body, my cheeks flushed with embarrassment, I managed to smile and said, "Linlin, please hand me my shorts. These ice silk shorts are quite thin, and I could easily wring them out to wear." She, feeling a bit bashful herself, stifled her laughter and approached me, her fingers delicately clutching my shorts as she shyly walked from the rocks. Though I was nursing injuries, I could not suppress the surge of masculine energy within me as I beheld her enticing, bare form. Nervously, I shielded myself with my hands, my toes instinctively digging into the sand, leaving deep impressions. She stood before me, one hand concealing her lower half, the other arm modestly covering her chest, her finger playfully tugging at my shorts as she urged, "Hurry and put them on." I took the shorts, turned away to wring out the seawater, and hurriedly donned them, then proceeded to the rocks. The garments that had been washed were still damp. I picked up my camouflage jacket, heavy with water, weighing at least 20 to 30 pounds. No wonder Linlin had claimed she couldn't wring it out. One by one, I wrung out the clothes, finally attending to her lace-trimmed shorts adorned with a cat motif, before turning to her and saying, "They are dry now. You may put them on." She accepted the shorts and began to dress. I held the other garments closely as I accompanied Linlin towards the refuge atop the colossal rock. Upon reaching the summit, I unfurled the laundered clothes, shaking them out before draping them over the shelter's roof to dry, to prevent them from being swept away by the sea breeze. I sought out some vines to secure them. Once the clothes were adequately aired, Linlin and I sat at the edge of the rock, gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean. Just as I was about to speak, my gaze inadvertently fell upon Linlin beside me. Although we were alone on the island, such unreserved honesty felt somewhat inappropriate. I awkwardly rose to my feet, bending my legs as I moved to the sloped ground behind the rock, where I plucked 2 broad leaves from the thick underbrush. I was unsure of the precise name of this plant. Each leaf was larger than my palm, smooth to the touch, reminiscent of taro leaves, albeit smaller. I also grabbed a slender vine, waddling back to Linlin. Using the delicate vine, I threaded it through the 2 leaves and said to her, "Let us use this as a shield for now." She looked at me with a hint of amusement and replied, "You help me tie it on." Thus, without any awareness of the time, We resembled two primitive beings, half-clad, perched at the edge of the rock. The briny sea breeze caressed our cheeks, while below, the waves gnawed at the rocks, creating a frothy spray. The tide, accompanied by a mournful sigh, crashed against the cliff, scattering droplets into the sunlight, transforming them into myriad shimmering silver fish that cascaded into the unfathomable indigo abyss. Linlin propped herself on the rock, gazing at me with soulful eyes, and asked, "Zhao, what do I mean to you?" In response to her question, I replied cheerfully, "You are the daughter of Waterge. I have always regarded you as a sister, but after the harrowing experiences we've shared, the partings and reunions, I paused. I now see you as my dear sister." After speaking, I turned to Linlin, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in her eyes. She nodded, her gaze fixed ahead as she inhaled deeply, then turned back to me and confessed, "Zhao, I like you." After uttering those words, she fidgeted, her legs unconsciously entwined against the rock, her toes playfully nudging each other. I froze in that moment, my mind blank, a buzzing sound erupting in my ears as if a swarm of golden bees were colliding within my temples. My throat tightened uncontrollably, swallowing became a struggle, and my knuckles dug into the stone. Noticing my prolonged silence, she huffed and prepared to rise, prompting me to regain my composure and grasp her shoulder. "Linlin, I like you too, but..." "Yeah, what was I to say?" Linlin looked at me, waiting for my words. I lowered my gaze slightly, but this might be a fleeting impulse on your part, given the multitude of experiences we've gone through together, coupled with our current circumstances. Before she could respond, I continued, "If we had not endured such events, would you still feel the same way about me? I must confess that I am a full decade your senior, and yet I remain a man of modest means." Upon hearing my words, she gently caressed my cheek and said, "Silly one, what does age matter? It is merely a number. Besides, Brother Zhao, you are not old. A man at 30 is in the prime of his life." She paused, her gaze imbued with sincerity, and added, "In you, I see something far more significant than mere success and fame. It is your sense of responsibility, your steadfastness, and the noble character of a true gentleman. On this deserted island, you have always treated me with respect, devoid of any ulterior motives." Moreover, she suddenly laughed, her eyes curving into charming crescents. "You are undeniably a handsome man." Just as I was about to respond, she continued, "In this lifetime, I have chosen you. Regardless of where we may find ourselves, I wish to be yours." With her words hanging in the air, I embraced her tightly. The salty sea breeze brushed past my ears, accompanied by the eternal sound of crashing waves beneath our feet. When our lips met, I heard the voice within me cry out, "The kite has the wind, the dolphin has the sea, and I have you. This is enough for a lifetime." Chapter 20. Looking to the future, it is said that when dry kindling meets fierce flames, it is bound to ignite. Yet in my current state of discomfort, I find myself incapable of engaging in profound discussions with Linlin. After a brief interlude of intimacy, we lay in our refuge, and I shared with her my aspirations for the future. Concerning this island, which spans approximately 5 to 6 kilometers in diameter, our activities have thus far been confined to the sandy shores and the grove of coconut trees, as well as the colossal rocks on the right side of the coast, which serve as our sanctuary. If we're to survive for the long term, it is imperative that we expand our exploratory boundaries. Presently, our most pressing need is a source of fire. With it, we would not have to worry about sustenance. The island abounds with seafood, such as coconut crabs, shellfish, oysters, and various fish, all of which are readily available should we desire to indulge. Additionally, the dense vegetation is likely home to a plethora of wild fruits and vegetables, and I am confident that the jungles harbor formidable beasts such as wild boars. If we can secure a stable source of fire, relishing the delicacies of land and sea would no longer be a mere dream. I began to search my mind for information on how to create fire. The first method that came to mind was friction-based fire starting, but I soon realized that such techniques are better suited for television dramas or novels, as the practical execution is far more challenging. It is quite possible that I could rub my palms raw without producing a flame. Thus, I set this method aside for the moment. Moreover, the island enjoys abundant sunlight, and it occurred to me that we might utilize a lens to focus sunlight to create fire. However, aside from our clothing, we possessed only a Nepalese military knife and a G37 handgun, making this method impractical as well. Faced with such obstacles, I felt a wave of confusion wash over me, and all I desired was a restful slumber. Just as I settled in to sleep beside Linlin, she spoke up. Zhao Ge, is there a possibility that Flint exists on this island? Her inquiry sparked a sudden surge of energy within me. I slapped my thigh and exclaimed, of course. How could I have overlooked that? Flint is a natural firestone that, when struck or rubbed against metal, generates intense heat and produces sparks. If we were to find a piece of flint, our fire source dilemma would be resolved. With excitement illuminating my face, I cupped Linlin's exquisite visage and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips, declaring, there must be flint on this island. I recall reading that flint typically accumulates in shallow marine environments, and it is also likely to be found in areas previously affected by volcanic eruptions. To my eyes, this island is undoubtedly a remnant of a volcanic eruption. The landscape, characterized by rising slopes on either side and a sunken center, suggests that the island once experienced a volcanic event long ago, which, through the passage of time, evolved into the current topography. Linlin nodded in agreement and remarked, once you feel better, let's search for flint. Absolutely, I responded. Following our discussion, we had made preliminary plans regarding our fire source. Yet the issue of shelter loomed ominously before us. The shelter we constructed atop the massive stone is as cramped as a narrow box, barely accommodating 2 individuals lying down, with our heads nearly grazing the ceiling when we sit up. What exacerbates the situation is the perilous terrain should a tempest strike. This precarious little abode would prove utterly inadequate for protection. Thus, the urgent construction of spacious and robust new shelter has become a matter of life and death. According to my current surveys of the island, the coconut grove is unsuitable for sheltering due to its excessive humidity. The dense vegetation throughout the island conceals numerous poisonous creatures, making it equally unfit for habitation. After much contemplation, I deemed the slope behind the great stone to be highly suitable. This slope connects at one end to the stone and angles inward towards the island. We merely need to clear a patch of land at the top of the slope with a Nepalese knife. After thorough consideration, the blueprint for the new shelter has crystallized in my mind, exhibiting considerable feasibility. Initially, the straight trunks of the coconut trees serve as excellent materials. I plan to excavate 6 pits about half a meter deep on the slope, vertically inserting 6 carefully selected coconut trunks, and then compacting the surrounding soil with stones to ensure the foundation is as solid as a rock, capable of withstanding daily tremors and external forces. Once the foundation is secure, the next step is to erect the framework. I will choose thinner, more flexible coconut trunks as beams, binding them to the foundational wood with vines to create a sturdy hexagonal structure. To deter snakes, insects, and rodents, I intend to elevate the living area to a height of 1 meter above the ground, ensuring safety while facilitating ventilation and moisture resistance. The floor will be constructed from tightly fitted coconut wood strips, secured with crossed vines to form a robust surface. As for the shelter's enclosing structure, I will continue to employ a strategy of utilizing local materials. I shall weave coconut fronds into a framework, first erecting them firmly around the perimeter of the structure, then layering and filling until it is seamless, providing shelter from wind and rain while blocking the harsh sun. The roof will be sloped, similarly covered densely with coconut fronds to ensure efficient rainwater drainage. Additionally, I plan to craft an elevated wooden bed from coconut lumber, complemented by dry ferns as a mattress, ensuring comfort while further insulating against ground moisture. Though the task is substantial, each step has a clear plan, and all materials are readily accessible. Until the new shelter is completed, Linlin and I can continue to reside in the existing small shelter as a transitional arrangement. If we act swiftly, I am confident that this sturdy and practical new home will soon be realized. Having spent the better part of the day with Linlin in the shelter discussing plans, I felt an urgent desire to spring into action. However, my swollen lychee prevented me from doing so, and I reluctantly remained resting. At that moment, Linlin emerged from the shelter, and when I inquired about her destination, she mentioned that the clothes might be dry. Nodding in agreement, I followed her outside. Indeed, the garments hung on the shelter's roof had dried completely. Linlin and I untied the vines securing them against the sea breeze and retrieved our clothes. Since they had been washed with seawater, the dried garments were speckled with salt, prompting us to shake each piece one by one. We had just finished arranging our garments when the dark clouds in the sky, resembling ink stirred by an invisible giant hand, began to engulf half of the heavens at a visible pace. The sea breeze suddenly shifted, carrying with it the briny dampness that crashed against the colossal rocks, emitting a wailing shriek that caused the fronds of the coconut palms sheltering us to rustle ominously. The distant sea was the first to sense the impending storm. Beneath the gray clouds, the waves began to churn restlessly, initially manifesting as mere ripples, which soon transformed into undulating blue-gray mountains, cascading towards the shore in layers. The wind intensified abruptly, pressing the wild grasses at the edge of the rocks flat against the ground. On the water's surface, the previously delicate froth morphed into fierce fangs, crashing heavily against the reefs and sending plumes of white mist soaring skyward. Further out, countless wave crests were sheared off by the gale, becoming fine arrows of rain that wove a hazy gray curtain between sea and sky. Behind us, the primordial jungle emitted a roar akin to that of a great beast. As the towering coconut palms swayed violently in the tempest, their broad leaves striking against one another with a crisp crackle. The underbrush deeper within the island was bent by the wind, the occasional snap of a dry branch piercing through the cacophony, startling a flock of frightened seabirds that cried out in distress, desperately flapping their wings, yet helplessly swirling beneath the dark clouds. The sky grew ever dimmer, the cloud cover hanging low as if within reach, while the air thickened with the scent of damp earth. Finally, the rain began to fall in earnest, and I hurriedly urged Linlin, "Quick, dive into the shelter. A torrential downpour is imminent." Once Linlin had entered the refuge, I swiftly gathered vines to secure the coconut logs at the base of the shelter, wrapping one end around the roots of the climbing plants at the edge of the stone. I repeated this process, firmly anchoring all four corners of the refuge in preparation for the approaching storm. Having completed these tasks, I hurriedly slipped into the shelter myself, fastening the door tightly behind me. At that moment, a sharp crack of thunder resonated, followed by a torrential downpour of rain. The roof of our shelter could not completely fend off the rain. Droplets began to trickle inside, and I held up my camouflage jacket as Linlin and I huddled closely beneath it, our hearts fervently praying for the ferocious tempest to pass swiftly. Chapter 21, the baptism of the storm. Our prayers seemed to have gone unanswered as the rain intensified, pouring down in torrents. The heavy raindrops pounded relentlessly on the roof of our shelter, while the thunder roared overhead like a colossal drum. Lightning, akin to silver serpents, sliced through the pitch-black sky, and the wind howled like a frenzied beast, shaking the very foundations of our refuge. The fronds of the palm trees creaked under the weight of the storm, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Linlin trembled in my arms, resembling a frightened fawn, and I quickly enveloped her in my camouflage jacket, my voice firm as I reassured her, "Do not fear. I am here." She nodded gently, her icy fingertips gripping the hem of my shirt with a vice-like hold. Suddenly, a piercing shriek pierced through the curtain of rain, and an even more violent gust of wind struck, tearing the roof from our shelter. It soared into the air, somersaulting before plummeting into the churning sea below, vanishing in an instant. The icy rain poured down upon us, leaving us entirely exposed to the wrath of the storm. At that moment, fear surged like a tidal wave, but I could not afford to dwell on it. I immediately grasped Linlin and rose to my feet, battling against the fierce wind as I made my way toward the earthen slope. I longed to offer her words of comfort, but the cacophony of the rain, the howling wind, the booming thunder, and the crashing waves against the rocks created a symphony of chaos, rendering our voices inaudible even in our close proximity. I held Linlin tightly, consumed by a singular thought. No matter the cost, I would not allow any harm to befall her. Pain shot through my hips, but I gritted my teeth and hoisted her up, staggering down the muddy slope as I raced toward the grove of palm trees. Finally reaching the shelter of the palm trees, I gently set Linlin down beside one, allowing her to lean against the sturdy trunk. I spread my arms wide, enveloping both her and the tree in a protective embrace, using my body to shield her from the relentless wind. The wind continued to roar, and the treetops swayed violently above us. I worried about falling coconuts, but I pushed those thoughts aside. I simply used my head to shield Linlin, thinking, let the coconuts strike me instead. I lost track of time, but eventually, the torrential rain subsided into a gentle drizzle. I maintained my stance, feeling Linlin's breathing gradually steady, my heart filled with gratitude for our survival. Fortuitously, no coconuts had fallen upon us. In this harrowing storm, we had relied upon each other's protection and awaited the moment when the rain ceased. After enduring the tempest, the search for flint was temporarily set aside. In my view, constructing a more robust shelter was of utmost priority. Although the rain had ceased, the night was fast approaching. I had intended to start a fire to roast some seafood and dry our drenched clothes, but the surrounding landscape was drenched, leaving no kindling to ignite. Thus, I resigned myself to the situation. I picked up 2 coconuts from the ground and, utilizing my Nepalese knife, began to carve them open. At that moment, Linlin sat in silence beneath the palm tree, her expression one of bewilderment. I handed her the prepared coconut, and she mechanically accepted it, her vacant gaze fixed upon the disarray of the beach before us. In recent days, it seems we have been beset by a series of harrowing calamities. I fear she is nearing her breaking point. I crouched down, gently brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair from her face to tuck them behind her ear, and said, Linlin, have some coconut water. At last, she could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, collapsing into my embrace. The sea breeze, laden with remnants of moisture, swept towards us. In my left hand, I cradled a freshly cut coconut, its shell still marked with new scratches, while my right hand tenderly patted Linlin, who had curled up in my arms. She wept for a long time, her eyes swollen and her voice choked as she asked, must we continue to live in such constant dread? Gazing at Linlin, I reached out to wipe away the tear stains on her cheeks, my throat tightening as I replied, against the forces of nature, we are powerless. But as long as I am here, I will ensure that you suffer no harm. This declaration felt not merely like a promise, but a solemn vow. Linlin merely nodded without uttering another word, cradling the coconut and drinking from it, a few tears falling into the shell and creating tiny ripples. Witnessing her fragile state pierced my heart with anguish. Gripping the Nepalese knife tightly, I approached the nearby coconut tree. With each strike of the blade, I expressed my defiance against fate. After only a few blows, the tree crashed to the ground. I severed 3 fronds and turned to Linlin, saying, let us return to the shelter atop the boulder. Upon our return to the summit, we were greeted by the chaos wrought by the storm. Fortunately, the bed frame, constructed from logs and previously secured with vines, remained intact. I immediately set to work, using the freshly cut coconut fronds to reconstruct the roof. Linlin, too, was diligent, quietly gathering the scattered vines, occasionally glancing at me, her gaze imbued with newfound determination. The newly erected shelter was rudimentary and flimsy, but it provided at least a modicum of protection from the wind. As night descended, Linlin and I lay within our makeshift refuge, listening to the melancholic sound of the waves crashing against the rocks below. I held Linlin tightly in my arms and whispered softly in the darkness, do not fear. Tomorrow we shall build a sturdier shelter. Linlin nodded in my embrace, remaining silent, yet I sensed her assurance. Though the storm was fearsome, as long as we were together, no obstacle was insurmountable. I cannot tell how much time had passed, but Linlin's even breaths, sweetened by the essence of coconut, brushed against my neck. She curled up into a small ball, her eyelashes still damp with unshed tears. Yet she had succumbed to a peaceful slumber. The night after the storm was particularly serene, the only sound being the waves tirelessly lapping against the rocks, emitting a low, mournful wail. I tilted my head skyward. The rain clouds had dissipated, revealing sparse stars that flickered in the deep blue expanse, while the moonlight cast a cold glow, cloaking the island in a silvery frost. Unconsciously, my fingertips grazed the tips of Linlin's hair, yet my thoughts had already drifted far away. The chaotic scenes of the storm replayed in my mind. The howling winds akin to a frenzied beast, easily tearing away the shelter's roof. The stinging raindrops pelting against me. The boulder trembling in the tempest. These images pierced my heart like sharp thorns, one after another. The location of the earthen embankment appears to be splendid, yet it has also become a focal point of contention. In the face of nature's formidable power, even the sturdiest constructions seem utterly vulnerable. I resolved within myself that building at such heights was no longer feasible. Although elevated terrain may provide refuge from rising tides, it undeniably exposes one to the fury of fierce winds, placing oneself in peril. Perhaps a more prudent choice would be the foot of the mountain, shielded from the brunt of the winds, while mitigating the threat of landslides. The dense coconut grove could also be considered, utilizing the naturally grown coconut trunks as foundational pillars, elevating the structure a meter above the ground to avoid excessive moisture. Regarding materials, in addition to coconuts and fronds, I must seek sturdier timber and select the most resilient vines. Gazing down at Linlin nestled in my arms, she is the most cherished presence in my life. After enduring this tempest, I have come to realize that a shelter is not merely a refuge from the elements, but a fortress safeguarding her safety. Even if it demands more time and effort, even if it entails laboring under the scorching sun, and even if my hands become blistered, I am resolute in my commitment to construct an indomitable home. As night deepens and the stars shine ever more brightly, I gently adjust my position to ensure Linlin's comfort, my gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the night sky. At dawn, I shall embark on a new quest, one that will yield a shelter even more robust and inviting than the last. Chapter 22, An Unexpected Gift. I rested my head on a bed of coconut fronds, gazing at the rudimentary shelter fashioned from palm leaves overhead, contemplating how to construct a more robust refuge the following day. With a resolute spirit and unwavering belief in my ability to build a new haven, I gradually succumbed to slumber. The morning light, like strands of gold, filtered through the crevices of my shelter, gently caressing my face. When I awoke once more, the sun had already risen, and after enduring the cleansing tempest of the previous day, golden rays cascaded over the island, gradually drying the damp earth. The moist soil, under the sun's ardent gaze, exuded a distinctive aroma of mingled flora. The makeshift roof, hastily assembled the night before, now allowed the sunlight to pierce through its gaps and illuminate my face with a soft, brilliant glow. I glanced down at Linlin nestled in my arms, curled up like a delicate fawn. The tips of her hair curled slightly upwards, and her eyelashes fluttered gently with each breath, indicating she was still deep in slumber. I dared not move, fearing that even the slightest shift might shatter this hard-won tranquility. I simply held her close, savoring the rhythm of her steady breathing. Suddenly, a cacophony of flapping wings shattered the morning serenity. The roof trembled violently beneath the onslaught of a bird's frantic wings, and through the sparse gaps, I beheld a colossal shadow alighting upon our shelter. Its sharp, menacing talons clutched the palm fronds with a death grip, each claw glinting with a chilling sheen, as if it could effortlessly rend any prey asunder. Upon closer inspection, I noticed it clutched an unknown sea fish in its beak, the tail writhing in a futile struggle. Droplets of water cascading from its scales, striking the roof with a rhythmic patter. The commotion roused Linlin from her dreams. Initially, she instinctively tightened her grip around me, her body tensing like a startled deer. Then, squinting through her sleepiness, she murmured, "Zhao, go, what is happening?" I held my breath and whispered, "Stay still. Look at our roof. There's a large bird." With that, I gradually loosened my embrace around Linlin, my gaze fixated on the magnificent creature above. A fleeting thought crossed my mind. If I could capture it, perhaps today we would feast on a sumptuous roasted bird. Almost instinctively, my body reacted before my mind could fully comprehend it. I lunged forward, reaching for the bird's leg with a swiftness that surprised even me. As if driven by primal instinct, my fingers clamped around one of its legs like a vice. Beneath the hardened feathers lay sinewy muscle brimming with power. Startled, the bird dropped the fish it had been clutching letting out a piercing shriek as it flapped its mighty wings in a desperate attempt to escape. Each beat of its colossal wings generated a gust of wind, causing the palm fronds to rustle ominously, as if they might be torn away at any moment. Yet, I would not allow it to flee so easily. Gritting my teeth, I summoned every ounce of strength and yanked with all my might. The bird's massive form lost its balance. In an instant, I pulled it into our confined shelter. Linlin, terrified, shrank to the side and began to scream, while the great bird thrashed wildly, its wings flapping incessantly and its sharp beak pecking aimlessly. The modest sanctuary was instantly transformed into a chaotic scene, with palm fronds swirling about and the already rickety roof swaying precariously. I gripped the bird's leg tightly, denying it even the slightest chance of escape, while my other hand seized the moment to grasp its neck, forcefully pinning it against the makeshift bed of coconut logs. Amidst the fierce struggle, I finally discerned its true form. Its keen, eagle-like eyes glimmered with a wild intensity, piercing through me as if seeking to unveil my very essence. Its deep brown feathers shimmered with a metallic luster, radiant under the morning light. The hooked beak gleamed with a chilling light, unmistakably capable of easily tearing through flesh. A sudden realization struck me. This was a sea eagle, the apex predator of the island. Who would have thought it would fall in my hands today? Though subdued, it continued to writhe and emit furious cries, the sound reverberating within the confined sanctuary, causing my eardrums to throb painfully. I paid little heed to its identity. My temples throbbed as I urgently called out to Linlin, "Linlin, go fetch a vine. I shall bind it." No sooner had I spoken than Linlin darted out of the sanctuary like a nimble fawn, the dry palm fronds crunching crisply beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, she returned, breathless, clutching a vine as thick as a chopstick, still glistening with fresh sap. "Here, Zhao, go," she exclaimed, her hair flying with her movements, her eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and anxiety. I pressed my right foot firmly against the sea eagle's struggling talons, the rough coconut bark beneath us creaking under the strain. My left knee bore down on its stubbornly twisting head, from which I could distinctly hear the low growl emanating from its throat. With both hands free, I quickly unraveled the vine, the humid sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, caressing my cheek. The cool touch of the vine slid through my fingers as I exerted all my strength to secure the bird's expansive wings, which flared like sails as it flailed, creating gusts powerful enough to threaten the sanctuary's edges. Next, I bent down to tightly bind its sharp claws, inadvertently slicing my palm on one of the remaining talons. Warm blood trickling onto the eagle's glossy feathers, resembling blooming red plum blossoms. As I tightened the final knot, I sighed in relief, beads of sweat cascading down my jawline to my chest. Emerging from the sanctuary with the squirming sea eagle in hand, the morning light enveloped us. I raised my prize high, my face alight with uncontainable joy. This was a divine gift. It seemed fortune smiled upon us today. Linlin looked up, her eyes shimmering with admiration, her laughter mingling with the sound of crashing waves against the rocks. "Zhao Gu, you are incredible." Just then, Linlin tugged at the hem of my shirt, her delicate fingers pointing towards a stone slab beside the sanctuary. Following her gaze, I spotted the fish that had fallen from the eagle, lying atop the massive rock, its silvery scales glistening like pearls in the sunlight. I hastened to the right side of the shelter, feeling the damp stone beneath my feet yield slightly to my weight. As my hand grazed the slick body of a fish, this resilient creature suddenly writhed violently, bouncing upon the surface of the boulder and splattering briny droplets that found their way to the corners of my mouth. I paused momentarily, then erupted into incredulous laughter. It was still alive. Linlin stood beside me, also laughing, her hair tousled by the sea breeze, yet failing to conceal the vibrant vitality in her eyes. The ocean wind swept over the rugged rock formations, stirring up billowing white sprays. Gazing at the sea eagle in my hand and the fish that continued to leap, a complex wave of emotions surged within me. Indeed, with every gain there is a loss, and from loss may arise unexpected fortune. The tempest from yesterday had rampaged furiously, overturning the roof of our painstakingly constructed shelter, engulfing us in fear and despair. Yet today, fate presented us with a bounteous gift in such a theatrical manner. The sunlight gently bathed this untamed island, casting our slanted shadows upon the colossal stones, as if narrating the wondrous unpredictability of life. No matter where one finds oneself, unforeseen delights await quietly around the corner. Chapter 23. Reducing swelling and alleviating pain with dandelions, I carried the sea eagle and the fish. Turning to Linlin beside me, I said, "Let's head to the beach to prepare these two creatures for roasting." Linlin nodded, linking her arm with mine as we made our way to the shore. I weighed the sea eagle in my hands, its heavy mass pressed down on my wrist, estimating it to be around 6 or 7 pounds. The fish beside it bore an unusual shape, reminiscent of mackerel but much more robust, weighing at least 2 or 3 pounds. As the sharp blade sliced through the eagle's neck, warm blood gushed forth. I casually tossed the head into the sea, creating ripples upon the surface. Gripping the still twitching body, I felt the life ebbing away through my fingers, dark red blood surging from the severed neck and spreading a crimson stain across the water. Once its movement ceased, I set about plucking its feathers. When I reached the glossy flight feathers on its wings, a sudden thought struck me. These resilient feathers would serve perfectly as components for a fan or arrow fletching. I quickly set aside the intact, long feathers with care. After tending to the eagle, I seized my Nepalese knife and deftly opened the fish's belly, swiftly clearing out its entrails. At that moment, Linlin approached, carrying a bundle of firewood from the shore, the sea breeze lightly caressing her face, her hair dancing in the wind. I lifted the prepared eagle and fish, adopting a waddling gait akin to that of a penguin as I made my way towards her. Once again, we kindled a fire among the coconut trees. As our supply of firewood was critically low, I retrieved some bullets from my G37 pistol. This time, I merely made a small incision in the shell, pouring out about a third of the gunpowder, while carefully bending the shell to seal it for future use. With less gunpowder for this fire, I opted to wrap it in dried leaves, molding it into a thumb-sized ball, then encasing it with more dry, flammable grass. I then raised a stone and struck the powder with force. With a resounding bang, the explosion ignited the surrounding dry leaves. Before the bonfire, I skewered the sea eagle on a branch, suspending it over the flames. The flickering fire made contact with the eagle's skin, sizzling as the fat began to seep from its surface, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. I similarly prepared the fish on another skewer, creating a feast of both land and sea. Linlin stood nearby, her face alight with anticipation. As I turned the skewer, I remarked, "This sea eagle is a fine delicacy. It must be roasted to perfection, akin to Peking duck, crispy and fragrant, for us to relish later." Linlin nodded in agreement. "Brother Zhao, I need to use the restroom," Linlin suddenly announced. As I continued roasting the eagle, I playfully replied, "Go ahead, feel free to take care of it nearby. There's no one else around. Oh, and perhaps keep a distance of 5 or 6 meters to avoid disturbing our feast." With a huff, Linlin scampered off to the grassy edge by the coconut trees. Before long, she returned, bouncing with excitement. "Ta-da! Brother Zhao, look!" In her hand, she clutched several dandelions, which she blew gently, sending their fluffy seeds scattering into the air above the bonfire. "Wow, where did you find those? They're beautiful," I exclaimed. Linlin explained she had picked them while on her way to relieve herself, just a short distance away in the grass. With a smile, I turned the branch of roasted sea eagle in my hand, and suddenly a realization struck me, like a bell chiming in my mind. I exclaimed, "Of course. I remember that dandelion possesses anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties. It seems my predicament may soon find relief." Linlin, blowing on the dandelion in her hand, looked at me with a hint of confusion. I continued, "Linlin, come, take a turn at the roasting while I gather some dandelions." Linlin took the skewer from me, and I rose to head towards the thicket where she had relieved herself. Before long, I returned with a generous handful of dandelions. At this moment, the midday sun pierced through the coconut palms, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The charcoal in the fire grew increasingly fervent, crackling with intensity. On the makeshift grill of branches, The sea eagle and fish danced joyfully, their skin gradually acquiring a hue reminiscent of honey. Fat dripped into the glowing embers, releasing wisps of fragrant smoke that entwined with the sweet aroma of the coconut grove, igniting our appetites. With my military knife, I sliced through the crisp exterior of the fish, a plume of steam enveloping me as I revealed the tender, white flesh within. Amber-hued fish oil oozed down the incision. As I tore off a piece of the charred fish, the savory aroma swiftly invaded my nostrils. A bite brought forth a delightful crunch, the outer layer crumbling, while the succulent fish within released an explosion of briny flavor on my palate, reminiscent of the sea breeze. The roasted sea eagle beside me was equally tantalizing, its golden, crispy skin glistening with oil. A gentle tug revealed the tender meat effortlessly separating from the sinew. I tore off the thickest piece from its leg, scalding juices splattering onto my hand. Ignoring the heat, I hastily wrapped the leg bone in a coconut leaf and presented it to Linlin, who eagerly devoured it. I too indulged, tearing off a wing of the eagle, its firm texture becoming increasingly flavorful with each bite. The charred essence of the charcoal harmonizing with the meat's rich taste, prompting me to lick the savory grease from my fingers. Linlin savored her eagle leg with abandon. It still reached for the wing in my grasp. Sunlight filtered through the coconut fronds, casting a radiant glow upon us. Amidst a carpet of bones and the oily corners of our mouths, the distant sound of crashing waves provided a serene backdrop, and in this moment, only the exquisite flavor could dispel the fatigue and hunger wrought by the blazing sun. Time slipped by unnoticed as we consumed every morsel of the 2 to 3 kilograms of fish and 5 to 6 kilograms of sea eagle. Both of us reclining beneath the coconut tree, belching contentedly. I mused to myself how wonderful it would be to have a cigarette at this moment. Ever since Linlin and I had endured that shipwreck, I had not had a single puff. In the days that followed, the urge to smoke had eluded me. It seemed I had kicked the habit. But now, perhaps due to the recent feast, a desire to smoke resurfaced. However, in this desolate island, there was no tobacco to be found, and I resolutely dismissed the thought from my mind. After resting for a while, I picked up the dandelions I had gathered and said to Linlin, "Let us return to the shelter atop the giant rock, where you can assist me with the application of medicine." At the summit, I began to crush the dandelions with a stone, and before long, I had a fist-sized mound of dandelion pulp. I presented the crushed dandelions to Linlin, who accepted it with a question, "Will this truly heal your wounds?" I assured her, "Indeed, dandelion possesses anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties. I believe that with just a couple of days of application, the swelling will subside." With that, I reclined within the shelter. Due to the shift in my relationship with Linlin, I no longer felt the need to conceal anything. I reclined, exposing my injuries. Linlin reached out, gently touching the area where I had bruised myself against the edge of the lifeboat, and inquired with a smile, "Does it still hurt?" I replied, "Yes. After running wildly with you in the storm yesterday, the condition has worsened. Please help me apply some ointment." Linlin's smile faded slightly, and with a compassionate nod, she applied the crushed dandelion to my swollen injury, then helped me adjust my clothing. Enveloped in this sticky substance, I felt a cool sensation, and the pain gradually subsided. I had intended to commence the felling of trees for constructing a new shelter today, but due to the ointment, I was unable to move much and could only continue to lie there for the time being. After enjoying a hearty meal, Linlin began to feel a bit weary and gently nestled into the crook of my arm. Chapter 24. Meteor shower beneath the flying clouds on this island. We possess no instruments for recording time, and our perception of it relies almost entirely on the natural rhythms of sunrise and sunset. In the early morning, when the sun hangs low on the horizon, we recognize it as the dawn of a new day. As the sun ascends higher, reaching its zenith directly above us, it signals midday, and as it gradually descends, disappearing below the horizon, the evening quietly approaches. This primitive yet intuitive understanding of time, synchronized with nature, allows us to grasp the passage of a day, even in the absence of modern timekeeping devices. After applying dandelion fluff to my aching hip, I felt significantly better. The throbbing pain that had accompanied my heartbeat now a mere memory. Watching the sun inch closer to the horizon, dusk had arrived. The evening glow painted the sky in hues reminiscent of orange soda, while the waves, shimmering like flecks of gold, crashed rhythmically against the rocks. I propped myself up and sat upright, allowing the sea breeze to sweep past my ears. At that moment, Linlin sat a few steps away on the edge of a massive rock, deftly tending to her long, dark brown hair. The wind playfully tugged at stray strands, which she gently coaxed back into place. The setting sun cast a honeyed halo around her hair glistening like silk in the light. She picked up a slender vine resting on her knees, using it as a hair tie to twist her cascading locks into an elegant updo, finally securing it with a sharp coconut branch. Loose strands framed her neck, swaying gently with her every turn. In the distance, the sun was transforming half the sea into a warm amber, while returning seabirds glided through the clouds, casting slender shadows across the sky. Linlin's hairstyling paused abruptly as she turned her rosy face toward me, her lashes adorned with golden-orange flecks. Zhao Gu, listen. The sound of the tide seems to sync with my heartbeat. At that moment, I could not help but think that she was the most beautiful and enchanting girl in the world. I rose and seated myself beside her, my left arm instinctively draping over her cool shoulder, my fingertips brushing against her delicate skin at the collarbone, warmed by the sun. I found myself whispering, "You are truly beautiful." Just as the words left my lips, my own pressed softly against her warm forehead, tasting a hint of coconut milk. Linlin tilted her face up, her lashes still glistening with the golden glow of sunset, her smile brighter than the fiery clouds on the horizon. As she leaned closer, the coconut branch nestled in her hair grazed my chin, carrying the unique, bittersweet scent of the plant. We nestled together, letting the sea breeze tousle the loose strands from her updo, creating a fine golden web upon the shadows of our entwined figures. I wish to hold your hand forever, longing for love that could remain pure and devoid of sorrow. I softly hummed Jay Chow's Simple Love, and Linlin joined in. I lean against your shoulder. I fall asleep on your chest. I looked at her in surprise, and together we sang, "In a life like this, I love you, and you love me." After finishing the song, we exchanged smiles, and beneath this breathtaking sunset, we embraced in a kiss. Zhao Gu, I didn't know you could sing. Linlin gazed at me with a sweet smile and said, "To be honest, I truly adore singing. I often sing at home, and I can spend hours alone in my room, listening to music while singing along and recording my voice. Boys who can sing are the most charming." Linlin remarked with a hint of admiration. "Shall we duet a song?" I suggested. She twinkled her round eyes and replied, "Sure." "Which song?" I said, "Under the Flying Clouds." "Can you sing it?" "Yes." Linlin responded eagerly. Under the flying clouds, I thought I had forgotten my home, whispering in my ears, urging me not to worry about the pain and fear. Fueled by spontaneity, Linlin and I sang several songs facing the vast sea. As night fell, Linlin suddenly grasped my wrist. The night sky above resembled a silver canvas splattered with paint, countless stars cascading down, weaving a resplendent Milky Way across the heavens. Those points of light sparkled brighter than any gemstone, akin to a shattered glass lantern, with delicate glimmers flowing along the Milky Way. Even the palm fronds in Linlin's hair were tinted like fragments of diamonds. "Look," Linlin's voice, wrapped in the sea breeze, danced into my ears. A streak of indigo light suddenly cut across the horizon, trailing a long tail as it plunged into the sea, followed by a second and a third. A meteor shower tracing phosphorescent trails across the galaxy, as if someone had inscribed fleeting verses with gold dust in the night sky. The wind gently stirred Linlin's hair, and her eyelashes sparkled with starlight, her profile breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, she joyfully exclaimed, "Make a wish, make a wish." The sea, unbeknownst to me, began to ripple with a deep blue hue, thousands of krill leaping with the waves, transforming the entire ocean into a flowing galaxy. The waves crashed against the rocks, and the splashes shimmered with azure light. Linlin, gazing at this spectacle, opened her mouth in awe, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is so beautiful!" In the distance, the krill gathered and dispersed with the tides, sketching winding trails of light in the darkness, resonating with the galaxy above, blurring the line between sky and sea. My fingertips unconsciously traced the rough texture of the giant rock as the starlit river and phosphorescence danced together, as if all the light in the universe converged at this point. The moment a meteor streaked across the Milky Way, the overwhelming sensation in my chest nearly burst forth from my throat. The terror of once encountering a torpedo attack aboard a colossal ship, the fear of drifting amidst tumultuous waves, and the despair during a storm's wrath, all transformed into a searing tide in my eyes. It dawned upon me that fate had long been orchestrating this moment. The darkness and struggles I had endured were merely to accentuate the brilliance of now. The night breeze carried the scent of coconuts from Linlin's hair past my ears, and I suddenly comprehended that all hardships harbor intricacies. When a galaxy poured forth and the phosphorescence leaped over the sea, I finally grasped the profound gift of fate. I do not know how much time passed, but at this moment, the moonlight enveloped the serene island like a silver veil as the waves tirelessly crashed against the rocks, producing a rhythmic sound. Linlin and I sat on the cool boulder, the fronds of her hair gently swaying in the night breeze, occasionally brushing against my arm, bringing a teasing sensation. I gazed up at the myriad of stars adorning the night sky, feeling the dry night breeze caress my face. And I broke the silence. Given the weather, it seems unlikely that rain will grace us in the coming days, at least not for 3 or 4 days. Linlin slightly tilted her head, the moonlight gently illuminating her profile, accentuating her exquisite features. She nodded quietly, her hair swaying softly with emotion. I reached out to brush away a fallen leaf resting on her shoulder and continued, taking advantage of the fair weather. We shall commence the construction of a new shelter tomorrow. The last storm devastated our previous refuge, and we must hasten to erect a more resilient one. Upon hearing this, Linlin's previously serene expression was instantly tinged with concern. She turned towards me, her hands gently resting on my legs, her gaze fixed intently on my injured hip, her voice imbued with care. "If we start tomorrow, Brother Zhao, have you sufficiently recovered from your injury?" She paused. Recalling the moment when pain had drained the color from my face, I was truly afraid. Her voice trailed off, her fingers unconsciously rubbing against my pant leg. Smiling, I reached out to tousle her hair, my fingertips weaving through her silky strands. "I feel much better. The swelling has subsided. After a good night's rest, I should be able to walk normally by morning. Just you wait." As I spoke, I stood and took a few steps, no longer in need of bending my leg. Although a slight ache remained, it was considerably less than during the day. "Rest assured, with this dandelion poultice, I am quite stable." Linlin bit her lower lip, a blush creeping on her cheeks, a blend of shyness and mild reproach. "Let us wait until the morrow, then. If you're not well, do not force yourself. I would rather not be a widow in waiting." With that, she cast a quick glance at me before burying her head in my embrace, her arms tightly encircling my waist. Her candid words elicited a soft chuckle from me, and I wrapped my arms firmly around her, resting my chin atop her head. "I understand. I know my body well. I promise you, I shall not push myself. After all, I yearn to share many more sunrises and sunsets with you on this island." In the enveloping night, we nestled together, listening to the rhythm of the waves, feeling the warmth of each other. And in that moment, it seemed as though the entire world existed solely for the two of us. Chapter 25. Together through thick and thin, though marooned on a deserted island, I find myself content with my current existence. Setting aside ethical considerations, I even feel a sense of happiness greater than that which I experienced prior to my isolation. Reflecting on my days of unemployment, burdened by the weight of entrepreneurial failure and overwhelming debt, I was a solitary figure at the threshold of my 30s, apprehensive about my future and increasingly concerned for my aging mother. In terms of establishing a family and a career, I had achieved nothing, living each day enveloped in anxiety. In stark contrast, despite my current predicament, I have found true companionship in Linlin. No matter where I am, her presence envelopes me in warmth and joy. As for the somewhat dire circumstances we face, I have faith that through relentless effort, our situation will improve. This may sound selfish, yet I know Linlin does not share this sentiment. Her love for me is genuine, but she constantly yearns to escape this desolate island and return to her warm, happy, and prosperous home. I would never deliberately confine her here, for my love for her is also sincere. I do not romanticize this life, nor do I relinquish any opportunity to leave. Rather, I have accepted the course of fate and strive to live in the present. In this moment, my focus is on ensuring our shared existence on this island is as fulfilling as possible. Today, I arose early as my hip injury has nearly healed, allowing me to move freely without pain. I made my way to the beach to wash away the dandelion fluff that had been applied to my injury, after which I would commence the construction of a new shelter, concerned that Linlin might wake in a state of panic upon discovering my absence. I hastily cleaned my injury and returned to our refuge atop the large rock. Linlin was still deeply asleep, and seizing the moment, I began to plan the number of coconut trees that would need to be felled. Constructing our shelter within the coconut grove seemed feasible. I simply needed to identify a few trees with suitable spacing to commence building, thus sparing myself the labor of laying a foundation. I envisioned inserting beams at a height of about 1 meter into the trunks of the living coconut trees, and then using smaller coconut trunks to create a loft floor. The surrounding walls could be framed with some of the coconut trunks, supplemented by the frond's main stems, and finally woven together with coconut leaves to form a thatched enclosure. The roof would be constructed in a sloped design, initially framed with coconut trunks and fronds, then covered with thatched coconut leaves. Additionally, a layer of grass would be laid down, topped with another layer of coconut leaves, creating a 3-tiered structure capable of withstanding rainwater infiltration. With my plans laid out, I approached Linlin, gently kissing her cheek and softly rousing her from slumber. As she opened her eyes and saw me, a hint of morning grogginess washed over her, and she nestled into my embrace. I held her tenderly, patting her back gently, and said, "Linlin, I am off to fell some coconut trees. If you wish to continue sleeping, do so. Should you wake and seek me, you will find me in the coconut grove." Linlin stretched lazily and rubbed her eyes before exclaiming, "I want to go too." I stood amidst 4 towering coconut trees, gazing up at their trunks that soared into the sky. They were symmetrically arranged, resembling loyal sentinels, encircling a clearing of approximately 12 square meters. This would soon become our new home on this deserted island. Linlin sat in the shade of the trees, cradling the coconut I had just carved for her. The sweet aroma of coconut water mingled with the sea breeze, and as she tilted her head to sip, warmth surged within me. I tightened my grip on the Nepalese army knife, its blade glinting with a cold sheen. Taking a deep breath, I began to climb the coconut tree. The rough bark chafed my palms, and with each upward step, the sea wind whipped more fiercely past my ears. Upon reaching a height of 4 meters, I steadied myself and swung the knife forcefully at the trunk. With a sharp crack, wood chips flew, and with each successive blow, deep gashes began to mar the trunk. To prevent the severed trunk from crashing down upon me, I secured a vine tightly around a height of about 7 meters and repeatedly instructed Linlin to pull from below. "Linlin, please be careful. Wait for my signal to pull with all your might," I shouted, my voice echoing through the grove. Linlin nodded resolutely, her slender figure gripping the vine, her eyes reflecting trust and concern. As the countdown concluded, Linlin exerted every ounce of strength to pull the vine, and in that instant, I released my grip. With a thunderous roar, the coconut tree crashed down, sending tremors through the ground and startling a flock of seabirds hidden among the fronds, their wings flapping in shrill cries piercing the air. Breathless, I descended the trunk, my legs slightly trembling, and picked up a coconut, skillfully slicing it open and tilting my head back to drink. The cool coconut water flowed down my throat, alleviating some of the heat and fatigue, yet soon, I was engrossed in the next round of chopping. The sun seemed to ascend ever higher, the temperature growing increasingly oppressive. I continued to seek out straight coconut trunks to serve as beams, the knife descending repeatedly, my arms growing heavier than lead. Sweat soaked my shirt, only to be gradually dried by the sea breeze, leaving behind streaks of white salt. Occasionally, Linlin would rise to offer me coconuts and gently urge me to take a break, but glancing at the sun's descent, I knew time was of the essence and could only shake my head to continue. Gradually, sharp pain radiated from my palms, Looking down, I saw 2 or 3 blisters forming, yet the army knife showed no signs of halting. Numbness began to replace the pain, mechanically propelling me to repeat the chopping motion. Meanwhile, Linlin, following my instructions, ventured to the rocky beach to collect shells and oysters. From a distance, her figure danced between the rocks, occasionally bending to pick something up, her skirt fluttering in the gentle sea breeze. Once she accidentally slipped, and my heart tightened as I rushed her side, only to see her laughing as she rose and waved, signaling that she was unharmed. In that moment, my heart brimmed with both concern and guilt for her. Yet it also fortified my resolve to build a proper home for her. As the sun began its languid descent beyond the horizon, twilight enveloped the coconut grove like a delicate veil, marking the completion of our beam construction. 4 robust beams stood resolutely between the 4 palm trees, though rudimentary. They bore the weight of our aspirations. The next task was to assemble the flooring of our pavilion. I tirelessly continued to saw through the coconut trunks, meticulously measuring each piece to ensure a perfect fit. Upon Linlin's return, she joined in our efforts, and we worked in harmonious synchrony, exchanging smiles that momentarily alleviated our fatigue. As night fell, darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. We kindled a fire in the coconut grove, utilizing the remaining gunpowder from the previously discharged bullet, which proved crucial for igniting the flames. The flickering flames danced in the darkness, illuminating our faces, glistening with sweat and dust. Linlin placed the gathered oysters and scallops upon a stone slab beside the fire, and soon an enticing aroma wafted through the air. I had intended to catch a coconut crab to enhance our meal, yet the night had grown too late, and darkness rendered the task impossible, leaving me no choice but to abandon the idea. Gathered around the bonfire, we savored the roasted oysters. Devoid of seasoning, they tasted remarkably delightful. The firelight reflected our labor's fruits. The nascent wooden structure, though simple, was a testament to our sweat and toil. Linlin's face radiated a blissful smile as we feasted, dreaming of our future life and planning how to furnish this dwelling more comfortably. Sweat trickled down my forehead, yet my heart brimmed with a sense of grounding and satisfaction. This deserted island had begun to resemble a home, as we found solace in each other and in the sanctuary we had built with our own hands. Chapter 26. Moving into the seaside house as anticipated, the tumultuous storm from last time had indeed left a clear sky in its wake, and the rain had since ceased. Linlin and I dedicated nearly all our time to constructing our shelter, with the final coconut leaf thatch laid upon the roof. Our new abode nestled amidst the coconut grove on the sandy beach had finally reached its completion today, a testament to our collaborative efforts and relentless perseverance. Barefoot on the delicate, soft sands, Linlin's hand clasped tightly in mine conveyed warmth and joy. We exchanged smiles, our eyes reflecting the shimmering surface of the sea. Turning towards the vast ocean, we called out in unison, "Hey, ocean, how are you?" Our voices mingled with the sea breeze, drifting into the distance. As our cheers gradually faded, we turned to behold 30 meters away, the painstakingly crafted mansion standing quietly. The thatched roof glimmered subtly under the sun, while the wooden framework of coconut trees interlocked securely. This humble cabin, imbued with our toil and aspirations, seemed to radiate a gentle warmth, much like a beacon of light in the night, illuminating the desolate beach and our forthcoming days. I patted Linlin's shoulder dusted with fine sand, as the sea breeze lifted the salt-kissed tips of her hair, sparkling in the sunlight. "Let us go to the rocky area and create a seafood mystery box. We must celebrate our new home tonight." Linlin's eyes sparkled like the sea at high tide, and without hesitation, she tugged me towards the shallows left by the receding tide, the shells beneath our feet crunching softly. The exposed rocky outcrops resembled a treasure chest flung open, and as Linlin crouched beside a crevice adorned with seaweed, she let out a delighted squeal. She carefully cradled a scallop, its shell shimmering with pearlescent hues, her delicate lashes framing pupils that reflected the pristine meat within. I rolled my pant legs up to my knees and crouched down, exploring the crevices. Suddenly, my fingertips brushed against a slippery, firm mass with a decisive tug. A dark red lobster burst forth, brandishing its claws, sending splashes of water flying, along with a few translucent mantis shrimp. On our return, I stumbled upon a coconut crab, as large as a dinner plate, wielding serrated pincers, diligently etching patterns into the coconut shell. Having tasted coconut crab before, Linlin was no longer as apprehensive, and I seized the opportunity to catch it. As we returned to the shelter, arms laden with a bounty woven from vines and coconut leaves, the setting sun bathed the coconut grove in a honeyed glow. Linlin tiptoed to retrieve the sun-dried seaweed from the eaves, while I retrieved my Nepalese knife from my waist, gently arranging the lobster's antennae. This abode, infused with our unwavering dedication, had finally welcomed the warmth of life. The attic-esque coconut wood floor, crafted by our own hands, bore the rugged texture of uneven logs, leaving my back sore as I lay upon it. Yet Linlin had already piled soft seaweed and sun-dried coconut leaves into a small mountain. Once we finish our meal, let us weave an extraordinarily thick mattress. She lay on the floor, her legs swinging as she gazed up at the ceiling, untroubled by the discomfort beneath her. I chuckled softly, rising to step outside. The tide was rising, and the shimmering reflections on the crests of the waves resembled scattered fragments of gold. This beach, facing the vast ocean, had truly become our backyard. Suddenly, I remembered we hadn't yet acquired a proper stove for our new home. Without hesitation, I seized a machete and struck at the coconut tree. As the robust trunk split into half-meter logs, the splintered wood released a fresh aroma of coconut. I dug a square pit 2 meters from the eaves with a sharpened stick, embedding the logs deeply into the sand to form a neat fire pit. Linlin had approached unbeknownst to me, clutching dried coconut leaves in her hand. "I'll find some straight branches for a grill." I busied myself around the fire pit while cautioning her, "Don't wander too far." As the last grains of gunpowder spilled from the open bullet, the first flicker of flame erupted in the pit, casting a warm glow over the entire coconut grove. Lobsters were skewered on the sharpened branches, their juices sizzling as they dripped into the fire, producing a delightful crackling sound. Linlin placed the oysters on the scorching stones, watching as their shells gradually opened to reveal succulent morsels glistening with oil. We sat on the coconut wood logs at the entrance of our new home, the sea breeze sweeping through our hair, carrying the enticing aroma of grilled seafood. In the distance, the waves gently caressed the shore. "Do you think this counts as the most luxurious seaside villa on the island?" I offered her a claw wrapped in coconut leaves. Linlin took a hearty bite of crab meat, her cheeks puffing up like a little squirrel. "This is undoubtedly the best in the world." She suddenly sprang up and dashed towards the loft, returning with a wind chime crafted from shells and vines, its tinkling mingling with the sound of the waves, echoing within the abode we had built with our own hands. After indulging in a feast, the night had fully enveloped us in darkness. Inside the wooden house, Linlin rested her head in the crook of my arm. We exchanged no words, simply listening to the rhythm of each other's breaths and heartbeats. Perhaps it was the novelty of our new dwelling, coupled with a satisfying meal of seafood, that stirred our restless hearts. In a safe and warm environment, a woman might contemplate intimate matters, especially in the presence of her beloved, expressing her desires unabashedly. With her head nestled in my arm, one of her hands caressed my face, her voice a sultry whisper in my ear. "Zhao, is your injury completely healed?" As she spoke, she gently blew against my ear. I did not respond. Instead, I turned and kissed her, omitting 100,000 words. That night, I nearly exhausted the energies I had accumulated over 30 years. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the coconut leaves, casting delicate golden lines on the loft floor. I drowsily opened my eyes. The first thing I noticed was the sweet scent of Linlin's hair, curled beside me. Her light brown strands spread like seaweed across the thin blanket woven from coconut leaves, gently rising and falling with her deep breaths. The sea breeze slipped through the half-open wooden window, lifting the wisps of hair by her ear and bestowing a soft, golden edge in the dim light. Suddenly, she unconsciously snuggled closer to me, her nose brushing against my wrist, sending a delightful shiver through me. I gently brushed aside the strands of hair from her face, my fingertips grazing the faint crimson marks imprinted by the coconut wood floor, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. This sound stirred her. Her eyelashes fluttered twice as her drowsy eyes slowly opened, initially gazing at me in a daze before her lips curved into a sweet, tender smile. Good morning. Exclusive wake-up service of the sea view room. We lingered in the wooden cabin, listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves. Outside, the coconut trees rustled softly, accompanied by the clear calls of seabirds from an unknown source. Suddenly, Linlin propped herself up as the morning light streamed along her arched spine, coalescing into a warm glow at the dip of her waist. She pointed towards the clouds tinged with golden red outside, her eyes sparkling like they were adorned with stars. Look, the dawn has turned the sea into orange soda. Before she finished speaking, she was already rushing barefoot towards the wooden door. I hurriedly grabbed my camouflage jacket and followed her, only to find her standing beneath the sunlit eaves. The sea breeze lifted the hem of her skirt as she tiptoed to reach the dangling coconut leaves, and a droplet of dew from the leaf's tip fell on her nape, startling her into a fit of joyous laughter. In the distance, the sea shimmered with light, and a few dolphins suddenly leaped from the water, carving glimmering arcs in the dawn. Linlin excitedly tugged at my arm, her warm palm transmitting a vibrant pulse through the fabric. In that moment, the morning light, the sea breeze, the waves, and the girl beside me, laughing freely, transformed this self-built wooden cabin into the warmest corner of the world. Chapter 27. Shadows in the deep pool. The sea breeze swept fine sand across the eaves as I secured my Nepalese knife at my waist, my gaze sweeping over the coconut fluff clinging to Linlin's hair. You stay here in the cabin and keep watch while I venture into the island's jungle. If I can find flint, we won't have to waste bullets on fire-making. I will also look for fresh water, as relying solely on coconut juice is not sustainable. Suddenly, Linlin's fingers tightened around the rolled-up sleeve of my shirt, her nails creating tiny creases in the fabric. She gazed into the distance, where the jungle loomed hazily in the morning mist, her brow furrowing. Zhao, those vines are thicker than arms, and venomous snakes and wild beasts are densely hidden. Before she could finish, a sound akin to a beast's roar erupted from the depths of the thicket, startling the wild birds perched in the treetops into a frenzied flight. Linlin's eyelashes fluttered violently, and her grip on my sleeve tightened further. I clasped her icy fingertips in my hand, the chill of the knife's hilt seeping through the fabric. Fear not. Drawing out my glinting Nepalese knife, its blade reflecting the light and tracing a sharp arc, I patted the G37 pistol strapped to my thigh. With ease in hand, I am invincible. These two tools are sufficient for self-defense. Yet, she suddenly rose on tiptoe, wrapping her arms around my waist, her cheek pressed against my neck. The scent of sea salt mingled with coconut wafted up to my nostrils. I feel lonely guarding the cabin. The wind rustling through the coconut trees sounds like someone weeping. What if I accompany you? I could assist with observations, and I could. No. My voice involuntarily rose, and I cradled her dew-kissed face in my hands, my thumb gently brushing against the faint shadows beneath her eyes. The wild boars in this jungle can shatter trees as thick as bowls, and leopards can silently stalk from above. Even with a gun, I must remain utterly vigilant. It is too perilous for you to accompany me. Seeing her desire to argue, I handed her a sharpened wooden stick, a meter long. Stay here and guard the house. I will return with good news. The sound of the tide mingled with the rustling noises from the depths of the jungle as Linlin looked up at me, her moist eyes resembling shallow waters at high tide, reflecting the tumultuous clouds above. After a long moment, she nodded gently, her hair cascading down to conceal the unspoken concern in her gaze. I turned to face the dense, primordial jungle behind me, touched the hilt of my Nepalese knife, inhaled deeply, and stepped forward into the thicket. With each step, I ventured further, the grove of coconut trees receding behind me into a golden barrier. Before me, ferns loomed like monstrous claws, their damp tendrils ensnaring my ankles. The Nepalese knife struck against the underbrush with a muffled thud, green sap splattering onto my face, mingling with the cold sweat trickling down my collar. Suddenly, the buzzing of insects fell eerily silent, replaced by a sound resembling nails scraping against tree bark, emanating from all directions, yet indistinguishable in origin. The 30-meter stretch of grass felt like traversing a century, and at last, I found myself in the island's primordial forest. When the shadows of the ancient woods enveloped my head, the stench of decaying leaves thickened almost to a palpable form. On the gnarled ancient tree, pale gray parasitic plants hung down, swaying eerily in the still air like countless suspended arms. From the hollow of the tree, occasional rustlings were heard, and now and then, dark red beetles tumbled forth, their shells gleaming with a metallic coldness. Gripping my G-37 pistol tightly, the click of the safety being disengaged echoed sharply in the silence of the forest. I pressed onward, acutely aware of the terrain beginning to slope downward, the thickness of the humus nearly engulfing my ankles. With each step, a soft, mushy sensation met my feet, as if I were treading upon the viscera of some creature. Vines coiled around the tree trunks like giant serpents, and as I swung my blade to sever them, dark red sap oozed from the cut, congealing into tiny beads upon the edge of my knife. In the distance, an unknown creature emitted a sound reminiscent of a child's wail, its proximity fluctuating, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. Turning around a moss-covered boulder, a deep pool of water suddenly came into view. The water exhibited a strange emerald green hue, resembling crushed gemstones steeped in decay. The surface was as smooth as glass, yet devoid of any reflection. Only a mass of silver scales stirred beneath, the fish moving without causing even the slightest ripple. The air by the pool was thick, almost viscous, carrying the scent of rust and rotting aquatic vegetation. A towering tree stood at the water's edge, its bark riddled with crevices akin to the skin of a weathered elder. The trunk was so immense that I estimated it would require a dozen or more people holding hands to encircle it. Air roots hung down like curtains, their surfaces coated with a black slime that dripped into the pool, creating tiny black bubbles upon impact. The canopy obscured the sun, fragmenting the light into delicate patterns that cast a web-like shadow upon the surface. I was certain that this colossal tree was the same one I had glimpsed from atop the boulder, looking deep into the island's interior. I crouched down to test whether the water was fresh, and in its depths, a distorted visage emerged, my own face twisted by fear. Without further contemplation, I scooped up water, feeling its icy chill pierce through me. Yet it bore a subtle bitterness, as if mingled with some mineral. It was indeed fresh water. I washed my face, the texture beneath my fingertips oddly coarse. Looking down, I discovered that my palms were smeared with fine black particles, reminiscent of the substance that oozed from the severed vines earlier. Just as I prepared to rise, a sudden dragging sound emanated from the depths of the pool. I shot my gaze upward, only to see the roots of the giant tree extending into the water, a shadow the thickness of a gas canister slowly writhing. Its surface was covered in scales, and with each movement, the water rippled with an uncanny indigo hue. Rubbing my eyes and focusing once more, I found only the gnarled roots of the tree quietly unfurling in the dim green water. Cold sweat soaked my back, my heartbeat resonating painfully against my eardrums. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination, I murmured to myself. Yet as I turned, I caught a glimpse of something silver flashing across the water surface. It was the sudden reflection of scales as the fish school abruptly shifted direction, yet their arrangement did not resemble the natural flow of movement. Instead, they formed a colossal, circular formation, at the center of which faintly emerged the outline of some gigantic creature. At that moment, I could no longer afford to search for Flint. I turned and fled in a frantic dash. Behind me echoed the thunderous sound of breaking branches, seemingly intermingled with the roar of some beast, a sound akin to metal scraping against glass or nails dragging across a skull. Decayed leaves splattered beneath my feet, and vines, having ensnared my ankles unbeknownst to me, compelled me to wield my blade and sever them as I continued my frantic escape. In that moment, I profoundly understood the sentiment of fleeing with one's spirit trailing behind. When fear reaches its zenith, the mind falters. I could not ascertain how long I had been running, but when the golden sunlight of the coconut grove once again graced my face, I could still feel the chilling shadow lurking deep within the waterhole. No, it was not merely a shadow. It was the bizarre silhouette of a creature, interspersed with hues of black and crimson. At this juncture, I was drenched, soaked in the cold sweat that my own terror had elicited. Gasping for breath, I glanced back to behold the colossal trees of the forest, resembling ancient deities, their aerial roots swaying in the wind as if silently summoning. Chapter 28. The disappearance of Linlin upon leaving the jungle. A briny sea breeze enveloped me, carrying fine grains of sand that struck against my damp neck, as the swaying silhouette of the coconut palms materialized before my eyes. The small wooden cabin constructed from coconut timber glimmered warmly in the sunset, allowing my taut nerves to ease, if only slightly. The experiences within the jungle lingered like entangled vines, refusing to fade from my consciousness. The deep emerald pool, the towering trees piercing the heavens, the sluggishly writhing red-black monstrosity. At this moment, with the appearance of the cabin, they receded temporarily into the depths of memory. Treading upon the soft sand, I made my way towards the cabin, my footsteps alternating between deep and shallow. Should I reveal the true circumstances of the jungle to Linlin? This question echoed relentlessly in my mind. If I were to speak the truth, her spirited eyes would undoubtedly be filled with terror. Yet, if I were to downplay the events, she might insist on accompanying me on my next adventure. Linlin, I have returned, I called out as I stood before the cabin. But my voice was mercilessly whisked away by the sea breeze. Inside, there was only silence, interrupted occasionally by a few dried leaves swirling at the entrance. Raising my voice, I called again, Linlin, I have returned. Are you home? The only response was the wind chimes made of vines and shells swaying gently under the eaves, producing a tinkling sound. A wave of despair surged within me as I forcefully pushed open the coconut wood door. The cabin was utterly vacant. Cracks in the walls held a few strands of dried seaweed, and a pile of faded shells lay in the corner, but there was no sign of Linlin. My right hand remained poised on the door, my palms sweat seeping into the rough texture of the wood. Unease washed over me like the rising tide. Linlin! Linlin! I turned and sprinted towards the beach, grains of sand slipping into my shoes, causing sharp discomfort beneath my feet. The sunset elongated my shadow, casting a pale silhouette upon the sand. The waves crashed against the shore, emitting a low lament, as if sharing in my anxiety. I scoured the beach, my gaze sweeping over every rock and each cluster of coconut trees, yet I could not find that familiar figure. Suddenly, my eyes fell upon the towering boulder in the distance. That was our former sanctuary. From its summit, the entire coastline was visible. Perhaps Linlin was waiting there for me, joyfully waving a newly found shell. This thought rekindled a glimmer of hope within me, and I gritted my teeth, running fervently towards the rock. Upon reaching the top of the boulder, I found only the discarded remnants of a few coconut trunks. Standing atop the stone, I called out for Linlin in every direction, but the howling sea wind swallowed my voice, yielding no response. My legs weakened, and I fell to my knees upon the rocky surface, striking my face in frustration. It was all my fault for insisting on exploring the inner island's forest. If only I had not ventured out alone today. Fear and guilt washed over me like a tide, and my mind became inundated with the myriad dangers Linlin might be facing. An attack by ferocious beasts, swept away by rising waters, lost within the depths of the jungle. When one is engulfed in profound worry, the mind becomes a taut bowstring, and the slightest disturbance can trigger the worst imaginings. Uncertain of how long it had been, the salty sea breeze gradually dispersed my chaotic thoughts. My reason slowly returned, and I reminded myself not to be governed by fear. Perhaps Linlin had merely ventured to a more distant beach, where shells were abundant. She must have intended to surprise me. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to rise, yet my legs felt as heavy as lead. Dragging my weary body back to the wooden cabin, the silence within was suffocating. Without Linlin's presence, the entire room felt like a frigid prison. Leaning against the rough wooden wall, I gazed vacantly out the door. As dusk deepened, the last remnants of twilight lingered on the horizon, casting a glow through the beach and illuminating the cabin's doorframe. I hugged my arms tightly, staring at the boundless sea, praying for Linlin's safe return. Each crashing wave resembled her footsteps returning, Every whispering breeze echoed her calls for me. Time passed agonizingly, with fear and hope alternating in tormenting me. I silently vowed that as long as Linlin returned safely, I would never let her out of my sight again, nor would I venture alone into peril. As the sun neared the horizon, the clouds were painted crimson, and the sea transformed into a golden-red expanse. Sitting on the steps of the cabin, my heart raced with anxiety, my nails digging into my palms. The sea breeze, laden with sand, stung my face. It could not compare to the fear within my heart. The waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, sounding like distant cries for help, while the shadows of the coconut trees danced overhead, constantly reminding me of Linlin's pale face. I waited in despair. Each second felt excruciatingly prolonged, as if despair were about to crush me entirely. At that moment, I suddenly spotted someone approaching from the beach. Linlin, her dress caked in mud, cradled several stones, each roughly the size of an egg, which clinked together with a dull thud as she walked. Her hair clung to her face with sweat, her eyes filled with fatigue. Yet upon seeing me, she instantly beamed and called out, "Zhao, you're back." Hearing her voice, I could no longer contain myself. I stumbled towards her, sand pouring into my shoes, disregarding the discomfort. She ran towards me, her hair still carrying the scent of the sea breeze. When she reached me, I enveloped her in a tight embrace, so forceful that she exclaimed in surprise. The stone she held tumbled to the ground, rolling into the sand. "Linlin, where on earth have you been?" I held her tightly, burying my face in her hair, my voice quivering with emotion. "Do you know how frantic I was?" I scoured the beach. I clutched her as if fearing she would vanish if I loosened my grip. Initially taken aback, she gently patted my back, soothing me as one would a child. I went to find flint along the shore. There's a shallow area where stones are piled high. She lifted her gaze, using her sandy fingers to wipe the tears from my face, and continued, "It's in that direction." Following her direction, I saw the distant bay shimmering with gold under the setting sun, the rocks appearing dark and ominous as twilight deepened. "From now on, you mustn't wander off alone." Though my words were harsh, I found myself stooping down to gather the stones scattered upon the ground, piece by piece. The stones still radiated warmth, marked by numerous indentations that unmistakably bore the imprint of Linlin's shell hammering. At that moment, the sea breeze transformed into a gentle caress, lifting the bits of grass from her hair. All the fear and anxiety that had troubled my heart suddenly melted away, replaced by an indescribable sense of discomfort and relief. Chapter 29. The nightmare serpent beneath the eaves. Linlin and I perched upon a flattened coconut tree, its unique form repurposed as a bench before our wooden abode. Suddenly, Linlin shattered the silence, her voice laced with anticipation. "Brother Zhao, is there fresh water in the forest?" Her eyes sparkled in the dim light, and the mere prospect of fresh water promised a better life for us. "Yes, but..." As the words left my lips, the harrowing images from the jungle surged through my mind like a tide. Those eerie scenes were certainly not fit for her ears. I opened my mouth, yet ultimately swallowed the words destined to escape. "But what?" Linlin immediately pressed, leaning closer, her face a canvas of curiosity and urgency. I gazed upward at the darkening sky, pondering in silence. If I withheld the truth, she might perceive the forest as innocuous, devoid of peril, and might one day venture into its depths, at which point it would be too late to warn her. After much hesitation, I gently enveloped her in my arms, hoping to instill a sense of security. "The forest is quite eerie and terrifying," I began slowly, my voice unconsciously softened. "It harbors a multitude of creatures I have never encountered before. In the heart of the island lies a depression, home to a fathomless pool of fresh water." Linlin abruptly lifted her head, her eyes widening in excitement. "Wow, does that mean we can finally have freedom with fresh water?" Her face radiated joy, completely oblivious to the terrifying tale that was about to unfold. I offered a bitter smile and shook my head, gently patting her shoulder. "Please, let me finish." Linlin obediently nodded, her hands clutching my shirt tightly, her gaze brimming with expectation. By the water's edge stands a colossal ancient tree. I inhaled deeply and continued, its roots partially submerged in the pool, gnarled and twisted. It is quite unsettling to behold. Today, I approached there feeling a bit parched and drank some water, splashing my face in the process. Then, I paused, sensing her slight tremor in my embrace, as I recalled a creature I had never seen before. Linlin instinctively tightened her hold on me, her voice quivering. What kind of creature? I struggled to articulate it, furrowing my brow in recollection. It entwined with the roots of the tree beneath the water, revealing only a segment, approximately a meter in length and as thick as a gas canister. It bore striking red stripes, particularly conspicuous against the blackness of its body, and those stripes were vertical. Linlin, now visibly shaken, gripped my arm tightly, her nails digging into my flesh. Is it a giant snake? Her voice trembled with fear. I slowly nodded. It is possible, but it did not quite resemble one. Such a large serpent could not exist in reality. This is not the age of the ancients. Moreover, those blood-red vertical stripes appeared so discordant. The snakes I have seen, even those on television, typically bear horizontal patterns. I have never encountered one with such vivid vertical stripes. Could it possibly be a dragon? Suddenly, Linlin uttered a remark tinged with a hint of hopefulness. I sighed helplessly and replied, "That is even less likely. Where in this world could there possibly be dragons?" The colossal object I encountered today filled me with an eerie and chilling sensation, as though it were guarding the pond. I resolved never to venture into the forest again, for it harbored too many mysteries beyond our comprehension. Linlin fell silent for a moment, then nodded emphatically, her voice subdued as she said, "I had intended to wash some clothes, but hearing you say that, I no longer dare to go." She buried her head in my embrace. "It's getting dark. Let us return to the cabin," I suggested as I took her hand and led her back to the wooden house, closing the door behind us. Lying on a mattress woven from palm leaves and dried seaweed, Linlin nestled against me, while my mind incessantly replayed the haunting image of the colossal figure in the forest pond. What could that be? Lost in thought, I eventually succumbed to sleep. Once more, Linlin was gone. I staggered along the coastline, my throat raw from anxiety. The sunset cast its last rays upon the beach. Yet Linlin's footprints abruptly ceased where the tide had washed over. My knees crashed down onto the scorching sand, and a heart-wrenching scream erupted from my throat, startling the seabirds resting on the distant rocks. "Linlin! Linlin!" My calls were mercilessly swallowed by the waves, and panic surged like the rising tide, swiftly drowning my reason. I wiped my face, unsure whether it was sweat or tears, and suddenly remembered a place I had yet to search, the ominous, terrifying primeval forest. I sprang to my feet, the Nepalese knife at my waist glinting coldly in the twilight. No matter what kind of monster you are, I must find Linlin. My grip tightened around the hilt, the veins in my hand bulging as my nails nearly embedded themselves in my palm. The moment I plunged into the forest, the decaying leaves crunched beneath my feet, releasing a nauseating sound, while the air was thick with the scent of damp decay, as if I were inside the belly of some colossal beast. Vines entwined around the tree trunks began to writhe, their deep purple skin oozing a viscous black liquid that reeked of foul stench. I swung my knife with fervor, and as the blade sliced through the vine, the black liquid erupted like a fountain, splattering across my face with a searing sting that nearly blinded me. Yet, the thought of Linlin potentially in peril propelled me forward, disregarding the need to wipe my face, gritting my teeth as I continued my frantic dash. A deafening roar resonated ahead, and a bear towering 2 meters high brandished its claws, blocking my path. Its eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red light, and a piece of rotting flesh hung from its jaws. Without hesitation, I drew my pistol, the cold metal grip slick with sweat. Bang! Bang! The gunfire reverberated through the dense forest, and the enormous bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, its blood staining the moss at my feet. I stepped over the twitching carcass, my legs heavy as if laden with lead. When the pond finally came into view, I felt as though I might collapse. The water shimmered a strange, dark green, reflecting the towering tree that cast a vast shadow over the shore, its roots sprawling like the tentacles of a giant octopus upon the water's surface. Linlin, Linlin, my voice reverberated above the tranquil pond, startling a flock of bats that had been lurking unseen. Suddenly, A tremendous splash resonated from the water's surface as a colossal serpent's head emerged, its eyes as large as my palm, with slitted pupils and a forked tongue that flicked out, exuding a foul breeze, measuring over a meter in length. The serpent's body coiled around the roots of a tree, its obsidian scales glimmering with a cold sheen in the moonlight, while three vivid crimson stripes, resembling fresh wounds, snaked from its neck into the unseen depths below. Fear coursed through me like an electric current, paralyzing my limbs, and my heart felt as though it would leap from my chest. Yet, Linlin's smiling visage flashed momentarily in my mind, causing my blood to boil with fervor. "D!" I shouted as I raised my pistol and fired wildly. The bullets struck the serpent's scales, producing showers of sparks, yet only elicited an enraged hiss from the beast. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from within the great tree. "Zhao, don't shoot. It means no harm." I jerked my head up, my pupils constricting in shock. Half of Linlin's body was embedded in the bark, her hair entwined with vines, and an eerie smile graced her face. "Let her go." I lost all semblance of reason and dashed around the pond, oblivious to the sharp stones slicing into my feet. Just as my military knife was about to strike the tree trunk, the enormous serpent lunged at me like a bolt of black lightning, its icy body wrapping around me with a vice-like grip. Its strength was astonishing, the sound of my ribs buckling under the pressure echoed in my ears, and the fetid breath enveloped me as its gaping maw threatened to swallow my head whole. No, in despair, I shut my eyes, and at that moment, a violent shudder jolted me awake from the nightmare. I shot upright, drenched in cold sweat, realizing that everything had merely been a dream. My sudden movement roused Linlin. "Zhao, what is wrong?" she asked, embracing me, only to discover that I was soaked with perspiration. I gasped for breath, still shaken, and stammered, "It's nothing, just a peculiar dream." Chapter 30, Flint. The morning light filtered through the fronds of the coconut trees and poured into the wooden cabin. I groggily opened my eyes and saw Linlin still curled up beside me, her hair tousled and imbued with the scent of the sea breeze from the night before, her eyelashes fluttering in rhythm with her breath. Outside, a thud echoed, likely a ripe coconut falling to the ground, while the waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. The sunlight bathed Linlin's face in a warm golden hue. I gently brushed aside the hair that obscured her eyes. Her skin was warm, more comforting than the newly risen sun. The sea breeze wafted in, lifting the seaweed curtains at the window, carrying with it the rich aroma of coconuts mingled with a hint of saltiness. Suddenly, Linlin turned over with a smile, her voice languid. "Can we sleep a little longer, please?" I smiled and nodded in agreement, cherishing her proposal. On this tropical island, we were free from constraints, liberated from any rigid norms. We could sleep as long as we wished and do as we pleased. This profound sense of freedom once again enveloped me, lending a delightful charm to our current existence. I had designated the island's primal forest as a forbidden zone. Venturing there once had plagued me with nightmares, the sights more exaggerated than those portrayed in films, too extreme for even novels to dare to depict. After a while, Linlin awoke, and we settled on a coconut wood bench outside. The weather was splendid. The morning sea breeze caressed us, infused with the saltiness and fragrance of coconuts, while the sun lazily draped its warmth over the beach and the coconut grove above, where seabirds called out cheerfully. With such delightful weather, I felt compelled to engage in some activity. Yesterday, Linlin had gathered a collection of egg-sized stones. Perhaps one of them concealed flint. With that thought, I began to tinker. The first stone had to be it. Linlin knelt beside me, her knees still dusted with the mud from yesterday's stone gathering at the shallows, her eyes sparkling like two tiny stars. I grasped the pale gray stone, its surface etched with fine lines resembling the weathered palms of an elderly person. My arm muscles tensed, teeth gritted in determination as I vigorously rubbed the back of my knife against it, producing a dull rustling sound. Why was there no reaction? Linlin leaned in closer, her warm breath brushing against my sweaty neck, urging, "Try harder." Yet, where the stone met the blade, only faint white marks remained. Disheartened, I tossed the stone aside, and Linlin sighed, "Perhaps the next one." The second stone, a rich brown with sharp edges, felt weighty in my hand. This time it had to work. Linlin clutched the hem of her shirt, her voice involuntarily rising in excitement. I swung the stone vigorously, the sharp cracking sound reverberating painfully in my ears. Tiny shards scattering onto her hand. Yes, there was. She suddenly froze, staring at the knife's back, devoid of any sparks. Her cheers stifled mid-cheer. Find a harder one, she urged, hastily handing me another stone, her hair tousled by the wind. The third stone, entirely black, gleamed with a lustrous sheen. Linlin squatted beside me, cradling her chin in her hands. This one looks promising. I slowed my pace, 1 stroke, 2 strokes, each friction accompanied by reverence. Quick ignite. Suddenly, Linlin pressed down on my hand with astonishing force. Yet, the back of the knife bore only chaotic scratches. She abruptly released her grip, her nails leaving crimson imprints on my skin. What? Her voice trembled with a hint of tears. I looked up to see her eyes brimming with unshed tears, heavy like the rolling clouds in the sky. Just as despair enveloped us, a deep gray pebble caught my eye. Please let it work. Linlin turned away, her hands clasped in earnest prayer. I mechanically picked up the pebble and feebly rubbed it against the blade. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, a golden spark flickered before us. Wait! My voice cracked as Linlin spun around, her hair trailing gracefully behind her. More sparks erupted in succession, like golden sprites dancing upon the knife surface. It was indeed fire. Linlin! I leaped up to embrace her, and she trembled with excitement, exclaiming, I see it. I see it. She suddenly pried the flint from my grip, fervently rubbing it herself, sparks landing on her nose, leaving tiny red marks unnoticed. We have fire! We have fire! She shouted joyfully, startling a flock of seabirds from the nearby coconut tree. Within the palm of fate lies unwrapped candy wrappers. Even when trapped on a primitive island far from civilization, life can unexpectedly tear open the shroud of clouds, allowing surprises to leap forth like phosphorescence from the sea, transforming into glowing stars in our palms. With this flint, a multitude of tasks awaited us ahead. The sea breeze swept in, salty and pungent, rustling the coconut leaves atop our wooden hut. I crouched amidst the scattered coconut shells, using my machete to peel away the thick husk of a coconut. Linlin approached, cradling a bundle of dried coconut fronds, her hair still dusted with the lime from our morning flint rubbing. With her eyes glimmering, she softly asked, Zhao, what are you studying again? Guess what? I gently set the machete beside the pile of coconuts. The shell pendant Linlin had tied to the knife's handle chimed sweetly as it swayed. She placed down the fronds, her light steps crunching softly on the sand. Her canvas shoes slightly yellowed from the seawater. As she drew closer, a faint coconut fragrance wafted through the air. Come on, Zhao, just tell me. Don't leave me hanging. Linlin, would you like a steaming bowl of seafood soup? I lowered my voice, feigning an air of mystery while winking. My fingertips unconsciously traced the lines of the knife sheath, startling a seagull dozing atop the hut. Upon hearing this, Linlin's eyes sparkled as though filled with starlight. Her lips curving into a sweet smile, and a gentle dimple appeared on her cheek. Of course I would. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, her expression brimming with anticipation. Yet her gaze fell slightly, picking up a shell by her feet to examine. But we don't have any pots or fresh water. How can we cook? I smiled and stood up, gently tucking her wind-tousled hair behind her ear, my thumb brushing against the salt crusted on her cheek. This dried coconut shell can be carved into a bowl. As I spoke, I deftly sliced through the coconut shell with the edge of my blade. And amidst the flying wood shavings, the pristine white interior was revealed. Whether or not we had a pot was of little consequence. I shook the coconut in my hand, and the juice within emitted a delightful, gurgling sound. The coconut water would enhance the flavor of the seafood, rendering it even sweeter. Linlin, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, covered her mouth in surprise and cautiously accepted the coconut with both hands, as though cradling a precious treasure. Wow, Brother Zhao, you're truly clever, she exclaimed, pressing the coconut against her cheek and playfully tossing it into the air before catching it again, her laughter illuminating her features. Let us head to the shallows to catch some sea creatures. With my Nepalese army knife sheathed at my waist, I linked arms with Linlin and we set off towards the tidal flats. Chapter 31. The fierce battle on a rainy night. I ventured deep into the island's jungle, nearly losing my life, yet I found not a trace of flint. Meanwhile, Linlin casually collected a few pebbles from the shallow waters, serendipitously uncovering the flint hidden among them. This truly resonates with the old adage. When one is searching for something, they often find it without effort. The tide receded, revealing a beach that shimmered like mother of pearl, with gentle waves caressing the exposed rocks, leaving behind sinuous silver trails upon the sand. Linlin, barefoot, stepped into the ankle-deep seawater, her skirt dancing with the sea breeze. Suddenly, she crouched down, her fingers parting the swaying seaweed, startling a swarm of translucent shrimp. "Zhao," she exclaimed, straightening up and holding aloft a purplish-red sea clam, its shell adorned with spiral protrusions resembling tightly wound vines. "Can we eat this?" Water trickled from the clam's shell, cascading down her wrist, sparkling in the sunlight. I was crouched on a rock 2 meters away, prying at something within the crevices with my military knife. The briny sea breeze, laden with the scent of seaweed, enveloped my face, while the sound of receding tide whispered in my ears. "Yes, we can eat it. Keep it," I replied without turning my head. With a sudden force, I pried open the rock crevice, and a grayish-blue crab scuttled out, its 8 slender legs clattering against the stones. After I stuffed the crab into my coconut leaf fish basket, I turned to see Linlin tiptoeing deeper into the rocky outcrop. She suddenly pointed at a nearby puddle, her eyes wide with wonder. "Zhao, what is that?" Following her, I noticed a large splash in the shallow depression. A grouper, nearly the length of my forearm, was thrashing about. Its deep brown body was adorned with coin-sized black spots, and its tail was stirring the mud, creating a cloud of silt that rose high. Good heavens! A 5 or 6 pound grouper! I dashed forward in haste, my coconut leaf basket jingling at my waist. The grouper, sensing the commotion, flicked its tail and attempted to swim back to the sea, but having been stranded for too long, its strength was feeble, as if it were flopping on cotton. I knelt in the muck, my hands firmly cradling its heavy belly, the cool scales gliding against my palms, while its gills flared and contracted, spraying salty seawater onto my face. "Quick, open the fish basket," I called out, and Linlin promptly grasped the edge of the basket, forming it into a funnel shape. I slightly rose, using a deft motion to slide the grouper into the basket. The woven coconut leaf structure creaked under the weight, yet securely contained the magnificent fish. As Linlin leaned in for a closer look, the grouper suddenly thrashed, splattering mud all over her face. She wiped her face, laughing so hard she could barely stand upright. "This fish is quite the spirit. We shall feast splendidly tonight." I too grinned widely. After spending a little over half a day gathering from the sea, the sun had begun its gentle descent toward the horizon, casting an amber hue over the water. We walked side by side along the beach, the grouper still stubbornly flapping within the basket, its scales reflecting a metallic sheen in the fading light. The coconut leaf basket swayed lightly with our steps, producing a soft, rustling sound. In front of the wooden cabin, I was busy tending to our fire pit, while Linlin busily gathered dry twigs and palm fronds to place before it, as we prepared for tonight's fish feast. Although we were the only 2 souls on this island, our life felt remarkably vivid. The sea breeze rustled around us, and a mound of dry grass, gathered by Linlin and me, lay on the sandy ground before the door. Kneeling beside the fire pit, I gripped a Nepalese knife in my left hand and a flint in my right, vigorously scraping it against the knife's spine. With a sharp sound, the first sparks flew, only to extinguish upon landing in the sand. Breathing heavily, I quickened my efforts, sweat trickling from my chin into the sand. Linlin squatted beside me, her eyes fixed intently on my actions, softly encouraging, "It's almost there." As I hastened the friction, a burst of sparks erupted, diving into the pile of dry grass. The grass, meeting the dense shower of sparks, began to smoke, and soon after, flames erupted. Linlin quickly grabbed more grass to cover it, and the flames danced higher, casting a warm glow on our faces. Watching the flickering flames, Linlin and I exchanged broad smiles. I glanced at the flint in my hand, feeling its warmth, with wisps of smoke rising from it, observing the deep grooves etched into its surface from our vigorous efforts. I remarked, "This flint can indeed create fire, though it wears down considerably." Linlin, while adding more firewood to the pit, replied, "Let us find a few more. There are plenty like this where I collected them last time." As twilight deepened, the sunset bathed the beach in a honeyed hue. The coconut shells and dry branches in the fire pit crackled enthusiastically, sending sparks that vanished upon touching the sand. The large grouper was skewered with branches and roasted over the flames. As the fish met the fire, it sizzled and released a fragrant oil that mingled with the sea breeze. Linlin, observing closely, cautioned, "Don't let it burn," as she swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on the bubbling fish. As for the so-called seafood soup, I used a coconut, having hollowed it out, to contain the dish. I mixed chunks of grouper with some crab meat and filled it with fresh coconut water, placing it over the fire to simmer, releasing a delightful aroma. "Zhao, eat more. You need to replenish," Linlin teased, presenting a generous piece of fish with chopsticks she had carved from twigs, a mischievous grin on her face. I opened my mouth and savored the tender morsel, chewing and saying, with that expression, "It seems you intend to challenge me tonight." Linlin playfully nudged me, then blew on the coconut-wrapped soup before taking a sip. By now, the sky had darkened entirely, having just satisfied our hunger. A sudden gust of sea wind swept through, causing the coconut palm-thatched roof of our cabin to rustle, while the shell wind chimes jingled chaotically. Squatting by the fire pit, I suddenly detected a damp, earthy scent in the air. It was the distinctive aroma preceding a torrential downpour. In the distance, the sea rumbled ominously, not with the sound of crashing waves, but with the low growl of thunder rolling within the clouds. Linlin clasped her arms and gazed at the murky night sky. "The wind feels off." Before she could finish her sentence, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly split the heavens, slicing through the heavy darkness like a sword. In that instant, the beach, the wooden cabin, and the crashing waves were illuminated, revealing a swirling wall of ink-black clouds at the horizon, advancing at a visible speed. Thunder erupted shortly after, shaking the embers in the fire pit. The first raindrops struck my face, still carrying the heat of the day, and then a torrential downpour descended, extinguishing the flames in the fire pit. Linlin and I hurried into the wooden cabin, where I shut the coconut wood door and secured it with vines to prevent it from being blown open by the storm. The cabin's sole wooden window was also firmly reinforced with vines, ensuring that the heavy rain would not seep inside. Having secured our shelter, I lay down on a mattress woven from dried seagrass and coconut leaves. At that moment, a loud clap of thunder resounded, causing Linlin to shudder, gripping my wrist tightly, her nails nearly digging into my flesh. Outside, the rain surged and the fierce wind whipped sand against the wooden walls, creating a rustling sound. Beads of sweat on her neck mingled with the seawater from our earlier escapade. I took her icy hand in mine, my thumb brushing against the calluses formed from days of weaving. "Do not be afraid," I said loudly, my voice rising above the din of the rain. The roof, secured with 3 layers of coconut fibers, and the door, tightly repaired, would hold firm. She looked up at me, her eyelashes glistening with raindrops. Another thunderclap echoed, and she suddenly pressed my hand to her chest. "My heart is racing." Her voice trembled, reminding me of the last time we were at the shelter atop the boulder, when I genuinely feared being swept away by the wind. I gently pushed the wet hair from her face with my other hand. "This time is different. No storm can breach our sanctuary." As soon as I finished speaking, a gust of wind swept through, causing the cabin to sway slightly, yet the coconut leaf roof remained silent. Linlin stared at the swaying door, gradually loosening her grip on my hand. She nestled closer to me, resting her head on my shoulder. If I weren't worried about being blown away, I would say there's nothing more comforting than sleeping on a rainy night. I embraced her and replied, "Rest assured, we won't be blown away. How about we take advantage of this downpour and have a rain shower?" Linlin pondered for a moment, likely considering, "Our cabin is sturdy enough. It would be nice to wash off and then return to sleep." Suddenly, she sat up and exclaimed, "All right." We stripped off our clothes, untied the vines securing the door, and dashed into the storm. Let it rain harder, let it rain harder. We cheered in the deluge, not forgetting to scrub the dirt from our bodies. Afterwards, as we returned to the cabin, still damp and wary of soaking the coconut leaf mattress, we leaned against the wooden walls. At that moment, I playfully pinned her against the wall, teasing, who was it that said I needed to make up for lost time? Linlin smiled, but said nothing, her arms already wrapping around my waist. Content of the intense battle omitted. On this stormy night, Linlin and I enacted the most exhilarating and thrilling scenes reminiscent of a movie. Chapter 32. Crafting a water vessel yesterday, in my fervent pursuit of the sea, I completely forgot to prepare a container for collecting rainwater, resulting in a missed opportunity during a downpour, a source of great vexation. Today, I must resolutely address the matter of this container. On this primitive island, our tools are exceedingly limited. The only instrument at our disposal is this Nepalese army knife, which must suffice for carving everything we need. To create a vessel the size of a water bucket, one would typically require a tree of comparable thickness. However, attempting to fell such a robust tree with merely this knife is utterly fantastical. Coconut trees, although easier to manage, possess a wood density that is far too low. If used to hold water, they would likely leak dry within a day. What to do? Just as I was lost in contemplation, Linlin suddenly spoke up. Brother Zhao, we could follow the ancients and craft a large jar from clay. I looked up at her, and perhaps due to the invigorating battles of the previous night, her complexion radiated a delicate and vibrant glow. It struck me. That makes perfect sense. But where on this island can we find clay? She pointed towards the slope behind the massive rocks on the right side of the beach. Realizing the oversight, I slapped my forehead and laughed foolishly. How could I forget? I truly have the memory of a pig. Linlin giggled at my banter. That's because you were a big, silly pig. Fortunately, we now had flint, allowing us to ignite a fire at will. Without further ado, we set to work. As the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, Linlin and I found ourselves beneath the slope of the great boulder. We first carved a cross into the soil with the army knife, then used a sharpened stick to unearth the surface layer of sand. Thanks to the previous night's rain, the soil had become quite soft, and before long, rich brown clay emerged, glistening with the morning dew and feeling both sticky and pliable to the touch. Linlin crouched down, carefully scooping the clay with a large shell, placing it into a basket woven from coconut leaves, her movements as gentle as if collecting treasures. Brother Zhao, this clay has excellent adhesion. I quickened my pace, sweat soon soaking through my short sleeves. As the sun rose higher, the clay in our basket formed a small mound. We emptied the clay onto the flattened, sandy area in front of our hut, preparing to mold it. Linlin divided the clay into even portions, while I sought out several flat stones, using the back of the knife to smooth their edges. These would serve as tools for shaping the walls of our vessel. We began with the base, ensuring it was thick enough. As I spoke, I took a sizable chunk of clay and forcefully pounded it against the sand, compacting it further. She immediately understood, picking up a piece of clay and mirroring my actions, each strike imbued with vigor. The pounded clay was then rolled into thick coils. Linlin knelt on the ground, her hands skillfully coiling the clay into a circle with a diameter of 0.5 meter, forming the base of our water vessel. Meanwhile, I meticulously refined the edges with a shell, ensuring the base was level. I gently reminded Linlin, and she grasped the edge of the coconut leaf mat, slowly rotating the muddy circle by 90 degrees to facilitate my continued construction. As the clay strips were layered upward, the nascent form of the water jar gradually took shape. However, when the walls reached half a person's height, a problem arose. The clay strip on the right side suddenly collapsed, and Linlin's expression turned anxious. What should we do? I took a deep breath and steadied the tilted jar. Do not panic. Remove the upper clay strips and reinforce the base. As I spoke, I carefully shaved away the loose sections with my knife, while Linlin quickly rolled out new clay strips. Our teamwork was seamless, and we thickened the base with 2 additional layers. To fortify the water jar further, we decided to incorporate coconut leaf fibers into the clay. Linlin sat in the shade, meticulously tearing the coconut leaves into strips and skillfully twisting them into fibers, her focus unwavering. Meanwhile, I mixed the remaining clay with seawater, creating a thick paste. Add more fibers. This will prevent cracking, I noted. I evenly blended the coconut fibers into the paste, and she immediately scooped up the mixture with a seashell, diligently applying it to the inner and outer walls of the jar. With each layer, she pressed it firmly using the shell to ensure a tight bond between the paste and the jar's body. Time slipped by unnoticed in our flurry of activity, and the sun gradually descended toward the horizon. We were still engaged in our final adjustments. Linlin stood on tiptoe, carefully smoothing the rim of the jar with a shell to achieve a polished curve, while I crouched down to inspect the thickness of the base, gently tapping it with a stone slab to ensure every part was solid and secure. The sea breeze carried fine sand against our faces, yet we remained oblivious, our hearts and eyes filled with the anticipation of our nearly completed water jar. After an indeterminate amount of time, a knee-high water jar stood firmly in front of the wooden hut. Although its surface was not flawless, still bearing the marks of shell scraping, it represented the culmination of our day's labor. Linlin reached out to caress the jar's wall, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Zhao, we will finally have a place to store water. I gazed at her sun-kissed cheeks and then at the jar before me. A wave of indescribable accomplishment surged within me. Nonetheless, I remarked, do not celebrate too soon. We have yet to begin firing it. Upon hearing this, Linlin's expression dimmed slightly. She inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly, the disappointment fading from her face. Then let us commence the firing. We hastily constructed a makeshift kiln from stones and mud, though it appeared rudimentary. It was a commendable effort given our circumstances. As dusk deepened, I struck flint to create sparks, igniting the dry grass and causing flames to leap up and illuminate her clay-streaked visage. We need to encircle the jar with fire, I instructed while adjusting the position of the coconut shells with my knife, feeling the heat wave wash over me, warming my cheeks painfully. Linlin nodded, seizing a handful of dried seaweed to toss into the fire, which erupted dramatically, casting the water jar in vibrant shades of orange and red. As the night deepened, the coconut shells in the fire gradually transformed into glowing embers. We took turns adding fuel to the flames, not daring to relax for a moment. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the sea breeze grew biting, yet the fire blazed brightly. Linlin's eyelids fluttered heavily, and I gently nudged her. You should rest for a while. I can keep an eye on the fire without you having to stay by my side. She rubbed her eyes and stubbornly shook her head. We must watch over it together. If the fire diminishes, the vat could crack. As she spoke, she added a thick piece of coconut wood to the fire, causing the flames to leap higher, illuminating the fine mist rising from the surface of the water vat as it slowly evaporated. The fire continued to burn through the night, and as dawn broke, the horizon glimmered with a pale light. Our eyes were bloodshot, and our bodies were covered in ashes. The vat had been burning for over 10 hours, the flames gradually waning, the surface losing its moist sheen to reveal a rustic brown hue. It's nearly done, I said hoarsely, reaching out to touch the vat. Linlin quickly intervened. Be careful, it's hot. She picked up a stick and lightly tapped the vat's wall. A clear, resonant sound echoed back, and we exchanged glances, our weary faces breaking into smiles of surprise. Perhaps the clay here was special. We had thought that firing it without drying it first would be a failure. Yet the outcome was unexpectedly positive. Though the vat was unremarkable, it would hold water without issue. As the sun rose, we slowly removed the cool dash. The vat, slightly askew, stood on the sandy ground, its surface adorned with natural kiln markings, glistening softly in the morning light. Linlin reached out to caress the vat's wall, her voice tinged with emotion and fatigue. We did it. I gazed at this vessel, a testament to our labor, filled with a sense of accomplishment. From digging the clay to shaping it and finally firing it, we had created our first true water storage container on this deserted island. Though exhaustion weighed heavily upon us, Linlin and I undertook the final task, collaboratively moving the vat beneath the eaves of our wooden hut and constructing a simple drainage channel on the roof. From now on, whenever it rained, the rainwater would flow directly into the vat. After completing these tasks, Linlin and I, both weary and sleepy, hurriedly held hands and walked to the beach, rinsing off the dirt with seawater. Back in the wooden hut, I embraced her and fell asleep, but as I held her close. You know how it goes. Chapter 33. Island travel plans. After an entire night spent with Linlin crafting the water tank, we slept throughout the day. When I awoke once more, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Through the window of the wooden cabin, I beheld the distant sea, its surface transformed into a hue of amber by the setting sun, while wisps of leaden clouds hung at the edge of the sky, their borders tinged with a luminous orange-red. Rising from my slumber, I stepped outside, where flocks of seabirds were returning home, their wings tracing dark arcs against the radiant glow, occasionally pierced by a call that resonated through the twilight. The water tank stood silently on the sandy ground, its surface adorned with kiln markings that shimmered in the waning sunlight. Remnants of charcoal still emitted tendrils of smoke, wafting gently upwards into the darkening sky. Under the evening sun, in front of the wooden cabin, I was stretching my stiff body when I noticed Linlin had awakened at some point. Her voice drifted from within the cabin. Zhao, could you come here? Upon hearing her call, I paused my stretches and hurried inside. Zhao, I started my period. What should I do? I was momentarily taken aback, my mind racing to find a solution. Managing such matters on this desolate island was indeed challenging. Where could I procure a large bandage for her? Observing my stunned silence, Linlin shook my hand gently. Zhao, it's coming out. Regaining my composure, I tenderly lifted her and carried her towards the beach. Upon reaching the shore, I placed her atop a rock and said, You should squat here for a moment. I have a solution in mind. With that, I made my way back to the cabin. Before long, I returned to her side, holding a piece of soft fabric. Look. She gazed at me in disbelief. Where did you get this? She reached out to take the fabric from my hands. I tore it from my camouflage jacket. It's an inner lining, and considering it's unlikely to get cold on this island, I no longer need such a thick outer garment, I replied. She smiled gently, folding the fabric in her hands. I noticed she seemed ready to wrap it around her waist, so I quickly cautioned her. Wait, don't use it just yet. This cloth isn't clean. We must collect rainwater and sterilize it with boiling water before it can be used. She nodded, saying, I just want to check the size. She smiled at me. I ruffled her hair gently. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. For now, we'll have to manage this way. I will take good care of you. She looked at me with warmth and nodded in agreement. The night enveloped the isolated island like a deep blue velvet curtain. The rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the rocky shore penetrated through the gaps in the wooden cabin, creating a soothing cadence that reverberated in our ears. Linlin and I lay side by side on a makeshift mattress woven from palm fronds, the wooden floor still retaining the warmth of the sun's rays from earlier in the day. The interlacing coconut leaves above cast fragmented shadows, resembling a flowing ink painting under the moonlight. We lay there in serene silence, neither of us daring to disrupt the tranquility. After what felt like an eternity, it was Linlin who finally broke the silence. Her voice carried a hint of hesitation and anticipation. Brother Zhao, can we leave this island? I sensed the unease concealed within her words and gently wrapped my arms around her as I reached across her slender neck. The scent of seawater mingled with coconut milk lingered around her, and her soft hair brushed against my cheek. I inhaled deeply, feeling her slightly trembling body. Yes, but not in the immediate future. I cannot be certain about that. This statement served as both a comfort to her and a reassurance to myself. How do we leave? Linlin pressed on, her tone infused with urgency. She lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling in the darkness like two twinkling stars. I gazed at the interlacing coconut leaves above, organizing my thoughts. This island is not small. I estimate its diameter to be at least 5 or 6 kilometers. Given the current level of human technology, such a large island could not remain undiscovered. Furthermore, our exploration area is far too limited. The other side of the island remains entirely an unknown domain. She nodded gently, her hair brushing against my arm, sending a shiver through me. In the coming days, I'll try to craft some bows and spears. Once your cycle is over, we can embark on a journey around the coastline. Perhaps we might encounter passing ships or uncover traces left by previous inhabitants, which could be pivotal for our escape. A journey around the island? Linlin elongated her words, her voice brimming with curiosity. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the coconut leaves, casting mottled shadows upon her face, rendering her expression remarkably vivid. As I looked at her, memories of our shared struggle for survival on the island surged within me. From her initial panic to her current ability to face adversity with composure, evoking a complex array of emotions within my heart. Yes, while we were atop the colossal rock, we gazed out over the entire island. Only the side we currently inhabit is flat and spacious, suitable for building wooden shelters and gathering food. I paused, recalling that moment, while the other side of the island was enveloped by undulating hills, where, from a height, the presence of any beach was barely discernible. What might lie on the other side of the island? She inquired with curiosity, instinctively leaning closer into my embrace. I suspected it was a cliff, a steep precipice plunging into the sea. I envisioned that unknown landscape. The central part of the island was concave, forming a vast expanse of primordial forest. It harbored wild beasts, venomous creatures, colossal dark red entities, ancient trees, and various unknown dangers. Venturing deep into it was impossible. Yet circumnavigating along the coastline was still feasible. She moved slightly, her movements particularly cautious, seemingly afraid of any mishap that might soil the coconut leaf mattress. She suddenly asked, "Brother Zhao, do you think there are wild men on this island? Cannibal tribes?" Her voice bore a trace of tension, mingled with a childlike curiosity. I couldn't help but chuckle. Have you watched too many movies? In this day and age, where would you find cannibals? Reflecting on our explorations over the past few days, I continued. We have been collecting shells on the beach and picking fruits in the coconut groves. If there were truly wild men, they would have emerged wielding spears long ago. Linlin, however, was persistent. In movies, when people are stranded on deserted islands, there are usually savages who capture them, drag them into caves for rituals, and then consume them. Her tone was exaggerated, and she deliberately made a fearful expression. I found her antics amusing. You're referring to the tropes from Robinson Crusoe, aren't you? I watched my fair share of similar films, and the plots are all quite similar. But you must understand, we are genuinely marooned on this island. Reality lacks such dramatic flair. If there were indeed savages, given our activities these past few days, we would have been discovered long ago. Suddenly, she turned around and tightly embraced me, her voice muffled. Zhao, if we are to remain here for a lifetime, we must live well. Her words warmed my heart, tinged with a bittersweet sensation. These days, I have been worried that despair might cause her to break down, especially since the hope of leaving this island seemed so distant. We had no idea which corner of the earth we were in, devoid of any communication tools and lacking sufficient resources to construct a means of escape. This sense of helplessness could easily lead one into despair. I held her close, feeling her warm body. Absolutely, we will live well. I'm truly glad you can think this way. I've been concerned about your mental state. Maintaining a positive outlook in such an environment is crucial. She nodded in agreement. I silently reflected. We must do our best and leave the rest to fate. All we can do is focus on each task at hand and let destiny take its course. Outside, the moonlight continued to gently spill upon the surface of the sea, shimmering like scattered jewels. The rhythmic sound of the waves arose, as if narrating the tale of this solitary island, while the notion of circumnavigating the island was officially set into motion. Chapter 34, Island Journey, Part 1. With the successful firing of the water tank, my mind began to wander to other possibilities. Recently, a heavy rain filled our water tank beneath the eaves, liberating us from the monotony of solely drinking coconut water. The morning light pierced through the coconut grove, casting delicate patterns of illumination upon the ground in front of the wooden hut. I knelt beside the newly constructed earthen stove, my palms still smeared with moist clay, meticulously adjusting the curvature of a clay pot. Drawing from my recent experience in crafting the water tank, I endeavored to create a cooking pot, approximately 20 centimeters deep and 30 centimeters wide, a perfect fit for my earthen stove. Zhao Gu, is the heat sufficient? Linlin inquired, squatting nearby, gently prodding the firewood in the stove with a sharpened stick. As the flames flickered, they danced across her face, creating a play of light and shadow. I reached out to gauge the temperature around the clay pot, the crackling sound of burning straw and coconut husks mingling with the distinct aroma of charred earth. Since our arrival on the island, our culinary efforts have been limited to simple barbecues over an open flame, resulting in fish and meat that were charred on the outside yet raw within, while the crabs bore the bitter taste of smoke. Should this clay pot succeed in its firing, it would transform our dining experience, allowing us to boil water or cook meals, thus significantly improving our daily lives. After a morning's labor, the pot appeared to meet my expectations. I set it aside to cool and turned to Linlin to discuss our plans for the island journey. Our only weapons consisted of a Nepalese military knife and a G-37 pistol with a mere 8 bullets, clearly insufficient to confront the potential dangers of our expedition. To conserve precious ammunition, I had spent several days crafting a bow and arrows from the fronds and fibers of coconut palms, using the sturdy tips of coconut branches for arrowheads and the feathers of a sea eagle, fortuitously captured earlier. While the bow's range and lethality were limited, it proved far superior to having nothing at all in emergencies, at least reducing our reliance on the pistol. Additionally, I whittled 2 straight wooden poles, each as tall as a person, sharpening their tops into spear-like points. These poles would serve us well during our island excursion, clearing dense underbrush to drive away snakes and other hidden creatures, while also providing support on steep climbs to ease the strain on our legs. Having made our preparations and secured the wooden hut, Linlin and I set forth, each armed with a wooden stick. I carried the bow and arrows on my back, the Nepalese knife firmly sheathed at my waist, and the G-37 pistol secured to my leg, while Linlin merely held a wooden stick. We proceeded along the coastline on the left side of the island, the humid sea breeze whipping fine sand against our faces, its briny essence prompting frowns. The sandy ground beneath our feet gradually gave way to jagged coral, which, despite our footwear, caused discomfort to our soles. After approximately 2 hours of walking, the terrain began to rise steeply, and the scenery transformed abruptly. The previously sparse vegetation became dense, with waist-high grasses entwined with the feathery fronds of ferns and the tendrils of climbing plants, unfurling like a vast green net. The unremarkable wild grasses bore delicate clusters of purple flowers, yet their leaves were edged with serrated thorns, densely packed to form a natural barrier that even sunlight struggled to penetrate. Linlin gripped her sharpened wooden stick tightly, her voice quavering slightly. Zhao, these grasses are growing far too thick. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden rustling emerged from the depths of the thicket, an unknown creature weaving through the foliage. I tightened my grip on the knife's handle and pulled her back slightly, my gaze fixed intently on the swaying blades of grass, where, amid the deep brown strands, a glimmer of diamond-shaped scales flashed, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen. "Step back," I whispered, gently parting the grass stems with my stick. At that moment, a serpent as thick as a wrist suddenly reared its head, venom dripping from its fangs, hissing as it lunged 1/2 meter into the air. Linlin gasped and stumbled back. While I swiftly began to strike the underbrush with my stick, the startled creature quickly vanished into the depths of the thicket, leaving behind a nauseating stench. "It's all right, just a snake. It's gone now," I turned to reassure her, but her face had turned pale. Her eyes filled with terror as she stared at the thicket. I took her hand and pointed to the right. "Let us avoid the underbrush. Let us try walking along the edge of the cliff." At that moment, we stood atop a steep slope, glancing back to see the coastline we had traversed, resembling a serpentine silver ribbon embedded in the azure sea. However, the cliff to our right was truly alarming. It was almost a vertical black rock face, its surface as smooth as if cleaved by a giant axe, with moss tenaciously growing in the crevices, unable to conceal the rock's inherent ferocity. I leaned over to gaze down. The sea at the cliff's base appeared a dark green, akin to solidified jade, yet beneath the surface it churned with eerie whirlpools. The sound of waves crashing against the cliff echoed like distant thunder, and the splashing spray transformed into white mist mid-air. The drop was at least 100 meters. I crouched down, picked up a stone, and tossed it over the edge. The stone accelerated rapidly, and after a few seconds, it plummeted with a resounding splash into the sea, the resulting waves quickly devoured by the whirlpool. The rocky outcrops at the cliff's base resembled lurking beasts, their jagged edges piercing the water surface, As the waves receded, they revealed a mottled bluish-gray texture, teeming with shells and barnacles, resembling a ghastly armor. Farther out, beneath the surface, a massive shadow glided slowly, and as its fin broke the surface, it created a rift. I couldn't discern the species of whale, possibly due to the distance obscuring my view. Linlin edged along the rock face, her wooden stick trembling in her grasp. If we slipped down there would be no trace left. Her voice was fragmented by the sea breeze, and I reached out to shield her head, feeling her body tremble violently, not from fatigue, but from the primal fear evoked by the cliff, seemingly cleaved by a colossal beast, and the abyss below, a ravenous dark green ocean, striking at our nerves with its most raw terror. We had walked along the cliff for barely 100 meters, the terrain growing increasingly perilous. The moss on the rock face was as slippery as oil, and each step required a cautious probe with a wooden stick to test its firmness. Suddenly, Linlin lost her footing, stumbling towards the edge of the cliff with a startled cry, and the stick slipped from her hand, plummeting into the abyss. Her entire body leaned perilously over the precipice, her center of gravity shifting dramatically. Instinctively, I reached out, gripping her arm tightly, my fingertips almost sinking into her flesh. The sea breeze howled in my ears as her form dangled precariously over the cliff, swaying slightly. The soles of her shoes scraped against the protruding stones, sending a cascade of rock fragments tumbling down. I gritted my teeth, the veins in my arm bulging as I exerted all my strength to pull her back towards the rock face. She staggered into my embrace, her back crashing against the damp moss with a muted grunt. "Steady now," I urged, pressing down on her shoulders until her breathing gradually calmed. Linlin stared down into the unfathomable depths of the chasm, her face as pale as parchment, her lips moving silently. I enveloped her in my arms, offering solace, relieved that the danger had passed without calamity. As we ventured further, the moss became increasingly treacherous. We edged along the cliff slowly, each step a struggle against death itself. The dark green waters below surged violently, and the lurking shadows seemed to draw nearer to the surface. Occasionally, a dorsal fin broke through the waves, reminiscent of a slumbering leviathan, poised to drag any unfortunate prey into the eternal darkness. "Follow my footsteps," I murmured, etching a shallow mark in the moss with my military knife. The remainder of our journey was to be traversed inch by inch. She nodded softly, yet her pallor had deepened following the earlier fright. I pondered whether to press onward. Chapter 35, Island Tour, Part 2, lining the rugged cliffside. Linlin and I trekked approximately 100 meters, only to find ourselves confronted by a narrow and slick rock surface ahead. A glance revealed that we would still need to traverse another 300 meters to reach the summit, in stark contrast to the warm abode nestled within the palm-fringed beach. This environment was one I yearned to escape. Looking down at the tumultuous sea plunging 100 meters below, and then at Linlin, who had turned ashen after nearly slipping into the abyss, I resolved to halt our advance, even if we managed to navigate the remaining narrow path safely. The conditions atop the mountain appeared equally, if not more, treacherous than our current precarious location. I ceased my forward motion and turned to Linlin, saying, "Let us return the way we came. Do not gaze down at the precipice." She nodded, her breath heavy, her complexion still pallid, as if drained of all color. Linlin slowly pivoted, her back pressed against the moss-covered rock face, her knuckles whitening from the strain of gripping the crevices. With each tentative inch her Converse sneakers moved forward. They carefully probed the damp stone. The briny sea breeze tousled her disheveled hair, strands clinging to her forehead slick with cold sweat, swaying slightly in rhythm with her trembling form. I lingered a half-step behind her, frequently urging, "Do not look to the left, do not lower your gaze." The sound of pebbles cascading beneath our feet mingled with the roar of the waves, resonating like the ominous countdown of death. Those brief 100 meters of cliff path felt interminable. Her knees quaked uncontrollably, yet no unforeseen mishaps occurred. Upon finally returning to the summit's rocky perch, we nearly collapsed onto the ground. Linlin's body continued to tremble uncontrollably, her complexion still ghostly pale. her vacant stare drifting past me to fixate on the surging sea, her pupils reflecting the fragmented glimmers of light, veiled by an impenetrable haze. I reached out to brush aside the damp strands of hair from her face, my fingertips grazing her icy skin. It seemed our island excursion was destined to conclude prematurely. Before I could finish my thought, Linlin suddenly raised a trembling finger, her voice quaking. Zhao looked following the direction of her pointed finger. I beheld a lifeboat bobbing upon the waves, about 1,000 meters away. The white hull glistened in the sunlight, and the orange interior stood out vividly against the deep blue sea. "It's a lifeboat," I exclaimed in astonishment. "Zhao, is there anyone aboard?" she asked weakly, likely drained from the heightened concentration required while navigating the cliffside. "It's too far to discern," I replied. I then drew my G-37 pistol and fired a shot into the air, the sound piercing through the crashing waves against the rocks. Yet the distant lifeboat remained unresponsive, continuing to sway with the tide. I holstered my G-37 and told Linlin, "I suspect there is no one aboard. Even if there were, they might be unconscious on the lifeboat. It's too far for me to see clearly." She gazed at me with a hint of confusion. Could it be the lifeboat that was swept away by the waves? I shifted my focus to the lifeboat on the distant sea. "No, our lifeboat is entirely orange, while this one is white." I paused momentarily and continued. "Let us return to the wooden cabin. That small boat is adrift too far for us to reach." Linlin nodded in agreement. At this moment, dusk had settled in, and the briny sea breeze carried fragments of golden sunlight across the water surface. In the distance where the sea met the sky, the clouds were tinted a honeyed orange, their edges glowing with a molten gold light, as if an artist had carelessly spilled a palette of colors across the vast heavens. The water transformed from near to far, with the nearby waves shimmering in amber hues, and slightly farther out, turning into a warm brown reminiscent of honey, gently blending with the twilight sky. The waves crashed against the jagged rocks, and the splashes refracted the fading sunlight into delicate rainbows before plummeting back into the depths. We retraced our steps for nearly an hour. As the last indigo light of day was devoured by the encroaching dusk, our vision obscured like looking through frosted glass. The distant rocks and waves reduced to mere silhouettes. The sound of Linlin's shoes scraping against the sand produced a soft rustling, grounding us far more than the uneven mountain path behind us. I held Linlin's clammy hand tightly. Her pulse raced in her wrist, likely a reflection of her rising anxiety. The sea breeze, laden with humid mist, enveloped us, and inadvertently, I cast my gaze upon the water. My heart skipped a beat at the sight of that white lifeboat, previously seen atop the mountain, now bobbing amidst the gray-blue waves. Its hull a faded gray-white akin to old paper, swaying towards our sandy shore. About 500 or 600 meters from us, the water ebbed and flowed around its outline, as if it were an alien object caught between the jaws of a great beast. "Linlin, look at that boat." I halted as my foot struck a shell, producing a sharp crack that startled her, causing her shoulders to tense. Following my gaze, she froze, her entire being taut, her hair brushing against the back of my hand with a trembling arc. "Zhao Gui," her voice caught in her throat, her nails nearly digging into my palm. "Let us not worry about it. Let us go quickly, shall we?" The distant lifeboat drew closer, looming in the dimming expanse, resembling a melting wax stain, advancing slowly yet inevitably. In the ensuing moments, we hurried towards the grove of coconut trees, quickening our pace to nearly a run. By the time we reached the cabin nestled among the palms, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Without a moment's hesitation, we entered the wooden structure. Moonlight streamed through the gaps, casting fragmented silver patterns upon the mattress woven from coconut leaves. The sea breeze, carrying the tang of salt, swept past the walls, transforming the crashing waves against the rocks outside into a distant, intermittent wail. Linlin and I lay closely side by side on the coconut leaf mattress, the scent of salt from her hair mingling with the fragrance of the leaves, gently swaying with the rhythm of her rapid breaths. "Zhao, do you think that little boat could be a ghost ship?" Linlin suddenly spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Her icy fingertips unconsciously tugged at the fabric of my garment, producing a subtle rustling sound in the silence. I wrapped my arms around her trembling shoulders, pulling her closer, only to feel the cold sweat on her back, which made me realize that my own palms were damp as well. This is not a ghost ship. I lowered my voice, attempting to steady my tone, but my throat betrayed me, constricting uncontrollably. I suspected it was likely the remnants left by unfortunate souls, yet whether there were still any inhabitants aboard remained uncertain. Before I could finish my thought, she suddenly curled entirely into my embrace, her head brushing against my chin, accompanied by delicate shivers. A distant, mournful cry of an unknown bird pierced the air, while the wooden beams of the cabin creaked under the wind, reminiscent of some unseen entity gasping atop the roof. I am terrified. We must cease our island-hopping adventures. Her voice was muffled against my chest, the quivering lilt carried away by the sea breeze into the enveloping darkness. I rested my chin atop her head, feeling the rapid pulse in her neck. We shall not go again, never again. I tightened my embrace, recalling the moment from a few hours prior when she slipped, gravel cascading into the abyss below as she leaned perilously over the cliff. At that moment, I had strained to maintain my composure, yet in retrospect, I realized my legs were still quaking. Today, you nearly plummeted into the chasm. It nearly stole my very soul. The path was too narrow. Linlin's sobs broke through, her voice fragmented. The cliff towered so high, the water below dark enough to swallow a person whole. Stars danced before my eyes, and I feared this time it was truly the end. Her nails dug deep into my arm, as if she were still ensnared in that harrowing nightmare of life and death. I caressed the icy back of her hand, observing the shadows cast by moonlight trembling gently on her lashes. Henceforth, let us remain on this beach. The cabin can shelter us from the wind and rain, and during low tide, we can gather various seafood. Moreover, we currently have fire, water, and a pot. What more could we desire? As for leaving the island, we shall speak of it when the opportunity arises. She softly murmured an acknowledgement, her breaths gradually becoming longer and warmer. In the distance, the sound of retreating tides mingled with the gentle clattering of tiny shells. I gazed at the moonlight filtering through the gaps in the roof until her breathing harmonized with the rhythmic crashing of the waves, at which point I dared to let my tensed back recline against the mattress. The night breeze swept past the eaves, causing the palm leaf mattress to emit soft rustlings, momentarily conjuring the image of that mysterious white vessel. Chapter 36. The white lifeboat. The sunlight streamed through the seaweed-draped window, illuminating the wooden cottage, while Linlin lay soundly asleep in my arms. To be honest, Linlin has a remarkable capacity for slumber. Apart from the few days when I sustained an injury to my hip, I am usually the first to awaken each day. I gently rose and stepped outside the cottage, the warm morning sun enveloping me in a comforting embrace. The sea breeze, as ever, carried a hint of saltiness, while seabirds perched upon the crowns of the palm trees. Glancing at the water tanks brimming beneath the eaves and the clay pot I had crafted yesterday, my spirits lifted, as if the tribulations of our island-hopping adventure had been effortlessly swept away. Morning exercise is an unyielding habit of mine, and even on this island, I adhere to it without exception. Unless exceptional circumstances arise, each morning upon opening my eyes, I dedicate an hour to stretching and strengthening my body. At this moment, I lay on the soft sand performing push-ups, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, as I contemplated the delightful treasures Linlin and I might gather from the shallows after my workout to bless the newly fashioned clay pot. Suddenly, a heavy weight settled in my chest, and my hands, previously supporting me against the sand, froze. The white lifeboat. Last evening, we had spotted it drifting towards this very beach on our return journey. In my haste, I had neglected to examine it closely and was uncertain if anyone remained aboard. I had to investigate. Hastily, I pushed myself up and strode toward the shore. The briny sea breeze whipped against my face, stinging my cheeks. Barefoot on the retreating tide's sandy embrace, I scanned the undulating waves, and there, approximately 300 meters from the palm trees, the white lifeboat was precariously wedged among the rocks, entangled in dark green seaweed, glistening with an unsettling sheen under the glaring sun. Despite the bright sunlight, a chill ran through me, prompting me to quicken my pace, clad only in a pair of shorts. As I approached the lifeboat, my steps faltered. Oh no. In my eagerness for morning exercise, I had left my Nepalese knife and handgun behind. The eerie silence enveloped me, broken only by the relentless crashing of waves against the rocks, echoing with a hollow resonance, as if heralding an ominous portent. I glanced towards the shallows, picking up a sharp-edged pebble. The rough surface pressed painfully into my palm, yet it provided a semblance of comfort to my frayed nerves. A gust of sea breeze swept by, and the familiar salty tang vanished, replaced by a pungent stench that invaded my nostrils without warning. It was a repugnant blend of briny seawater and decaying flesh. My stomach churned violently as I suppressed the urge to retch and took a few more steps. When I was merely half a meter from the lifeboat, the foul odor thickened into a palpable miasma that made it difficult to breathe. Holding my breath, I craned my neck to peer inside, and the sight that met my eyes rendered me motionless. There, sprawled within the vessel, lay a highly decomposed corpse. The figure was clad in a white military uniform, beneath which wriggling maggots were all too visible against the fabric. The corpse's head was grotesquely swollen, the flesh rotting like mud. The once recognizable features had long since vanished, leaving only two hollow eye sockets, teeming with writhing maggots that emitted a faint, unsettling buzzing sound. I bent over and retched, while mixed with gastric acid surged up, scorching my throat. Leaning against the boat, I took a moment to compose myself, though my legs continued to tremble uncontrollably. Staggering into the sea to wash my face, the briny water stung my eyes. Yet could not wash away the horrific images etched in my mind. Fixating on the white naval uniform, my voice quivered. It's a sailor. Given the degree of decay, he must have been dead for at least 2 weeks, and I had no idea from where he had drifted. The lifeboat swayed in the waves, creaking and groaning. Were it not for the daylight, I would have fled faster than a kangaroo. Disgusting as it was, this lifeboat might still contain some useful items. Gritting my teeth, I turned around, breaking off a branch about the thickness of my wrist from the shoreline. The snap startling a flock of seabirds that flapped away toward the island. Returning to the boat, I gripped the branch tightly, took a deep breath, and prodded at the writhing maggots on the corpse. The moment the decaying flesh met the branch, it emitted a nauseating, sticky sound that made my scalp tingle. I first discovered a military canteen, unscrewed the cap, and found it seemed usable. I rinsed it thoroughly with seawater several times. Next, I unearthed an assault rifle, still relatively new and well-crafted, showing no signs of rust. In a corner of the lifeboat lay a heavy box of ammunition, weighing about 20 pounds. Straining my arms as I lifted it, scattered across the boat's rear were 7 or 8 empty cans of luncheon meat, infested with maggots, their edges stained with dark red filth, which I disdainfully kicked aside. Finally, I retrieved a crumpled page from a diary from the uniform's pocket, filled with hastily scrawled English words, marred by seawater. There was also a pen in the breast pocket and a pair of binoculars around his neck, which I took down despite the stench from the maggots that had crawled over them. They were, however, undamaged. After scavenging what I deemed useful, I rinsed everything in the seawater both inside and out, then hung the canteen, assault rifle, and binoculars around my neck, cradling the ammunition box in my arms as I turned and sprinted toward the wooden cabin. Upon reaching the cabin, I tossed the items onto the sandy ground, the canteen clattering against the rifle and startling Linlin from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she sleepily emerged from the cabin. "Zhao, what are you doing?" Gasping for breath, I pointed at the items sprawled on the ground. "I just found these on the lifeboat we saw yesterday." Linlin dropped her hands from her eyes, squinting at the sight. "Wow, an assault rifle, but no ghosts on board?" I managed a wry smile and shook my head. "No ghosts, just one dead sailor." The lifeboat contained a deceased naval soldier, his body in a state of decay, likely dead for at least 2 weeks. Upon hearing my words, she leaned against the doorframe with a hint of trepidation. Before she could utter a response, I continued. "In addition to this, I have discovered a fragment of a diary." As I spoke, I retrieved the tattered page that had been tucked within the waistband of my shorts. Originally, I had no intention of bringing it back, but considering I have a college princess, I decided to keep it. Would you care to see what it says? Linlin took the diary fragment from my hand and examined it closely. After a brief moment, she began to read aloud. However, after just one sentence, I interrupted her, somewhat exasperated. Stop, stop. My college student, why not translate it directly in Chinese? Although I possess a modicum of understanding of English, I certainly cannot compare to her proficiency. She shot me an exasperated glance and retorted, illiterate. Then she commenced with the translation. Chapter 37. Engel's Diary. Excerpt: Today marks the third day I have drifted upon the sea, the salty breeze tinged with the scent of charred flesh. My wounds have festered and become grotesque. The water glows with an eerie green luminescence, and the remains of dead fish float in abundance. Even the edges of the lifeboat are pockmarked and corroded. The ravages of nuclear radiation have caused my gums to bleed and my skin to erupt in crimson blotches. Each breath I take is agonizing. All of this suffering is a direct consequence of war. When the nuclear bomb detonated near the HMS Queen Elizabeth, a blinding light consumed everything. Some comrades vanished without a trace, while others were torn asunder by the force of the blast. Amidst the choking smoke, I beheld our commander, his body ravaged, skin peeling away in chunks, yet he still managed to thrust me into the lifeboat, shoving a stash of kin goods into my hands. With his last vestiges of strength, he saved me, while he himself was forever engulfed in that inferno. Va, you have robbed me of not only my life, but also countless vibrant souls and futures that ought to have bloomed. Mary, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for this war. Last Christmas, we spoke of marriage, your smile radiating sweetness as you adorned your silver necklace. We envisioned a post-war retreat by the seaside, a family of adorable children, and a garden brimming with your beloved lily of the valley. Yet now, these dreams have turned to mere phantoms. I lack the strength even to touch your photograph. The water grows colder, and I know I can endure no longer. I pray that you, far on land, remain safe. Mother and father, I am so sorry that your son, who is not destined to die on a battlefield, must instead succumb to pain in the depths of the ocean. I wonder if home has also been ravaged by war. Is the sky there as dreary as it is here? Once, we gathered around the dining table, laughter echoing through our home, but with the advent of war, everything has changed. If there is a next life, how I long to never don this military uniform again. To be by your side in peace rather than awaiting death on this war-torn sea. Va? How many more lives must you claim? Our aircraft carrier, our home, our future, all reduced to ashes by that accursed nuclear bomb. It has shattered countless families, filling the world with suffering and despair. I am utterly consumed by loathing for all of this. If I could, I would drag every arms dealer to this death-laden sea, forcing them to confront the horrors they have wrought. Engel, this is the diary of a soldier from Nation Y. Upon hearing Linlin's translation, I was taken aback. A flicker of disbelief crossed Linlin's face as she exclaimed, Zhao, could it be that the Third World War has begun before she could finish? I interjected indeed. The content of the diary suggests that even soldiers from Nation Y are now engaged in battle, indicating that Season S3 has commenced. Linlin inquired, Does that mean our country is also? I nodded, then picked up a wooden stick leaning against the cabin and walked toward the coconut grove. Zhao, where are you going? Linlin called after me. I frowned and turned back. These items have been tainted by nuclear radiation. They're no longer safe. I must dig a pit to bury them to prevent any radiation from affecting us. She nodded in agreement, recognizing the rationale in my words, and followed closely behind. Approximately 300 meters behind the coconut grove, I began to dig a hole in the earth. Immediately, I used a vine branch to drag the salvaged rifle, telescope, ammunition, and water bottle to a pit in the ground for burial. It is truly a pity. The rifle and a full box of ammunition have been buried just like that. I had hoped that with this weapon, I could explore the island's jungles without restraint. Now, all I can do is lament this loss. Reflecting on my recent interactions with these items fills me with unease. I just bathed in the sea and had only recently touched them, so I must cleanse myself thoroughly. Linlin nodded and then inquired, What about that small boat? Will its grounding nearby pollute the seawater? As I walked towards the beach, I replied, We will set it ablaze shortly. From the diary of that naval soldier, it seems the outside world has likely erupted into the S3 season. I cannot help but worry about the safety of my mother at home. However, concern aside, there is little I can do, and I find myself powerless. If the world has indeed plunged into the S3, Third War, no one will discover us. The chances of ships or planes passing by will significantly diminish, as everyone will be preoccupied with fighting. Who would have the leisure to wander about? The prospects of leaving this island have become increasingly bleak. Yet, this may not be entirely unfortunate, as we need not fear being swept into the chaos of war. Linlin and I have found happiness on this island. As long as we refrain from reckless adventures, we can savor each day. This thought brings a sense of relief to my heart. I was greatly concerned about potential nuclear contamination, so I soaked in the seawater for about an hour. Afterward, Linlin and I gathered some dry branches and coconut fronds and made our way to the white lifeboat, encircling it with firewood before igniting it. As the flames roared to life, Linlin leaned against my shoulder and said, "Zhao, I miss my mom and dad." I did not respond, instead gazing into the distance. After burning the lifeboat, Linlin and I returned to the wooden cabin. Inside, I declared, for the sake of our health and safety, we shall not venture to the sea today. We can wait a day or two until the seawater has diluted the remnants of the lifeboat. Linlin, slightly disappointed, nodded and then looked up at me. "So today, are we limited to coconuts?" I smiled and shook my head. "Have you forgotten? The coconut grove is teeming with coconut crabs. Today, I shall prepare a dry pot of crabs for you." "Wonderful. I love that." Linlin clapped her hands in delight, seemingly forgetting her earlier fright when she first laid eyes on the coconut crabs and screamed in terror, calling them monsters. In front of the wooden cabin, a wisp of smoke curled upwards. The rainwater in the earthen pot began to bubble, and I saw it was close to boiling. I then removed the crab claws and legs and placed them into the pot. "Linlin, the crab body is also quite delicious. Shall we cook it as well?" Linlin, who was adding firewood, paused momentarily before asking, "Will there be any disgusting innards inside?" I shook the crab body and replied, "Not at all. It's akin to stinky tofu. Smells foul but tastes delightful. The coconut crab may look fearsome, but it is truly a delicacy. Though the crab body lacks roe, it is quite meaty, and the innards are just a small portion, which we can easily discard afterward." Linlin nodded in agreement. Before long, a pot filled with an enticing aroma of coconut crabs made its grand entrance. Linlin and I sat beside the earthen stove, indulging in the succulent, sweet crab meat that was utterly divine. Just as we were savoring our feast, a sudden, thunderous crack reverberated from the island's primordial jungle. Startled, Linlin and I quickly rose to our feet, but our low vantage point and the dense canopy of coconut trees obscured our view. Nevertheless, an ominous premonition began to stir within me. Chapter 38. The King and Queen of Coconut Island. We both paused for a moment before Linlin broke the silence. "Brother Zhao, what has been broken?" I halted my chewing of the crab meat, and, gazing towards the forest behind the wooden cabin, replied, "It sounds like the cracking of trees." I pondered to myself, such a loud noise, yet there is no strong wind today. How could trees possibly break? I continued, "Let us eat for now, and once we've finished, we shall ascend to the summit of the giant rock to investigate." She nodded in agreement. Due to the thunderous sound, Linlin and I hastily finished our meal and hurried towards the giant rock. This rock, a prominent vantage point within our usual surroundings, offered the clearest view and was the easiest to climb. Upon reaching the summit, I gazed into the island's forest, and indeed, there were broken trees. In the distance, I discerned a massive tree with a branch snapped in two. The fibrous trunk hung, still attached to the bark, swaying gently in the breeze. Having visited this location before, I knew the girth of this giant tree's trunk. The branch I now beheld was at least as thick as an oil barrel, and I could only wonder what force had caused such a break. Suddenly, a weight settled in my chest. Could it be the red-black behemoth lurking in the water at the tree's base? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I muttered to myself. Linlin, noticing my murmurs, gently tapped my arm. "Brother Zhao, what are you thinking?" "Nothing at all. Let us head back to the cabin," I responded, feigning calmness. As we made our way back from the giant rock to the cabin, I could not cease my speculations about the source of such power capable of snapping such a robust branch. If it were indeed that red-black creature, just how colossal must it be? The last time I caught a glimpse through the water, It appeared no thicker than a gas canister. It seemed unlikely that it could break a branch as thick as an oil barrel. But if that were truly the case, did that mere segment I had seen previously only represent a part of its body? The more I contemplated, the greater my fear grew. Yet the more I feared, the more I felt compelled to uncover the truth. Such is the notion that curiosity can lead to peril. Nevertheless, confronting fear is often the best remedy for it. Resolute in my determination to ensure our peace on the island, I silently vowed to find an opportunity to unravel this mystery. Upon returning to the cabin, Linlin and I tidied up the scattered firewood from our earlier cooking, then sat on the coconut wood bench, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze while gazing at the shimmering surface of the ocean. Silence enveloped us for a time until Linlin broke it. "Brother Zhao, shall we make some more pots? With our clay pot, we could evaporate seawater and harvest the precipitated salt, allowing us to savor some flavor in our meals." It was only then that I returned to reality from my musings and replied, "Making clay pots isn't necessary. If it's merely to hold salt, we can use dried coconut shells." She pondered for a moment, her eyes sparkling. "You're right. Then let us boil the seawater now." I nodded thoughtfully and then picked up the earthen pot, making my way toward the beach. Before long, I returned to the wooden cabin, cradling a pot brimming with seawater. Linlin, witnessing my actions, quickly intervened. "Zhao, we must filter the seawater first. Otherwise, the mixture of mud and sand will compromise the flavor of the salt." I gazed at Linlin in surprise. "Oh, it seems the Grand Princess has conducted thorough research on salt production from seawater." With a proud smile, Linlin approached me and declared, "Of course. I remember reading articles about extracting salt from seawater during my school days." I gave her a thumbs up. "Then I shall heed the Grand Princess's instructions." Linlin dashed into the cabin to retrieve my camouflage jacket and handed it to me, saying, "Tear off the inner lining. We will use it to filter the seawater." I glanced at the jacket in my hands, recalling how I had already torn half of the lining last time due to Linlin's monthly cycle. Smart thinking, Linlin. I have underestimated you all along. Showered with compliments, Linlin seemed even more motivated. "Hand over the fabric. I'll wash it. You can get the fire started." Standing at attention, I responded, "At your command." I took out my flint and knife, crouching before the earthen stove to ignite the fire, while Linlin disposed of the seawater I had just collected and, with the pot in hand, picked up some dry coconut shells from the ground as she headed toward the beach. In a short while, I had successfully kindled the fire, adding more kindling, while Linlin returned with a pot full of filtered seawater, placing it before the stove. After a while, I watched the seawater bubbling in the pot, the foam accumulating thickly, resembling a splash of laundry detergent. Suddenly, Linlin handed me a small stick from behind. "Stir it, so it doesn't stick to the bottom." I promptly complied. As she continued, "The more vigorously you stir, the finer the salt crystals will be." I nodded, moving the branch in my hand. We squatted by the stove, the steam rising from the pot obscuring Linlin's face. A memory of our recent perilous encounter at the cliff's rock face flashed through my mind. The firelight illuminated her wind-tousled hair, casting a sense of calm, stability, and warmth. "How long do you think we can sustain ourselves after this batch?" Before I could finish my thought, a large bubble erupted from the pot, scalding seawater splattering onto my wrist, causing me to gasp in pain. Linlin stifled her laughter, giggling beside me. After a while, the seawater in the pot had evaporated significantly, and I could see a few white salt crystals accumulating at the bottom. Linlin then removed some of the kindling. "Now we need to simmer it over low heat until all the moisture evaporates." Thus, we spent the day engrossed in salt making. As dusk began to descend, the once golden sun was now shrouded by heavy clouds, filtering the light into a sickly orange hue, which slanted through the swaying coconut leaves, casting flickering shadows on the sandy ground. In the distance, the horizon blended seamlessly with the darkening clouds, signaling that rain was imminent. I stood up. "It looks like it's going to rain again. Let us head back inside." Linlin gazed at the increasingly ominous clouds in the sky and, feeling a bit perturbed, remarked, "The weather here is truly peculiar. It threatens to rain without any forewarning, and we have no place to dry the sea salt we've painstakingly prepared." As I gathered the remaining firewood, I replied, "Fear not. We can keep the prepared sea salt indoors and take it out to dry once the rain ceases." Typically, after a downpour on this island, there won't be another for several days. Linlin nodded in agreement. Just as we had finished organizing everything and stepped into the wooden cabin, the first drop of rain fell, striking the coconut leaves with a resounding thud, followed by a torrential downpour akin to beans spilling from sack. The entire coconut grove was instantly enveloped in a shroud of white rain, with the palm trees swaying precariously in the wind, and grains of sand danced in the gusts. Perhaps having gradually acclimatized to the island's climatic conditions, Linlin no longer sought refuge in my embrace during storms as she had done before. Instead, she lay quietly on the mattress woven from coconut leaves, her eyes glimmering with thoughtfulness as she mused. Zhao, since there are only the two of us on this island, does that mean everything here belongs to us? I gently caressed her cheek and responded, one might indeed think so. Yet we do not require such vast expanses of land, and the complexities of this island would be beyond our control. Linlin leaned against me, saying that we only need the coconut grove and the beach. I nodded, affirming, indeed, from this day forth, we shall be the rulers of this place. I hereby proclaim you the queen of Coconut Island. With that, I rose and knelt on one knee, my left hand behind my back and my right hand resting on my chest, exclaiming, I pay my respects to Her Majesty, the Queen. Linlin sat up, her excitement palpable, and declared, my dear minister, rise. Wait, if I am the queen, then does that not make you the king? I swiftly shifted to a seated position, crossing my legs and straightening my back, urging, quickly, kneel and pay your respects to your king. Outside, the rain continued to pour while inside, Linlin and I engaged in our playful game of make-believe. Chapter 39. The Falcon-class missile boat. Last night's torrential rain seemed to last for an eternity. Linlin and I were playing, and before we knew it, we had embraced each other and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening today, we found the island shrouded in thick fog. In the coconut grove, rainwater still dripped intermittently from the leaves, and the sandy ground felt soft and damp beneath our feet. The water tank beneath the eaves of the wooden cabin was filled to the brim, albeit placed somewhat askew, causing water to overflow and form a small puddle on the ground. Looking over at the nearby earthen stove, it had been thoroughly washed away by the rain. The once neat structure had transformed into a puddle of mud, with a few pieces of firewood submerged in the muck. This earthen stove truly proved unreliable, built from mud. It had succumbed to a single rainstorm. I gathered a few stones from the vicinity to create a rudimentary support and tossed the freshly caught coconut crab into the pot to boil. Once satiated, I would need to search for more stones to reconstruct a sturdy cooking platform. Linlin soon awakened as well, rubbing her eyes as she approached me. Peering into the bubbling pot of coconut crab, she asked, Zhao, will we ever tire of eating coconut crabs every day? I stirred the crab meat with a twig, the rolling broth splattering with a gurgling sound. Certainly, we will. However, I plan to set some traps to catch a few wild rabbits or squirrels for a change of palate. Linlin tilted her head, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Wild rabbits? Are there really wild rabbits here? I gestured exaggeratedly towards the depths of the coconut grove, saying, of course. This island is lush with trees and dense grass, and the weather is warm. Aside from polar bears and penguins, what animal isn't here? Are there cats and dogs? Let us catch one to keep as a pet. Linlin's eyes suddenly sparkled. I chuckled and shook my head. Noticing her crestfallen expression, I explained even if there are, they would be wild, quite fierce, and hardly any different from other wild beasts. They couldn't be tamed. Linlin pouted, muttering, how boring. What if we catch seabirds to eat? The last eagle we had was delicious. I gazed at the sky. The fog had yet to clear, but sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a rainbow in the air. Catching seabirds is no easy task, and with only 7 bullets left in the pistol, shooting birds would be wasteful. Linlin sighed in disappointment, kicking at the pebbles by her feet before turning back towards the cabin. Once again, we feasted on succulent crab meat, the orange-red shells coated in sea salt, releasing a delightful aroma as we cracked them open. Linlin and I savored the delectable crab, enhanced by the sea salt, more flavorful and exquisite than usual. After filling our bellies, we strolled along the soft, sandy beach, Linlin's fingers gently entwined with mine. The sun gradually ascended, its golden rays slicing through the dense fog. slowly revealing the once indistinct coastline. The memory of the thunderous sound from yesterday, the image of the giant tree branch snapping, lingered vividly in my mind. I halted, kicking aside an unknown small seashell, and turned to Linlin, saying, "The fog is lifting. Shall we climb to the top of the giant rock and see if there is any movement around the broken branch from yesterday?" Linlin gave a gentle shake of my hand, nodding as she gazed at the sandy beach beneath us. Standing atop the giant rock, the sea breeze intensified, carrying with it the briny scent of the ocean and the earthy aroma of the mud. Linlin's long hair danced wildly in the wind, the strands occasionally brushing against my face. Although the dense fog has mostly dissipated, the visibility remains shrouded in a haze. Gazing toward the island, the forest continues to be enveloped in thick mist, making it difficult to discern the traces of broken branches. Turning my gaze to the sea, the white mist swirls atop the waves, rendering even the nearby rocks indistinct. We decided to sit upon the rugged stones, with Linlin naturally leaning against my shoulder, which I instinctively wrapped my arm around. Facing the vast ocean, we listened to the intertwining sounds of the waves and the wind, savoring the unique tranquility and dampness of a post-rain island morning. The evening breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, the moonlight elongated our shadows, and fireflies danced like shimmering coins amidst the mountains. Leaning on my shoulder, Linlin began to hum softly, and I recognized the tune as Sakura Grass by the Sweetie Group. I quietly listened to her melody, my gaze wandering lazily across the distant sea. Suddenly, amidst the rising mist, a dark gray silhouette emerged, a vessel. It floated serenely on the shimmering surface of the water, gently rising and falling with the waves. I refrained from interrupting Linlin's song, holding my breath as I scrutinized the warship. The white hull number 824 stood out starkly in the sunlight. The bridge appeared to have suffered a violent explosion, with a significant portion twisted and deformed. At the bow, the bright red emblem of a falcon was almost blinding. The warship, though small in stature, seemed to be precariously afloat, as if it were on the verge of sinking. As an enthusiast of military news, I recognized it immediately. This was a small missile boat of the Hayabusa class, yet this particular vessel bore the unmistakable marks of a fierce battle. Drifting alone between sea and sky, exuding an indescribable sense of eeriness and oppression. "Linlin, look." I shook her shoulder gently, pointing emphatically towards the fog-laden sea. She ceased her humming, her eyelashes fluttering in the morning mist as she followed my gesture. "Is that a ship? Could it be a rescue vessel?" Her voice quivered with excitement, her eyes sparkling like two small flames ignited. I remained silent, hastening to the edge of the boulder, the briny scent of the sea rushing into my nostrils. Indeed, the four shadowy figures on the deck were stirring, one slowly climbing the railing while the outlines of two others curled on the deck, revealing the rise and fall of their shoulders. Not a rescue vessel. My throat tightened as I turned to Linlin's astonished face. It was a missile boat from the small nation, with four individuals on the deck, two lying down, one seated, and another clambering over the railing. Linlin stumbled closer, nearly slipping off the rocks as she tiptoed, but I caught her firmly. "Are they injured?" she asked, her voice fragmented by the sea breeze, as she pointed with trembling fingers towards the warship, through the charred gap in the bridge. A twisted metal skeleton was faintly discernible, and it seemed the cabin had taken on water. As I gazed at the warship before me, a flurry of questions erupted in my mind. How could a missile boat, which should be stationed near the coast, drift to this desolate island? The vessel numbered 824, belonging to the Hayabusa-class fleet, is to be stationed in the southwestern islands. Is it possible that our current location is less than 100 kilometers from the Ryukyu Islands? The military uniforms worn by those individuals on the deck appear remarkably new, and I can even discern reflective emblems on their left breast pockets. Yet, why have they not utilized the lifeboats? More critically, do they possess weapons in their hands? Let us return to the cabin. I grasped Linlin's hand tightly as we made our way up the earthen slope. Her fingertips were as cold as the sea. As I tread upon the damp incline, I could not resist casting one last glance back. The warship resembled an injured sea beast, languidly heaving amidst the waves, its bows emblem, the character Hayabusa, blur by mist. It still appeared as a scarlet mark, searing into my retina. Are they survivors, or in some sense invaders? Chapter 40. Oh my goodness. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, I immediately donned my camouflage jacket, devoid of any lining, as it had been entirely torn away, as mentioned in earlier chapters. My Nepalese dagger and a G37 handgun, with only 7 rounds remaining, were firmly secured to my person. Linlin gazed at me, fully armed, with a look of confusion and concern etched on her face. Zhao, what are you doing? As I organized my gear, I explained, this vessel does not come in peace. It appears to have suffered a defeat, drifting here after losing power. Linlin hesitated before responding, but they might not be bad people. They all seem injured. Shouldn't we help them? I crouched before Linlin, cradling her face in my hands. My princess, you are far too naive. On such a desolate island, one should not easily trust in human nature. Before she could interject, I continued. The world outside is engulfed in a great war. In this apocalyptic environment, these soldiers are no different from convicts, perhaps even more terrifying. Moreover, they hail from a certain nation. Do not forget their true nature. History does not lie. If I were alone on this island, I might consider saving them. But with you here, the situation is entirely different. If we rescue them, they may express gratitude at first, but given time, it could turn perilous. These soldiers might attempt to take you away, and I will not allow that to happen. Upon hearing my words, Linlin seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, rushing into my embrace and asking, what should we do now? I turned my gaze toward the window. Since they are from that nation, and with the S3 season already underway, I suppose eliminating a few of them here would be a service to my country. I continued, stay safely inside the cabin. Do not venture out. I will take care of them. No sooner had I uttered these words than I burst out of the door. I sprinted towards the beach, casting my eyes towards the distant sea. The missile boat was still 500 or 600 meters from the shore, drifting slowly towards the beach. Propelled by the wind and waves after losing power, I drew my G37 handgun and quickly concealed myself behind a rock at the water's edge, contemplating, once they set foot on land, I shall eliminate them all. Though I am but an ordinary person, my heart swelled with an unprecedented courage and resolve. If one were to seek a rationale, it might be the desire to protect my beloved, or perhaps the deep-seated animosity towards that nation ingrained in the blood of my ancestors. After hiding behind the rock for what felt like an eternity, I cautiously peered out. The missile boat had only drifted a couple of 100 meters closer to shore. My right hand gripped the G37 tightly, the palm drenched in cold sweat, and my anxiety intensified. I gathered my thoughts. I had only 7 bullets, and my marksmanship, honed during a mere week of training on a giant vessel, paled in comparison to these professional soldiers. Should I deplete my ammunition without resolving the threat, both Linlin and I would find ourselves in dire straits. How should I proceed? Suddenly, I slapped my thigh in realization. Wasn't there an assault rifle and an entire box of ammunition buried in the coconut grove? With that rifle in hand, it would be a mere trifle to deal with these famished and wounded foes. I could no longer afford to be concerned about the perils of nuclear radiation. I had to unearth that weapon. I dashed back to the wooden cabin, seized the sharpened stick from beneath the eaves, and made my way toward the coconut grove. A commotion arose within the cabin, and Linlin poked her head out of the wooden window. Upon recognizing me, she called out, Zhao. Without glancing back, I hastily replied, stay inside, keep safe. I recalled that when I buried the rifle, I had marked a nearby coconut tree, hoping it might prove useful one day. Little did I know the moment had truly arrived. I swiftly located the hiding spot and began to dig fervently. The rifle was not buried deeply, only about 40 to 50 centimeters, and it took little time to unearth it, the contents intact. Alongside the rifle and ammunition, I also grabbed the binoculars. Armed with this gear, I felt significantly more assured. Even if my marksmanship was lacking, I had a greater confidence in confronting those 4 ravenous and injured foes. I returned to my concealed position behind the stones along the shore, cradling the assault rifle in my hands. Although I was unaware of its exact designation, its modern design revealed its advanced nature. The rifle was equipped with a scope, and from the English inscription upon it, I discerned it to be a 3 times magnification. Having resolved to unleash a deadly onslaught, I no longer hesitated, resting the rifle atop the stone and peering through the scope. On the deck, two injured soldiers lay sprawled. One had a severe thigh wound, blood gushing profusely, while the other had been struck in the shoulder, one hand limply hanging over the deck. The other pressed against his injury. The two remaining soldiers appeared uninjured, sitting on the deck and vigilantly scanning the island's perimeter. I crouched behind the rough stone, the metal frame of the scope pressing painfully against my brow. The briny sea breeze whipped sand against my face, and in the distance, I could hear the intermittent groans of the wounded, their words a muddled cacophony. I calculated silently. I must first eliminate the two uninjured soldiers before dealing with the wounded. I could not afford to let them reach the shore. Any misfire could allow them to flee into the island, resulting in dire consequences. My aim gradually shifted toward the soldier on the left side of the deck. Through the magnified view, I could discern the prominent veins in his neck, and the cuffs of his uniform were stained with dried blood. As it was my first act of taking a life, cold sweat seeped from my palms and condensed on the rifle stock. My index finger trembled slightly on the trigger. I bit down hard on my molars, my nails almost digging into my palm, forcing myself to maintain composure. Bang! The bullet tore through the air with a sharp crack, startling the seabirds into flight. The soldier barely had time to utter a cry before he collapsed onto the deck, blood gushing from the entry wound on his forehead, flowing like a river across the rusted metal surface. His companion's pupils dilated in shock, and he shouted, "Nanny?" before stumbling into the shadows beneath the anti-aircraft gun, the sound of his helmet clattering stark against the metal. The other two injured soldiers struggled to move, dragging their wounds across the deck, leaving dark red trails in their wake. The soldier with the shoulder wound grimaced with each movement, blood seeping continuously between his fingers as he clutched his injury. Their terrified gazes swept back and forth along the shore, yet they were unable to pinpoint my location. Nevertheless, they raised their weapons and indiscriminately fired towards the bank. I swiftly regulated my breathing, aligning my aim on another uninjured soldier. He was crouched low, gripping a submachine gun, peering out in panic. With a gentle exhale, I released the held breath. My index finger delicately pressed the trigger. The second gunshot shattered the silence, eliciting a brief gasp from him as he clutched his chest and collapsed, blood seeping through his fingers. The remaining two injured soldiers were utterly panicked, shouting what? "Yame-te." They huddled behind cover, yet due to the ship's tilt, much of their bodies remained exposed. Without a moment's hesitation, I fired two shots, each striking true. With the sound of those shots, they convulsed and fell beside their comrade, their limbs contorted unnaturally. Soon, a pool of blood accumulated on the deck, dripping through the drainage hole into the sea, transforming the light blue water into a dark crimson hue. I blew on the heated barrel of my gun and uttered a phrase in a foreign tongue. "Sagadini." The sea breeze, thick with the scent of blood, rushed towards me, while the echoes of gunfire reverberated in my ears. In the distance, for bodies lay twisted on the ship, gradually losing warmth under the scorching sun. When these four adversaries drifted to the island's edge, they likely harbored expectations, yet they ultimately lost their lives without even setting foot on land. I can only ponder what they felt in their final moments. However, I am resolute in my belief that my actions were just. Ancestors, I have upheld your will. Thank you for your protection, enabling each shot to find its mark. Chapter 41. Looting. Having dealt with several adversaries, I felt no remorse nor fear within me. Instead, the act of dispatching enemies from a distance with my rifle left me with a lingering sense of exhilaration. As I returned to the grove of coconut trees, I unexpectedly encountered Linlin, who was frantically rushing out. The moment she saw me, she dashed towards me like a startled fawn. I halted on the sandy beach in front of the wooden cabin, and Linlin plunged into my embrace, her arms tightly encircling my neck, trembling uncontrollably. Having just heard a series of gunshots, my heart was in turmoil. She choked back tears, her hot tears soaking my collar, exclaiming, "I was so scared something happened to you." My mind was filled with the worst possibilities as she spoke. Her shoulders shook with sobs, her reddened nose glistening with tears. I gently patted her back, reassuring her "Do not fear," is all over. I have dealt with those foes. We are safe now. Yet Linlin continued to weep, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. With no other option, I slung my rifle behind me, bent down, and lifted her into my arms. Walking across the soft sand towards the wooden cabin. Inside, I carefully laid Linlin down on the coconut leaf mattress and then removed my heavy gear. Crouching before her, I playfully teased, crying so much at 20 years old. Upon hearing this, Linlin chuckled through her sobs. "I was worried about you. There were 4 of them, and they had submachine guns." I smiled tenderly, wiping the tears and mucus from her face. "I unearthed the rifle we buried in the grove a few days ago, and it was precisely because of this rifle that I could successfully eliminate those foes." At this moment, Linlin noticed the rifle in the cabin and hurriedly asked, "Will there be nuclear radiation?" I sighed deeply and explained, "I doubt it. We handled it a few days ago, and there were no adverse reactions. Perhaps the radioactive materials have been diluted by the sea breeze after the Y soldiers drifted at sea for so long." Linlin blinked her swollen eyes, looking at me with concern. I continued, "Even if there is some radiation, we cannot afford to worry about that now. If we do not eliminate them, we will be the ones in peril. They might kill me, and you could." I trailed off, unable to entertain the thought further. In any case, they were all dead now. Once that missile boat reaches the shore, we shall board it and scavenge for supplies. Linlin nodded gently and nestled closer into my embrace, perhaps finding a sense of safety there. "Let us go out and take a look," I said, pulling her along toward the beach. The missile boat was nearing the shore, approximately 100 meters away. Observing the bodies on the deck, Linlin instinctively clutched my arm tighter, her voice trembling as she said, "Zhao, I am scared." I turned her to face me and gently enveloped her. "What is there to fear? Death holds no terror." I added, "I will go aboard to loot. You stay here in the cabin and wait for me." Linlin nodded in agreement. The briny sea breeze, laced with a pungent metallic scent, struck me with an unwelcome force, prompting me to grimace and spit onto the beach in disdain. At this moment, the missile boat lay firmly aground, its hull perched at a notable disparity from the shoreline. I hastened back to the wooden cabin, retrieving a sturdy vine rope before rushing back to the vessel's side. With a determined throw, I cast one end of the rope towards the deck railing. Once secured, I swiftly folded the rope and gripped it tightly, using both hands and feet to ascend, ultimately reaching the deck of the Swift-class missile boat. This small military craft, with a full displacement of 200 tons, bore the scars of conflict. The bridge and missile launchers lay in utter disarray, while the interior was inundated with water, alongside the 4 enemy soldiers I had previously dispatched. The cabin also cradled 2 additional corpses, their skin bloated and pallid, their faces grotesquely swollen, exuding a faint, rancid odor. It appeared these 2 had been deceased for several days. Out of camaraderie, the 4 soldiers on deck had refrained from casting them into the sea. After a thorough search, I managed to procure the following supplies: 6 Type 20 rifles, which utilize 5 56mm NATO ammunition, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds and a total weight of 3.5 kilograms. The upper handguard featured a Picatinny rail for the attachment of various modules, and the grip was designed with anti-slip textures, ensuring a firm hold even when slick with water and oil. Additionally, I found 6 SFB-9 automatic pistols modeled after HK's P-30, boasting a polymer frame and the latest ergonomic design for ambidextrous operation, chambered in 9mm. The combat boots were crafted from genuine leather, offering high durability and minimal heat retention. They were equipped with puncture-resistant steel plates to withstand the intrusion of nails, daggers, and other sharp objects. I also unearthed 2 pieces of the 18-style bulletproof vests, a replica of the U.S. military's MSV vest, reduced to a weight of 19 pounds and featuring an advanced quick-release system. In addition to these weapons, I discovered 2 Sony mobile phones on the enemy soldiers, though both were devoid of power. Moreover, there were over 1,000 rounds of rifle ammunition and 120 rounds for the pistols. The cabin, nearly filled with seawater, likely still contained other valuable items. However, due to the extensive damage to the vessel, the cramped and distorted space, coupled with the presence of the 2 decaying bodies, deterred me from diving deeper to search for more. After hastily depositing the gathered gear onto the beach, I departed. The appearance of such weaponry was akin to a miniature arsenal, a treasure in its own right. While scavenging, I contemplated the necessity of gathering wood to construct a small storage facility, ensuring these precious items would be securely housed for potential future use. As an enthusiast of military affairs, I possessed a fair understanding of most weapons, save for the assault rifle wielded by soldiers from the Y Nation, which remained a mystery to me. I tirelessly transported the supplies back and forth between the beach and the wooden cabin, and by the time I completed my endeavors, the afternoon had arrived. Lacking a designated storage room, I temporarily stashed the arms and equipment beneath the wooden structure. Our wooden cabin is constructed approximately 1 meter above the ground, allowing us to store items underneath to shield them from the rain. Zhao, have you gathered all the supplies? Linlin leaned against the doorframe, her hair gently swaying in the sea breeze. I lifted my hand to wipe away the beads of sweat from my forehead, my throat parched from the relentless sun. Yes, I have taken everything we can carry. She hurried towards me in quick strides, the smile on her face fading into a look of concern. What shall we do about that warship and the soldiers' bodies? I gazed at the dilapidated vessel in the distance, the dried blood on its hull glimmering with a sinister dark red under the sunlight. The warship was immense, composed entirely of iron. It could not be incinerated, and our only option was to wait for the tide to rise, allowing the sea to reclaim it, much like how our lifeboat was swept away by the waves when we first landed on the island. Linlin bit her lower lip, her eyes darting anxiously. What if the wind shifts? What will happen to the bodies left here? So many dead. Her voice trembled, and her hands instinctively clutched the hem of her clothing. I fell silent for a moment, the briny sea breeze brushing past my ears and stirring the scattered shells on the beach. Indeed, decaying bodies would breed bacteria, and the stench could attract further dangers. I have a solution, I suddenly exclaimed, patting my thigh. We can move the bodies into the boat's cabin and cover them with palm leaves. Even in decay, the odor and fluids will not escape. As for the dead, I focused on Linlin's slightly reddened eyes, softening my tone. They pose a threat only in life. In death, they are but shells. There are no ghosts or deities to fear. Do not frighten yourself. I am here. She hesitantly nodded, still displaying a hint of tension. Yet she drew closer to me. In the distance, the waves crashed against the rocks with a dull roar, and I picked up a coarse vine from the ground, preparing to board the warship to deal with the bodies. Chapter 42. Preparation for the storm. I grasped the Nepalese dagger firmly, deftly severing a lush coconut palm, swiftly stripping the fronds from its trunk, and returned to the enemy's missile boat, cradling the leaves. On the deck lay 4 lifeless bodies, one of which stared vacantly into the void, its unblinking eyes sending shivers down my spine even in the broad daylight. To avoid direct contact with the corpses, I procured a sturdy stick and, employing the principle of leverage, nudged the bodies into the cabin, carefully covering them with the coconut fronds. Once I had completed this grim task, I was left breathless, leaning against the railing of the vessel. At that moment, Linlin called out from a few meters away on the beach, "Zhao, have you finished?" I nodded in her direction, but did not leave immediately. Linlin continued, "Come back when you're done. Let us find something to eat." I gazed at the battered missile boat and pondered. Although it was severely damaged, it must still harbor numerous useful components. On this deserted island, any resource could prove invaluable. My eyes drifted to the bodies concealed beneath the coconut leaves, and I hesitated, contemplating whether to strip the enemy uniforms for future use. Yet, as I regarded those garments, a wave of revulsion surged within me. Despite being an atheist, I cannot bring myself to don the clothing of the deceased. Assessing the vessel, I realized that without tools, I could not dismantle any parts. After much deliberation, I ultimately chose to forego the idea. After departing from the boat, I cleansed the grime from my body in the seawater, then discussed dinner plans with Linlin. "Zhao, go. I really don't want to eat coconut crabs anymore." Linlin frowned. I pondered for a moment. If we don't have coconut crabs, we'll have to settle for coconuts. The seafood in the shallows was off limits for now. Today, the blood of the enemy had seeped into the beach, and we would need to wait a day or two until the water was thoroughly cleansed before foraging. Linlin shook her head vigorously. "No way. Seafood mixed with human blood is too horrifying. Let us wait a week before we go. Before I could respond, her eyes brightened. Zhao, you mentioned wanting to set traps for wild rabbits before? I looked up at the dimming sky. It's almost dark. We can set the traps another day. If you're tired of coconut crabs, why don't we venture into the grass behind the coconut grove? We might find some wild vegetables to cook. Linlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wild vegetables? That sounds so fresh. We Haven Tea had vegetables in ages. But, Zhao, can you tell which wild vegetables are edible? I gazed at the swaying grass in the distance, struggling to recall my childhood experiences of foraging with adults. Most of it had faded from memory. But I was certain dandelions were safe. While it's still not completely dark, let us hurry and gather some to make soup. Linlin nodded, half understanding, and quickly made her way toward the coconut grove. As twilight enveloped the sky like thick ink, Linlin and I stood before the wooden hut, adding firewood to the blaze. The boiling water in the pot bubbled cheerfully, while a woven basket made from coconut leaves held the freshly washed dandelion greens, alongside a crab weighing 3 to 4 pounds. Today's dinner had been delayed significantly due to our encounter with the enemy. Zhao, how will we eat once it gets completely dark? We can't even find the chopsticks, Linlin fretted, her gaze fixated on the deepening twilight. I stirred the rolling wild vegetables with a twig, the sparks flickering in the twilight. It was of no concern, for once the earthy pot was removed, I would raise the fire pit higher, illuminating the surroundings. Only then did Linlin beam with joy, scooping coarse salt from a handmade coconut shell. Brother Zhao, is the wild vegetable nearly done? Should I add the salt? I gazed at the unfurling leaves in the pot and nodded, the dancing flames casting her profile in a flickering glow. The fresh aroma of the wild vegetables wafted through the air, enveloping me in a warmth of comfort. Linlin devoured a generous bowl of dandelion, made from the coconut shell, while I cracked the crab shell and savored the tender, springy crab meat. She swallowed hard and remarked, Brother Zhao, I suddenly feel like I might not tire of coconut crab so quickly. After satisfying our appetites, Linlin and I embraced as usual, resting on the mattress woven from coconut fronds. As the saying goes, a full belly breeds thoughts of, well, after an intense 300 rounds of playful banter with Linlin, we now lay in tranquil silence. Linlin nestled against my chest, one foot resting on my legs, and asked, Brother Zhao, shall we make traps when we wake up tomorrow? I wrapped my left arm around my head, supporting my neck, and replied, let us set aside the traps for now. Tomorrow I plan to construct a storage room to properly store the weapons and gear we gathered today. Linlin nodded in agreement. I continued, everything has unfolded contrary to my initial expectations. With the onset of Season 3, boats have been drifting by intermittently. Who knows what else may come ashore? These weapons might prove useful at any moment. How about I teach you how to handle firearms tomorrow? Linlin suddenly sat up, her face alight with surprise. Can I really? I smiled and nodded, explaining, of course, as long as you grasp the principles of firearms, anyone can use them. Accuracy, however, varies from person to person. Overcome with excitement, Linlin planted a kiss on my cheek. At 20, in her world, every new experience seemed to brim with curiosity. Perhaps this was a reflection of her youthful innocence. After her moment of exhilaration, her voice quivered slightly as she asked, Brother Zhao, does this mean I will have to kill someone in the future? She clutched the hem of my shirt, her fingers tightening unconsciously. I stared at the mottled ceiling above and replied softly, today, if we hadn't eliminated those people first, it would be us lying on the beach now. Teaching you to use a firearm is to empower you to protect yourself. She bit her lip and inquired, but shooting? Will it hurt? I gently patted her back, saying, I hope you never have to use it, but in the face of danger, surviving is the utmost priority. Linlin leaned closer to me, asking, aside from rescue boats, are all other boats filled with bad people? What if good people come? I interrupted. When detached from societal constraints, people can easily lose control. On this island devoid of law and order, the darkness of human nature will inevitably surface. The only choice we have for survival is to nip potential threats in the bud. I paused before continuing. As Season 3 unfolds vigorously, we cannot trust any boats that are not from our own country. From now on, whenever I encounter a vessel that does not belong to our nation, I shall, as I did today, Eliminate them without hesitation. Linlin fell silent for a moment, nestling closer into my embrace. I trust you, Zhao Ge. As long as you are here, I have no fear. I held her close, gazing at the night enveloping the wooden cabin, concealing my unspoken worries deep within my heart. Let's rest, for tomorrow brings many tasks ahead, I said, cradling Linlin gently. Suddenly, an important thought struck me. If that ship hasn't drifted away by dawn, I will venture aboard to procure some oil, be it machine oil or gasoline, anything will suffice. This way, we shall have oil lamps. Linlin was startled by my sudden realization. Playfully tapping my chest, you frightened me. I thought something was wrong. With a smile, I tightened my embrace around her, and gradually, I drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 43, 30 Gallons. Before the darkness of dawn had completely dissipated, I stealthily rose and exited the wooden cabin. The conviction to craft an oil lamp ignited within me like a blazing flame, dispelling my weariness in an instant. The habitual morning exercises, usually unwavering, were now cast aside. Barefoot, I raced across the still cool sand towards the beach, my heavy breaths echoing sharply in the tranquil morning air. In the distance, I spotted the dilapidated enemy missile boat, precariously stranded on the shallows, the waves lapping at its sides as if eager to consume it. My anxious heart momentarily eased. Thankfully, it had not been swept away by the tide. I quickly retraced my steps back to the cabin, seizing the prepared rattan, and dashed once more toward the beach. The seawater lapped over my ankles, its icy grip biting into my skin. Yet, I paid it no mind as I swiftly secured one end of the rattan to the protruding rocks on the shore, forcefully tossing the other end onto the deck of the missile boat. After confirming its stability, I clambered aboard, using both hands and feet. The deck bore the remnants of dried blood, the dark red stains casting a chilling sight. The sea breeze enveloped me, laden with the briny scent of decay. As I stifled my discomfort and meticulously searched from the deck to the stern for materials to create an oil lamp. With each step, the metal beneath my feet echoed ominously, as though issuing a warning. However, aside from the ruins, I found nothing of use. My gaze finally settled upon the entrance to the cabin, obscured by palm fronds. Summoning my courage, I gently pushed aside the leaves, only to be assaulted by a nauseating stench that surged forth, a grotesque amalgamation of seawater, decay, and blood that pierced my nostrils. Before me lay the bodies of enemies, bloated and pallid, their eyes half open and clouded, seemingly still haunted by their final moments of terror. A wave of nausea swept over me, and I staggered back, clutching the railing as I retched. After a protracted moment, I regained my composure, recovering the palm fronds, and sank onto the deck in utter despondence. Yet, the thought of the pitch-black wooden cabin at night fueled my unwillingness to surrender. I surmised that the oil supplies likely resided deep within the flooded cabin. Yet there floated 6 corpses, 2 of which were severely decomposed, their flesh beginning to slough away, maggots writhing upon them, a thought that sent chills down my spine. The internal struggle between fear and desire raged fiercely within me, sweat soaking my clothes, the source unclear, whether from anxiety or fatigue. After an intense mental battle, my yearning for light ultimately triumphed over my fear. I took a deep breath, clenched my fists, and once more approached the cabin. With trembling hands, I pushed aside the palm fronds entirely. The corpses swayed gently with the water's movement, as if they might lunge at me at any moment. I grasped a wooden stick, suppressing my dread, and gradually prodded the floating bodies aside to carve out a narrow passage for myself. Each movement of a corpse sent a shiver of revulsion coursing through me. I cautiously stepped into the cabin, the frigid seawater immediately rising to my waist. The further I ventured, the higher the water level climbed, soon reaching my chest. Within the dim confines of the cabin, the control panel and instrument dials lay haphazardly scattered, partially obscured in the murky water. I trudged laboriously towards the stern of the vessel, each step feeling as though I were grappling with an unseen force. The resistance of the water rendered my progress excruciatingly slow, and my vision was severely impaired by the debris beneath the surface and the dim light, leaving everything before me a blur. Gritting my teeth, I took a deep breath and plunged into the water. The underwater realm was even more sinister. Light filtered through the murky sea, creating eerie beams. Corpses drifted slowly, occasionally brushing against my body, their cold, clammy touch sending chills down my spine. I opened my eyes wide, groping in the water, but found nothing aside from the frigid metal and entangled cables. A mix of disappointment and fear welled up within me, prompting my decision to abandon the search and surface to leave. Just as I turned, my right foot unexpectedly collided with a round object. The dull thud of metal echoed within the confined space of the cabin. Initially startled, an overwhelming wave of joy surged through me. Without a moment's hesitation, I dove back into the depths, my hands frantically searching in the darkness. At last, my fingertips grazed the familiar ridges of a barrel, the coarse metallic texture, and the embossed lettering upon it. Indeed, it was the oil drum. Summoning all my strength, I endeavored to shift the barrel. Miraculously, in the water, it seemed to have lost its weight, and I easily pushed it towards the hatch. However, when I lifted my gaze, a chill gripped my heart. At some point, a bloated, pallid corpse had floated to the ladder, obstructing my only escape route. Its hollow eyes stared directly at me, as if mocking my predicament. My body was enveloped in a shiver. My heart raced wildly within my chest, and cold sweat mingled with seawater trickled down my cheek. Yet, glancing at the barrel beside me and envisioning the imminent light of an oil lamp, I gritted my teeth and extended my trembling hand, forcefully pushing aside the corpse. The slick, viscous liquid from the body coated my hand, repulsive beyond measure, but I could not afford to dwell on that. I swam with all my might out of the cabin. Upon returning to the deck, I removed the vine and ventured back into the cabin, securing the oil drum tightly. The moment the barrel broke free from the water's surface, I truly felt its weight. Gritting my teeth, veins bulging, I exerted every ounce of strength to hoist the barrel upwards. With a resounding thud, the barrel crashed onto the deck, and I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as though I had just emerged from a life-and-death struggle. After a brief respite, I mustered my weary body and rolled the barrel painstakingly down the beach. Watching it settle firmly on the sand, a wave of relief washed over me, and I murmured, finally accomplished. I once again covered the corpse with palm fronds. The stench was growing more potent by the day, and I could not allow it to waft into my coconut grove cabin. Ultimately, I descended the missile boat slowly along the vines, my steps heavy yet my heart brimming with hope. This barrel of oil would sustain us for an entire year. In front of the cabin, I sank down onto the sandy ground, panting heavily, just as Linlin awakened, calling out, "Zhao." I responded breathlessly from outside the cabin. "I'm here." She stepped out of the wooden cabin and noticed a gallon drum beside me, her eyes lighting up. "Brother Zhao, is there oil in this large barrel?" I nodded, still catching my breath. She approached the oil drum for a closer inspection, where Japanese characters were printed. 30. "Brother Zhao, look," she exclaimed, pointing at the Japanese text. I propped myself up and walked over to take a look. Wow, what a treasure. This script resembles our Chinese characters. This 30 must indicate the volume. It seems this drum contains a full 30 gallons of oil. Linlin excitedly tapped the side of the barrel, producing a dull thud. "We will have an oil lamp now." After a moment, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Brother Zhao, are there no pots and pans on the ship?" My throat tightened, and I quickly waved my hand. "There should be some, but the cabin, it's infested with maggots. We can substitute pots and pans with other items, but fuel cannot be replaced. Having this barrel of oil is already a blessing." Chapter 44. Bird hunting. I tapped the oil barrel, coated with seawater, and turned to Linlin, inquiring, as a university student, "How many kilograms does this 30-gallon measure convert to?" She crossed her arms, her eyes darting as she calculated mentally. Approximately 91 kilograms, which is over 180 pounds. Upon hearing this answer, an exhilarating joy surged within me, transforming the perilous moments spent frantically searching in that eerie cabin into something worthwhile. This 180-plus pounds of aviation fuel, solely for lighting, could likely last us a year. Curiously, Linlin crouched down, inspecting the oil barrel. "Brother Zhao, why does the vessel require aviation fuel? Isn't that exclusive to airplanes?" I scratched my head, momentarily at a loss for words. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps the engines of these high-speed vessels operate similarly to those of aircraft, hence their compatibility? She nodded, half comprehending. I waved my hand dismissively regardless. As long as we can fashion it into a lamp to illuminate our little wooden house, it is indeed a treasure. Brother Zhao, are you going to teach me how to shoot today? Linlin stood up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I rolled the oil barrel beneath the eaves. No rush. Let us first create a few oil lamps. Please fetch the sun-dried coconut shells. She scampered off, and before long returned with 4 or 5 dried coconuts cradled in her arms, asking, "Are these suitable?" I nodded affirmatively, exactly those. I began by carving a thumb-sized circular hole at the top of the coconut, which would not only regulate the flow of oil, but also facilitate the insertion of the wick. Next, I trimmed away the excess angles of the coconut shell, smoothing it into a rounded sphere. This shape would ensure stability and minimize the risk of fuel spilling. Once completed, I gradually poured the aviation fuel into the coconut shell until the liquid approached the edge of the circular opening. Finally, I twisted the coconut fronds into a tightly woven cord and inserted it into the hole, employing the principle of siphoning to draw the fuel upward through the fibers. As the wick absorbed the oil, a rudimentary oil lamp, fashioned from coconut shell and natural fibers, was born. Linlin gingerly cradled the coconut oil lamp in her hands, her eyes wide with delight. Wow, it's round and resembles a little lantern. It's simply adorable. Watching her excitement, I chuckled. As long as we have this oil, it's not particularly difficult to make. From now on, we need not fear the darkness of night. She tilted her head back, flashing me a sweet smile. Brother Zhao, you're incredible. With this lamp, our little abode feels like a home. I retrieved my Nepalese army knife. Casting my gaze over the sprawling coconut grove, we must quickly construct a storage room. These weapons and equipment need proper storage, or they will rust and deteriorate over time. Linlin trotted over, naturally linking her arm with mine. Brother Zhao, is there anything I can assist you with? I pointed to the overgrown area to the right of the wooden house. Please clear that space, making room for a level area. We shall commence our work there. She nodded decisively and turned towards her task, her skirt fluttering with determination. The construction of a storage room adheres to the principles of moisture prevention and the use of natural materials. According to my prearranged plan, I selected a 2-square-meter patch of land and opted for a suspended structure elevated 50 centimeters above the ground. This design effectively prevents moisture from the earth from damaging the weapons and deters wild animals from intruding. First, I addressed the foundation. I felled a straight coconut tree, cutting it into 4 equally tall wooden stakes, approximately 8 meters. I then symmetrically excavated 4 soil pits about 40 centimeters deep in the vacant area, firmly embedding the stakes vertically to form a supportive framework. Next, I constructed the main body. I joined the coconut trunks horizontally to create a rectangular floor, securing the corners to the tops of the stakes to establish a raised loft. To enhance the room's ceiling, I wove the surrounding walls with the main stems of coconut leaves in a lattice pattern, filling the gaps with tightly packed thatch, allowing for ventilation while keeping small animals at bay. The roof was designed with a dual-sloped structure. I first built triangular supports from coconut wood and then covered them with 2 layers of coconut leaf mats. The bottom layer was laid with the tips of the leaves facing outward to direct rainwater, while the upper layer was inverted, forming a V-shaped rain shield, with the intervening space filled with grass for added insulation. The entire construction process utilized only coconut materials and vines for binding, resulting in a robust structure that harmoniously blends with the environment. By the end of the day, I was utterly exhausted. I'd first gone diving for oil and then felled trees to build a storage room. Just as I arranged the weapons in the storage space and secured the wooden door with vines, I collapsed onto the ground. I intended to take a brief nap, but suddenly recalled that I had not eaten anything since morning. While my hunger was manageable, I couldn't let Linlin go hungry. Gathering my strength, I rose and reopened the wooden door of the storage room, retrieving a Japanese rifle, a handgun, and the assault rifle from the soldier of Country Y. Turning to Linlin, I said, "Let us head to the shallow shore and hunt some seabirds. With these, we can enjoy a warm meal tonight." She nodded, eagerly accepting the handgun I offered her, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. The sea breeze, laced with a salty tang, brushed against my cheeks as I led the way, the rifle stock rustling against the grass. In the distance, several seabirds were pecking at the ground, oblivious to the imminent commotion. I crouched low, advancing cautiously, signaling to Linlin to remain silent to avoid startling the birds. We crouched behind a rock at the water's edge, approximately 30 to 40 meters from seabirds. I whispered, "Watch closely. Tonight, we shall feast on roasted birds," and she nodded with eager anticipation. I steadied the assault rifle on the rough rock, pressing the stock firmly against my right shoulder. I brought my eye close to the scope, cradling the cool barrel with my left hand while gripping the handle with my right, my index finger resting lightly on the trigger. Through the scope, I spotted a gray-brown seabird pecking at a shell, its neck feathers glimmering softly in the setting sun. I held my breath, aligning the crosshairs with its body, and suddenly, my finger tightened on the trigger. Bang! The shot reverberated, sending a jolt through my ears as Linlin gasped beside me, instinctively recoiling. The seabird, 30 to 40 meters away, twitched twice before collapsing onto the shore. The remaining seabirds, startled, burst into flight, flapping their wings against the water's surface, leaving behind a cacophony of piercing cries. "Gulme, let us retrieve it." I tugged at Linlin's sleeve, and she snapped back to reality, trotting to keep pace with me. As I grasped the seabird, I realized the bullet had pierced through its neck, its head presumably shattered and lost to the unknown, and dark crimson blood oozed from the severed edge. It was not large. Once plucked, it would yield just over a pound of flesh. I shook the prize in my hand. Linlin gazed at the mutilated body of the bird, a flicker of compassion surfacing in her eyes. Zhao, good, so pitiable. I pressed the seabird into her hands, my fingers still warm with its heat. "Hold it. Here on this island, we must prioritize survival before we can entertain notions of pity." Without waiting for her retort, I reloaded my gun, my gaze sweeping towards the distant flock of birds. One is not enough. I must take another. Tonight, one shall be simmered for soup, while the other will be roasted for a meal. She paused in silence before finally nodding, placing the seabird into the woven fish basket made from palm fronds at her waist. The setting sun elongated her shadow, and I observed her fingertips gently caressing the basket, as if to soothe the cooling body within. The sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, swept over the reef. In the distance, several seabirds returned to the shallows, blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited their kin. I narrowed my eyes, tightening the crosshairs in my scope. On this merciless island, survival has never been a matter of choice. Chapter 45. The marksman of Coconut Island. The midday sun poured down upon the wooden cabin as I positioned a coconut tree trunk 30 meters away, neatly arranging a line of coconuts atop it as targets. Linlin, holding a Japanese rifle, took a deep breath, focusing intently on the objective. At my command to fire, the gunshot startled the seabirds perched in the tree, yet the coconuts remained utterly unmoved. She furrowed her brow and lowered the rifle, exclaiming, "Zhao, guh. My shoulder feels like it's about to fall apart. It hurts so much." I approached her side, gently massaging her stiff shoulder as I explained. Shooting is not a matter of sheer brute force. Much like horseback riding, where the interaction between rider and horse involves action and reaction. Attempting to resist the jostling with raw strength only results in greater impact on the body. The same physics applies to shooting when a bullet is fired. The firearm experiences a recoil that is equal in magnitude but opposite in direction, according to Newton's third law. If you forcefully attempt to withstand this recoil, it's akin to colliding with a moving wall. Not only does it exhaust your energy, but it also risks muscle strain. I gestured for her to observe the rifle structure. The correct technique is to follow the direction of the recoil, relaxing your shoulder muscles at the moment you pull the trigger, allowing your body's flexibility to absorb the shock, similar to Tai Chi, which utilizes force against force. The recoil can be redirected through the entirety of your body's motion. Moreover, each firearm has a unique distribution of weight, barrel length, and chamber pressure, resulting in varying recoil characteristics. Only through repeated practice can one become acquainted with a weapon's vibration frequency and recoil patterns, establishing muscle memory to achieve true harmony between shooter and firearm, thereby enhancing shooting accuracy. Linlin nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, and I continued. Mental fortitude is equally crucial in shooting. The ability of a bullet to hit its target depends not only on the skill of your hands, but also on the steadiness of your mind. In real combat, conditions can change in an instant, and the outdoor environment is rife with distractions. Yet, the moment you lift the gun, you must enter a state of flow, blocking out external noise and extraneous thoughts, synchronizing your breath and heartbeat with the weapon. Only by maintaining an unwavering composure amidst chaos can each squeeze of the trigger behind the scope transform into a precise, lethal strike. Linlin set the rifle down and leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhao, did you serve in the military before? I scratched my head, feeling my ears heat up. No, I haven't. Her eyes blinked in confusion as she asked, then did the security chief on the ship teach you these shooting techniques? He indeed shared some theoretical knowledge with me, I replied, gazing at the distant coconut target, but most of it I figured out on my own. The first time I fired at the enemies on the ship, my hands were trembling, and I was in a complete panic, consumed by the thought of missing. Later, I forced myself to clear my mind, allowing my heartbeat to slow, and suddenly I entered a state where I could hear nothing but the sight of the crosshairs. As a result, all 4 shots struck true. Those 4 enemies were promptly dispatched on the spot. Linlin's eyes widened in admiration, her enthusiasm palpable as she exclaimed, "That's incredible." When I heard the rapid gunfire from the cabin, was that them firing back? I nodded with a smile. Yes. The bullet struck only the weeds along the shore. They have no idea where I am hiding. Suddenly, Linlin enveloped me in her arms, exclaiming, I was terrified. I almost rushed out to find you. I gently brushed the strands of hair from her face and reassured her, "Silly girl, that is all in the past. Let's continue our shooting practice." Linlin nodded, albeit somewhat reluctantly. After an afternoon of shooting drills, Linlin's marksmanship still left much to be desired. At 30 meters, she could barely manage to hit the coconut target once in 10 attempts, and I even suspected that her one successful shot was merely a stroke of luck. However, she had certainly acquired a wealth of basic firearm knowledge, granting her some level of self-defense in perilous situations. We then proceeded to tally the ammunition we had scavenged, and the quantity was quite astonishing. There were 160 rounds of rifle ammunition from the enemy and 118 rounds of pistol ammunition. The assault rifle cartridges from Y soldiers were stored in a large metal box, likely numbering 400 to 500, coupled with the 7 rounds in my G37 pistol. Our stockpile of weapons and ammunition was remarkably ample. With such resources on this island, we felt a newfound sense of security. As for the mysterious giant creature lurking in the primordial forest's waterhole, after careful consideration, I resolved not to provoke it. After all, it had never attacked us, and this peaceful coexistence was rather pleasant. We ought to maintain our reverence for nature, allowing for a mutual non-interference as a long-term strategy. Yesterday, we feasted on roasted seabirds and stewed seabirds, the flavor of these fowl being quite extraordinary, which Linlin thoroughly enjoyed. Therefore, for tonight's dinner, I once again exchanged a few rounds of ammunition for 2 seabirds, intending to prepare them in coconut milk. The clean seabird meat was wrapped with tender coconut flesh and carefully stuffed in hollowed-out coconut shells. I ladled the milky coconut juice and watched as the succulent seabird meat floated gracefully within the clear liquid, finally sealing the delectable dish with the coconut shell lid. As the mud-coated coconuts rolled into the crackling fire, Linlin squatted beside it, her eyes fixated on the dancing flames, occasionally prodding the charcoal with a twig. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the mud exterior gradually charred, fine cracks oozing golden fat that sizzled in the fire. Suddenly, a plume of steam, imbued with the aromas of coconut and meat, burst forth, enveloping the entire coconut grove in a rich fragrance. Linlin, unable to contain her excitement, used a stick to extract the scalding coconuts, lifting the lid before they had completely cooled. The steam, carrying bubbling broth, rushed towards us, as the snowy white coconut meat swirled in the creamy yellow broth. The seabird meat was tender and falling off the bone, easily yielding to a gentle tug. We sat beside the crackling fire, heedless of the heat, grabbing chunks of meat with our hands. Juices dripped between our fingers, and upon tasting, the sweet coconut flavor mingled with the richness of the seabird meat, exploding upon our tongues. Linlin's cheeks were full as she mumbled in awe, Zhao ge. This is more delicious than any dish I've ever had. I chuckled and added another piece of skin-on meat to her coconut bowl, the flames casting a warm glow on our oil-smeared lips, enveloping us in a sense of satisfaction amidst the night. Sated and content within the wooden cabin, I ignited 2 coconut shell oil lamps. The moment the flames flickered to life, a fragrant aroma of coconut intertwined with the scent of fuel wafted throughout the space, simultaneously illuminating the approximately 10 square meters of the cabin. Linlin was utterly delighted, rolling about on the mat woven from palm fronds like a child in glee. I sat beside her, smiling as I observed. Linlin, stop rolling around, come here. Upon hearing my call, Linlin bashfully nestled into my embrace. I instinctively held her delicate figure, and just as our passionate entanglement was about to escalate to the next level, Linlin suddenly spoke up. Zhao ge, what if I become pregnant? Chapter 46. The red-black monster snake. Upon hearing Linlin's words, I was momentarily taken aback. My hand, that had been tenderly caressing the large white rabbit, coming to an abrupt halt. I embraced her and lay down, pondering deeply. Indeed, this matter requires serious contemplation. Linlin nestled against my chest in silence, her fingers gently pinching my earlobe. In my heart, I silently mused. What if Linlin were to become pregnant on this desolate, uninhabited island? I possessed not a shred of knowledge regarding gynecology, and there were no medical instruments to be found on the island. Giving birth in such dire circumstances would be akin to teetering on the precipice of life and death. The mere thought of a childbirth process devoid of professional assistance sent cold sweat cascading down my back. How could I dare to imagine such a scenario? The potential of losing her was insufferable. She had become the very essence of my existence. In my daily life, I longed to cradle her delicately in my hands, shielding her from even the slightest breeze. How could I bear to witness her struggling at the threshold of childbirth? This love was not rendered precious merely by our isolation on a deserted island. Rather, it had blossomed through countless nights of mutual support, as we had become a light in each other's lives. In her eyes, my future was reflected, while her visage was etched deeply within my soul. This profound bond transcended the limits of expression. I still recalled the moment on that great stone that bore witness to our vows, when she blushed and declared her desire to be mine, no matter the distance. That promise echoed in my ears, igniting a fervent passion that clenched my fists. Regardless of how far apart we might be, my heart would forever beat for her, even on this barren isle. I would strive with all my might to safeguard our love that transcends life and death. With this thought, the fire of desire within me had long since dissipated, and I gently stroked her long hair with my right hand. Let us not continue this. Let us sleep. Yet Linlin playfully thumped my chest in mild reproach, then turned away with a huff, pretending to sleep at a distance. I offered no further explanation, rising to extinguish the coconut oil lamp and shifting closer to her, gently embracing her from behind. The following day, I rose as quietly as ever and stepped out of the wooden cabin. My foremost thought was of the enemy's missile boat. I hastened to the beach and gazed out toward the distant waters. Indeed, with a rising tide, propelled by the sea breeze and waves, the missile boat, having endured the ravages of war, its cabin now floating with 6 enemy corpses, had drifted approximately 400 to 500 meters away from the shore. I took a deep breath. Finally, I could go fishing. I returned to the cabin, assuming a lunge position to stretch my legs, having just finished a set of push-ups. Suddenly, Linlin's urgent voice pierced through the air. Don't let the rabbit escape. Zhao ge, catch it quickly. My movements froze, and I held my breath, listening intently for a moment before swiftly pushing the door open. There she was, curled up within a mat woven from coconut leaves, her eyelashes fluttering, her face flushed. She was evidently still lost in her dreams. Gazing upon her sleeping form, I couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching out to gently cover her with the camouflage jacket that had slipped off. This university student, even in her dreams, was preoccupied with thoughts of the wild rabbit. I whispered softly, my gaze lingering on the slight upturn of her lips, a tender warmth blossoming within me. Since I had dreamed of it, I was determined to catch one today, no matter what. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, I focused on the soft, sandy ground, my mind swirling with thoughts of trap-making. Although traces of wild rabbits were not uncommon on the island, I had never dabbled in the art of hunting, and the more I pondered, the more perplexed I became. As I paced back and forth, a sudden illumination struck me from the direction of the storeroom. Why go to such lengths to create traps? A gun would suffice. After all, these wild rabbits and feral cats would never be tamed. Skinning them for the pot was the only pragmatic approach. Once Linlin awoke, I would take her for a stroll through the primordial jungle. With ample rifle ammunition and formidable firepower, I felt reassured even in the face of any formidable beasts. As for the indistinct red-black giant lurking in the depths of the forest pond, I had no intention of venturing there. Resolute in my decision, I untied the vine securing the storeroom, retrieving a Japanese rifle, a handgun, and the assault rifle of a soldier from Y Country. After meticulously inspecting the firearms and loading the magazines, I also gathered around 50 or 60 spare bullets. At that moment, Linlin stirred awake, her first instinct each day being to call for me. Zhao Ge. As I organized my gear, I replied, "I'm here, get up. Soon, we'll go hunting for wild rabbits." The mention of hunting sparked a gleam in Linlin's eyes, and in an instant, she appeared before me, the morning haze of sleep dissipating. "Zhao Ge, where are we going to hunt the rabbits?" I handed her a Japanese rifle. "Let's first check the grass at the edge of the coconut grove. If we don't find any rabbits, we can venture into the forest." She tightened her grip on the rifle, a flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes, yet laced with anticipation as she nodded gently. I appraised her momentarily before shaking my head. "No, you cannot come with me into the woods." "Why not?" she asked, blinking in confusion. I tugged at the hem of her dress. "You're wearing a sundress, with half your legs exposed. You'll get bitten by mosquitoes, and the dense foliage could easily scratch you." Her brow furrowed in disappointment. "What should I do then?" I glanced towards the jungle, softening my tone. "Wait for me in the cabin. I'll return shortly. But please, don't wander off like last time, all right?" She stamped her foot in place, her voice laced with a pout. "I don't want to be alone. I feel anxious when you're not here. What if we don't hunt rabbits?" I couldn't help but chuckle. This girl had been dreaming of catching rabbits, yet now she seemed to retreat from the idea. All right, I conceded. "Then we shall walk along the beach, shooting whatever we see, treating it as practice." Instantly, her expression brightened, and she nodded vigorously. Great. It was indeed a splendid day. The morning sun casting a golden hue along the coastline, waves rhythmically lapping at the shore, and the sea breeze carrying a briny scent that caressed our faces. With rifles and handguns slung over our shoulders, and equipped with a pair of binoculars from the Y Country soldier, Linlin and I proceeded along the left side of the coast, following the same route as our previous island adventure. After approximately an hour of walking, the terrain abruptly ascended, revealing a winding mountain path ahead. We decided not to venture deeper. Along this route, we found no trace of wild rabbits. The island was enveloped in dense, untouched jungle, where various birds chirped and chattered amidst the lush foliage, while distant low growls from unknown creatures resonated from the heart of the forest. Just as we were preparing to retrace our steps, Linlin suddenly stood frozen, her trembling finger pointing towards the jungle. "Zhao Ge, look!" Following her gesture, I raised my binoculars and beheld, about 100 meters from the sandy shore, a tree with a diameter of over a meter, its trunk entwined by a serpent as thick as a thigh, slowly ascending towards the treetops. Its body coiled around the trunk in a spiral, resembling a massive screw embedded in the tree, and I estimated its length to be at least 8 or 9 meters, similar to the enormous creature in the waterhole. This serpent bore 3 striking crimson vertical stripes along its back, extending from its neck to its tail tip. The glossy black scales intertwined with the vivid red patterns created a powerful visual impact under the sunlight, sending chills down my spine. I hurried to Linlin's side, enveloping her within my arm. "Do not be afraid. It is far from us." Linlin, tense and wide-eyed, remained fixated on the ascending serpent, her voice quivering as she asked, "Zhao Ge, is this the creature you mentioned from the waterhole?" I shook my head. "Not this one. Its size is clearly much smaller than the one I saw deep in the waterhole." As the serpent climbed, its scales brushed against the bark, producing a soft, rustling sound. while its triangular head lifted slightly, exposing sharp fangs as it flicked its tongue. Each movement along the trunk left a pale mark on the bark, dislodging bits of wood and fallen leaves. At that moment, the chorus of birdsong in the jungle abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence, where only the whispers of the sea breeze through the leaves and the serpent's movements intertwined, heightening the tension and creating a sense of dread. Linlin gripped my sleeve tightly, her fingers almost piercing my skin. "Will it come towards us?" I pressed down on her hand that held the gun, feeling her rapid breaths. "No, we will keep our distance." Yet my gaze remained fixed upon the serpent. Its crimson stripes appeared as if they were unhealed wounds, glaringly vivid against the dark scales. The tip of its tail dangled below the trunk, swaying gently with its movements, reminiscent of a pendulum counting down to death. As I observed the scene before me, a surge of fear welled up within. The forest on this island was no ordinary place. Such colossal serpents were far from singular. Chapter 47. The Odor of Decay in the Torrential Rain. Part 1. We fixated on the enormous serpent coiled in the tree for a good 10 minutes, until it ascended to the canopy and ceased its movements, its languid body draped between the branches, its tongue occasionally lazily flicking across the leaves. It appeared to be exactly as I had surmised. It was merely basking in the sun. Linlin remained transfixed by the striking red and black serpent, her pupils still reflecting an unvanished fear. I gently shook her shoulder, urging, "Let us depart. This creature is simply sunbathing atop the treetops and poses no threat to us." Suddenly, she turned and threw herself into my embrace, her arms tightly encircling my waist, the barrel of her rifle pressing painfully against my back. I instinctively placed a hand to the nape of her neck, feeling the tiny beads of perspiration there, realizing just how intensely she was trembling. "It's all right," I whispered soothingly, my palm tenderly stroking her hair. "We shall refrain from hunting rabbits. A stew of crabs or roasted seabirds would suffice." She nestled deeper into my chest, nodding dully, her hair brushing against my chin and eliciting a ticklish sensation. As I turned to guide her away, I deliberately positioned my body to shield her from the serpent's sight. It remained coiled in the tree, indistinguishable from other snakes except for 3 crimson, vertical stripes along its back. I had never encountered a serpent of this particular design before. I wondered if it was an endemic mutant species unique to this island. As we traversed the grove of coconut trees, Linlin suddenly looked up. "Zhao, go. Is it possible that the large snake could venture into the coconut grove?" The wind tousled the delicate strands of hair on her forehead, and though her eyes still shimmered with moisture, they appeared somewhat more relaxed than before. I adjusted the misaligned strap of her rifle, my fingertips brushing against her cool hand. In my humble understanding, it should not. Snakes are rather simple creatures. They merely eat when hungry, sleep when tired, and either flee or attack when threatened. Occasionally, they stroll or bask in the sun. Beyond that, there are no particularly ominous beliefs surrounding them. I paused momentarily before continuing. Our coconut grove lacks any of the food it desires. The ground is merely sand, and the trees bear coconuts. The only fauna present are coconut crabs, which are hard-shell creatures and unlikely to be a preferred menu item for snakes. Linlin softly responded with an drawing closer into my embrace. I had intended to add, "unless it specifically came to feast upon us," but fearing this might frighten her further, I refrained from uttering it. In the distance, the sound of crashing waves suddenly grew clearer as startled seabirds flitted above the treetops. Sunlight streamed through the gaps between the leaves, casting dancing patterns of light upon her dress, and at that moment, the atmosphere finally bore a semblance of life. On this island, if we were not consumed by a desire for adventure, the coconut grove and the beach offered ample sustenance. Various seafood from the shallows, seabirds from the treetops, and a multitude of coconut crabs. The primeval forest within the island remained a forbidding territory we dared not intrude upon, seemingly concealing some secret. Though my curiosity was indeed strong, the mysteries hidden within that forest became less significant compared to the necessity of survival. Before the wooden cabin, Linlin and I busied ourselves with kindling a fire and preparing a meal. in addition to the customary delights of coconut crabs and seabirds. We also gathered tender dandelion leaves and young wormwood shoots along the shore on our return journey. The sweet, succulent meat of the coconut crab and the rich flavor of the seabird, when paired with the two wild vegetables, rendered our meal on this solitary island remarkably sumptuous. In a bustling metropolis, even with a willingness to spend lavishly, it would be a daunting task to savor such exquisite flavors. After indulging in our feast, Linlin and I reclined in the wooden cabin. The scene we had witnessed earlier that day pierced Linlin's heart like a thorn. She was no longer the lively spirit she usually was. Her gaze was vacant, clearly shaken by the encounter. I found myself momentarily at a loss for words, as I too had endured a similar experience. During my last venture into the forest depths, I had stumbled upon a massive, red-black object the size of a gas canister, which had haunted my dreams ever since. From this point forward, I resolved to limit our excursions to the beach and the vicinity of the coconut groves, with perhaps the occasional climb onto the colossal rocks to feel the sea breeze and gaze into the distance. I could only hope that, as time passed, Linlin's fears would gradually subside. After such turmoil, another day was drawing to a close. As dusk enveloped the wooden cabin, Linlin and I had barely settled down when a chill swept through, causing us to shiver. The wind outside suddenly intensified, hurling sand and gravel against the palm leaf walls, while the dry grass beneath the eaves rustled ominously. I rose to close the window, but as I pushed open the wooden frame, I beheld the clouds on the horizon churning like boiling ink, the setting sun torn into fragments, casting a dark red glow through the gaps. A storm was imminent. Muttering to myself, I tightened the vine around the wooden window, leaving only a narrow gap the width of a finger. The cold wind immediately infiltrated through the crevice, bringing with it the briny scent of the sea. Linlin curled up on the palm leaf mat, peering out at the roiling clouds through the narrow slit, and asked, "Zhao, this wind is frightening. Could it be a typhoon?" I leaned closer to the window, squinting at the horizon. Beneath the gray clouds lingered a faint blush of rosy twilight. Old folks say, when the evening glow is red, there will be no wind the next day. I tightened the vine again, wrapping it a couple more times. If it were indeed a typhoon, the clouds would have long since descended upon us. Yet, despite my reassurances, I noticed the waves had begun to crash against the rocks, the white foam glaringly bright in the dusk. Suddenly, a fierce gust rocked the wooden cabin, causing the secured window to emit a soft clicking sound. As I bent down to inspect the vine, a foul odor surged through the gap, a stench mingled with salt and rust, reminiscent of a corpse soaked in a missile boat's cabin. Linlin instinctively covered her mouth and nose, her eyes widening in alarm. That smell. I gestured for her to remain silent, holding my breath as I leaned closer to the window. In addition to the putrid stench, there was an indistinct rustling sound, akin to wet fabric brushing against one another. Outside, the coconut trees swayed wildly in the wind, and in the shadows, something seemed to be moving, fluctuating in length like countless suspended arms. The flame of the coconut shell oil lamp suddenly flickered low, casting grotesque shadows on the wall, and beads of cold sweat began to form on the back of my neck. The foul stench seemed to drift from an unseen source, despite the fact that the missile boat had long been cast away by the waves to a distant locale beyond our sight. After a fierce gust of wind, 2 thunderclaps resounded, followed by a torrential downpour of rain, which pelted against the thatched roof like a barrage of marbles. Linlin and I huddled closely together on the straw mat, our camouflage jackets enveloping us both, and I could feel her fingertips tremble from the chill. Outside the wooden cabin, the rain fell in torrents, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the curtain of rain, allowing glimpses of the coconut trees swaying violently in the wind. Inside, the flames of 2 coconut shell oil lamps flickered, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. This downpour was the heaviest we had encountered since seeking refuge atop the massive rock, the sound of the rain roaring, drowning out all other noises. Yet, that faint, elusive odor of decay lingered in the air, mingling with the dampness of the rain. Sometimes more pronounced, at other times barely perceptible, sending shivers down my spine. I reached out to steady the trembling oil lamp, my palm slightly moist with sweat, unsure whether it was due to the stifling heat within or the unsettling unknown beyond. Chapter 48. The Stench in the Downpour, Part 2. The torrential rain cascaded like a celestial river, causing the thatched coconut palm rooftop to groan under the strain. The accumulated rainwater surged through the gaps in the leaves, initially falling in sporadic droplets, but soon it transformed into a dense curtain of water. The attic floor quickly became stained with dark watermarks, as rivulets meandered along the wood grain, pooling into murky puddles in the low-lying areas. Linlin and I huddled in a corner, using coconut shells to catch the leaking rainwater. The leaks above worsened, with torrents pouring down every few seconds, splattering against the floor and sending up fine sprays. The dampness enveloped the room, infused with the foul odor of decay, saturating even the straw mat beneath us. Gazing at the swaying roof in the tempest, I clutched Linlin's icy hand tightly, contemplating the necessity of reinforcing the roof at dawn, with plans to fire kiln tiles also needing urgent attention. Time slipped away, and eventually, the rain began to diminish, the thunderous sound fading gradually. Yet the roof continued to leak. Linlin, exhausted from the ordeal of hunting on foot and her frightful encounter with the giant snake, had fallen asleep in my embrace. The mat woven from coconut leaves was dampened by the rain, and I leaned against a coconut wood pillar within the cabin, too afraid to move. After a while, the rain outside ceased entirely, leaving only the residual droplets cascading haphazardly from the canopy. Suddenly, a series of thuds reminiscent of a creature battering against iron echoed, accompanied by the splashes of water, akin to a crocodile thrashing within a water-filled iron vat. The sound was erratic, sometimes erupting after several minutes, other times bursting forth within mere seconds, utterly unpredictable. I dared not breathe, fearful of waking Linlin from her slumber. The uncanny noises sent shivers down my spine, and the darkness rendered the situation completely obscured. As I strained to listen, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Just as I relaxed slightly, the sound erupted anew, startling me once more. A paralyzing fear gripped me, my palms slick with cold sweat, my left arm tightly embracing Linlin, while my right hand clutched the assault rifle belonging to a soldier from Y Nation. My mind fixated on one thought. I must endure until dawn. If that strange creature dared to approach the wooden cabin before daybreak, I would unleash a merciless barrage. The rhythmic dripping of the remaining rainwater from the tree canopy onto the wooden floor echoed like a countdown. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Thud, crash. Thud, thud, crash. The dull sound of the creature against the iron mixed with the explosive splashes echoed sharply in my ears, causing the coconut wood floor beneath me to tremble. I felt every muscle tense, cold sweat trickling down my spine. Linlin stirred uneasily in my arms as I fought to suppress the rising waves of terror, carefully shifting her beside the coconut wood pillar. The rustling of the mat against the floor made my heart race, fearing that the sound would awaken her from her deep slumber. If she were startled awake, I feared the bizarre noises outside would frighten her into a panic. I stealthily approached the wooden window, my fingers just brushing the frame when a chilling sensation crept up from my fingertips. Gritting my teeth, I pried open a small gap, and the stench of decay immediately filled my nostrils. A nauseating blend of putrid flesh soaked for days mingled with the briny scent of seaweed, reminiscent of someone forcing putrefied entrails down my throat. I clamped my mouth shut, retching violently, tears streaming uncontrollably as darkness enveloped my vision, suppressing the spasms in my stomach. I squinted through the narrow gaps of the wooden window, peering into the impenetrable darkness that enveloped the night after the torrential downpour. The inky blackness obscured my vision, yet I could surmise the cause of the disturbance. It was likely the missile boat, now adrift once more, bearing the 6 corpses of the enemy. The nauseating stench, mingled with the sounds of living creatures battering against the iron walls, further solidified my unsettling conjecture. But the adversaries aboard that missile boat had long since perished. What could possibly be causing such a commotion? Could it be that the dead were rising from their graves? The more I pondered, the more peculiar the situation appeared. leading me to question the existence of spirits and the supernatural. Among the 6 corpses, for those I had personally dispatched, could they truly come to exact vengeance upon me, as depicted in films and television? Anxiety gripped me tighter. My frayed nerves coiled like a taut spring, ready to snap at any moment. Yet, glancing at Linlin beside me, I endeavored to suppress the tumult of fear and anger within. Were I alone at that moment, I would have dashed from the wooden shack, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the eerie sounds. The interminable night stretched on, with dread shadowing my every thought. As dawn's light began to break, I dare not close my eyes. With the first glimmers of morning, I clutched my assault rifle tightly, trembling as I untied the vines binding the wooden door, stepping cautiously towards the beach. The island, shrouded in thick fog after the storm, enveloped me in a damp embrace, each breath akin to swallowing putrid flesh. The 30 meters from the cabin to the shore felt infinitely obscured by the mist. Drawing a deep breath, I plunged into the haze, and 10 meters away, a familiar silhouette began to materialize. The battered enemy missile boat lay askew upon the sand, its rust more pronounced than just days prior. In that moment of clarity, my blood seemed to freeze. This vessel, destined for the depths of the ocean, now loomed directly in front of my wooden shelter. The barnacle-encrusted bow faced me, resembling a single, unblinking eye. I stumbled backward, collapsing onto the sand, my back colliding with a jutting rock, yet I felt no pain. My throat parched and raw. I struggled to swallow, forcing myself to rise. Gripping the stock of my rifle, I advanced cautiously. Each step sent eerie creaks reverberating through the damp sand. When I was merely 3 meters from the bow, the chilling sounds erupted once more. The cacophony of crashing waves melded with a heavy thud emanating from the depths of the hull, ringing painfully in my ears. This noise was no mere figment of my imagination. Something colossal must be concealed within the cabin, each impact resonating like the drumbeats of death. Cold sweat trickled down my spine as I bit my tongue, striving to maintain my composure, my rifle trained on the ship's bow as I began to retreat slowly. At that moment, my foremost concern was Linlin, for she could scarcely withstand such a bizarre fright. As I navigated the few meters back to the wooden cabin, my mind was flooded with words of reassurance for her. Holding my breath, I stepped quietly back inside. Linlin remained curled upon the straw mat, damp strands of hair clinging to her cheek, her slumber far from serene. I sidled up next to her, gently patting her shoulder twice before daring to wrap my hand around the nape of her neck, slowly helping her to sit up. "Linlin, wake up. There's something I need you to keep an eye on," she murmured as her eyes fluttered open, her nose crinkling suddenly. "What is that smell? It's so foul." I pressed her shoulder to prevent her from rising, brushing aside the damp strands of hair from her forehead with my fingers. As my fingertip grazed her icy earlobe, I felt her shiver slightly. "It's the scent of the sea. The tide is coming in." Pausing for a moment, I softened my tone deliberately. "I just noticed that missile boat has drifted back. I need to take a look. Just stay inside the house." Upon hearing this, she abruptly lifted her head, her pupils narrowing into slits in the morning light. "But yesterday it wasn't tea." "Shoo." I gently pressed my fingertip against her lips, feeling the strap of the assault rifle dig into my palm, leaving a red mark. "Just a few minutes, stay inside and don't go out. If you hear any strange sounds, cover the window seam with the coconut shell. Do you remember how to tie the vine?" Fear still lingered in her eyes, yet she pressed her lips together and nodded. As I grabbed my gun and stood up, she suddenly clutched my wrist, her nails nearly digging into my flesh. "Zhao." I looked down and smiled at her, pulling out the Nepalese knife from my belt and placing it in her palm. "Don't be afraid, see? The sunlight is already reaching the doorstep. By the time I return, we'll start a fire to roast seabirds." "Zhao." The moment I turned to step out of the wooden door, her trembling voice called out behind me. I did not look back. Instead, I switched the assault rifle to automatic mode, allowing the metallic click to drown out the frantic beating of my heart. The missile boat loomed in the thick fog like a lurking beast, and the gun in my hand was my sole talisman of protection in that moment. Chapter 49. The Stench Amidst the Downpour, Part 2. With a bundle of rattan on my back, I once again plunged into the mist-laden beach. The enemy's missile boat remained tilted and stranded on the shore, and as I raised my assault rifle, I approached cautiously, yet heard no unusual sounds. I thought to myself, perhaps the storm's winds from last night had blown towards the island, bringing back this vessel that should have drifted far away. The stench was overwhelming. It was likely that the corpses of the enemy within the cabin had begun to decompose. As for the sounds of something struggling and slapping against the hull, I was uncertain of their origin, but in broad daylight, I could hardly believe anything sinister lurked. Taking a deep breath to steady my trembling fingers, I unfastened the rattan from my shoulder and aimed to throw it at the ship's bow railing with force. As the rattan caught on the railing, the metallic clash echoed piercingly through the tranquil morning of the island. I held my breath, straining to listen. The clattering from within the cabin abruptly ceased, as if whatever was inside lay in wait. Gripping the doubled rattan tightly, I summoned all my strength to climb. The 3-meter-high bow deck swayed in the fog like a precipice, my arm muscles taut as I barely brushed my toes against the rusted hull. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from within the cabin. Clatter, clatter, boom. I jolted, the rattan slipping from my grasp, leaving me suspended in midair, cold sweat trickling into my eyes, a bitter saltiness stinging my senses. For 20 suspended seconds, my heartbeat drowned out all other sounds. Upon confirming the absence of further disturbances, I gritted my teeth and pushed onward, my knees striking the barnacle-encrusted edge of the deck, pain blurring my vision. As I finally clambered onto the deck, my stomach convulsed violently. Coconut fronds that had covered the hatch were shredded, and maggots poured forth from the cabin in a relentless stream. These corpulent worms glistened with a pale sheen, some with translucent wing buds sprouting from their ends, coalescing into a writhing carpet upon the rusted deck. I fought back the urge to retch, pressing my gun closer to the hatch, the squelching sound of my boots crushing the maggots reminiscent of someone gnawing on shattered nails. Just as I peered inside, a wave of bile surged in my throat. 2 corpses obstructed the hatch, their limbs twisted at grotesque angles. Their already swollen bodies were reduced to a pulpy mass, with exposed bones still clinging to translucent sinew, while maggots crawled in clusters from the hollow sockets of their eyes and the dark corners of their mouths, plummeting into the waist-deep filth below, creating a cacophony of splashes. The dense swarm of worms blanketed the entire water surface. From the deck, it appeared as if the corpses were boiling in the muck. I mused, if someone with a fear of clusters were to witness this, they would surely perish on the spot. Thankfully, I did not suffer from such a malady. As I focused on the writhing surface of the maggot-infested water, suddenly, the once tranquil liquid appeared to be disturbed by an unseen force, ripples rapidly expanding outward, accompanied by a low, ominous sound emanating from the depths of the cabin. I swiftly raised my assault rifle, the barrel firmly trained on the eerie undulations. In an instant, the water erupted in a violent explosion. A creature over 3 meters in length burst forth, its grayish-brown form grotesque, with sharp teeth glistening, adorned with maggots and shredded flesh. A foul wind of decay assaulting my senses. This monstrosity was laden with rows upon rows of barbed teeth, an estimated hundreds densely packed within its cavernous maw. Fear coursed through my body like an electric current, and I reflexively pulled the trigger. The rapid gunfire erupted within the cabin, startling a flock of seabirds into flight. The already mangled corpse disintegrated into a mist of blood amidst the hail of bullets, while the creature, wounded, thrashed wildly in the murky water, sending maggots splattering through the air. As the waves gradually calmed, I finally discerned the true nature of this terrifying being, a wrinkled, brownish body, its gill slits resembling torn wounds. Was none other than the legendary living fossil of the deep sea, the frilled shark. It thrashed its robust tail fin, its murky vertical pupils fixed intently upon me, as if poised to leap from the hatch at any moment. Alas, its head had been shattered by my bullets, leaving it devoid of any means of resistance. Though the scene before me remained nauseating, the realization of the source of the strange sound from the previous night allowed my taut nerves to ease slightly. I exhaled deeply, so the ruckus had indeed been caused by this frilled shark. It was likely that the torrential rain had overturned the palm leaves at the hatch, and this vessel, already adrift in deep waters, had caught the scent of decaying flesh, prompting it to enter the cabin for a feast. However, after satiating its hunger, it found itself trapped, subsequently drifting back to the shore with the changing sea winds. The sun had now ascended to the apex of the palm trees, and the dense fog over the island had dissipated into a delicate veil. The missile boat had run aground mere 30 meters from the wooden cabin, and the gunfire had startled Linlin, who had rushed to the window. I turned to see her with one hand clasped over her mouth and the other frantically pointing towards the bow, her eyes wide with shock. "A shark has entered the hull," I shouted, but she remained frozen in that position, her finger trembling as if to pierce the wooden frame. Curiosity led me to lean over the deck railing. Good heavens! A disheveled black bear was clawing at the hull, its hefty paws producing a clattering sound against the rusted iron. Upon hearing the commotion, it lifted its head and roared at me, saliva mixed with a revolting stench flying from its teeth, the foul odor assaulting my senses. Judging by its size, I estimated it weighed around 300 to 400 pounds, its back rising like a small hill, likely lured here by the putrid smells emanating from within the boat. It circled the bow, its heavy breaths audible even on the deck. I grasped my rifle, initially intending to fire a couple of shots towards the beach to scare it away. But then I recalled Linlin shivering on the grass mat the previous night. If I were to skin this bear, it would provide ample material for 2 thick blankets. Thus, my resolve to kill solidified. Through the scope, the soft fur on the bear's forehead came into clear view. I held my breath, my index finger gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through the bear's skull, and its massive body jolted as if a small mountain had suddenly come to life, staggering a few steps on the beach before crashing to the ground. Dust rose from its twitching limbs, mingling with droplets of dark red blood. "Fear not, it is merely a clumsy bear," I called out, waving to the wooden cabin. Linlin's face appeared from the window frame, her lips still quivering. The bear's carcass exuded a warm scent under the sunlight. I patted my rifle, realizing I must swiftly address this foul odor, lest it attract more scavengers. Moreover, I vaguely recall that creatures such as pythons also partake in carrion, although it is not their preferred delicacy. I slid down the vine to the sandy shore and made my way directly to the wooden cabin. Standing before the door, I addressed Linlin. "Linlin, toss out the Nepalese knife." I was quite filthy and preferred not to enter. Trembling, Linlin approached the door and threw out the knife, exclaiming, "Zhao, go, hurry back. I feel as though I might perish from fright." I picked up the knife from the sand, offering a reassuring nod with a smile. Subsequently, I retrieved a dry coconut frond stem from the pile of firewood beneath the cabin, fashioning it into a torch handle with a knife. I tore off several desiccated coconut leaves, tightly wrapping them around one end, and doused it with fuel salvage from the missile boat before igniting it. Next, I filled a coconut shell with fuel, grasped a bundle of dried grass and coconut leaves, and ascended once more to the foredeck of the vessel. This iron hulk was impervious to flames, yet the remnants of carrion and the multitude of maggots within the cabin demanded thorough cleansing. I evenly splashed the fuel over the remains, tossed in the grass, and finally ignited it with the torch. An explosive roar ensued as the flames swiftly engulfed the hatch. The ignited oil burned fiercely, mingling with the acrid scent of charred flesh, while maggots twisted into ashen black crusts under the intense heat. The crackling sounds intermingled with the roaring flames, as if orchestrating a macabre symphony for this bizarre cremation on the deserted island. Chapter 50. Smoked meat after a fierce conflagration. The deck of the missile boat lay strewn with charred remnants, the stench of decay greatly diminished, replaced instead by an intense aroma of charred flesh. I covered the hatch once more with fresh coconut fronds, grasping my Nepalese knife as I approached the bear carcass. Kicking the bear's hindquarters with my boot, the hefty beast, weighing 300 to 400 pounds, merely swayed slightly. Clearly, it could not be dragged back to the cabin directly. In the coconut grove, I discovered a coconut tree trunk, roughly the width of a bowl, wedging one end into the sand while propping the other against the bear's back. Applying force with my foot on the lever, the principles of leverage allowed the bear's body to slowly roll over, revealing its sparse white fur on its belly. As my knife pierced the abdomen, the warm scent of viscera mingled with spurts of blood, causing me to hold my breath. The blade followed the curvature of the ribs, and dark red entrails surged forth like a tide. Withstanding the foul odor, I began to peel off the bear's skin, my fingers glistening with grease. The entire pelt radiated warmth, its thick fur so dense that moisture could be wrung from it. Merely grasping its edge caused my arms to ache. Once I had dealt with the hide, I commenced butchering the meat. The knife entered along the joints, cleaving the forelimbs, hindquarters, and back into 6 substantial portions, each laden with sinew and fat, weighing an estimated 40 to 50 pounds. As for the noxious innards, I directly prodded them into the sea with a stick, watching them bob and sink amidst the waves, attracting a few small fish with shimmering scales. At that moment, Linlin hurried over from the cabin, her brow furrowed as if she could crush a fly, her nose twitching slightly. "Zhao, are you not done yet?" As I bent to lift a bare leg, my muscles straining and causing my lower back to ache, I replied just in time, on a hand to get the meat back. She stared at the greasy chunks of flesh on the sand, suddenly taking a step back, her complexion paler than the coconut shell. This is too gruesome. Can we not eat this?" I hoisted a piece of bare meat onto my shoulder, brandishing the bloodied tip of my knife at her. "Silly girl. This is a treasure. Once we kindle a fire to smoke it, this will be enough for both of us for half a year." Noticing her hesitation, I added, "Did you not always say you were tired of coconut crabs? Bear meat stewed with mushrooms will be so fragrant it could waft to the sea." She bit her lip, her gaze drifting towards the missile boat, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. "But that boat, it's too terrifying lying there." Following her gaze, I too looked over, the charred hull lying askew on the beach, resembling a bloated corpse. Thus, I intentionally adopted a casual tone. It was merely the strong winds last night that caused the missile boat to drift back ashore. The enemy's remains have been incinerated, and the sharks have been dealt with. There is nothing left to fear. In a couple of days, when the tide rises, it will float back into the sea. As I spoke, I nudged the chunk of bare meat at my feet with the tip of my boot. "Hurry up, lend a hand. If we dawdle any longer, the seagulls will come to claim the meat." She shivered at the sight of the meat once more, but ultimately pinched her nose and approached, picking up the smallest piece of forepaw meat. Sunlight illuminated the crown of her head, casting the shadow of her eyelashes upon her cheeks, like 2 startled butterfly wings. A smoking rack made of coconut wood and vines was erected before the cabin, and I tiptoed to hang the blood-soaked bear meat upon the beam. The fat dripping from the coconut wood into the fire below, sending up tiny sparks. Linlin squatted nearby, poking at 4 plump bear paws with a small twig. "Zhao." The television said bear paws are a delicacy. Is this what they were referring to? I added a handful of dry grass to the fire. Thick smoke billowing upward with a rich aroma. I've never tasted it either. If not for being stranded on this deserted island, I wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Bears are protected animals. Hunting one could land you in prison. She pouted and exclaimed, her eyes suddenly brightening as she twirled the twig above the bear paws. "Shall we roast them and taste the novelty?" Roasting bear paws? I suspected they would be akin to chewing wax. I poked the fire with a stick, and the flames leapt high, without spices or pots. The result would be dry and could potentially chip a tooth for those with weak dentition. She stomped her feet in frustration, the twig making a rustling sound in the sand. "Just let us try it once. It's a rare opportunity." I looked at her gleaming eyes, chuckling helplessly. "All right, but we must change our approach. Let the meat smoke thoroughly, then simmer it in a clay pot until tender. Perhaps it will become palatable." She immediately sprang up, clapping her hands, the grass clippings on her eyelashes shaking. "I'll go gather firewood." As she turned to run, her skirt swayed, stirring a gentle breeze. In the intervals of smoking the meat, I chopped 2 thick vines, tying one end to the trunk of a coconut tree and stretching the other into a taut horizontal line. The bear skin, still warm and oily, draped over the vine, instantly resembling a furry curtain. The dense fur shimmered with golden brown hues in the sunlight, and running my fingers over it, I could feel the supple texture of the hide, a veritable natural fleece blanket. Once dried and the residual meat scraped away, I could knead it with stones, and later I would be able to wrap myself in it for warmth. Watching the flickering flames beneath the meat rack, I rubbed my sore shoulders and turned to Linlin. "Linlin, keep an eye on the fire. Don't let it die down." I'll go cut some coconut leaves to mend the roof." She was busy tending to the fire with a stick when she looked up, her eyes illuminated by the flames, and nodded earnestly. Standing beneath the eaves, I gazed at the precarious coconut leaf canopy, recalling my plan to create tiles. I had initially intended to dig clay from the hillside to make tiles, but that task required not only digging and molding, but also building a kiln to fire them. An arduous endeavor indeed. Today, I had already dealt with the decaying carcass of a missile boat and the wrinkled gills of a shark. In addition to confronting a wild bear, I was now utterly exhausted, my limbs feeling as though all strength had been drained from them. At this moment, the priority was to properly smoke and preserve the bear meat, and then use the freshly cut coconut leaves to patch the roof, at least to shield against the wind and rain. As for the tile making, that could wait until I had rested for a few days and regained my strength. With this thought, I tightened my grip on the machete and strode towards the coconut grove, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. As the setting sun elongated the shadows of the coconut trees, the bare meat on the smoking rack had turned glossy and firm, exuding an enticing aroma. But how could I preserve hundreds of pounds of meat? I pondered anxiously, realizing that if wild beasts were to track the scent, not only would the meat be lost, but Linlin might also be frightened. She was squatting nearby, scrubbing the clay pot, occasionally glancing at the golden brown bear paws, which clearly indicated that they were destined to be consumed tonight. I paced back and forth beside the bonfire when I suddenly caught sight of the armory adjacent to the wooden cabin, within the confines of approximately 2 square meters. Several rifles leaned against the wall, bulletproof vests were stacked neatly, and in the corner lay 5 handguns alongside a brand new pair of combat boots. Clearing a space to accommodate the meat should pose no challenge. I hurried over, untied the vines securing the wooden door, and arranged the equipment neatly against the wall, indeed, creating a perfect spot to accommodate the pile of meat. However, the tantalizing aroma of the meat mingled with the smoky scent wafted far and wide, and I squatted at the entrance of the armory, scratching my head in contemplation. Just as I was troubled by this, Linlin stealthily approached and unexpectedly patted me on the back. "Zhao Gu, what are you daydreaming about?" I crossed my arms and rubbed my chin. I was pondering how to mask the meat's scent. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if other animals came to steal it in the dead of night. She rolled her eyes playfully and suddenly pointed at the fuel barrel beneath the eaves. "How about we splash a bit of this? Its odor is strong enough to surely suppress the aroma of the meat." I paused for half a second, then joyfully embraced her shoulders and planted a hearty kiss on her forehead. "My darling, that's the plan. Once we seal the meat, we'll douse the perimeter of the armory with fuel. Let us see who dares to come snooping around." She blushed with delight from the compliment, but quickly urged me. "What are we waiting for? I'll fetch some water from the tank. The bear paw is still waiting to be cooked." Chapter 51. The ultimate taste of humanity. I lifted the charred bear paw, my fingertip gliding over the coarse fur, while the greasy oil trickled down my palm. This item was as tough as a piece of aged tree bark, and the knife's touch made my brow furrow. "Linlin, must we gnaw on this hard bone?" She squatted beside the earthen pot, stirring the almost boiling rainwater with a twig, her eyes sparkling in the flickering flames. "It's not that we must eat it." With a sudden shift in tone, she leaned in, her nose nearly touching the bear paw, but the books say bear paw melts in your mouth, and the noblemen on television crave it. I was simply curious about its flavor. I recoiled slightly, offering a wry smile. "Look at this, the skin is tough and the meat thick. We have just one open earthen pot, without even a lid. How can we stew it to achieve melt in your mouth?" She puffed her cheeks, her eyes suddenly brightening. "Eureka! Zhao, you should use a knife to carve the meat off the paw and cut it into small pieces." As she demonstrated with her hands, she suggested skewering them on twigs and roasting them, seasoning with our homemade sea salt. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, it will surely be fragrant. I gazed into her sparkling eyes, then looked down at the heavy bear paw in my hand. As the knife blade entered, it got caught in the fibers, emitting a sharp sizzling sound. Linlin tiptoed closer, resting her hands on my arms. "Just try a small piece." "All right, my dear university student." Reluctantly, I eased my grip, and the blade finally broke through the outer tough skin. "I would roast just a small piece, but if it proves inedible, you must not complain." She immediately clapped her hands in delight. turning to fetch the straightest twig, reminiscent of a jubilant little squirrel. As twilight enveloped the coconut grove, I found myself squatting by the fire, stifling 3 yawns. The fatigue from 2 sleepless days surged from the depths of my eyes. Yet I could only persist in turning the skewers over the flames. On the left, sizzling pieces of bear paw, and on the right, chunks of bear leg the size of my fist, the fat dripping into the fire with a crackling sound, echoing Linlin's earlier stomping. The evening breeze, laced with sea mist, brought a salty tang mingled with the aroma of char. In the distance, the ocean lay beneath a tapestry of orange-red sunset, reminiscent of a spilled cup of carrot juice. As a flock of seagulls skimmed just above the surface, their wing tips glistening like specks of gold. If this scene were in the city, I would have pulled out my phone to capture dozens of pictures, but at this moment, I was entranced by the skewers until Linlin's voice suddenly broke through. "It's burnt." Oh no! I hurriedly shifted the skewer back, the charred surface oozing golden butter, shimmering in the firelight. Linlin had already stretched her neck in anticipation, nearly touching the skewer with her nose. It smells delightful." However, she wrinkled her nose, questioning why it resembled the flavor of an undercooked coconut crab, meat that had not been marinated with any spices. Could it be without a gamey taste? I rubbed my eyes and chuckled, my throat feeling as though it were stuffed with dry hay, urging her to taste and see if it was cooked. She opened her mouth to take a small bite, her front teeth cracking against the meat, her cheeks puffing as if filled with a pebble. "Zhao, this is not bear paw at all. It's clearly a rubber tire." I could no longer contain myself, collapsing onto the sandy ground, feeling the pebble beneath my back without a hint of discomfort. Linlin, with an air of indignation, held the skewered meat aloft, her flushed cheeks kissed by the golden hue of the sunset. "What do you mean melt in your mouth? It's all a sham. The television is full of deceivers." The meat skewer fell with a thud onto the sandy ground, prompting her to immediately rise and retrieve it, her skirt brushing against my knees. "It's all your fault. You said just try it." All right, my mistake." I chuckled as I grasped her wrist, returning the skewer to the fire. Regardless of its taste, it should not be carelessly discarded. Attracting other wild beasts would only invite trouble. She huffed, but dutifully crouched down, delicately poking at the charred skin of the meat. In the distance, seabirds flitted their wings towards the coconut grove, subsequently settling densely upon the treetops. "Why does this bear meat taste so much better?" Linlin asked, biting into the bear leg I had cut for her, her cheeks gently puffing as she spoke. I chewed on the firm morsels of meat, the juices mingling with a smoky flavor that danced between my teeth. Indeed, the overall flavor bore some resemblance to beef, yet the texture possessed a wild, robust chewiness. After all, a bear's paw supports hundreds of pounds while climbing trees and walking, having long since developed sinewy toughness. Without hours of pressure cooking, it would be nearly impossible to chew. Linlin swallowed a piece of meat with satisfaction, the corners of her eyes lifting slightly. The television is nothing but a deception. They claim nothing compares to bear paws, but it's all just hype. This leg meat is truly substantial. I grinned and sliced off another generous chunk with my military knife, handing it to her. "Eat up. We need to gather strength to repair the roof tomorrow." As she took the meat, her fingertips brushed against my palm, and she suddenly let out a light laugh, her profile illuminated by the flickering firelight, appearing especially vibrant. Together, we shared a bear leg weighing at least 2 to 3 pounds, as the night had fully enveloped us. The starry sky above was as clear as if washed with water, the Milky Way arching gracefully over the coconut treetops, with even the stars distinctly countable. I pressed the grill down into the sand, the flames leaping high enough to cast light on the silhouette of a missile boat lying askew on the beach, its rusty hull glowing a dark red in the firelight, reminiscent of a wounded whale stranded ashore. Linlin's head gradually slipped onto my shoulder, her hair brushing against my wrist with a teasing warmth. She gazed at the distant boat, her fingers gently twisting my sleeve. "Zhao, go. Shall we return to the wooden house?" The sea breeze tousled her long hair, and I caught the smoky scent mingling within it, identical to my own. "What are we afraid of?" I grasped her cool hand, gently rubbing it against my chest. With the shark and the bear dealt with, we were now the fiercest beings on this island. She looked up at me, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes, and suddenly laughed. What about me? Do I count as a ferocious beast? I lowered my gaze to her, noticing the reflection of two flickering flames in her eyes, as if they contained fallen stars. I reached out to support the back of her knees, lifting her in a swift embrace as she gasped in surprise. As we passed the bonfire, she instinctively curled closer to me, her warm breath brushing against my neck. Be careful, don't knock over the fire pit. The bare skin in the wooden house still held the warmth of the day. When I set her down, the coconut leaf mat emitted a soft, rustling sound. The firelight outside danced across her face, flickering in and out, revealing her tousled hair, obscuring her lovely features. I reached out to gently sweep aside her stray strands of hair, my fingertips brushing against her soft cheek, as I murmured in the most tender voice. Not fierce at all. You are my darling. Outside the window, the rustling of palm leaves whispered, while the distant waves caressed the shore, akin to someone humming a lullaby. As Linlin turned to her side, her hair grazed the back of my hand, sending a delightful shiver through me. I decided to lie back, allowing her to rest her head upon my chest, listening to the symphony of our intertwined heartbeats. Exhausted from the day, having not slept for 2 nights, my body ached. Suddenly, Linlin sprang up from my embrace. Let me give you a massage. To my astonishment, she removed her dress and unfastened her top, leaving me bewildered. A massage is one thing, but why undress completely? After adjusting her top, she slipped her dress back on. I simply didn't want to wear this. It felt uncomfortable. I had intended to wash it today, but I was too busy preparing the meat. Quick, turn over, let me give you a proper massage, she exclaimed, as she mounted my back. In that fleeting moment, the sight of her ample curves stirred a primal fire within me. Chapter 52. The plan for our home. I recall that Linlin once confessed to me, calling me a gentleman. Such an accolade represents the highest regard for character I have ever received in my life. Frankly speaking, as an individual of modest educational background who has struggled for 30 years at the lower rungs of society, I do not possess a clear understanding of the term gentleman. In my worldview, sincerity holds paramount importance in interpersonal relationships. Although I recognize the significance of being tactful and socially adept in our society, I have always harbored a deep-seated aversion to such pretensions. Stubborn by nature, I firmly believe that sincerity is the cornerstone of human connection. In my interactions with Linlin, my intentions were simply to treat her with genuine kindness. Once I determined my feelings for someone, I would offer my sincerity without reservation. Initially, I did not envision her as a partner, perceiving her merely as a younger sister, nothing more. However, to my surprise, my sincerity resonated with this 20-year-old university student. To me, she has become the most precious light in my life. Having said all this, I'm essentially attempting to persuade myself. Now, on this desolate and uninhabited island, I find myself alone with my beloved Linlin, confronting an unavoidable reality, that of our physical desires. I am but a gentleman, not a monk devoid of earthly desires. Yet I have consistently restrained my instincts. After all, Linlin is only 20 years old, and I fear the potential dangers of an unintended pregnancy, particularly in this island's scarcity of medical resources. Yet, there are times when she expresses her yearning, while I find myself hesitating. After much contemplation, I have come to realize that succumbing to the natural course of life may indeed be the right path. From this day forward, I shall no longer suppress my emotions. If the moment calls for it, I shall embrace it. However, what remains paramount is my commitment to provide her with a stable home, to personally construct a sturdy house and craft functional wooden furniture. No matter when we eventually depart from this place, I must shoulder the responsibility for our future. If Linlin were to truly become pregnant, I would do everything in my power to ensure her safety. I would teach our child to be brave, while Linlin would impart knowledge to them. Even if we remain stranded on this barren island, we can still cultivate a life filled with hope. The cry of a seagull pierced the silence, rousing me from my slumber. As I opened my eyes, I saw Linlin leaning against the wooden window, gazing into the distance. I propped myself up, causing a slight commotion that caught her attention. "Zhao, you're awake," she exclaimed, turning to me with a twinkle in her eyes and a smile gracing her lips. I squinted and nodded, my voice still laced with sleepiness. Linlin, you've risen quite early today. She settled beside me, her hair brushing against my shoulder. I've been awake for quite a while. It's already noon, she replied, pointing her fingertip towards the window, sunlight filtering through her palm and casting a delicate pattern of light upon the wall. I stifled a yawn and rubbed my tired eyes. I've been exhausted these past few days. I finally managed to get some good rest. Are you hungry? I inquired. She tilted her head, her eyelashes fluttering. Not really. I just wanted to wash my bra, but since you were still asleep, I didn't dare go alone. Her voice trailed off, glancing apprehensively at the ship anchored on the beach. Silly girl, I said, reaching out to ruffle her hair, feeling the softness beneath my palm. With me here, what is there to fear? If something is troubling you, do not hesitate to wake me. She gently shook her head, her cheek brushing against the back of my hand. You are too tired. I just want you to sleep a little longer. Upon hearing this, a sudden warmth surged in my heart. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders and placed a kiss on her crown. The sea breeze wafted through the window, tousling her hair, infused with the scent of sunlight and salt water, tender as the starlight in her eyes. On the beach, Linlin crouched by the rocks, washing clothes. I stared vacantly at the rusted enemy missile boat not far away, idly picking up a pebble and hurling it with force. Thud! A dull sound startled a flock of seabirds, and Linlin gasped, nearly toppling into the waves. Zhao, what are you doing? Her almond-shaped eyes widened, droplets of water cascading from her hair to her collarbone, almost startling my soul away. I quickly forced a smile, jogging over to her. I just wanted to see if there are any living creatures inside. You never know what dangers might be lurking. Before I could finish my sentence, she suddenly splashed a handful of seawater on my face, the coolness jolting me awake. You love to bully me. She burst into laughter, her fingertips still dusted with sand, teasingly. I wiped the seawater from my face, grinning foolishly. So, this enchanting island beauty, do you plan to have bear meat, crab meat, or perhaps bird meat for lunch? She shot me a glance. I want them all. I turned and headed back to the wooden house, intending to fetch my assault rifle, but Linlin called out to me, Zhao, don't go. Wait for me to finish washing before we return together. I continued walking, responding, what is there to fear in broad daylight? It's only a distance of 30 to 50 meters. I'll grab the rifle and shoot a seabird for you to eat. In front of the wooden house, the warmth from the fire still lingered. Linlin sat beside the fire with a golden-brown roasted bird leg, her cheeks puffed like a little hamster, juices dripping between her fingers. I struck the back of my knife against the coconut crab shell, cracking it open with a crisp sound to reveal the snowy white crab meat. As I looked up, the sunlight dazzled my eyes. I planned to build a sturdier house. She abruptly stopped chewing, her eyelashes fluttering. Didn't we say yesterday that we could just make some repairs today? Fragments of bird bones fell onto her skirt. I wiped the sweat from my brow. The scorching sun had me drenched. Who knows when we'll leave this island? We need something more solid. The charcoal in the fire crackled, startling two seabirds resting on the roof of the wooden house. Linlin, I love you. She furrowed her brow, tilting her head to look at me, the midday sun reddening her ears. Zhao, why are you being so cheesy today? I turned to meet her gaze, the sunlight shattering into golden flakes in her pupils. Once our new home is built, I'll craft a set of wooden furniture, lowering my voice and raising an eyebrow. Then we can do whatever we want. You know what I mean? You rascal. She playfully punched my shoulder, her bird leg grease smearing my arm. The distant sound of waves rolled in with the warm breeze, the aroma of her roasted bird more tantalizing than the coconut crab meat. Since I scavenged a wave of equipment from the enemy's missile boat, I acquired a rifle equipped with a bayonet, which has truly provided me with a formidable tool. This triangular bayonet is sharper than a military saber, with a blade hardness that is sufficient for both self-defense when affixed to the rifle and for use as a chisel when detached, proving to be the key to constructing a wooden hut. Previously, the most significant challenge in erecting this hut was the processing of timber. While it was feasible to fell trees with a Nepali knife, boring holes and crafting mortise joints and logs as thick as a bowl was beyond the knife's capacity. Now, with the bayonet, I can first mark the wood with the blade tip, then use a stone as a hammer to strike the handle, gradually chiseling out deep holes. Although I have no formal woodworking training, My past experience on construction sites, where I transported bricks and observed skilled craftsmen creating doors and windows, has endowed me with knowledge of mortise and tenon joints, such as the dovetail joint and the through tenon. For instance, I can shape the ends of the beams into trapezoidal tenons and chisel corresponding mortises into the columns, ensuring they can withstand lateral tension once fitted. The roof is of utmost importance. Previously, thatching with straw resulted in leaks. This time, I intend to learn the ancestral art of kiln-fired tiles, as I did when crafting water jars and earthen pots. I will first excavate highly adhesive red clay from the soil slope behind a massive rock, mix it with fine sand to form a clay body, and use the bayonet to shape it into tile prototypes. After allowing them to dry partially, I will stack them into a clay kiln. The kiln, constructed from stones and wet mud, will feature a fire opening at the bottom and a vent at the top, utilizing the leftover coconut wood from previous felling for firing. Once the firing reaches the proper temperature, I will douse it with water to steam the clay body for carbonization. This technique is one I learned long ago while idly scrolling through Douyin back home. The success of this endeavor hinges on the control of heat, and the bayonet serves perfectly as a lever to rearrange the wood inside the kiln. Material planning must also be meticulously calculated. Each day, I will fell mature coconut trees, using the trunks as columns and splitting the branches into purlins, stripping the bark with the military knife to prevent insect infestation. The clay excavation and tile firing will require a continuous 5 days of burning, necessitating an ample supply of dry firewood in advance. The mortise and tenon connections will rely solely on the precisely chiseled mortises from a bayonet, with each wood joint needing to be repeatedly compared to ensure a flawless fit. Following this plan, I aim to fell 10 coconut trees, chisel 20 mortises, and fire 30 tiles each day, allowing for the completion of the hut structure in about half a month. However, this island experiences at least one rainstorm each week, and at times 3. I can only pray for minimal rainfall during the construction of the new hut, so that Linlin and I may move in sooner and indulge in our desires. Chapter 53. The manifestation of happiness. Yesterday, I meticulously planned the blueprint for our new home, and this morning, I rose with the dawn. After a brief indulgence in a coconut, I retrieved an enemy rifle and unsheathed its bayonet. My desire was to construct anew on the very site of our existing wooden house, which is firmly anchored by 4 naturally grown coconut trees. However, rebuilding on that spot would necessitate dismantling the old structure, leaving both Linlin and me without shelter until the new abode was completed. This grove of coconut trees boasts at least 300 or 400 specimens, and I circled the forest several times. Yet I could not find another location as suitable as the old house for a natural foundation. Reluctantly, I resolved to cut down some coconut trees. But how to excavate the foundation posed a significant challenge. The Nepalese army knife and the triangular bayonet I possessed were adequate for chopping wood, yet they proved inadequate for digging a foundation a meter deep. To construct a wooden house resilient enough to withstand storms and typhoons, the foundation must be excavated more than a meter below ground. After careful consideration, I decided to consult Linlin. We could dismantle the existing wooden house and directly carve holes into the trunks of those 4 coconut trees for our new construction. This approach would preserve the stability of the natural foundation while alleviating the difficulties of selecting a new site and digging anew. Linlin, how about we build the new house atop the existing wooden structure? I suggested, gazing at the knife marks on the coconut tree trunk, my fingertips still dusted with fresh bark shavings. Without the tools to dig a foundation, seeking a new location would only complicate matters further, potentially jeopardizing the very framework of our shelter. Linlin, holding a coconut shell, looked up, its juice trickling down to her collarbone, and she absent-mindedly wiped it away. Where will we stay until the new house is completed? The sea breeze tousled her hair, and her eyes reflected the distant, frothy crests of waves. I gestured towards the massive rock on the right side of the beach. We can temporarily reside atop the rock, constructing a simple shelter there as we did before. With the fuel we now possessed, we could encircle the shelter with a protective barrier. The scent would deter any wild beasts. She rolled her eyes slightly, her eyelashes casting shadows on her eyelids. The last storm nearly toppled our shelter. Even now, The sound of thunder makes my heart race. Her voice trailed off as her fingertips gently grasped the hem of her skirt. I brushed away the coconut leaf fragments from her hair, my fingers grazing her ear, which felt slightly warm. Let us do this when the weather is fair. We'll stay atop the rock. When ominous clouds approach, we'll retreat to the coconut grove and erect a makeshift shelter. After a pause, I drew the bayonet from behind my waist, its blade reflecting her slightly furrowed brow. The coconut tree stumps from the old house were sufficiently thick. By carving a few notches and erecting crossbeams, we could have the main framework standing within 3 or 4 days. Suddenly, she leaned closer, her arm entwining with my elbow, her hair brushing against the back of my hand. I'll follow your lead. The sea breeze carried the scent of coconut milk from her, and as long as she was by my side, I felt secure no matter where we resided. Our eyes met, and we shared a gentle smile, her concerns gradually melting away, transforming into 2 pools shimmering in the sunlight. In the distance, the waves crashed against the rocks, startling a few seagulls into flight, their cries fragmenting into a chorus as they flapped their wings and soared away. Dismantling the existing wooden house proved to be a simple task. I used the army knife to sever the entwined vines, and the coconut with stumps, as thick as a bowl, slid down one by one. Linlin crouched beside the ruins, deftly extracting the fronds from the coconut tree trunk, neatly stacking them to the side. The thatched roof was rolled into a cylindrical shape, its palm fiber texture still clinging to the sea salt left behind by the gusty winds of yesteryear. This roof was perfectly suited to be laid atop the shelter on the summit of the boulder for moisture protection. The beam was too heavy. I had to bend my back and use my shoulder to lift it, allowing Linlin to extract the stones positioned underneath. Sweat beads dripped onto the sandy ground, creating scattered damp spots. As for the water tank in front of the wooden house, it was immovable unless emptied, so after much contemplation, I decided to pour it out. Linlin hurriedly caught the clear rainwater with coconut shells, the sunlight shimmering upon the droplets. Ultimately, we gathered 12 coconut shells of water for future use, stacked beneath the coconut tree like a row of crooked little towers. We also used the earthen pot for water, its surface adorned with a withered leaf. When I pried it open with a dagger, the sky reflected within was a brilliant azure. After a day of bustling activity, once all our belongings were relocated, the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the coconut trees. Linlin and I sat atop the boulder, beside our makeshift shelter, gazing at the breathtaking scenery illuminated by the sunset. Both of us enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. In the distance, the missile boat on the beach rusted into a dark brown silhouette, and I wondered when this iron relic would drift away from our shore. Zhao, do you think there will be shooting stars tonight, just like last time? Linlin tilted her face upward, her eyelashes fluttering in the twilight like translucent butterfly wings, the sea breeze tousling her long hair, a few strands entwining around my wrist. I pulled her closer, my fingertips grazing her delicate shoulder blade. This girl had tanned a bit recently, yet her collarbones still shimmered with a nacreous luster. The last sliver of orange light at the horizon was being devoured by the deep blue, as the dome of the sky gradually revealed its diamond-like stars. Look how pristine the sky is, like a washed glass tank. Perhaps the shooting stars will swim towards us like schools of fish. Even if not, as I looked down, I noticed a grain of sand on her nose, and I reached out to brush it away. With so many stars cascading above us, we would have enough to count until dawn. Suddenly, she stood up, the thatch rustling softly against the boulder. The moonlight caressed the curve of her profile, making her exclamation, "How wonderful!" shimmer brilliantly. Living here is delightful, like standing on the shoulder of the sea, except when it rains. Her words were suddenly whisked away by the sea breeze, and she shivered as the tips of her hair brushed against my hand. I quickly pulled her back a couple of steps, the soles of our shoes scraping over the sandy edge of the boulder. This boulder was estimated to be 4 or 5 stories high, and falling from it was no trivial matter. Our newly constructed wooden house was also quite decent. Once completed, I would craft a set of wooden furniture, including a bed, a table and chairs, and a dressing table. Her eyes suddenly sparkled, and she reached to wrap her arms around my neck, the scent of sea salt mingling with coconut milk wafting into my nostrils. I want to pick some wildflowers for decoration. All right, whatever you wish. But we don't have a mirror, so that dressing table might be a challenge. I gently lifted her waist, and she jumped up, wrapping her arms around my neck with a playful shake. Didn't you scavenge 2 dead phones from the missile boat last time? Dismantling the screen reveals a mirror. I was momentarily taken aback, surprised that I had forgotten such a detail. Your vanity must be well set. She smiled and lightly pressed her lips against mine. From afar, the call of a night bird echoed, and suddenly, the first meteor streaked across the sky, as if someone had drawn a match along the heavens, fleeting yet illuminating the galaxy reflected in her eyes. She nestled her face against my shoulder, her voice muffled yet laced with laughter. Zhao, if we could never return, then let us live our days like the stars. I gazed up at the ever-thickening cluster of stars, feeling her heartbeat resonate through my ribs, intertwining with my own. The coconut trees whispered in the evening breeze, and in the distance, a dagger stood upright in the sandy ground, its hilt wrapped in a piece of cloth, swaying gently with the sea breeze, an adornment she had fashioned for me from scraps of fabric. Chapter 54, What If? Zhao Ge, shall we play a game? In the sanctuary atop the giant rock, Linlin turned to me, gently resting her head on my right arm. My left arm cradled the back of her head, and although I felt languid and achy from a day spent dismantling the old house, gazing at the starlight filtering through the gaps above, my heart felt as light as if I were submerged in warm water. Late at night, what could a college student wish to play? I flicked the grass clippings from her hair with my fingers, as the sea breeze slipped through the seams of the sanctuary, carrying the essence of coconut milk that enveloped her. Suddenly, she turned to face me, her nose nearly brushing against my chin. Her eyelashes fluttered like a moth against the shadows beneath her eyes. Let us play the what-if game. I'll pose a question, and you must answer sincerely. No half-hearted responses. I raised an eyebrow and tugged at the tip of her hair, watching the moonlight shatter into silver flecks within her pupils. Then, please enlighten us with your question. Esteemed instructor, what if you hadn't accompanied my father on that giant ship? What would life be like? Linlin posed the first hypothetical with an earnest tone. This question plunged me into contemplation. Had I not followed your father onto the vessel, I would most likely have become a true recluse. After the failure of my entrepreneurial endeavors, I grew weary of social interactions and yearned for a period of solitude to reflect upon myself. I had envisioned that time spent pondering life, writing, exercising, and indulging in online games would be my refuge. Linlin turned her gaze to the starry sky, her expression puzzled. Recluse? I can understand the rest, but why would you still think about playing online games? I chuckled softly. I've been captivated by online games since childhood. In elementary school, I once trekked several kilometers to the city just to recharge a 3-yuan game card. That was a dream etched in my childhood. As adulthood swept me into its relentless pace, I hardly had time to indulge in childhood pleasures, making playing online games significant for me. It was rare to finally commit to a quiet respite, allowing me to mend this emotional rift. After listening, she nodded, seemingly uncertain, and pressed further. What do you specifically contemplate when reflecting on life? I gazed at the swirling stars above, slowly exhaling. Part of it involves reviewing the reasons behind my entrepreneurial failure. More importantly, it's about planning for the future. Before she could respond, I continued with a hint of self-deprecation. To be honest, I have little confidence in my future. The aspirations of establishing a family and a career seem increasingly distant, and I am gradually learning to accept this reality. Tilting her head, she probed further. Establishing a career may be challenging, but starting a family shouldn't be difficult, right? Zhao, you are so. I turned to look at her, so what? She suddenly wrapped her arms around me, her hair brushing against my chin. You are so remarkable. I ascend it easy for someone like you to start family? I couldn't help but laugh. My dear young lady, you are still naive and do not grasp the weight of reality. Your family is well off, so you need not concern yourself too much with financial conditions. But for me, my voice trailed off as I looked into her eyes, where the stars danced, reflecting a connection I had never imagined sharing with someone a decade younger. At my age, men typically seek partners who are 25 or older, yet women in this age bracket often have financial expectations. As someone who has faced entrepreneurial failure, even if I were fortunate enough to possess wealth. It would only lead to hardship for my partner, and I cannot bear that. Suddenly, Linlin playfully struck my chest, her fingertips conveying warmth through my camouflage t-shirt. "Are you implying that I am too young?" she exclaimed. Taken aback, I gazed at her indignant face, bemused. How had she misinterpreted my words so dramatically? "Aside from your youth, you excel in every other regard," I retorted, reaching out to tickle her side. Her laughter erupted, breathless, mingling with the sound of the grass mat beneath us. "Stop it. There is still one last if." I released her and reclined, propping my arms behind my head while I watched her sit up, tidying her tousled hair under the moonlight that illuminated her flushed cheeks. "Pose your question, but after you answer, it will be my turn to inquire." I jiggled the corner of her crumpled shirt. Linlin sat cross-legged, her fingertips toying with the frayed edges of the mat. "If one day you could leave this place and return to your former life, what is the one thing you would most desire to do?" The question tightened my throat. The sea breeze carried the distant sound of waves, and I gazed at the stars, their slow rotation reminding me of a conversation I had with my mother on the sofa before my departure. At that moment, I could never have imagined that this farewell might be permanent, if that day were to come. I turned to her, only to find her eyes fixed on mine, shimmering like the ocean's depths. "I would first take you to meet my mother, to assure her that I upheld my promise when I left home. Then, I would accompany you back to your place, standing before your mother and saying." My voice faltered, and I cleared my throat. "I once risked my life to protect your daughter, and I shall dedicate my entire existence to safeguarding her henceforth." Suddenly, she placed her hand over my mouth, her fingertip tasting of coconut milk sweetness. "You mustn't use such serious words like risking my life." Her voice trembled, yet blossomed into a smile in the night. "I want you to take me for hot pot first, with a beef tallow base and double the tripe." I grasped her hand and gently kissed it. Hot pot first, then meeting the parents. In the distance, the coconut grove echoed with the calls of night owls as her head gradually leaned against my shoulder, gazing at her silhouette beneath the starlit sky. I suddenly felt that those once seemingly unattainable ifs were now pulsating, in tune with her breath, taking on a tangible form in the palm of my hand. After a long moment, I discreetly wiped away the tears that had fallen from the corners of my eyes and cleared my throat. "Now, it's my turn to ask a question." She nestled closer into my embrace, her hair brushing against my chin. "Go ahead," she encouraged. I looked at the flickering fireflies outside the shelter, hesitating to speak. Some questions felt too heavy, and I feared that voicing them might evoke shared despair, leading Linlin to weep. She tilted her face up, her eyelashes grazing my wrist. "Zhao, why are you silent? Have you fallen asleep?" I gently pressed her head back into my embrace, inhaling the salty scent of the sea lingering in her hair. "My question mirrored your second inquiry. If one day you were to depart from here and return to your former life, what would you do?" My fingertips grazed the wisps of hair at the nape of her neck. My voice softened further, urging her to respond earnestly. After a prolonged silence, her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "I do not know if my father is still around." Before she could finish her thought, her voice quivered with the onset of tears. "I would first hold my mother and weep, and then I would go with you to obtain our marriage license. Finally, I would return to school and complete the books I had yet to read." "Oh!" Tears soaked my garments as her shoulders shook with each sob. I remained silent, merely enveloping her in my arms, gently stroking her back, listening to her stifled sobs mingling with the distant sound of the waves, resonating deep into the night. Even as I consciously avoided sensitive topics, she continued to tremble in sorrow. Witnessing her distress rendered the subsequent questions stuck in my throat, rendering them unarticulated. I softly held her close, listening to her gradually calming sobs, and under the gentle caress of the sea breeze, we both succumbed to slumber. Chapter 55. The mysterious green eyes in the ensuing days. It seemed as though the heavens were favoring us, for the rain held off. Linlin and I devoted ourselves wholeheartedly to the construction of our new abode. Thanks to the robust, natural foundation of the old house, the framework progressed with remarkable ease, soon taking on a discernible shape. However, the task of roofing presented a formidable challenge. We initially intended to fire tiles, but the practicalities proved to be fraught with difficulties. The process of tile making not only demanded considerable time, but also required an ample supply of dry kindling. Although the island was replete with trees, most were still green and unsuitable for burning. Deep within the forest lay parched branches, yet the terrain was perilous and fraught with unknown dangers, dissuading us from venturing forth to collect them. Moreover, even if we succeeded in crafting tiles without cement for reinforcement, they would easily be dislodged by strong winds and tempestuous weather. After much contemplation, I resolved to utilize the trunks of coconut fronds for the roofing. Each trunk would be meticulously flattened and then tightly joined together, secured with sturdy vines, and finally topped with a carefully woven mat of coconut leaves. This roofing method not only promised greater durability than tiles, but also alleviated concerns about leaks. While the materials might succumb to erosion over time, we could easily undertake repairs as needed. At present, this solution appeared most fitting for our circumstances, and I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As dusk settled, marking the end of a laborious day, Linlin and I kindled a fire on the sandy ground before our new home. Bear meat and seabirds sizzled over the flames, their savory aroma mingling with the sea breeze. Not far off, a rusted missile boat lay abandoned on the beach, unmoved by the ebb and flow of the tides, as if an invisible hand had welded it to the sand. To me, this lifeless hulk of steel was nothing more than an inconsequential relic, stirring no waves of concern. In stark contrast, Linlin reacted differently. Each time we passed it, she instinctively quickened her pace, her eyes betraying a mix of vigilance and unease. Even during mundane tasks like washing clothes, she would deliberately circumvent the area, preferring to take a longer route to maintain her distance from the vessel. The fire crackled, and Linlin leaned closer to the sizzling bear meat, her nose crinkling in perplexity. Zhao, why do I sense an odd flavor in this meat? I adeptly turned the chunks with a branch, droplets of oil splattering into the flames, igniting small bursts of fire. It's probably because we didn't smoke it thoroughly last time. It might be slightly off, but it's not a significant issue. It's still edible. Once we're done eating, we could take the remaining meat from the storeroom and smoke it again. She bit her lip, her face etched with hesitation. Observing her uncertainty, I chuckled. It's just like smoked cured meat. A hint of rancidity can actually enhance the flavor. If you find it unpalatable, you can always eat more seabirds. The firelight reflected in Linlin's bright eyes, and with newfound resolve, she tossed a few more twigs onto the blaze, declaring, I want to eat bear meat. Zhao said it's fine, so it must be good. I could only shake my head and smile. The setting sun painted the sea's surface with a shimmering gold, while the coconut trees glimmered with a warm, golden hue in the afterglow. Linlin munched on the fragrant bear meat, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, exclaiming, so delicious. The aroma was somewhat peculiar, yet the taste resembled seasoned smoked meat. I chuckled and added another piece of meat to her coconut shell bowl, then stood up to lift several thick coconut logs, binding them with vines to create a smoky meat rack, standing as tall as a person. A faint briny scent wafted from the storage room, where half a bear's carcass rested in shallow, brownish blood, an indication of protein breakdown, a sign of tender meat in this island setting. The nearly 300 pounds of meat weighed heavily on my arms, and as I hung each piece on the rack, I called out to Linlin, add some firewood, don't let the smoke die down. She was busy stuffing dry twigs into the fire, her cheeks glowing like ripe persimmons from sparks. Wiping my bloodied hands on the sand, I gestured to Linlin, I'm going to wash my face by the sea. I'll be back shortly. Suddenly, she set down her coconut bowl, her gaze drifting toward the rusty missile boat not far away. It's getting dark, and I'm scared. I drew my handgun from behind my waist, checked the magazine, and firmly pushed it back into place. What are you afraid of? If danger arises, just shoot. I'm right by the waves, and I can hear you shout. When I took the gun from her, her fingertips were icy. I walked across the fine sand toward the sea, hearing her muffled murmurs behind me. You don't care about her at all. I glanced back to see her shadow flickering in the firelight among the meat rack, watching the dancing flames like a small beast guarding its young. This girl, though timid, possessed a remarkably strong will. Suddenly, Linlin's piercing scream shattered the stillness. Zhao, come quickly. I rushed back to the bonfire in swift strides and found her pale face turned toward the depths of the coconut grove. her fingers trembling so violently she could barely grip the handgun. Within the shadows, several pairs of eyes glowed with a phosphorescent green, fixated on us, flickering in and out of the firelight like sharks lurking in the deep sea. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I seized the assault rifle leaning against the side, its stock thumping heavily against my shoulder. The click of the safety being disengaged echoed in my throat as the barrel steadied on those glowing entities. Linlin's nails nearly dug into my arm, her voice trembling. Is it that giant snake? The damp sea breeze, infused with the salty aroma of smoked meat, wafted into my nostrils. But I discerned a mingling scent of something foul. That was the breath of a warm-blooded creature. It's not a snake, I whispered, the rifle barrel subtly rising and falling with my breath. I focused intently on the front, as the firelight revealed the outlines of pointed ears and bristly fur in the grass, smaller than the wolves I remembered, yet emitting a more menacing low growl from their throats. They were clearly not drawn by the smoked meat, but were fixated on two living souls active in the late hours of the night. Bang! In the instant I pulled the trigger, Linlin buried her face into my back. The tremor from the gunstock surged along my bones, and the bullet traced a crimson arc through the night, awakening a chorus of anguished wails. A pair of green glimmers abruptly shifted direction, the blades of grass quaking violently, accompanied by the brittle snap of breaking twigs. It was only when the final echo of lament faded into the depths of the dense forest that I realized my back was already drenched in cold sweat. It was a pack of wolves. I kicked the meat rack beside me, sending a few sparks into the air. Linlin lifted her head, tears still clinging to her lashes. Yet she clutched my shirt tightly. This girl must have exhausted all her courage in that moment. In the distance, the sound of crashing waves became acutely distinct, resembling the breath of some colossal beast, lying in wait within the thickening darkness for the next fissure of dawn. Chapter 56. The completion of our new home on this island. My existence alongside Linlin has always adhered to a fundamental principle. Apart from fulfilling our basic needs for sustenance and self-defense, we shall never inflict harm upon any creature without provocation. I firmly believe that maintaining a reverence for nature is the secret to enduring in this wilderness. Every element of the world exists in a delicate balance, and to disrupt these boundaries recklessly will inevitably lead to unforeseen consequences. The encounter with the forest wolves last night exemplified this truth. When those luminous eyes loomed in the shadows, I chose to scare them away with gunfire rather than hunt them down. They were merely hungry beings drawn by the scent of smoked meat, and while they posed no imminent threat, there was no need for extermination. Much like the strange serpents and the colossal creatures in the waters we had encountered before, we never intruded upon their domains, maintaining an unspoken agreement of mutual non-interference. Upon our arrival on the island, my quest for flint and fresh water led me deep into the heart of the forest, where I glimpsed the undulating shadows in the water. My instinct was not to raise my weapon, but to retreat silently. On this land that does not belong to humanity, we are the intruders. My only desire is to share a tranquil existence with Linlin, gathering fresh fruits amidst the coconut groves in the morning, sharing meals by the fire at dusk, and awaiting a fortuitous opportunity for escape. Should fortune grant us a departure from this place, I would carry away only gratitude for the land, not the sins of slaughter. In the laws of nature, survival is never a zero-sum game of life and death. It is about respecting and yielding to every form of life. At last, the moment of crowning our new home has arrived. I tread upon the wooden ladder, bound with vines and coconut wood, affixing the meticulously smooth coconut fronds to the roof, one by one. Linlin stands below, gazing up, skillfully passing the fronds to me. This harmonious collaboration has transformed our 12-square-meter wooden abode from blueprint to reality. From drilling and polishing to assembling the framework, we accomplished the task in just 5 days, far quicker than I had anticipated, using only a handful of coconut trees. At this moment, the afternoon sun filters through the gaps in the partially covered roof, casting dappled shadows on the sandy ground. If we exert ourselves until dusk, Linlin and I will be able to move into this sweat-built haven tonight. Thinking of this, the fronds in my hands suddenly feel lighter, infused with the scent of anticipation carried by the sea breeze. "Zhao, come down for a drink," Linlin called up to me, her coconut shell bowl gently swaying in her hands, the fresh water reflecting the dancing shadows of the trees. Without looking up, I continued to bind the vines, my fingertips sore from the rough fibers. I am not thirsty yet. There's just this little area left to finish. Tonight, we can finally escape the confines of the stone shelter and the biting sea winds. With a hint of exasperation, she set down the bowl, bent to gather a few strands of coconut fronds, and deftly twisted them into knots, continuing to pass them to me. "You are always so impatient." I was laboring fervently on the roof, and I could not tell how much time had passed until the final frond fitted snugly into place, completing the roof's framework at last. Next, I simply need to weave a few coconut frond mats and fasten them securely, and the roof will be complete. As I stood at the edge of the roof, stretching my sore back, I suddenly caught sight of the sunlight dancing in Linlin's hair as she tilted her head up. A warmth surged within me, and I leapt off the roof. The muffled thud was accompanied by Linlin's startled exclamation, her woven coconut mat falling with a thud onto the sand. "Zhao, have you lost your mind? What if you break your leg jumping down from such a height?" Her cool palm pressed against my knee as she scolded me, brushing the grass clippings off my pant legs, yet her fingertips were discreetly checking for any injury. I chuckled, ruffling her wind-tousled hair. "I just wanted to try it. It's not that high when you look down from up there." She shot me an incredulous glance, purposefully shaking off a few fronds onto my head as she picked up the mat. "Not that high, you say? If you end up with a broken leg, I'll be curious to see how you handle it." The sea breeze lifted the hem of her skirt, and the setting sun cast our shadows upon the coconut wood wall, resembling two palm trees rooted in the sandy ground, unsteady yet resolutely grounded. I circled the newly constructed wooden house, scrutinizing every detail, ultimately halting before the front door. The house faced the beach and the ocean. Upon opening the door, one could see the tide washing over the fine grains of sand. Behind it lay a grove of coconut trees, and deeper within was an island forest bursting with vegetation. Flanking both sides were coconut palms, and our home was perfectly situated slightly to the right within the grove, akin to a shell cradled by verdant hands. To the right, 200 meters away, a sloping path wound its way to a massive stone by the sea, our former makeshift shelter. To the left, 300 or 400 meters away, the end of the coconut grove gave way to a dense thicket of weeds, where shrubs and vines intertwined into a green barrier so thick that even sunlight struggled to penetrate, seamlessly merging with the perilous depths of the island, a region we had always approached with caution. In stark contrast to the humble shack we once inhabited, the wooden house before me was nothing short of a mansion. Its four walls were constructed from meticulously polished coconut wood, seamlessly joined together, leaving no crevice for the sea breeze to infiltrate. The coconut fronds on the roof were neatly assembled, even during torrential downpours. The water would merely cascade along the mat's texture, never seeping indoors. The loft floor was similarly crafted from leveled coconut wood, interlocked in a manner that rendered it both flat and sturdy, emitting a reassuring thud underfoot. A newly opened small window on the front wooden wall was particularly ingenious, allowing the sea breeze to disperse humidity while enabling us to observe the happenings on the beach and among the coconut trees at any moment. I patted the solid wooden wall, a sense of accomplishment swelling within me. Turning to Linlin, I flashed a broad smile, and before she could react, swept her up into my arms. She gasped, wrapping her arms around my neck, her ankles kicking up fine grains of sand. We twirled in the open space before the wooden house, the sturdy silhouette of our new home behind us and the sunlit sea glimmering ahead. In that moment, I couldn't help but marvel. With determination, no house was impossible to build. Gently setting Linlin down, I turned to pick up a green coconut and deftly carved a crescent-shaped opening in its shell. She cradled the coconut, tilting her head to look at me, the grains of sand from our earlier twirl still clinging to her eyelashes, yet she refrained from asking a single question. As the blade once again pierced the coconut shell, the golden sunset gracefully cascaded over the edge of the rooftop. With one hand firmly grasping the coconut, I angled the opening towards her lips. "Come, let us toast to our new home." She paused for a moment, then, with her eyes sparkling in mirth, leaned in, and the two coconut shells clinked together, producing a crisp, melodic sound. The briny sea breeze carried droplets of coconut water that trickled down her chin, leaving two small crescent-shaped stains on the sandy ground. In the distance, the tide was rising, waves rolling in with glimmers of gold upon the beach. The setting sun cast a long shadow of our newly built wooden house, enveloping us in a warm embrace of shade. Linlin's hair brushed against the back of my hand, infused with the scent of coconut fronds and sunlight. In that moment, the sunset, the sea breeze, our new home, and the girl beside me, giggling with her coconut, finally wove together a complete world that belonged to us on this desolate island. Chapter 57. Potatoes Before the Wooden Cabin. I observed Linlin laboriously weaving a grass mat from palm leaves, her hands already calloused from the endeavor. I set down the coconut wood I had been carving and approached her, gently cradling her hands in mine. Linlin, if your hands ache and you're tired, you need not continue. I can weave the rest once I finish the bed. She gazed at me with affection and pulled her hands away. I am not weary. This is quite enjoyable. I once again took her hands in mine. Those once delicate and fair hands had grown rough and reddened from prolonged weaving. It pained me to witness this, yet perhaps for her, it was a shared happiness born of toil. Though I wished to spare her from discomfort, I refrained from further discouragement, allowing this joy to blossom naturally. I never anticipated that my pampered university lifestyle would transform into that of a diligent little bee. How splendid! After much contemplation, I could only offer her emotional value through praise. She smiled, her weaving never faltering. Our bed measures over 2 meters in length and approximately 1.6 meters in width, constructed directly in the corner of the cabin. I first used a triangular chisel to pierce the wooden wall, then inserted the carved coconut wood into the wall's openings, thus eliminating the hassle of crafting 2 bed legs. I shaped 10 pieces of coconut wood, each about 15 centimeters in diameter, and upon assembly, they perfectly achieved a width of about 1.6 meters. After inserting these pieces into the drilled holes, I fashioned 2 bed legs at one end, and the pure coconut wood bed began to take shape. The entire process involved smoothing the wood with a military knife and embedding it with the chisel. It proved remarkably sturdy without the need for binding with rattan. The bed stands approximately 50 centimeters off the ground, allowing for the storage of supplies beneath it. Previously, the storage room offered limited space, forcing firearms and equipment to be stored alongside the smoked bear meat. Each time I retrieved a weapon, its metallic surface bore the scent of smoke and grease, adversely affecting both handling and functionality. Now, however, all firearms could be neatly stored under the bed in a well-ventilated and dry space, making access far more convenient. We had already planned for it, and the grass mat was woven to fit the dimensions of the bed. Just as I completed the wooden bed, Linlin finished weaving the coconut leaf mat, which fit perfectly upon the bed frame. However, a mere mat was insufficient. The wooden slats of the bed were rather rigid. Thus, we mixed dried seaweed and grass cut from the hillside to lay beneath, ultimately covering it with the grass mat. This resolved the issue of the hard bed frame and enhanced our comfort while sleeping. Next, I intended to construct a table, envisioning it as a dual-purpose piece that would also serve as Linlin's vanity, positioned conveniently in front of the wooden window. I employed the same method. First, I chiseled through the wooden wall, then inserted the carved coconut wood into the openings, streamlining the process by negating the need for 2 table legs. From the storage room, I retrieved 2 Sony mobile phones scavenged from the enemy, intending to dismantle the screens to serve as mirrors for Linlin's vanity. I recalled attempting to power them on when I first found them, but to no avail, as the batteries had long since depleted. Today, on a whim, I decided to try once more, and to my astonishment, the screen illuminated. I called out to Linlin, "Linlin, come quickly. The phone has powered on." She paused momentarily before bounding over to me. We fixated on the startup animation on the screen, but mere seconds after reaching the home screen, the phone succumbed to darkness and shut down. No matter how fervently I pressed the power button, it remained unresponsive. Linlin picked up the phone and used a slender wooden splinter to pry open the SIM card slot, revealing 2 cards nestled quietly within. She gently reinserted the card. Even if there was power, it would be futile. I had noticed upon startup that there was absolutely no signal on this island. I sighed and shook my head. Well, I might as well dismantle it for you to use as a mirror. After arranging the table and bed, I opened the storage room to retrieve the firearms. The 6 rifles, though coated with the aroma of smoked meat and grease, were otherwise in pristine condition. I placed each gun beneath the bed, neatly stacking the ammunition. However, during my inventory, an unsettling feeling lingered. 6 rifles, 1 assault rifle from Country Y, 6 handguns. The numbers were correct, yet my heart fell hollow. I called Linlin over. Is this all our equipment? She was crouched on the floor, peering beneath the bed, and upon standing, her eyes sparkled. Zhao, where is your G37 handgun? I was taken aback, hastily reaching for my thigh holster. It was empty. Linlin crossed her arms and gazed at me. Could have been left at the shelter atop the giant rock. Without a moment's pause, I dashed out the door. Wait here, I'll check. I stumbled my way to the summit, the sea breeze whipping sand against my face, the briny taste mingling with the sweat at the corners of my mouth. The makeshift shelter, constructed from coconut fronds and driftwood, resembled a curled-up old turtle in the twilight. With a corner of the frond roof lifted by the wind, revealing the mottled shadows within, I plunged into the shelter, my knees crashing against the hard coconut wood, disregarding the pain as my hands frantically rummaged through the thatched pillow. Indeed, the grip of the G37 handgun pressed against my palm, its metallic surface still warm from contact with the straw. This handgun had accompanied me through my darkest moments, upon first landing on the island. It was the source of my courage in the face of an unfamiliar, primal environment. I had used its bullets to ignite my first fire and had ventured deep into the jungle with it by my side. My fingers caressed the familiar body of the gun, and I was suddenly reminded of the first time I strapped it to my waist. When the captain had remarked that a gun is the second life of us security personnel, now it lay quietly in my palm, with a few scraps of straw still clinging to the trigger guard, finally allowing the weight of anxiety in my chest to lift. After checking the weapon and returning it to the holster, I stood up and caught sight of a fresh splash of green at the base of the dirt slope. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was a patch of mugwort seedlings, the fine hairs on the leaves catching the golden light of the sunset. I would pluck a few to take back to Linlin for soup. As I crouched down, my fingertips barely grazed the mugwort stem when I noticed a vine, as thick as a chopstick, entwined tightly around the roots of the mugwort, its dark brown tendrils constricting like a serpent. An inconvenience, I muttered as I grasped the vine and pulled with all my might, not anticipating that this seemingly delicate vine had taken root so deeply, uprooting the entire mugwort along with the clump of soil. Just then, several round brown objects rolled out from the earth, tumbling across the sandy ground. Potatoes. My breath caught, as if my throat had been obstructed. I picked up a potato the size of a chicken egg, running my fingers over its rough surface, still coated in fresh soil. In the fleeting moment when my teeth pierced the skin, the unique bitterness of the raw potato mingled with the sweet essence of starch, exploding on my tongue, a taste so familiar that it brought a warmth to my eyes. Beneath the vines lay 4 potatoes, the largest as hefty as a fist, while the smallest was no larger than a thumbprint. I carefully placed 3 intact potatoes into my pocket, my fingertips grazing their firm outlines beneath the fabric, and suddenly, I was transported back to my childhood, assisting my grandmother in her vegetable garden. She would always say that potatoes are the grains of the earth. Plant one, and a cluster would flourish. Squatting on the sandy slope, I would scrape away the surrounding soil until my nails were packed with dirt. Yet I never unearthed any new tubers. Yet, these 3 potatoes sent shivers through my body. Wild potatoes on this desolate island, they symbolized tomorrow, hope, and perhaps one day we could cultivate a granary on this barren land. The setting sun cast my shadow among the coconut palms, reminiscent of a madman with outstretched arms. The potatoes in my pocket gently tapped against my thigh with each step, grounding me with a profound sense of stability. Passing by the mugwort bushes along the shore, I plucked a handful of tender leaves, envisioning a pot of mugwort soup for tonight, accompanied by roasted bear meat and coconut crab. Life was delightful. As the wind rustled through the coconut fronds, a laugh escaped my lips. How surprising it was that in this seemingly dire place, Even fate could secretly bury unexpected joys. Chapter 58. Contentment. I cradled a tender sprig of mugwort in my hands, with 3 potatoes nestled in my pocket, and I returned to the wooden cabin with a light step. The moment Linlin saw me, her gaze fixated on the bulging pocket of my trousers, her eyes widening as she pointed at my waist. Zhao Gu, your eggs again. Before she could finish her sentence, her face flushed crimson. I stifled a chuckle as I placed the mugwort beneath the eaves, reached out to cup her warm face, and kissed her forehead gently. What are you thinking? I am merely carrying treasures here. As I spoke, I produced the potatoes and juggled them in my palm. Linlin stared at the 3 dark brown orbs, her eyelashes fluttering. Is this sweet potato or taro? Potatoes. I deliberately elongated the word, watching her eyes suddenly brighten, as if a wick had been ignited. Just as her fingertips brushed against the potato, she recoiled as if scalded. How could there be potatoes on the island? While ones, I said, shaking my G-37 pistol on my waist. I found the gun. It was right where I left it. Linlin's brow finally relaxed, and she reached out for the potatoes, but her fingers hesitated when they touched them. She looked up at me, her eyes reflecting the glow of the campfire. This is so miraculous. There are actually wild potatoes on this island. I took a potato from her hand and spun it in my palm. Life is always full of unexpected delights. I intended to finish my sentence about the potatoes when Linlin suddenly snatched one from me, brought it to her nose, and inhaled deeply. I could almost smell the aroma of baked potatoes. With that, she opened her mouth to bite into the potato, startling me into grasping her wrist. Good heavens! This is a seed. If you damage it, how will we plant it? Her front teeth hovered half a centimeter from the potato's skin as she slowly lifted her gaze to meet mine, her excitement gradually giving way to guilt. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, playfully poking my chest. Got it. But seriously, she pressed the potato against her cheek, her voice soft like the sea breeze. It feels like a dream today. We found the gun, and now we have potato seeds. Zhao Gu, don't you think we are incredibly lucky? I scratched my head. It's not too bad. There are only the 2 of us on this island. The gun wouldn't go far. But these potatoes are indeed quite a surprise. Linlin twirled the potato in her palm. But Zhao Gu, can you really grow potatoes? I chuckled and poked her nose. You underestimate me. When I was a child, I was the main force in my grandmother's vegetable garden, digging up potatoes. It's simple. First, place them in a cool, damp place to sprout. Then cut them into small pieces with at least 1 eye each. Bury them in the soil, water them, and in 3 to 4 months, we shall reap a bountiful harvest. They can yield a whole cluster underground. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she suddenly jumped up, clapping her hands, then furrowing her brow as she glanced towards the slope. Shall we plant them on the slope? I crouched down and sifted through the sandy ground at my feet. Where grains of sand mingled with fallen coconut leaves, it would be better to plant them in front of the cabin. We can dig up some fertile soil from the slope and spread it over the sand, mixing in some coconut leaf humus. It will be even softer than the vegetable garden. Linlin suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck, her hair brushing against my chin. Zhao Gu, how come you know how to do everything? That's truly impressive. I was gasping for breath as she tightened her grip. Enough with the flattery. We shall commence work early tomorrow. Our first task was to excavate soil from the mound, followed by erecting a fence. When she finally released her hold, the potato inadvertently rolled into the sand, prompting her to hurriedly retrieve it, her hair trailing a blade of grass unbeknownst to her. The sea breeze, imbued with the fresh scent of mugwort, caressed my skin gently as I gazed at the darkening sky, already calculating the dimensions of the pits to be dug the following day. Linlin continued to murmur to the potato, her fingers tracing the image of climbing vines in the sand. The next day, just as dawn crested the coconut palms, I stood by the designated potato plot, armed with a machete, surveying the newly constructed wooden house behind me. The sea breeze swept past the eaves, carrying a salty mist, and I suddenly realized something was amiss. Linlin, let's construct a fence around the wooden house. I turned to her as she arranged the grass mats, envisioning a division of the yard for potato cultivation, while also safeguarding against animal intrusions, finally establishing a true home. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she immediately set aside her task. I selected several tall coconut trees, slicing into the leaf stems with the machete. With a crisp snap, a 5-meter-long coconut frond fell to the ground. This frond, with its robust texture and naturally raised patterns, was perfect for crafting the fence's framework. Before assembling, I first etched a rectangular outline in the sand with a digging tool, ensuring a spacing of approximately 20 centimeters. Too close would waste materials, while too far apart might invite wild beasts to breach our defenses. I sharpened the base of each frond into a pointed cone and firmly drove them into the sand to a depth of 30 centimeters, ensuring each stood tall and vertical. Linlin handed me dried vines, and I bent the tops of the adjacent fronds, intertwining them in an 8-shaped pattern for 3 loops, securing them with a tight knot. At the corners, I intentionally overlapped 2 fronds and added 3 extra vines for reinforcement, ensuring structural integrity. The midday sun poured down relentlessly, beads of sweat rolling down my brow. Yet witnessing the fence gradually enveloping the wooden house made even the sea breeze feel tender. As the last frond was embedded into the sand, Linlin clapped her hands in jubilation. It looks like a little courtyard from a fairy tale. Indeed, the intertwining coconut frond fence cast dappled shadows in the sunlight, instantly transforming the once humble wooden house into a semblance of a home. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, gazing at the freshly leveled soil within the fence, imagining the potatoes sprawling throughout the yard. On this desolate island, who says blooms cannot emerge from adversity? With a little effort, even the most barren sands can take the form of a home. Zhao. It hasn't rained for many days. If it does, will it wash away our potato patch? Linlin looked up at the sky, the blazing sun scorching our skin. It had been a full week since the last storm, and a hint of humidity lingered in the air. I surmised that a downpour was imminent within the next couple of days. You are right. If it rains, it could indeed wash away our plot. After a moment of contemplation, I suggested, let's construct a roof as a simple barrier against the rain and fierce winds. As long as we don't lose the soil layer, we shall be fine. Linlin nodded earnestly. I gathered fresh coconut leaves, encircled the 2-meter-long potato planting area, erected the framework, and wove coconut leaves into a mat to cover the roof. Throughout the entire day, we were diligently engaged in the protective work of fencing and securing the plots of land. As dusk fell, our labor finally reached completion. Exhausted, Linlin and I settled before the crackling fire, where a hearty pot of bear meat sizzled and released its savory aroma, wafting through the air in front of our wooden cabin. The coconut crabs, frequent guests at our table, were abundant on the island. I would occasionally pluck a claw and toss it into the flames, relishing this indulgence, gazing at our newly constructed cabin and the enclosing fence, and then at the charming and beautiful Linlin by my side. My heart swelled with emotion. This must be the essence of happiness, a sense of contentment. Chapter 59. The colossal entity beneath the 100-meter deep sea, gazing back at the past, from the moment we plunged from the massive vessel into the turbulent waters, to our drifting amidst the boundless ocean, and subsequently encountering the harrowing sea tornado, Linlin and I, driven by our desire for survival and indomitable spirit, ultimately reached this island. Upon our arrival, confronted by the raw and unfamiliar environment, we constructed our first shelter atop a gigantic rock. However, during a fierce storm, the flimsy roof of our makeshift refuge was torn away, and Linlin and I narrowly escaped being swept beneath the towering boulders, which loomed 30 meters high. Learning from this ordeal, we erected a wooden house amidst the coconut grove, yet its rudimentary structure failed to withstand another tempest, leaving the roof perilously unstable and leaking incessantly. In the face of this existential crisis, I utilized the assault rifle of a Y-country soldier to eliminate several adversaries whose origins were unknown, and fortuitously acquired some weaponry from their missile boat. Thanks to these armaments, we were able to construct a truly sturdy wooden abode. As time swiftly passed, several months slipped by, and now the potatoes within the confines of our wooden fence had ripened, allowing Linlin and me to finally savor a genuine staple. Meanwhile, the adversary's missile boat had long since drifted away from the shore, its whereabouts unknown. During this period, our life on the island was filled with happiness and fulfillment. We strolled along the beach during the day, relishing the sea breeze, and at night, We gathered around the bonfire to roast delectable meals, indulging ourselves before falling asleep in each other's embrace within our wooden sanctuary. Naturally, intimacy was an integral part of our existence. We reveled in this harmonious aspect of our lives, which infused our monotonous days with warmth. Fortunately, Linlin had not conceived. Considering the risks associated with childbirth on the island, I always took precautions at critical moments. Just yesterday, we experienced a torrential downpour. Curiously, despite our prolonged stay on this island, we had never encountered a gentle rain. Each rainfall was a deluge accompanied by fierce winds and lightning. The island, post-rain, was invariably cloaked in dense fog, rendering visibility extremely poor. On such foggy days, Linlin and I would ascend the giant rock to survey the distance. Only from that vantage point could we truly appreciate the expansive view. Today was no exception. In the early morning, as the sun began its ascent from the horizon and the mist had yet to dissipate, the entire island remained enveloped in a hazy veil. Sitting atop the colossal rock, we gazed down at the swirling sea of clouds below. We discussed our plans to plant some wildflowers in our yard once the fog cleared, to weave sturdy ropes from coconut fibers, and to chop down some coconut wood to construct a swing frame. In due time, our fenced yard would blossom with clusters of flowers, and as the swing soared, we could dance with butterflies, transforming our wooden house into a charming fairy tale abode. As the sun climbed higher, the thick fog gradually began to lift. Suddenly, Linlin clutched my arm, exclaiming in astonishment, "Zhao, go! Look at the sea!" Following her trembling finger, I beheld a vast plume of mist rising from the water's surface as a dark, colossal silhouette slowly emerged from the depths. The outline bore an inexplicable strangeness, neither resembling the smooth arc of a whale nor the agile leap of a dolphin. "Stay here. I'll grab the binoculars from the wooden house," I instructed. I pressed her down into the rock's indentation and dashed towards our shelter. The clattering of our firearms beneath the bed echoed in the silence, and the White Country soldiers' abandoned binoculars pressed painfully against my palm. As I breathlessly dashed back to the boulder, Linlin remained in her previous stance, her eyelashes quivering with anticipation. "Is it a blue whale? How enormous!" The lens of the telescope was misted with a fine layer of sweat, prompting me to swiftly adjust the focus. In an instant, the scene upon the sea was magnified infinitely, a gray-black, steel spine cleaving through the waves. Dozens of circular hatches arranged in an orderly fashion, resembling the scales of some colossal deep-sea creature. When the dark, rounded hull of the submarine fully emerged from the depths, I gasped in astonishment. A steel behemoth, nearly 100 meters long, lay upon the surface, with the white froth it stirred rising to the height of 3 stories. Even more striking was the blue and white flag of the United States emblazoned on its side, glaringly prominent under the sunlight. It was an Ohio-class nuclear submarine. My voice trembled involuntarily. Through the telescope, I observed as the hatch of the submarine's command tower slowly opened, the metallic creaking seeming to pierce through the surface of the sea to reach my eardrums. Linlin stood beside me, her fingertips gripping my sleeve tightly. "Zhao, go, this submarine." Her voice was fragmented by the sea breeze. I pulled her into my embrace. The self-defense principle I had once vowed to uphold shattering into fragments. This nuclear submarine lay before us like a black leviathan, with rivets thicker than my fists. Even the few rifles I had hidden beneath my bed would be utterly insufficient for the task of merely scratching its surface. We were in grave trouble. My throat tightened, the telescope quivering slightly in my palm. Such a submarine would harbor at least 100 crew members, not to mention a team of Navy SEALs. Linlin's nails dug into my lower back, yet she wrapped her arms around my waist in return. "Will they come ashore?" she inquired, tilting her face upward, dew from the morning mist still clinging to her lashes. The submarine, at that moment, resembled a slumbering beast, silent save for the occasional glint of metal from the command tower. My mind raced. Any vessel drifting into this vicinity had likely suffered defeat. They would be in search of fresh water and supplies, making the probability of landing on the island exceedingly high. Before I could finish my thought, a chill ran down my neck. If they recognized us as East Asians, would they shoot us on sight? After all, we were amidst a world war. And for those of us who had long been marooned on this deserted island, the current global dynamics left us uncertain of who were foes and who were allies. I gently sat down, cradling her as sand slipped through my fingers. The discipline of American soldiers had a relatively good reputation internationally, certainly not akin to the atrocities committed by others. Moreover, Linlin was fluent in English, and I possessed a smattering of knowledge. After much contemplation, beads of sweat began to form in my palm. We must extend a gesture of goodwill. Suddenly, I grasped her hand. Let us return to the wooden hut, set out coconuts and potatoes on the beach as offerings, and await their arrival to consume them if they intended to harm us. They would have already obliterated the island with torpedoes. Linlin nestled closer, her hair brushing against my chin. I will follow your lead, Zhao. Her voice was soft as a feather, yet it reminded me of the seagull she had rescued amidst the rocky crevices last month, a tiny creature with a broken wing that ultimately followed us back to the hut to share in the coconuts. Perhaps in this dire predicament, kindness remained the only passport to survival. In the distance, the conning tower of a submarine suddenly opened, and a figure clad in a red beret emerged halfway. I sprang to my feet, and, through the binoculars, I discerned that the individual was not brandishing a weapon, but rather a white flag. Witnessing this scene, I furrowed my brow. Was this person surrendering? Upon hearing my murmurs, Linlin snatched the binoculars from Zhao, exclaiming that someone was indeed raising a white flag. I gazed at the submarine lying across the sea with a face full of questions. Indeed, this was quite peculiar. One could only wonder what intentions lay hidden within this nuclear submarine. Chapter 60. 7 Strong Men. The sudden appearance of a white flag atop the submarine's command tower left me momentarily stunned, while Linlin gazed at me with a look of perplexity. Nevertheless, confronted with such a massive entity, it would be utterly futile to attempt to eliminate the adversary with the weapon in my hand. Doing so might even provoke a fatal reprisal. The nuclear submarine had long surfaced, yet remained stationary at a distance, showing no signs of approaching the shore. I couldn't help but speculate. Perhaps, like the previous enemy missile boat, it had also lost its power? Initially intending to offer some coconuts and potatoes as a gesture of goodwill, I now felt it prudent to observe a while longer. Linlin inquired Zhao, should we return to the cabin to prepare some food for them? My gaze remained fixed on the sea surface as I shook my head. No need. They have most likely lost power. Let's wait and see how things unfold. Linlin gently wrapped her arm around mine, a flicker of concern evident in her eyes. We stood silently atop the boulder, listening to the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the rocks, awaiting the next move of the nuclear submarine. After approximately another hour, the vessel remained eerily still on the water surface. By now, the sun had risen significantly, and the mist enveloping the island had nearly dissipated. Just as Linlin and I were about to head back to the cabin, we noticed a dark object on the beach. It was a diver transport vessel, its streamlined hull encrusted with seaweed, clearly designed for underwater infiltration. Zhao, look, is that a mini-submarine? Linlin exclaimed, pointing at the shore. I tightened my grip on her hand, my throat constricting. This craft, officially known as a transport vessel, typically carried Navy SEALs, whose presence often signaled the execution of specialized missions. My heart thundered in my ears as I pulled Linlin hastily towards the cabin. My peripheral vision fixed on the transport vessel, the cold sweat in my palms gradually soaking her hand. Upon returning to the cabin, I promptly retrieved my assault rifle from beneath the bed, yet hesitated the moment I grasped the weapon, brandishing it could be perceived as a threat, possibly depriving us of any chance for negotiation. With that thought, I swiftly returned the gun to its place, instructing Linlin to remain inside. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out of the cabin. At that moment, the hatch of the diver transport vessel slowly opened. The first to emerge was a burly man donning a beret, followed closely by 6 Navy SEALs, some clad in black diving suits, their tactical gear glinting in the sunlight. My heart raced uncontrollably, my clenched fists trembling slightly with tension. Yet I compelled myself to step forward. Hi, welcome to this island. My halting English escaped my lips, quivering with nerves. The beret-clad man strode toward me and extended his right hand. Instinctively, I raised mine to shake. His palm was rough and strong, the calluses on his thumb testament to his experience. Hello, we are the M Country Navy SEALs, part of the Pacific Fleet. I am Commander Hans. Our submarine encountered an unknown situation while on a mission, whether it was his rapid speech or my own anxiety. The latter part of his sentence became a muddled blur in my ears. Summoning my courage, I interrupted, "I'm sorry. Could you please speak more slowly? Perhaps let my partner communicate?" Hans nodded, his gaze sweeping over my shoulder towards the wooden cabin. I turned and called out, "Linlin, come out, they mean no harm." The wooden door creaked open, revealing Linlin, who clutched the hem of her clothing, cautiously peeking out. Sunlight graced the tips of her hair, casting a golden halo upon her trembling eyelashes. She inhaled deeply and walked towards us, her Converse sneakers crunching softly upon the sandy ground. Hans straightened his posture, removed his beret, and inclined his head slightly. "Greetings, beautiful lady. I am Commander Hans of the M Country's Navy SEALs, and these 6 are my team members." Linlin stepped forward, offering a polite smile. "Hello, I am Lin, and this is my husband, Zhao. How may we assist you?" Hans rubbed his beret in his palms. "Before I make a request, may I explain our situation?" Upon receiving an affirmative nod, he continued, "Our submarine was unexpectedly attacked while on a mission in the Pacific, succumbing to an underwater vortex that rendered it uncontrollable. Initially, there were 135 crew members. Now, only the 7 of us remain, having narrowly escaped while in a diver delivery vehicle. After drifting on the ocean floor for 2 months, our provisions ran dry, and the submarine is now deserted, as if the others vanished into thin air." Linlin's eyelashes fluttered, her voice tinged with emotion. "I'm truly sorry to hear that. About 6 months ago, my father was the captain of a 300,000-ton cargo ship, and Zhao served as a security officer aboard. While navigating the southern Indian Ocean, we encountered naval combat. Our ship sank, and after days adrift at sea, we were fortunate to land on this island." Hans scanned the surroundings warily. "Are you two the only inhabitants on this island?" Linlin nodded, "Yes." Hans let out a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing. "Thank heavens. After 2 months trapped underwater, our supplies are long gone, and the nuclear reactor was damaged in the vortex. We feared the island might harbor enemy troops, which is why we raised a white flag upon surfacing. We are too weak to fight." Linlin gestured towards the cabin. "Let us head there to rest. I will have Zhao prepare food for you." Hans saluted with a hand gesture, his eyes glistening. "We are immensely grateful. This kindness shall not be forgotten." With the full scope of the situation now revealed, my anxieties finally subsided. I retrieved the coconuts hidden beneath the cabin and skillfully opened them with a military knife, distributing them to the SEAL team members. As they accepted the coconuts, their raspy expressions of gratitude echoed around us. Observing the dwindling potatoes, I contemplated the sudden addition of 7 strong men. This meager supply would not suffice. I needed to catch some coconut crabs and hunt a few seabirds. I turned to the cabin to fetch the assault rifle of a Y Country soldier, but as I stepped outside, the atmosphere abruptly froze. The team members, startled, dropped their coconuts, which rolled onto the sand, and in unison, they aimed their weapons at me. Linlin's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "Don't misunderstand. He merely intends to hunt for food to prepare for you." I quickly lowered the rifle, raising my hands in surrender. "Yes, just hunting. There is no need to be alarmed." A few pairs of eyes met for a brief moment before they gradually lowered their weapons, revealing slightly awkward smiles. I glanced up to see several seabirds perched atop the coconut trees in front of the wooden cabin, and I swiftly raised my assault rifle, pressing one eye tightly against the scope. With a resounding bang, a seabird convulsed violently, its pristine white feathers fluttering like snowflakes as its struck body arced through the air, plummeting heavily onto the sandy beach. I hurried forward to retrieve the still warm prey, raising it high to signal the others. Hans gave Linlin a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Zhao's marksmanship is impeccable." Linlin's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with the dancing sunlight as she looked at me with delight. I had shot down 10 seabirds and also caught 4 coconut crabs, each weighing around 5 to 6 pounds. As I returned to the front of the wooden cabin, laden with my spoils, the soldiers stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Goodness, this is astonishing." They marveled at the massive claws of the coconut crabs, impressed by their robust stature. I chuckled as I set down my catch, then picked up the seabirds to head towards the beach for processing. At that moment, Han suddenly called out to me, "Hey, Zhao." I turned to see him signaling to a team member, whispering a few instructions before directing two others to assist me. The team member then swiftly made his way to the Frogman transport. Chapter 61. Transporting supplies. The feathers of these seabirds are truly exquisite. They must smell delightful when roasted. By the rocky beach, two team members swiftly plucked the feathers while laughing. I understood their words, but merely smiled and nodded, continuing my task. With their assistance, we quickly processed the seabirds, while the coconut crabs required only a simple rinse of their shells before being ready for the pot. The midday sun blazed down upon the sandy ground as the 8 of us gathered around a fire pit in front of the wooden cabin, waiting for the team member who had taken the transport vehicle back to the submarine to return. Each of us held a branch skewering a seabird, and the fat dripped onto the fire, producing a sizzling sound, the aroma of char mingling with the scent of coconut wood, wafting through the grove. Linlin squatted closely beside me, and to my right sat Hans. He poked at the fire with his branch and spoke. "Gentlemen, the submarine is completely incapacitated. We have no idea how long we will be stranded on this island. So after we fill our bellies, we must begin constructing a camp." The soldiers nodded in agreement, their eyes fixated on the golden-brown seabirds roasting over the flames, their throats bobbing in evident hunger. Linlin and I exchanged a glance, anticipation dancing in our eyes. "Commander Hans," I ventured first, struggling to suppress my excitement, though my voice trembled slightly. "Will there be a rescue?" Hans paused, the flickering light reflecting in his pupils. "There will be. Once we regain our strength and move the radio equipment from the submarine to repair it, we can send out a signal." Upon hearing the word rescue, Linlin's fingers tightened around my wrist. I turned to grasp Hans's hand, my palm slick with sweat. "Thank you. Thank you for coming." He patted my shoulder, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "We should be the ones thanking you." Before he could finish speaking, the distant roar of an engine echoed from the beach. The team member piloting the transport vehicle was returning. Hans rose and waved towards the vehicle. "Hey there, buddy. Come over and fill your stomach first. We can move the equipment later." The driver nodded in response, his steps somewhat unsteady as he approached the fire. His strength seemed to be waning, his combat boots filled with sand and seawater, each step kicking up fine dust. At that moment, one soldier could no longer resist the tantalizing aroma and took a hearty bite from a glistening, golden seabird. The fat dribbled between his fingers and down his chin as he closed his eyes and emitted a satisfied groan. "Oh my God, this is the best barbecue I have ever tasted." Seeing this, the others eagerly followed suit, and soon the air around the fire was filled with the sounds of tearing meat and the cracking of bones. Linlin and I sat to the side, observing as they savored even the bones, chewing voraciously, their throats moving rapidly as if they were swallowing delicacies. The sunlight swept across their ravenous faces, casting shadows of hunger at the corners of their eyes. One could hardly imagine that these elite soldiers, who typically executed covert missions in the deep sea, now resembled refugees starved for half a century, unwilling to leave even the morsels clinging to the bones. Hans, having finished devouring the seabird in his grasp, scraped the remnants from the bones with his military knife. He suddenly looked up and flashed us a grin, oil smudged on his stubble. "Sorry, I believe the last time we had a proper meal was 9 days ago?" His voice, mingled with the act of swallowing, sounded somewhat muffled, yet it made Linlin's eyes well up with tears. She was reminded of the moment when we first discovered the island and had to kiss to replenish our energy to keep rowing. I had just gnawed on a bird's leg, while they had already consumed the entire seabird, flesh and bone alike. Several soldiers had already broken off crab claws, using their knives to crack open the hard shells. The potato skins in the embers were charred black, and they devoured them whole, skin and all. In less than 10 minutes, all the food had vanished as if swept away by a whirlwind. The soldiers were all smiles, their faces flushed, one of them holding a coconut and drinking the juice with gusto. At that moment, Hans clapped his hands. "All right, comrades, it's time to introduce ourselves." The first to rise was a tall soldier with blonde hair and blue eyes, standing roughly 6 feet tall. I'm John. Thank you for your hospitality." He possessed the quintessential appearance of a white man from M country. Following him, another soldier of similar height stood up. "Henry, much appreciated." He was black, revealing a bright smile with white teeth. The remaining 4 team members introduced themselves in turn: Jose, Arthur, Frank, and Grayson. Aside from Henry, the rest were white, and Hans, as the commanding officer, was also white. The ages of the team members ranged from 25 to 32, generally close to my age, while Hans was around 40, with several pronounced wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Amidst the introductions by the fire, we began to form a preliminary understanding of one another, and the initially awkward atmosphere gradually relaxed. Sunlight filtered through the coconut leaves, casting patterns on the sand, and the warmth from the fire mingled with the scent of coconut, creating an air of casual camaraderie, despite no one knowing what waves this unexpected encounter would stir on this desolate island. As Linlin and I gathered the charredwood, the soldiers had already made their way briskly toward the transport vessel on the beach. The sound of the metal hatch opening shattered the tranquility as they deftly unloaded several crates, their surfaces glinting coldly, adorned with patches of seaweed and rust. Hans was among them, his arm muscles taut as he firmly supported the bottom of a crate, turning to cast me an encouraging glance. Suddenly, Linlin grasped my shirt hem, her voice tinged with excitement. "Zhao, can we really leave this place?" I gazed into the hope shimmering in her eyes and clasped her icy hand. "Absolutely. The submarine is equipped with complete communication devices. Once we repair the radio, the rescue team will find us swiftly." She then leaped into my embrace, tears soaking my clothing. I gently patted her back, my gaze drifting toward the rolling waves in the distance. Perhaps the solitary life on this island, adrift for months, was finally coming to an end. After tidying up the fire, I quickly joined the transport crew. Hans wiped the sweat from his forehead and called out to me, "Zhao, come with me to the submarine to grab some more supplies. There might be useful tools." I glanced back at the wooden cabin, where Linlin leaned against the doorframe, waving at me, her hair fluttering wildly in the sea breeze. "I will be back soon," I shouted loudly, immediately following Hans onto the transport vessel. The engine roared as the craft cut through the waves. The massive form of the submarine gradually came into view, its metallic shell marred by dents and cracks, seemingly narrating the tale of its harrowing ordeal. As the hatch opened, a briny sea breeze laden with the scent of machine oil rushed towards us. Hans guided me through the narrow passage. The interior of the submarine was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few beams of light filtering through large circular glass windows above, while the lower compartments were inundated with seawater, the power system evidently incapacitated and the hull taking on water severely. He gestured towards the scattered debris on the floor. "Choose what you need." My gaze swept across the compartment, and I spotted a roll of unopened rope, which I casually picked up and slung over my shoulder. Following Hans deeper into the submarine, the water pooling on the metal floor reflected a cold light, each step echoing hollowly. Most of the doors to the crew quarters stood ajar, and within the cramped spaces, blankets and pillows lay strewn about, some even wedged between the bed frames. I crouched down to retrieve a military green blanket, my fingertips brushing against the soft cotton stuffing, far more comfortable than the prickly coconut palm mats on the island. "These could be taken along." Hans bent down to help me gather the scattered bedding, his voice resonating sharply in the confined space, and he pointed towards the storage lockers, suggesting there might be usable clothing inside. I opened one of the lockers and, to my delight, discovered several sets of Navy uniforms sealed in plastic wraps. We made several trips between the submarine and the transport vessel until the latter's compartment was filled to capacity and we planned to return. Just before leaving, I cast one last glance into the shadowy depths of the compartment. It was eerily quiet, as if concealing countless secrets. Hans seemed to sense my unease. He patted my shoulder and said, "I know you have many questions, and I cannot clarify everything right now. Let us head back for now." Upon returning to the beach, the setting sun painted the sea in shades of orange and red. Linlin sat on the coconut wood bench in front of the wooden cabin, and upon seeing her, an unprecedented sense of security surged within me. This encounter with Hans might well be the fateful gift of our journey home. Chapter 62. Repairing the radio as we finished moving the supplies, the twilight had already enveloped the sea. The soldiers, pressed for time, hastily felled a few coconut trees for use. Our wooden hut, however, was far too cramped to accommodate all 7 robust men, and I could never allow Linlin to share such a space with unfamiliar males. Hans was bent over, organizing the equipment, and I approached him, gently patting his shoulder. Hans, night is approaching. Why don't you and the others spend the night atop that massive rock? The elevation will protect you from the island's wild beasts. He looked in the direction I pointed, spotting a prominent boulder at the edge of the coconut grove, its flat top indeed a suitable resting place. Thank you, Zhao. Hans stood up, brushed off the sand from his hands, and called to his team, "All right, everyone, grab your blankets," and followed Zhao to the resting spot. The 7 soldiers gathered around, each clutching rolled-up military blankets, their metallic gear glinting softly in the twilight. I led the way through the coconut grove, our footsteps crunching on the dry branches. Behind us, I heard John murmur, "I never expected to find such a perfect camping spot on a deserted island." Henry chuckled lightly. "Let us not forget, our survival hinges on that couple." His words momentarily halted my steps, and a smile involuntarily tugged at my lips in the darkness. Indeed, at the edge of life and death, kindness could genuinely foster sincerity. Upon returning to the wooden hut, Linlin's head peeked out from the wooden window. Spotting me, a smile blossomed at the corners of her eyes, and she promptly opened the door. Inside, as I removed my sand-covered combat boots, I remarked, "These men are quite reliable. They pose no threat." Linlin settled beside me, placing my odorous shoes in the corner. "Brother Zhao, will the radio be fixed by tomorrow?" I rubbed my sore shoulders and sighed. It's hard to say. While moving supplies from the submarine today, I noticed water had seeped in. The equipment is nearly destroyed and in disarray. It's difficult to imagine what they have endured. Linlin looked a bit disheartened, gently leaning against my shoulder. "Perhaps you can ask Hans about it tomorrow." I nodded, extinguishing the coconut oil lamp. I had taken 2 blankets from the submarine, one beneath me and one covering me. Lying atop them was immensely comfortable. In the darkness, the coconut leaves rustled outside the wooden hut, and faint voices of the soldiers could be heard from the boulder, though their conversation was indiscernible. Linlin nestled against me. "Brother Zhao, sleeping on this blanket is truly delightful." I sighed contentedly. Indeed, it has been over half a year since we last encountered such civilized comforts. It feels wonderful. At some point, she kissed my lips. Perhaps it was the long-awaited comfort that prompted this, as I too harbored the same intention, 10,000 words omitted. After a passionate exchange with Linlin, we embraced and fell into a satisfied slumber. As dawn broke, I gently opened my eyes. Linlin remained asleep in my arms, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the morning light, her cheeks still tinted with the faint blush of our previous night's encounter. I carefully withdrew my arm, fearful of waking her, and quietly pushed open the wooden door. The morning sea breeze carried a bracing saltiness as I gazed toward the boulders, where several soldiers had already risen and were gathered, tending to their gear. Hans stood atop a stone, his back to me, surveying the horizon, the silhouette of a military canteen swaying at his waist. A surge of curiosity washed over me. I yearned to know what they had encountered beneath the waves, and more importantly, the likelihood of repairing our radio, our sole beacon of hope for escaping this forsaken isle. As I approached along the damp slope, I spotted John skillfully cleaving a coconut with his military knife. He looked up and greeted me with a cheerful, "Good morning, Zhao. Care for a taste?" I waved my hand dismissively, my gaze fixated on Hans. He seemed to sense my attention, turning to beckon me closer. "Did you sleep well?" I crouched beside him as he continued to gaze at the sea, confirming that, indeed, it was safe here after last night's observation of the winds. With a smile, I ventured, "Hans, about your radio, is there any chance it could be repaired?" He paused, retrieving a charred circuit board from his pocket, its surface marred by soot. "This is the main receiver. It's been submerged for 2 months since we encountered the whirlpool." However, his eyes suddenly glimmered with a flicker of hope as he continued, "There are spare components in the crates we moved yesterday. If they haven't been waterlogged, we might just be able to cobble together a rudimentary transmitter." My spirits soared at his words. "That's wonderful." Hans smiled faintly and added, "First, Let us roast some seabirds and crabs to stave off our hunger. We've been famished for quite a while. Rising, I brushed off the sand from my clothes, declaring, I'll prepare for you. After breakfast, Hans instructed the soldiers to set up camp, while he and Frank sat cross-legged in the sand, tinkering with the radio apparatus. Linlin and I crouched nearby, observing intently as the iron box opened, releasing a pungent aroma mingling the brine of the sea with the mustiness of metal. Hans picked up a component and flicked it gently, dislodging a few drops of murky seawater. He examined the surface of the part, now speckled with rust, and sighed in resignation. It's utterly beyond repair. All the spare parts have been ruined. Linlin and I exchanged glances, a wave of disappointment washing over us. The anticipation of returning home that had filled our hearts just last night was now dissipating like the water droplets clinging to the components. Frank, gripping the screwdriver, held his hand suspended in the air, knuckles whitening from tension, his face etched with despair. After a moment of silence, I placed a reassuring hand on Hans's shoulder. Let us set aside the radio for now and focus on erecting the camp. At least we can survive on this island. He lifted his gaze to meet mine, his expression somber, yet he nodded resolutely. Just then, a shout from Joss pierced the air. The submarine is gone. Everyone turned sharply toward the ocean, where the shimmering surface revealed that the massive steel vessel, over 100 meters long, had vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered ripples in the deep waters several hundred meters away. To hell with it. Let us keep chopping trees. Hans continued dismantling the components without lifting his head, his voice carrying a hint of relief. I anticipated this when the tide rose last night. The heap of scrap should have been taken by the sea long ago. His fingers traced the charred marks on the circuit board, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly. At least now, we needn't worry about a nuclear reactor leak. Nearby, Josh shrugged and resumed, swinging his military knife at the coconut tree. Amidst the resounding crash of the fallen trunk, I turned my gaze towards Linlin, who was bending down to gather the scattered components on the sandy ground. Sunlight filtered through the spaces between her fingers, weaving a golden web upon her lashes. Hans, may we converse? I inquired. He looked up at me, a flicker of complexity crossing his expression. I was just thinking of speaking with you. I smiled faintly, then adopted a serious demeanor. What exactly transpired during your mission on the ocean floor of the Pacific? How could over 100 individuals aboard the submarine simply vanish? Upon hearing this, Hans's countenance paled instantly, his pupils constricting sharply as his gaze drifted vacantly towards the distant sea surface. With a swallow, he began. It was a nightmarish battle. Chapter 63. Another dimension? Hans, in a desperate attempt to evade the bombardment of naval mines from enemy surface vessels, we hastily descended to a depth of 600 meters. However, just as we reached this depth, the submarine suddenly lost control, plummeting to the abyss like a colossal stone. No matter how the helmsman maneuvered, the elevators and ballast tanks remained unresponsive. His voice quivered as he instinctively clenched grains of sand, while the depth gauge's needle spiraled wildly, surpassing 700 meters, prompting the pressure hull to emit a disconcerting creak, followed by seawater gushing in through the seams. It felt as though we were being drawn into a monstrous whirlpool. Amidst the chaos, I pulled 6 crew members into the diver transport capsule, and just as I closed the hatch, a shockwave knocked me unconscious. Linlin and I held our breath, exchanging a glance of sheer terror. Hans inhaled deeply and continued. When we regained consciousness, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, and the hissing of the oxygen system was particularly jarring. We knew we were still beneath the ocean, but fortunately, the transport capsule remained intact. As we attempted to detach the capsule from the submarine and initiate ascent, we discovered that the securing apparatus was firmly lodged due to water pressure, rendering it immovable. After enduring 2 days in the cramped compartment, hunger blurred our vision, and I ultimately decided to risk returning to the submarine in search of sustenance. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing heavily, and as he opened the hatch, a blast of cold air carried the scent of rust. The submarine was eerily silent, all instruments dark, with even the emergency lights extinguished. More unsettling was the complete absence of over 100 crew members. Not a single fragment was to be found. We fumbled in the darkness, eventually uncovering a few cans of compressed biscuits amidst the disarrayed cabin. In the subsequent days, we toiled in the shadows to repair the ascent apparatus. The hydraulic system had succumbed to corrosion and entanglement from seawater, breaking 3 wrenches and filling our fingernails with black grease. It was not until the early hours of yesterday that, upon pressing the emergency ascent button once more, we finally heard the thunderous roar of the ballast tanks draining. We had succeeded. He suddenly chuckled, though the mirth appeared more sorrowful than joyful. Upon surfacing, our first action in the command tower was to hoist a white flag, fearing the presence of enemy forces on the island. Only upon seeing you did we feel a semblance of relief. The sea breeze tousled his damp hair, revealing new streaks of white at his temples. It dawned on me the hell this 40-year-old soldier had endured, 2 entire months trapped in the impenetrable depths of a marine coffin, surviving on scant provisions and a hope that could collapse at any moment. As for the missing crew members, I dared not dwell on that thought and simply patted his shoulder. Linlin's eyes were already brimming with tears as she softly remarked, "Your survival is nothing short of a miracle." Hans gazed down at his trembling palms, then quietly mused, "Sometimes I wonder if those comrades who could not fit into the capsule have long since transformed into bioluminescence in the deep sea. But at least now." He lifted his gaze towards the azure sky above the coconut palms, his voice growing resolute. "We are alive, and we must find a way to bring everyone home." Over 100 souls aboard a submarine mysteriously vanished beneath the waves, presumably swept away by an elusive undercurrent, a phenomenon that even Hans, who had experienced it firsthand, could not elucidate. Meanwhile, Linlin and I witnessed a colossal serpent adorned with 3 crimson stripes along its back, an encounter that profoundly challenged our understanding of nature. In that moment, I truly grasped the existence of countless anomalies beyond the realm of human comprehension, conceivably concealing innumerable enigmas that lie beyond the boundaries of our knowledge. At that juncture, Hans turned to me, his eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and perplexity. "Zhao, from where did you acquire your weapons?" I hesitated before responding, retreating into the wooden cabin to retrieve a Japanese rifle and an assault rifle belonging to a soldier from Y Country. A few months prior, a soldier from Y Country, his body ravaged by decay, washed ashore here, and on his lifeboat was this firearm. I raised the assault rifle for emphasis, adding that I had gathered a total of 6 Japanese rifles from another drifting Hayabusa-class missile boat. I refrained from mentioning the number of Japanese soldiers I had previously dispatched, understanding that revealing too much detail could incite unnecessary suspicion. Hans scrutinized the weapons for a considerable time before nodding in understanding. "I see. It appears that only you 2 are present on this island." His words struck me with the realization that, until that moment, he had finally lowered his last guard of caution. Suddenly, Linlin pointed to the diver's transport vessel on the beach. "Can this small submarine take us away?" Hans and Frank exchanged wry smiles and shook their heads. "This is a short-range transporter, with a maximum range of only 150 nautical miles, utterly insufficient to traverse the entire sea." Linlin's brow furrowed, her glimmer of hope gradually dimming. The immediate priority was to ascertain our position. Hans spoke with a grave expression, yet Frank interjected, shaking his head. "All instruments are inoperative. How can we determine our coordinates?" Hans then rummaged through a rusty iron box, extracting a fragment of equipment, and, using a military knife, pried open its casing to retrieve a slender spring. He straightened the spring into a needle and ventured to a nearby thicket to pluck a leaf. He then rubbed the iron needle against his thigh repeatedly, the most rudimentary method of magnetization. We gathered around the water barrel, observing as he placed the coconut leaf on the water surface and gently set the iron needle atop it. A miracle was expected to unfold, yet the needle merely trembled slightly before coming to rest, neither pointing north nor south. Hans repeated the process 3 times, with identical results. He stared at the water's surface, murmuring its magnetic interference. There may be iron or veins beneath this island, or other unknown substances. Frank retrieved the iron needle and suddenly remarked, "Have you noticed? Outside, a world war rages on, with nuclear explosions occurring daily, Yet here, it is as tranquil as another dimension. His words struck me like a hammer. Indeed, we had lived on this island for over half a year, and apart from the occasional remnants of drifting vessels, we had never heard any explosions. Not even the sky was marred by clouds. The Earth is vast. The sound waves of nuclear detonations should have enveloped the globe by now. Frank tapped the edge of the water barrel with his fingertip, but here an extraordinary stillness prevailed, with lush vegetation and the melodies of birds filling the air. Do you think this could be a world from another dimension? He abruptly shut his mouth, his gaze drifting towards the island's primeval forest, where the foliage was so dense that it resembled a curtain separating us from the world beyond. Linlin clutched my hand tightly, her palm slick with cold sweat. I watched as Hans fiddled with the iron needle, recalling the submarine that had vanished without a trace, and the crimson stripes adorning the back of the colossal serpent. Each grain of sand on this island seemed to conceal secrets that defied logic. Perhaps, as Frank suggested, we had unwittingly found ourselves in a corner of the world long forgotten, or perhaps this place did not belong to the Earth as we understood it. Chapter 64. The eve of exploration. Could it be that we are all actually dead? Linlin's voice trembled as her fingers clutched my sleeve tightly. Hans gazed towards the team members erecting the campsite, then glanced down at the clear shadow cast beneath us. We are still alive, merely marooned on an island beyond civilization. I gently embraced Linlin, brushing her hair, tousled by the sea breeze. Do not overthink it. Feel the warmth of the wind and the sweet scent of coconuts. These are real. She tilted her head towards the sky, squinting against the midday sun, then leaned back against my chest. Even if we are truly dead, as long as I am with you, I have no fear. I tightened my embrace, inhaling the fragrance of her hair mingled with sea salt, and suddenly the absurdity and terror of the moment seemed to pale in significance. In the distance, the sound of machetes cutting through coconut trees resonated, as John and Henry worked together to lift a log, their laughter echoing through the coconut grove, tangible and within reach. Hans bent down to pick up the still magnetic compass, suddenly chuckling. During World War II, my grandfather encountered a ghost ship while aboard a submarine. All the crew had vanished, yet the soup on the dining table still steamed. He pinned the compass to his chest, the metal glinting dazzlingly in the sunlight. But the pain, hunger, and fear we felt at this moment were precisely what proved we were still alive. As for the island's secrets, he stood up, brushing off the sand from his trousers. Perhaps we should be grateful it has taken us in. With that, he strode towards the team members who were setting up camp. Calling out for Frank, I gently patted Linlin's back before turning to join the camp construction crew. Thanks to our ample manpower and available tools, by the time the first hues of twilight swept over the coconut grove, the camp had begun to take shape. This area, spanning over 20 square meters, though far simpler than a wooden cabin, had been fashioned into a shelter made of coconut wood, capable of accommodating 7 people, its roof covered with rainproof coconut leaves, providing some respite from the elements. After a day of labor, the men made their way to the beach to wash up. The sunset bathed the sea in a honeyed hue as we 8 men stood in the shallow waters, laughing and chatting, droplets cascading from our hair, scattering glimmers of light upon the sand. Linlin sat on a wooden stump in front of the hut, cradling a coconut she had found, her lips curling into a long-awaited smile. Indeed, the arrival of 7 soldiers had injected a sense of humanity into this once desolate island. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the tranquility, and a silver gull flapped its wings before tumbling into the shallows. Grayson shook his rifle, raising an eyebrow at us with a grin, striding towards the fallen prey. The flock of birds took flight and settled again, while Jose had already raised his Japanese rifle to aim, and with a crack, another seabird fell to the ground. "Gentlemen, let us each procure our own provisions tonight," Hans said, shaking the seawater from his hair. We could not always burden the Zhao couple with our meals. No sooner had he spoken than the soldiers dispersed. John and Henry headed towards the rocky area. Frank and Arthur ventured into the coconut grove in search of coconut crabs, while Grayson and Jose continued to aim at the seabirds in the shallows. I watched their industrious figures, chuckling as I picked up a handful of dry coconut leaves. "I shall go tend to the fire." Hans gave me a thumbs up. the warmth of the setting sun captured in the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Linlin had quietly approached my side, offering a handful of fine, dry grass. Do you need assistance? I accepted the grass and squatted down on the sandy ground. In the distance, cheers erupted from Grayson as he rushed towards us, triumphantly holding two plump seabirds aloft, the golden rays of the sun gilding his blonde hair. In the coconut grove, Frank suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "There's an enormous coconut crab here." Moments later, the sharp crack of a machete striking the crab shell echoed through the air. I pulled out my flint and machete, preparing to start a fire when Hans approached, retrieving a lighter from his pocket. My jaw dropped in astonishment. "You actually have a lighter?" Hans chuckled softly before igniting the firewood. As the flames danced among the palm fronds and laughter resonated all around, I felt a sense of solace, even trapped on this mysterious island, with such vitality and companionship. Perhaps it wasn't so dire after all. As night fell like a thick ink, the 9 of us gathered around the crackling fire. The seabirds hanging from the branches sizzled as the flames licked at them, golden fat dripping into the fire and releasing an enticing aroma. Just as we reveled in this rare moment of comfort, Arthur began to hum softly. It's late at night and I can't sleep. Instantly recognizing this as Time for Miracles, the closing song performed by Adam Lambert for the film 2012. I couldn't help but think how fitting it was for our dire situation. I joined in, singing along, "Baby, you know that maybe it's time for miracles." John snapped his fingers, and Henry began to clap a rhythm, others joining in with harmonies or by clapping along. Amid the flickering flames, Linlin gazed at me in surprise, her eyes filled with warmth and joy, as if we had conjured a unique a cappella feast on this deserted island. As the song concluded, Hans tilted his head back to gaze at the star-studded night sky, tears glistening in his eyes. I gently asked, "Hans, your eyes hold many stories. Would you share one with us?" He swallowed hard, a tear tracing down his sun-kissed cheek. "My daughter is 4 years old, and she has 2 little dimples when she smiles. And my wife, she always says that when I retire, we will go to the sphere in Alaska together." He wiped his face, his voice choked with emotion. Joss then spoke up. "My wife is expecting our 2nd child. She was quite ill when I left." Frank silently added a log to the fire, its glow illuminating his reddened eyes. These battle-hardened men, when speaking of their families, revealed a tenderness and longing. For the greater good of their country, they had to leave the warmth of their homes, and now, stranded on this uncharted island, while they need not worry about sustenance, their yearning for loved ones only grew more profound. I grasped Linlin's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, in stark contrast to the soldiers who have been forcibly separated from their families. The fact that we can find solace in each other's company amidst despair is an immense stroke of fortune. The flames flickered uncertainly, and the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed in the air. Perhaps as long as we harbor hope, even the darkest nights shall inevitably give way to the dawn's light. The radio remains irreparable. The submarine has been swept away by the currents, and the fuel of our transport vessel is nearly depleted. Hans surveyed the group, his tone heavy with urgency. Our foremost priority is survival. Starting tomorrow, we shall consolidate our resources and devise a long-term survival strategy. Arthur instinctively touched the gun in his possession and suggested, "We have weapons and supplies. Perhaps we can construct a sailboat." "That is unfeasible," Frank interjected decisively, shaking his head. "The island's location is too peculiar, with magnetic interference. Venturing out to sea in a sailboat would be tantamount to courting death." The group turned to him in unison, yet Hans's gaze shifted toward me. "Zhao, have you explored the forest within the island?" My complexion drained of color, and my throat tightened as I replied, "I ventured in shortly after arriving on the island. Deep within the forest lies a pond, and in that pond, the crimson vertical lines entwined with aquatic plants, and the enormous shadows that lurked just beneath the surface surged in my mind once more, rendering me nearly speechless." Chapter 65, The Carboniferous? Centipede, noticing my sudden silence, Hans pressed on, "What truly lies within the forest?" I inhaled deeply. In the heart of the forest, there exists a pond the size of a basketball court. Its waters crystal clear, yet unfathomably deep. Beside the pond stands a colossal ancient tree, one half of its roots submerged in the water. On that day, as I washed my face by the pond, I rose to catch a fleeting glimpse of a massive, red-black entity deep within the roots, possibly a gigantic serpent. The group exchanged glances, and a flicker of doubt crossed Hans's eyes. Can such a large snake truly exist? I nodded. At first, I believed it to be a mere illusion. However, just a few months ago, while hunting with Linlin to the left of the beach, we witnessed a tree in the forest, entwined by a serpent as thick as a thigh, its black scales adorned with 3 crimson stripes, identical to the one in the pond, albeit half its size. "Oh my God!" Grayson exclaimed, his fingers instinctively tightening around the rifle stock. Linlin trembled, clutching my arm tightly. The firelight danced upon the faces of the group, and the flickering embers reflected in Hans's widening pupils. His expression a mixture of wonder and uncertainty. We should seize the opportunity to explore the forest. Perhaps we could unveil the island's secrets and discover a means of escape. Arthur and Henry solemnly agreed, while John gazed toward the inky darkness of the forest, his hand brushing against the AW-50 anti-material sniper rifle by his side. Compared to the carnage of the battlefield, these creatures are nothing. No matter their size, they are merely flesh and blood, and a bullet will always pierce through. I added a few dry twigs to the fire, the sparks rising and falling. I support the idea of exploration, but let us not provoke those creatures. Our primary objective is to search for clues to leave the island, not to hunt them down. After a moment of contemplation, Hans nodded in agreement. Frank remained silent, the fire's glow casting a shadow upon his glasses, yet failing to conceal the reverence in his eyes for the island. After all, in a place that defies all logic, any careless action could lead to dire consequences. The night breeze swept through the palm leaves, and from deep within the forest came a low rumble, akin to a colossal beast shifting its bulk. Jean patted the stock of his sniper rifle, the metallic clink resonating with a soldier's defiance. Less rest. At dawn, we shall confront those big fellows, one by one. The group rose and made their way to the shelter, leaving Frank alone, still fixated on the flickering flames, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cross pendant on his chest. I took Linlin's hand as we walked toward the wooden cabin, the sound of Hans organizing his gear echoing behind us. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the palm leaves, casting a web-like pattern upon the sandy ground. Linlin whispered, "Zhao, will you join them in the forest tomorrow?" I remained silent, merely tightening my grip on her hand. The following morning, I gently arose to prepare for the neighboring camp. Just as I opened the wooden door, Linlin's voice reached me from behind. "Zhao, please don't go into the forest with them. I have an unsettling feeling." I turned and sat beside her on the bed, brushing aside the strands of hair from her face. Truthfully, I am reluctant to go, but this island seems to harbor secrets, and unraveling them may be our only chance of escape. For the sake of our future, I must take a look. Lila embraced me, her voice trembling with tears as she said, "It's too dangerous there. If leaving means losing you, I would rather remain here for a lifetime." I gently cupped her shoulders and reassured her, "Silly girl, I will be fine. We are many, and Hans and the others have formidable weapons." Turning my gaze towards the wooden window, I noticed the sun gradually ascending. "I will check the camp first. You should rest a while longer." With that, I stood up and left the wooden cabin, making my way toward the camp. "Good morning, Zhao." The soldiers in the camp had already risen and were organizing their gear, each armed with American assault rifles, handguns, and military knives. John was carrying an AW-50 heavy anti-material sniper rifle, which he explained was specifically designed to destroy radar, armored vehicles, and aircraft, high-value targets on the battlefield. It could also execute precise long-range eliminations, equipped with 5 large-caliber rounds and a maximum range exceeding 2,000 meters. With this information, I understood why he was unperturbed by the island's colossal creatures. Noticing Hans was absent, I inquired about his whereabouts from Frank. Frank gestured toward a large boulder to the right, and I proceeded in that direction. Atop the boulder, Hans was observing the island through binoculars. I approached him and asked, "Are we really going into the forest?" He lowered the binoculars and nodded. "The magnetic field disturbance is severe. If we can ascertain the cause, we will be able to determine our position, which is crucial for finding a way to leave." I gazed into the island, where the vegetation was impenetrable. Birds perched upon the treetops, and I could faintly hear the roar of unknown animals. I turned to him and asked, "When shall we depart?" Hans looked toward the camp and replied, "We will leave once the brothers have organized their equipment." I nodded. "Wait for me a moment." With that, I hastened down the slope and returned to the wooden cabin. Inside, I said to Linlin, "We are heading into the forest now and will return by afternoon. Stay here in the cabin and do not wander off until I return. Understand?" Before she could respond, I pressed the lighter I had obtained from Hans into her hand. Linlin's eyes were filled with concern as she tightly clasped my arm. "Zhao, go. Please don't go." I gently pried her fingers away, crouched down, and retrieved my rifle from beneath the bed. "Do not fear. I will be back soon. If danger arises, do not hesitate. Fire your weapon immediately. If you feel hungry, use the lighter to start a fire, and there are a few potatoes to tide you over." At that moment, Arthur's voice called from outside, "Zhao, it's time to set off." I acknowledged him, lifted Linlin's face, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before swiftly leaving the wooden cabin. Based on my previous experience, we decided to enter the forest through the grass thicket behind the coconut grove. After 6 months away, this stretch of thicket, measuring about 20 to 30 meters, had grown into an impenetrable green barrier, a tangled web of ferns, vines, and wild grasses towering over half a meter high. Hans and I drew our military knives and began to hack our way through. The damp grass stems burst with sap, mingling with the scent of decaying leaves that invaded our nostrils. Behind us, John grunted as his boots sank into the mire. Finally, as we cleared the thicket, the forest before us resembled an ancient painting steeped in ink. Centuries-old trees twisted their branches, with aerial roots hanging down like countless gray-green arms, interweaving to form a curtain half a meter above the ground. Sunlight filtered through the layered canopies, transformed into fragments of gold, barely illuminating the ground strewn with dead branches, where sounds of tiny movements occasionally emerged from beneath the decaying leaves. I snapped a brittle twig beneath my foot, the sharp crack startling several unknown beetles from the canopy above. The terrain began to slope downward. Hans used the tip of his boot to disturb the muddy ground, revealing a damp, black layer of humus. We had only advanced a few minutes when Arthur suddenly cursed. "What the hell? What is that monstrous thing?" To our right, several tree trunks, as thick as a bowl, twisted into a helix, and at their gnarled roots, a centipede, as thick as a wrist, crawled languidly. Its exoskeleton gleamed a dark red, each segment of its body shimmering with a metallic luster, and as it moved its 40 pairs of legs, a soft, rustling sound emerged, its length comparable to that of an adult's arm. Frank's rifle trembled slightly at the muzzle, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The segmented body and dense legs were unmistakably reminiscent of the carboniferous arthropods preserved in fossils. Observing its spiracles, Hans's voice tightened, suggesting the oxygen concentration in the forest might be akin to that of the Paleozoic era. Grayson had already clicked the trigger, but I abruptly pressed down on his rifle barrel. "Don't shoot. It hasn't attacked us." The centipede seemed to sense our presence, its antennae suddenly erecting, and its dark red compound eyes turning towards us. John's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. "If it bites us." We pressed onward. Hans gripped his tactical flashlight tightly, the beam sweeping across the centipede's ridged back. Unless we were faced with an active assault, no one was permitted to fire indiscriminately. The team fell silent once more, the only sound being our footsteps crushing the decaying leaves and the distant low murmurs of an unknown creature. When I turned back, the colossal centipede was slipping into a crack in the tree roots. Just before its last pair of legs vanished, the luminescent spots on its back flickered to life, resembling a string of dark red lanterns about to extinguish. The aerial roots swayed gently in the breeze, and for some reason, I recalled Linlin clutching my sleeve earlier this morning. At this moment, she might be peering out from the window of the wooden cabin, gazing at the distant sea. Yet here we were, in this forest forgotten by time, every step resting upon eons of silence, treading on the ancient shadows that might spring forth at any moment. Chapter 66. The emergence of the colossal. The last time I ventured alone, an overwhelming sense of panic engulfed me. my mind fixated solely on the pursuit of flint and fresh water. In such a state of trepidation, I scarcely had the presence of mind to observe my surroundings. Now, accompanied by 7 others and armed with formidable weaponry, my fear has notably diminished. We continued our journey deeper into the forest for approximately half an hour, yet no path lay before us. Towering trees intertwined their branches and foliage, casting a thick veil over the sunlight. Visibility was limited to mere feet. The accumulation of decaying leaves was substantial, with each step sinking perilously close to my ankles and emitting a disconcerting crunch, accompanied by a sudden wave of damp, musty odor. Vines and roots sprawled across our path like countless outstretched arms, some thicker than a wrist. When struck with a machete, they used a viscous sap from the freshly severed ends. Hans and I carved our way through with our blades, all the while remaining vigilant to the movements around us. I noticed the trunks were infested with leeches. These grayish-black creatures curled into tight balls, launching themselves towards us the moment they sensed our proximity. Fortunately, we were well clad, with only our faces exposed, yet they still clung to our garments, their suckers testing for a grip. Occasionally, sounds emanated from above. Glancing up, I spotted a baboon perched between the branches, its gray fur glistening. When it turned its head, the striking blue, white, and red patterns of its face were particularly jarring, revealing sharp teeth that resembled a theatrical mask affixed to a monkey-esque visage, truly unsettling. Suddenly, a flash of green light caught my eye as a vine descended. A green snake with a triangular head and elongated neck darted toward Hans's helmet, colliding forcefully with a resounding clang. I instinctively recoiled a step, and behind me, John muttered an expletive. "Oh shit, what the hell is that?" Hans reacted with remarkable swiftness, drawing his machete and dispatching the serpent in one clean motion. Its head flying several feet away to land amidst the decaying leaves, revealing its sharp, venomous fangs and 2 blood-red eyes that sent a shiver down my spine. The snake's body, entangled in the vines, thrashed in its death throes, twisting into a helix, while deep purple blood oozed from the severed neck, staining the surrounding foliage. Hans kicked the snake's body aside, dismissing it with a casual remark, "A bamboo viper, no problem. Let us move on." We gripped our weapons tightly and ventured further into the depths of the forest. Uncertain of how long we had been trekking, we encountered several boulders, each the size of a small car, stacked before us. The surfaces of these rocks were enshrouded in vines, with orange tendrils occasionally probing through the earthbound crevices, reminiscent of arthropod limbs testing the environment. As I focused on the quivering tips, memories of the giant centipede we had encountered upon entering the forest flooded my mind, causing my throat to constrict involuntarily. A mere 30 meters ahead lay a waterhole. I lowered my voice, instinctively sweeping the muzzle of my gun across the shadows beneath the boulders. Hans raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. As 8 pairs of eyes converged on those suspicious crevices, John positioned his AW-50 sniper rifle on his shoulder, the safety mechanism clicking softly. As we crossed past the boulders, a deep, enigmatic pool of water abruptly came into view. The pond displayed an eerie emerald hue, its tranquil surface resembling an ancient mirror veiled in fine dust. Disturbed only by the occasional droplets of dew shed by the ferns at its edge, creating delicate ripples akin to a spider's web. The water, astonishingly clear, plunged abruptly into an abyss of ink-green depths, the color darkening towards the center, as if it were a gateway to the underworld. Towering by the pond stood an ancient tree, its trunk so immense that it would take at least 10 individuals with outstretched arms to encircle it. Half of its roots were submerged in the water, and through the shimmering surface, the twisted tendrils appeared like a colossal serpent entwined, interspersed with withered aquatic plants, reminiscent of a drowned person's decaying hair. "Is this the pond you spoke of?" Hans's tactical flashlight beam swept across the water-esque surface, and a sudden reflection from some object amidst the roots made one squint. John unbuckled his backpack, the metallic clink of his ammunition belt resonating at his waist. His tone laced with impatience. "Zhao, where is the monstrous entity you mentioned? Surely it isn't merely a larger catfish, is it?" I fixated on the entangled roots below, my throat tightening. rendering me speechless until I finally managed to stammer. The last time I was here, it was coiled among those roots, revealing just over a meter of its body. Red and black, scaly. Before I could finish, Frank suddenly pointed towards the dense foliage. Listen, there's something moving. A chill crept along my spine, and the surrounding ferns and vines rustled softly, as if countless invisible hands were caressing the leaves. A baboon in the tree emitted a sharp cry, scattering branches as it fled, while a flock of birds above took flight in a flurry, their wings beating like a sudden downpour, dispersing in all directions. Henry broke the silence first, his voice trembling. The animals are fleeing. Hans frowned as he surveyed the surroundings, and after a moment of silence, he extracted a homemade iron needle from his pocket, casually plucking a broad leaf. Let us measure the magnetic field here. Just as he took 2 steps towards the pond's edge, the ground beneath us trembled slightly. At that moment, from the shadow of the roots below, a black-red body, as thick as a gas canister, slowly twisted and ascended, its scaled surface grazing the roots, erasing their dust, and sending murky ripples outward. My heart jolted violently against my ribs, my trembling fingers nearly unable to straighten. You look, 8 pairs of eyes turned in unison towards the water surface. The leaf in Hans's hand fell to the ground. The iron needle quivered gently in the soil. John's Adam's apple bobbed with a dry swallow. Arthur's breathing quickened, his face as pale as a sheet. Suddenly, the still air was shattered by the deafening crack of gunfire. Arthur's M4 rifle spat flames, shell casings cascading onto the decaying leaves, emitting wisps of smoke. Hans cursed as he shoved aside the muzzle of his weapon. Fool! Don't provoke it. The pond erupted with a thunderous roar, colossal waves surging skyward, engulfed in mud. A colossal serpent, far beyond comprehension, burst forth from the water, its grayish-white scales spanning the width of 2 palms pressed together. The black scales adorning its back were interspersed with 3 crimson vertical stripes, resembling wounds that would never heal. Its cavernous maw was capable of engulfing an entire adult wild boar, and its half-meter-long fangs dripped with a translucent viscous substance. As its bifurcated tongue flicked in and out, the tips quivered rapidly, as if seeking the scent of prey in the air. I screamed desperately, "Run!" Yet my voice was swiftly drowned out by the gasps of the crowd and the crack of gunfire. John and Frank had already raised their rifles, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck the serpent's scales, splattering dark red blood, but only managing to leave a few indistinct streaks. The serpent violently swung its tail, sending waves crashing over 2 meters high. Henry, caught unarmed, was swept off his feet and hurled against the trunk of a colossal tree before plummeting into the pool below. Hans was toppled by the onslaught of water, and as he raised his head, he found himself locked in a gaze with the serpent's murky vertical pupils, our minuscule figures reflected within, as though it regarded us as nothing more than a horde of ants on the brink of being devoured. Scatter! Into the woods! Hans's command was obliterated by the serpent's deafening roar. As I turned, I was ensnared by vines and fell heavily onto the stones. Yet I felt no pain as I rolled and crawled behind a boulder. Through a narrow gap, I beheld Arthur being seized by the serpent's fangs on his shoulder. In the instant his rifle was flung away, the terror in his eyes, as he looked at me, was palpable, while the serpent had already lifted him high into the air. Chapter 67. The mysterious cave. Grayson fled into the depths of the jungle, rolling and scrambling, as the strap of his backpack tore through the vines with a ripping sound. Frank and Jose unleashed a frantic barrage from their rifles, the dense hail of bullets splattering against the scales of the colossal serpent. Yet, it merely flicked its head, tossing the lifeless Arthur into the water like a rag doll. As Arthur's anguished cries were swallowed by the splashes, the gigantic snake turned its gaze toward Frank and Jose, its scaled belly brushing against the earthen shore with a muffled grinding noise. Jose was caught off guard, ensnared by the serpent's bloody body. I heard the sickening crunch of his bones, mingled with the muffled groans escaping his throat. His face turned a ghastly shade of purple, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets, veins protruding from his temples like writhing worms. Frank dropped his rifle, transfixed by Jose's contorted visage. and suddenly erupted into a primal roar before bolting in terror. John, witnessing this horror, also fled in panic, but in his state of shock. He ran straight into the water, plunging into the depths with a splashing crash. The serpent released Jose's lifeless form, its crimson tongue flicking across Hans' tactical vest. Hans had his gun aimed at the creature's lower jaw. The moment he pulled the trigger, I saw the serpent's slit pupil contract sharply. The bullet blasted away a portion of its upper jaw, flesh and shattered bones spraying across Hans' face. Yet the beast continued to convulse. As its tail swept toward us, I let out a scream. Hans was knocked to the ground, the serpent's tail coiling around his right leg. Summoning my courage, I rushed forward to save him. At that moment, another slightly smaller serpent erupted from the water, droplets from its scales splattering against my face and blurring my vision. It moved with astonishing speed, its triangular head hurtling towards my throat. Instinctively, I rolled aside, my assault rifle scraping against the ground. As the serpent's venomous fangs grazed my nose and plunged into the earth, the stench of decaying leaves mingled with its foul breath assaulted me. Damn it, how could there be another one? Half reclining on the ground, I squeezed the trigger, the flash illuminating the serpent's eye. The bullet pierced its right eye, ichor gushing forth as the serpent writhed and released Hans. I scrambled to grab Hans' tactical vest. His right leg was ensnared and numb, yet he managed to rise unsteadily. Behind us, the serpent let out a furious roar, its head crashing against a tree trunk as thick as a bucket. The sound of splintering would echoing as we stumbled into the dense ferns. Left, Hans gasped, blood frothing at his lips, pointing toward a leaning dead tree. Use it to block it, but I knew it would be futile. These serpents could easily crush even the stoutest of trunks, and our bullets were hardly lethal to them. As we raced past a patch of bioluminescent moss, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the water. My hair was drenched in cold sweat. My head throbbed from an unseen injury. Blood trickled from my forehead down to my chin, and my eyes reflected the encroaching shadow behind us. Suddenly, a dull thud resounded. It was Hans throwing a grenade. The flames cast a crimson hue upon half of the forest, intertwined with the hissing of the colossal serpent and the sound of shattering rocks. I dared not look back, only hearing Hans urgently whisper in my ear, "Keep running forward. They're still pursuing us." The fronds of ferns grazed my face as I counted my heartbeats, each step feeling as precarious as treading on the edge of a precipice. I could not ascertain how long I had stumbled and dashed, but the terrain gradually inclined upwards. Between the roots and vines, a cave, roughly 4 to 5 meters high, loomed faintly to my left. The entrance, concealed by underbrush and tendrils, failed to obscure its orderly square outline. The rock face was as smooth as if it had been hewn by a blade, clearly not a creation of nature. I tugged at Hans's tactical vest, nodding towards the cave's mouth. "Let's rest there." He nodded, panting heavily, his weapon drooping lower. As we approached the cave's entrance, Hans suddenly staggered against a tree trunk, sliding down to the ground along the rough bark. He removed his tactical boots, revealing an ankle swollen to a deep purplish hue, nearly double its normal size, with blood seeping through the soles of his socks. In the distance, the serpent's roars gradually diminished, as if retreating back to its abyss. Were we the only ones left? Hans grimaced, clutching his ankle, beads of sweat cascading down his chin, soaking into the dark fabric of his vest. I leaned on my knees, gasping for breath, my gaze sweeping across the entangled vines, my breathing slowly stabilizing. Grayson and Frank had fled deeper into the forest. I wondered if they encountered other monsters. Swallowing hard, I continued, John, Arthur, Henry, Jose, all gone. Jose had been crushed by the serpent, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Henry was struck by the serpent's tail, his body flung against a massive tree before plunging into a pool, likely never to awaken. Arthur had been pierced by the serpent's venomous fangs, thrown into the water, and lost to silence. John fell into the pool, and I never saw him again. Hans's throat convulsed violently, tears trailing down his cheeks, not sweat, but sorrow. He looked up at the sky, peeking through the treetops, his throat rolling like a stone. It was my fault. I should not have led everyone into the forest for this perilous venture. His voice was hoarse and fragmented, laden with inexpressible grief and remorse. I crouched beside him, patting his mud-streaked shoulder. His tactical vest brushed against my hand, still sticky with the serpent's viscous residue, reeking of iron. At this juncture, self-reproach served no purpose. You two had ventured forth for the sake of everyone's escape from this desolate island. You must not bear the blame alone. He remained silent. The lines of his face etched deeply in the sunset, resembling an old map soaked by rain. Covering his face with his palm, muffled sobs escaped through his fingers, his shoulders heaving violently. For him, this was not merely the loss of comrades. He was the commander, the cornerstone of this group. From the submarine disaster to their stranding on this forsaken isle, each step had felt like walking on the edge of a blade, and now, that blade had finally pierced his palm. I turned my gaze toward the cave entrance, where fireflies danced in the shadows, their green luminescence sporadically dotting the darkness, akin to shards of glass scattered upon the ground. The sudden sharp pain in my ankle became all too clear, revealing that my pant leg had been torn, with my knee adorned in dry blood, mingled with dirt and plant sap. In our frantic escape, we had focused solely on fleeing forward, our ammunition dwindling, while food and water lay in the wooden cabin and campsite nestled within the coconut grove. The campsite was on the other side of the forest, separated by a pond that concealed a colossal serpent. In the distance, the piercing calls of unfamiliar birds echoed, sharp as daggers. Hans lowered his hands, tears streaking his face. Mingled with the serpent's blood, his gaze lost and vacant as it drifted towards the forest. Dusk had already enveloped the treetops, and both Hans and I bore varying degrees of injury, hesitant to advance recklessly. At that moment, a faint sound of rushing water emanated from the depths of the cave, akin to a distant waterfall, yet muffled by some unseen force. I leaned against the cave wall and ventured 2 meters inside, where, aided by the dim light of twilight, I discerned dark marks upon the stone wall, my heart racing. Hans, come quickly. Hans gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, each step sending tremors through his injured ankle. He retrieved his tactical flashlight, illuminating the cave wall, and in that fleeting moment, we both froze. The wall was densely covered in line drawings depicting human figures, the great serpent, in circular patterns resembling the sun. These etchings, carved with sharp implements, bore rough edges, unmistakably the handiwork of humanity. Shadows danced within the indentations, the contorted lines appearing to writhe slowly. Hans' Adam's apple bobbed as the beam of the flashlight flickered slightly against the stone, and we exchanged a glance, our eyes filled with incredulous shock. Chapter 68. The Secrets of the Patterns, Part 1, Within the Cavern. The patterns etched upon the stone walls are each the size of a basin. Apart from the chiseled marks, every line bears a dark red hue, dulled by the passage of time, reminiscent of dried bloodstains. The carved textures vary in depth, and amidst the interplay of light and shadow, they seem poised to spring to life from the stone surface. The first depiction reveals a clearly defined island amidst tumultuous ocean waves. The contours of the island's peaks and the curvature of its bays mirror the very island upon which we stand. The second scene portrays a group of figures sketched with simple lines, bustling along the sandy shore. Some are fishing in the sea, others are climbing coconut trees, while many dance around the menacing head of a serpent. Their lack of clothing suggests they are primitive beings or savages. In the third image, the figures are gathered by a pond deep within the forest, kneeling in reverence before a colossal tree. Half of a gigantic serpent rises from a pond, its crimson tongue poised to pierce the stone wall. The crowd holds pottery, drawing water from a pond. The fourth illustration reveals a swirling circle resembling the sun, within which a massive serpent coils. Unlike the muted tones of the previous scene, this serpent displays 3 vivid crimson stripes along its back, exactly like the creature we encountered. Strangely, the jagged lines at the sun's edge seem to hint at some ominous force. The fifth image depicts the same group kneeling by the pond. Yet now the great serpent has opened its gaping maw, devouring one of its own. The upper half of the individual has been consumed, leaving their lower body and legs dangling outside. In the sixth scene, After drinking from the pond, the figures collapsed to the ground. Their bodies lay contorted at the pond's edge, their faces grotesquely etched. Was the water poisoned, or is there a deeper mystery at hand? The seventh illustration shows the serpent emerging from the water, entwining itself around the fallen figures and dragging them into the depths. The distinct patterns of its scales are vividly carved, each mark seemingly imbued with a sticky, metallic scent. The eighth scene transitions into the interior of the cave, where a solitary figure grips a sharp stone, laboriously etching upon the wall. His hunched silhouette casts an elongated shadow, resembling that of a monstrous being. In the ninth and final illustration, the artist turns to retreat deeper into the cave, his form gradually receding until swallowed by the darkness. Upon a stone wall, the once-dried bloodstains shimmer with an eerie luminescence under the beam of a flashlight. These 9 images weave together a tale long buried in the annals of history, each stroke narrating a story of fear and despair. Hans and I gaze at the wall, cold sweat soaking our backs. What horrors had these primitives endured? Was the sun-like pattern a totem or a dire warning? And at this moment, were we not treading the same path they once traversed? A flurry of questions erupted within our minds. By now, night had fully descended. I leaned against the damp stone wall with Hans, the chill seeping through the surface mingling with the metallic scent of blood from his ankle wound, growing more pungent in the shadows. The night was utterly dark. We would have to spend here. As Hans gasped for breath, before he could finish his thought, a sudden realization struck me, sending my heart racing to my throat. Linlin was still waiting in the wooden cabin. She was always timid. Would she crumble alone through this interminable night? What if she ventures into the forest in search of me? I stumbled towards the cave entrance, and Hans called out from behind, "Zhao, where are you going?" I froze in place, suddenly realizing that I had an injured companion beside me. Linlin was still waiting for me. If she were to enter the forest, my throat tightened, rendering me speechless. Hans gritted his teeth, managing to rise to his feet, limping towards me, his right hand heavily resting on my shoulder. "I understand your feelings, but it is far too dangerous outside. The forest becomes even more perilous after dark, and those giant serpents are merely injured, given their self-healing abilities." He paused, lowering his voice. "If we venture out now, it will be tantamount to signing our own death warrants." I gasped for breath, visions of Linlin alone in the forest flashing before my eyes. Yet Hans was right. The forest at night was a gaping abyss, ready to devour lives. Before I could retort, he added, "If we endure tonight, we shall depart at dawn." I forced myself to nod, pacing back and forth within the cave. The eerie hoots of owls echoed from outside, mingling with the faint sound of water deep within the cave, each second tearing at my nerves. Anxiety coiled around my heart like creeping vines, but there was nothing I could do but wait. I lost track of time before finally suppressing the tumult of anxiety and sitting beside Hans. He patted my back, his voice unexpectedly gentle. "Do not worry. Your beloved will be like a cat, hiding in the wooden cabin, awaiting your return." I nodded weakly, my throat feeling as if it were stuffed with waterlogged cotton. Hans then pointed at the stone wall. "What do you make of these drawings?" I took a deep breath, allowing the damp air to cool my throbbing temples. They must belong to the island's indigenous tribe. They resided near the coconut groves by the beach, living off fishing, and revered the giant serpents in the water as deities, hoping to exchange them for fresh water. Later, a more ferocious serpent, marked with red stripes along its back, appeared from who knows where. Believing their sacrifices were insufficiently devout, the tribe began offering live humans. However, after the sacrifices, they drank from the pool and succumbed to poisoning. By sheer luck, one person abstained, fleeing into this cave to etch these drawings before venturing deeper inside. I glanced at Hans, who gave me a thumbs up, just as I thought. But this sun vortex. He illuminated the fourth drawing with his tactical flashlight. The serrated circle within the beam seemed to be in motion. What could it be? I shook my head, suddenly recalling. The last time I entered the forest alone, I drank from the pool without noticing anything amiss. The water was crystal clear, akin to mountain spring water. Silence enveloped the cave, broken only by the intermittent chirping of insects outside, mingled with the faint sound of water deep within the cave, echoing in the darkness. Hans retrieved a crumpled photograph from his pocket, the beam of his tactical flashlight illuminating it. The image depicted a family of three, embracing and smiling. A woman adorned with a floral headscarf, a girl clutching a plush toy, with the sunlight casting elongated shadows behind them. Hans gently stroked the curled edges of the photograph, as if attempting to smooth out the wrinkles left by time. Just as I was about to speak, a sudden sharp crack echoed from outside, resembling the sound of a branch being snapped underfoot. We both held our breath in unison, tightly gripping our rifles, the muzzles aimed at the swaying vines at the cave's entrance. Noticing no other movements, Hans switched off the flashlight. In the darkness, the serpentine pattern etched into the stone wall seemed to come alive, the crimson streaks within its scales flickering in our gaze. I ran my fingers along the icy metallic surface of the rifle, still stained with the blood from our fierce battle against the colossal serpent. "Let us rest for a while." Hans's voice came from beside me. "We must set out at dawn." I leaned against the stone wall, listening to the rhythm of his breathing gradually steadying, yet I found it impossible to close my eyes. Did the primitive man depicted in that painting also curl up in a cave one night, like us, listening to the slithering sounds of the great serpent outside, awaiting the dawn? And was Linlin at this very moment curled up in the bed of the wooden cabin, hugging her knees, waiting for my return? Would she recklessly venture into the forest? I shut my eyes, attempting to recall her smile, but only the image of the swirling crimson stripes in the water's depths emerged in my mind. In the darkness, Hans suddenly whispered, "Perhaps that whirlpool lies deep within the cave? Can you hear it?" I opened my eyes wide, yet all I saw was an expanse of darkness. But the sound of rushing water from the depths of the cave grew increasingly distinct. Chapter 69, The Secret of the Patterns, Part 2. Hans could no longer contain the speculations bubbling within him and struggled to rise, eager to venture deeper into the cave. I hastily halted him, urging, "Do not act impulsively. What if there are monsters lurking within? We are ill-equipped to handle them." He activated his tactical flashlight, its beams slicing through the darkness, revealing a downward-sloping passage, 3 meters wide, fading into obscurity. The damp stone walls appeared as if recently drenched by a fine mist, with stalactites hanging overhead, yet not a single bat was in sight. Observe, the primitive man in the mural was poisoned only after the whirlpool manifested. Attacked by the giant serpent, Hans exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. The whirlpool must be pivotal. If we unravel this enigma, we might discover a means of escape. With that, he raised his firearm and strode forward with resolute steps. His reasoning was indeed sound, yet thoughts of Linlin twisted my heart in anguish. Was she still awaiting my return in the cabin? How could she survive alone on this desolate island if misfortune befell me? He shouted, "Hans, shall we wait until dawn?" But he did not glance back, his silhouette receding further into the beam of light, his voice drifting from the depths of the cave. "I've already lost too much. If this is my fate, I care not whether it is today or tomorrow. Zhao, remain here. Should I not return, make your own way at dawn." I opened my mouth, yet no sound emerged. After a fleeting hesitation, I grasped my weapon tightly and hurried after him. The cavern, shrouded in darkness, resembled the gullet of a great beast, and we ventured deeper into the unknown. Hans caught sight of my pursuit and turned, a glimmer passing through his eyes as he spoke in a low, determined tone. "The creatures in the pool have not claimed our lives. What could be worse within this cave?" I tightened my grip on the rifle, feeling the damp mist against my face, and nodded silently. Having stepped into the darkness, I had no choice but to press onward. The further we traversed into the cave, the steeper the descent became, the moisture in the air condensing into fine beads that trickled down my bulletproof vest. Though we were on a tropical island, the cavern was chillingly frigid. Icicle-like droplets clung to the stalactites and fell upon my helmet, producing a sharp, ringing sound. I could not suppress a shiver. "Do you think there might be even larger serpents hidden in this cave?" Hans shone his flashlight along the damp stone walls, the beam illuminating swirling dust. "I cannot say for certain, but my instinct suggests that the whirlpool depicted in the mural is connected to this place." After an indeterminate passage of time, the path suddenly opened up ahead, a frigid draft assaulting us. The sound of rushing water roared like a stampede of wild horses, interspersed with a shrill metallic screech that made my eardrums ache. Hans's flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing a chasm of unfathomable depth before us. More accurately, an entire mountainside hollowed out into a vast cavity, and we stood at its precipice. Be cautious. Hans grasped my tactical vest firmly. I stumbled to regain my balance and peered over the edge of the abyss, my stomach lurching violently. 50 to 60 meters below, a colossal whirlpool, the size of 2 football fields, spun violently, water erupting high into the air only to crash against the rock face, unleashing a thunderous roar. The center of the vortex resembled a colossal eye, devouring all in its path, with a pitch-black aperture shimmering with an eerie glow, faintly reflecting metallic glimmers. The surrounding rock walls had been polished to a mirror-like sheen by the vortex, adorned with spiral scratches, as if inscribed by some gargantuan creature ceaselessly spinning for millennia. Hans shouted in my ear, but his voice was obliterated by the roar of the vortex. He pointed toward the valley floor. Gesturing in a swirling motion, I was suddenly reminded of the jagged sun-like circle depicted in the mural, strikingly similar to the vortex before me. A chill coursed up my spine. The so-called sun vortex was not merely a totem. It was a genuine, subterranean whirlpool. He tugged at me, eager to draw closer. But I clung desperately to the protruding stones of the cliff. Gusts of air from the valley bottom whipped up water mist, nearly dragging one into the abyss. As the beam of my flashlight swept across the edge of the vortex, I caught sight of a floating piece of metal debris, a rusted anchor entwined with seaweed. What were these foreign objects doing on this primordial isle? This place is consuming things? At long last, Hans's voice pierced through the sound of the water. The chaos of the submarine and the serpentine creature in the pool, all were connected to this vortex. His words struck like an ice pick to the heart. Could it be that the monstrous serpents we encountered emerged from this vortex? Was this massive whirlpool in fact a wormhole? I abruptly seized his arm, my nails nearly digging into his flesh. We must leave. We need to escape this place. If we linger any longer, we may be the next to be drawn into the vortex. Hans stared at the vortex at the valley's base, his atoms apple-bobbing, and finally nodded. As he turned, my boot slipped on the slick rock face, causing me to stumble perilously toward the cliff's edge at the critical moment. Hans grasped my bulletproof vest and yanked me back with force. We tumbled to the ground, gasping for air, listening to the vortex's furious roar reverberate in our eardrums. In the distance, water droplets cascaded down the stalactites, tracing countless silver lines in the darkness, as if the entire mountain wept for the abyss's insatiable hunger. Let's go. Hans wiped the water from his face, indistinguishable as either sweat or mist. This place was a riddle yet to be unraveled. We would devise a plan once dawn broke. I glanced back at the vortex, still tirelessly spinning, like an unceasing meat grinder. Before this colossal entity, we were but 2 insignificant ants. As we rolled and crawled back toward the cave entrance, we were thoroughly drenched by the mist within, our clothes clinging to our skin, the chill biting deeply. Thankfully, the air at the cave's mouth carried the warmth characteristic of the tropics, gradually easing our trembling bodies. Hans gasped audibly, still tinged with lingering fear. I just saw. There were comrades from our submarine within the vortex. They had no bodies, but I recognized their garments. Stunned into silence. It took me a moment to regain my voice. I too observed items that did not belong here, a massive rusted anchor and a piece of dark metal shell. I hesitated, filled with perplexity. Did you not encounter misfortune on the ocean floor of the Pacific? How could your comrades be found in the vortex? Hans shook his head, his face etched with weariness and bewilderment. I cannot say for certain, he replied, but I am convinced that this chaotic magnetic field is a direct consequence of the enormous vortex. Such a colossal whirlpool, ceaselessly spinning day and night, has long since disrupted the magnetic field of the entire island, even affecting the surrounding waters. Any vessel that traverses this maritime expanse finds its electronic devices rendered utterly inoperative. Upon hearing Hans's words, I nodded slowly, realization dawning upon me. No wonder this great island had never been discovered by humankind. Satellites and radar could not detect its existence. All due to this nefarious vortex. A wave of despair suddenly washed over me. If even modern technology could not pinpoint our location, how could we ever hope to escape? Were we truly destined to remain trapped on this desolate isle for eternity? As these thoughts weighed heavily on my heart, I cast my gaze towards the pitch-black forest beyond the cave's mouth, feeling an overwhelming sense of uncertainty about the path that lay ahead. Chapter 70. Reunion that night. Hans and I leaned against the entrance of the cave, struggling to find slumber. Although our bodies were utterly exhausted from the relentless tug-of-war between life and death, our nerves remained taut, akin to stretched steel wires, jolting us awake at the slightest sound. In the darkness, the roar of the whirlpool within the cave intertwined with the peculiar noises of the forest outside, weaving a web that startled us from our shallow dreams every few minutes. A ceaseless cycle of unrest. As the first rays of dawn pierced the night, we stumbled to our feet, dragging our injured legs. Hans drew a rudimentary map in the muddy earth with a branch. We had entered the forest from the coconut grove at dawn, fled towards the left side of the pond after encountering the giant snake, and had arrived at the cave after running for an hour. Judging from the orientation of the coconut grove, we found ourselves on the western side of the island, flanked by steep mountain slopes to the north and south, with dense vegetation acting as a formidable barrier. With our swollen ankles and bleeding knees, climbing was out of the question. We could only circumvent along the foot of the mountain. Hans wielded his military knife to sever the obstructing vines, the blade glinting as it reflected the dark circles beneath his eyes. We avoided the pond in the middle of the forest, taking the shortest straight-line route. Observing our awkward stance, I gauged the 3-kilometer journey ahead, one that would take merely half an hour on flat terrain, yet now felt like crossing an insurmountable chasm between life and death. Fortunately, we possessed a rifle, and the knife was securely fastened to my waist. These cold metals offered us a semblance of courage. Each step of our return felt akin to walking on the edge of a blade. Occasionally, luminescent poison frogs darted out from beneath the decaying leaves, while spiders as thick as a bull dangled from the treetops, their webs glistening ominously in the morning dew. Yet, I had no time to regard these threats, as images of Linlin alone in the wooden cabin replayed incessantly in my mind. Was she curled up in a corner, clutching her knees and waiting through the night? Had she mustered the courage to venture even a step towards the forest's edge? By noon, when the outline of the coconut grove finally broke through the dense foliage, my throat felt parched as if it were on fire. Suddenly, Hans grasped my sleeve, his fingers trembling as he pointed towards a large rock. A slender figure stood atop it, her long hair billowing in the wind like a chaotic arc Linlin. That cry pierced through my chest like an arrow. She stumbled towards me, her knees grazing the grass and drawing blood, yet she seemed oblivious. I rushed to meet her, the pain in my foot suddenly forgotten, leaving only the frantic beating of my heart in my throat. When she threw herself into my embrace, the force nearly toppled me. Her arms wrapped around my neck like tendrils, tears mingling with her runny nose against my mud-streaked collar. We held each other so tightly, as if we were attempting to meld into one another. Her sobs were muffled against my shoulder, reverberating painfully in my ears. Yet they were more melodious than any celestial symphony, until Hans' cough broke through from behind us. Could you too perhaps consider the injured party's need for sustenance? I feel as if I could devour a wild boar. Linlin chuckled through her tears, lifting her tear-stained face to gently touch the wound on my forehead with her fingertips. The coconut trees rustled in the sea breeze, and sunlight filtered through the grass that had become entangled in her hair, weaving a golden net across our intertwined arms. At that moment, the forest behind us resembled a colossal beast in temporary slumber, while the familiar wooden cabin before us felt like a warm embrace. This reunion, after surviving such peril, felt more precious than any moment before. The fire crackled in front of the wooden cabin, while 3 seabirds sizzled on the grill, their oil dripping enticingly. The aroma of roasted potatoes mingled with the sweet scent of coconut milk. Linlin stood vigil by the fire, her fingertips repeatedly caressing the potato skins. Those potatoes were meant for her, yet she refrained from eating them in my absence. I squatted nearby, crushing dandelion leaves, while Hans, having removed his misshapen military boots, gasped at his swollen ankles. Deceiver. Linlin suddenly approached from behind, her fist striking my shoulder blade, her voice laced with a sob. You said you would return in the afternoon. I waited an entire day and night, thinking. Her voice broke into a sob. I halted my work and gently embraced her, inhaling the faint scent of coconut milk in her hair. I'm sorry. The situation is more complicated than it appears. I will explain everything in due time. I patted her trembling back, feeling the pronounced vertebrae beneath her skin. She had likely lost weight during this day and night. She looked up, tears still glistening on her eyelashes. Yesterday evening, I tried to follow your footprints to find you. I had just reached the grass behind the coconut grove when I heard something moving to my right. It sounded like claws scraping the earth, and then the crack of branches snapping. She gripped my sleeve tightly, her knuckles turning white, and then returned to climb the boulder for a better view, only to see a row of flattened grass, as if some colossal creature had passed through. A chill coursed up my spine. I abruptly turned to gaze at the edge of the forest. The shadows of the coconut trees swayed in the sea breeze, while the grass in the distance lay disturbingly still. Could those trampled plants be the remnants of a giant serpent fleeing? Had it left the waterhole and begun to roam the island? Thank goodness he didn't go in, I said, pressing down on her icy hand. No matter what happens, do not leave the cabin. There are, I hesitated, things in the forest that are more perilous than imagined. Linlin nodded, her tears finally ceasing. She picked up the crushed dandelion and gently applied it to the abrasions on my knee, her fingertips brushing over the scab blood. Does it hurt? I shook my head, feeling the thin calluses on her palm, remnants of our past efforts to build the cabin, now transformed into the gentlest of touches on this deserted island. After applying the dandelion, the seabirds were finally ready. Hans and I tore into the golden-brown fowl, savoring each bite with a sense of blissful satisfaction. Linlin, clutching a bird's leg, watched me intently, her eyes brimming with concern and joy. As we finished one seabird, Linlin spoke up. What about the others? Why are only you two back? Hans and I exchanged a glance, our expressions gradually turning somber. The others may not return. Henry, Arthur, John, Jose. They did not escape. Linlin's face twisted in confusion. What on earth happened in the forest? I glanced at the silent Hans, clear my throat, and recounted our harrowing encounter with the giant serpent and our exploration of the cave. After listening, Linlin trembled and curled closer to me in fear. Hans remained silent for a long moment before quietly stating, Frank and Grayson might still be alive. I strived to recall the scene of our escape. Grayson was the first to flee, running towards the right side of the pond. Had he continued in a straight line, he would have reached the cliff at the mountain peak that Linlin and I had visited, a precipice that drops hundreds of meters, reminiscent of our island-hopping journey months prior. Meanwhile, Frank, after witnessing Jose being constricted by the monstrous serpent, panicked and darted towards the coconut grove. In that moment, a heavy dread settled in my heart. Could it be that the commotion Linlin observed in the grass behind the coconut grove yesterday evening was Frank? Hans, let us investigate the grass behind the coconut grove. Hans tightened his grip on the rifle and nodded. Chapter 71. The swamp despite having narrowly escaped from the forest. With wounds still throbbing, Hans and I resolved to venture forth, driven by the need to validate our suspicions. Should Frank or Grayson still draw breath? It would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Even if not, discerning the situation was vital for our continued survival. Furthermore, we had replenished our ammunition, and should we encounter the colossal serpent, we were at least confident in our ability to retreat unscathed. After a hearty meal, Hans and I washed ourselves with haste and donned Navy uniforms we had discovered a few days prior on the submarine. The fabric was of good quality, fitting my 6-foot stature comfortably and carrying a faint scent of the sea. I instructed Linlin to remain at the cabin, yet she clung to the hem of my shirt, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I want to go with you. Even in death, I wish to share the fate. Her tone was resolute, her gaze filled with anxiety and determination. Observing the dress she had worn for over half a year, faded and tattered with several holes, I felt a pang in my heart. These tears were the remnants of her toil on the island, and the thought of the hardships she had endured alongside me stirred a deep sense of remorse. I could not help but embrace her. I'm sorry for the suffering you have endured. I promise to provide you with a better life. She was momentarily taken aback, then cupped my face in her hands, her voice choked with emotion. Zhao, I fear not the hardships, but the thought of being apart from you. Without you, my world is but monochrome. Before she could finish, I gently kissed her hand, mistaking my gesture as a refusal to let her accompany me. Tears brimmed in her eyes. I quickly reassured her. We shall go together, but you must obey me. First, change into this uniform. I handed her a set of naval attire, and her face lit up with joy as she nodded vigorously, akin to a jubilant little bird. Watching her exuberance filled my heart with warmth and sorrow. Once a pampered heiress, she now endured hardship at my side. Yet, despite the adversity, she remained willing to face danger with me. Perhaps this is love. Though marooned on a deserted island, I could not bear to see her suffer even the slightest indignity. Zhao, the clothes are too large. Linlin's voice echoed from within the cabin. I stepped inside to find her clad in a naval jacket that hung nearly to her knees, resembling a dress. Huh, that jacket could serve as a gown. I chuckled, unable to suppress my amusement. She shot me a glare, raising her hands to remove the jacket, but I hastily interjected, "Do not take it off. The underbrush is rife with mosquitoes and leeches. Wearing a dress is too perilous. Make do for now, and upon our return, I shall tailor it to fit you." She frowned, murmuring, but just then, Hans's voice called from outside, urging, "Zhao, let's be off." I helped her tuck the jacket into her waistband, fastening it securely with a length of rope, achieving a semblance of neatness. Upon seeing Linlin follow, Hans raised an eyebrow in inquiry, and I shrugged helplessly. This girl was utterly unyielding. To ensure our safety, we first ascended the summit of a large rock to survey the undergrowth with binoculars. Indeed, behind the coconut trees lay a sunken area within the thicket, a winding indentation stretching from the forest's edge into the heart of the grass, where the vegetation was increasingly flattened, creating an irregular clearing. Having ascertained our bearings, the three of us set forth on our journey. Hans, wielding a knife, led the way, while Linlin huddled in the middle, and I kept a vigilant watch at the rear. Just a few meters into the thicket, Hans suddenly halted, exclaiming, "Oh no!" His voice quivered with trepidation. Startled, Linlin turned and dove into my embrace, prompting me to inquire, "Hans, what is it?" He remained silent, scanning the surroundings anxiously. I gently patted Linlin's back, reassuring her, "Do not fear. Stay right here and do not move. I shall investigate." I hurried to Hans's side, and the sight before me made my stomach lurch. A dark brown patch of swamp revealed half a head protruding from the muck, hair matted with mud. The body consumed by the mire, leaving only the crown visible. Hans stared in disbelief at the head in the swamp. "It is Frank," as I had surmised, but the immediate priority was to retrieve him. "Go find 2 sturdy coconut logs in the palm grove," I urged Hans, suppressing my own unease. His face turned pale, yet he nodded resolutely. I returned to the wooden cabin with Linlin, instructing her to stay put. "We will return once we have brought him back." Remarkably, she complied, nodding towards the distant swamp. After all, that deadly mire was not far from our cabin. Hans and I stumbled as we carried 2 heavy coconut logs towards the swamp, the humid air thick with the stench of decay. The weight of the logs pressed painfully against our shoulders, each step slipping on the soft earth. But neither of us called for a halt. As we positioned the logs across the surface of the swamp, the foul muck bubbled ominously, as if eager to swallow Frank whole. With all our strength, we grasped Frank's arms. His body felt as if it were gripped by the swamp, heavy and unyielding, the fabric tearing against the mud with a squelching sound. Ignoring the black muck staining his freshly changed uniform, Hans hoisted the corpse onto his back. His spine remained rigid as he staggered forward, sweat mingling with mud trickling down his neck. The sound of the sea washing against the shore grew clearer as Hans gently laid Frank on the damp sand. The salty waves lapped at the body, washing away the mud and revealing his face frozen in terror, his pallid complexion, lips tinged with a bluish hue, and wide-open eyes seemed perpetually captured in the moment of being engulfed by the swamp. Hans suddenly knelt beside the corpse, this 40-year-old tough man, stifling sobs in his throat, trembling hands brushing over Frank's lifeless eyelids. I am sorry, Frank. I should not have. I should not have. His voice shattered in the sea breeze, fingers whitening from clenching the sand. I crouched beside him, patting his violently heaving shoulders, and I was at a loss for words of solace. The distant waves crashed rhythmically against the rocks, as if mourning Frank's departure. Time became an indistinct blur until Hans hoarsely spoke, "Let us find a place to bury him." As he rose, deep impressions of his knees remained in the sand, akin to scars etched upon the heart. I gazed at his reddened eyes and nodded silently. On this desolate island, death had arrived so abruptly, and all we could do was grant the departed a final resting place. After such turmoil, we were utterly exhausted and resolved to rest for 2 days to recuperate. Hans's ankle swelled like a steamed bun, and my knee throbbed with a dull pain from the fall. Without rest, I fear I shall not endure. As for Grayson, I can only hope he returns by following our trail. If he remains absent in 2 days, the outlook may be grim. This island, though seemingly small, conceals countless deadly traps. The coconut groves and sandy beaches offer rare refuge. However, venturing deep into the forest brings forth imminent peril. Centipedes the length of an arm scuttle through crevices and roots. Spiders the size of bowls dangle in the center of their webs, and vividly colored venomous snakes lie in wait among the vines. Yet, the most chilling of all are the red and black giant serpents, 2 of which inhabit the waterhole. The larger stretches nearly 30 meters, its scales as impenetrable as a shield, while the slightly smaller, measuring about 20 meters, flicks its crimson tongue as if heralding the arrival of death. Even more terrifying is the realization that such colossal serpents are not limited to these 2. Who knows how many others lurk in the shadows, poised to devour any intruder's hole. Chapter 72. The Island Circling Plan 2. 0 After Frank's burial, the sight of Hans tightened my heart. His once resolute visage was now etched with fatigue, as if he had aged a decade overnight. Though our time together had been brief, I was acutely aware that they were all men of iron will, possessing integrity and courage, as well as indomitable resilience. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to have such companions in this desolate isle. Yet, fate can be cruel. Now only Hans remained by my side, while the others had vanished like fleeting experiences, hastily departing. Grayson was still unaccounted for, and Hans and I had vowed to search for him once our injuries had healed. Even in the worst-case scenario, recovering his body for a proper burial would serve as solace for his soul. As for the pool, I dared not approach it again. The monstrous serpent that resided there was far more terrifying than the film anaconda I had watched as a child. I was no longer experiencing fear through a screen. I was truly ensnared in such dire straits. As long as I remained alive, I could protect Linlin. We had to endure the days ahead. I rummaged through the iron box in Hans's hut for quite some time before finally discovering a small spring. Linlin had been wearing the same dress for over 6 months, now tattered and worn. I resolved to fashion a needle from this spring. It was not a daunting task. I first straightened the spring, then flattened one end of the wire with the back of a knife, and finally punctured a small hole with the tip of a dagger, thus creating a simple yet functional embroidery needle. As for the thread, I painstakingly unraveled it from old garments. When I presented the handmade needle and thread to Linlin, her eyes instantly sparkled with joy, and she leapt in delight. "Zhao, you're amazing." Before I could respond, she rose on her toes and gently kissed my cheek. Gazing at her radiant smile, the fears, exhaustion, and anxieties I had endured during this time seemed to dissipate in that moment. Inside the wooden cabin, Linlin and I shared laughter and conversation, as if we had never encountered any misfortune. Meanwhile, just 10 meters away at the camp, Hans sat alone on a wooden stump, his gaze vacantly fixed on the sea. Unable to bear his solitude, I approached him and softly inquired, "Hans, what are you thinking about?" He continued to stare at the ocean, muttering, "How could our submarine uniforms possibly be in that damned whirlpool?" This question had been lodged in my mind as well. I crouched beside him and suddenly proposed, "Do you think it's possible that the whirlpool is like a wormhole in the universe?" Hans turned to look at me, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. I continued, "After all, everything on this island defies logic. The serpent in the pool is even more exaggerated than the titanoboa that existed 60 million years ago utterly shattering our understanding. If such a colossal serpent can exist, then it is not impossible for the whirlpool to be a wormhole. Hans nodded fitfully, suddenly pointing towards the shallows. Shall we circle the island to observe? I shook my head with a wry smile. Linlin and I have tried. After walking along the coast for over an hour, we encountered a steep slope with no path through the dense vegetation, which was as impenetrable as a wall. There is a narrow path along the coastal cliffs, but it drops 100 meters. It's far too perilous. Hans pointed to the underwater transport device on the beach and exclaimed, "Use this." I smacked my forehead in realization. How could I forget? But I questioned, "Is there enough fuel?" He confidently replied, "This contraption operates on batteries, with a maximum range of 150 nautical miles. We've only utilized less than half of that. So circling the island will be more than sufficient." His words made me clench my fists in anticipation. Perhaps we were merely one circuit away from uncovering the island's secrets. As I gazed up at the sky, now tinged with the hues of dusk, I turned to Hans and suggested, "Let us start a fire to roast some birds. A hearty meal will help us rest well for tomorrow's journey around the island." Hans nodded in agreement. We built a fire in front of the wooden cabin when Linlin suddenly dashed out, exclaiming, "Tada! Zhao, look!" She had donned a modified uniform of the Country Navy, an indigo top paired with pure white trousers. After her meticulous alterations, it fit her perfectly, accentuating her graceful figure, embodying both the valor of a soldier and the vivacity of a young girl. I couldn't resist circling around her, exclaiming, "Wow, you look splendid. This outfit seems tailor-made for you." Yet, as the words left my lips, I felt they fell short, so I quickly added, "But the key is, you look stunning regardless of what you wear." Linlin's cheeks flushed with pleasure as she lightly punched my shoulder, saying, "You're just flattering me." Hans, tending to the fire, chuckled and complimented, "Elian, it truly is beautiful." Linlin's ears turned a shade of crimson as she softly replied, "Thank you." In the flickering firelight, the golden thread on her sleeves shimmered faintly, remnants from her old uniform. Who would have imagined that this once ill-fitting military attire would transform into the most striking sight on this deserted island, thanks to her skilled hands? Reflecting on the previous day, we had gathered around the fire, singing and laughing with 9 of us. Yet now only 3 remained, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere. At that moment, Hans was consumed by despair, having lost all his comrades. The agony he felt was beyond the understanding of others. I was at a loss for words of comfort and could only silently eat the seabirds. And after we had our fill, we each drifted away. Before parting, Hans mustered his spirits to remind me, "Tomorrow we must use the underwater transport device to observe the island." Although we had escaped the perilous forest, today was far from uneventful. First, we had struggled to rescue Frank from the swamp, and then we had to attend to his final arrangements. Linlin and I scarcely had a moment to converse. As night deepened in the cabin, Linlin suddenly embraced me tightly, her voice tinged with tears. "Zhao, do you know? You said you would return by afternoon, and I waited from daylight until dusk, then an entire night filled with despair." Before I could respond, she continued, "At dawn today, I climbed the giant rock to wait for you. If you hadn't returned, I was prepared to jump." I hastily interrupted, "Silly girl. Even if something happened to me, you must live on. I promised to take care of myself. With you here, how could I ever leave?" She could no longer hold back her tears and cried out, "I am truly frightened." I gently lifted her and laid her on the wooden bed, whispering, "It's all over now. Do not cry any longer." I had not slept well for 2 days, utterly exhausted. The mere act of holding her as I drifted into slumber was my greatest joy. She nodded obediently, and we embraced, gradually surrendering to the realm of dreams. In that hazy state between wakefulness and sleep, I faintly heard a tremendous commotion emanating from the direction of the island's forest, akin to the sound of a colossal serpent striking the water with its tail. Immediately following was a piercing shriek that penetrated my eardrums, sending chills down my spine. Suddenly, a deafening sound of swirling water erupted in my mind, causing me to convulse awake. "No!" My abrupt movements roused Linlin from her slumber, her voice hoarse with sleep as she murmured, "Zhao, what is wrong?" It was then that I realized my forehead was drenched in cold sweat. slowly coming to the realization that it had been a nightmare. I inhaled deeply a few times to steady my heartbeat, pulling her close once more, resting my chin atop her head while I murmured, "It's nothing, just a bad dream." Linlin tightened her embrace, her fingertips gently tracing my chest through the fabric. "Promise me you won't venture deep into the forest again, ever since you returned from the pond. You've been plagued by nightmares for several nights." The ends of her hair brushed against my wrist, carrying a faint scent of coconut. "Let us stay here by the beach and the coconut grove, shall we?" I lowered my head to kiss the crown of her hair, a muffled "nem" escaping my throat. The distant sound of the waves gradually rose, drowning out the remnants of the shrieks from my dream. Her breathing became steady, curled up in my arms like a vigilant yet content little creature. In the darkness, I opened my eyes and gazed at the starlight filtering through the gaps of the wooden cabin. Those serpents and whirlpools that had swirled in my dreams would, one day, be left behind. Chapter 73. Island Adventure the following day, as the morning sun pierced through the clouds. Hans was conducting final checks on the amphibious vessel designated for our exploration. Linlin, clad in military attire, was poised for departure, while I busied myself beneath the bed, tinkering with firearms. The island measured approximately 10 nautical miles in circumference, and with the amphibious vessel at our disposal, we would complete our circumnavigation in no time. Thus we had not brought any provisions. With the engine roaring, our vessel gradually departed the sandy shore. Hans grasped the control levers, explaining that this craft, capable of accommodating up to 18 individuals, could submerge like a submarine or skim the surface in a semi-floating mode, achieving a maximum speed of 50 knots in the latter configuration. The briny sea breeze, laden with tiny splashes, assaulted our faces, causing Linlin's long hair to dance wildly in the wind. Shortly after navigating along the rocky coastline, a towering cliff, descending over 100 meters from the sea's surface, came into view. The deep blue waters relentlessly battered the cliffside, with waves crashing against the rugged rocks, sending sprays of water soaring over 10 meters high. We halted beneath the precipice, and Hans stood, pointing at the steep wall. "Zhao, behind that cliff lies the mountain with the enormous whirlpool beneath it." Before he could finish, I suddenly spotted a massive, entirely black serpent slowly slithering up the cliff face, its scale devoid of vertical stripes glistening ominously, its girthy body measuring at least 8 or 9 meters in length. "Look, there's a gigantic snake," I exclaimed. As I spoke, the serpent seemed to sense our presence, accelerating its pace. Linlin's complexion drained of color, instinctively drawing closer to me. "Zhao, this is terrifying." Hans swiftly seized his rifle and took aim. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed as several bloodied wounds erupted on the serpent's body, causing it to convulse and plunge into the sea. Deep crimson blood dispersing across the surface, its form thrashing amid the waves. "Damn beast," Hans cursed as he lowered his weapon. However, just as we prepared to restart the vessel, the ocean suddenly roiled violently, and an even larger serpent erupted from the depths. This creature bore 3 striking crimson stripes along its back, its vacant right eye a ghastly sight, and a putrid wound revealed exposed bone. Indeed, it was the very serpent I had shot in the eye by the forest pond. Hans shouted, raising his rifle once more. I urgently urged Linlin to retreat into the lower cabin while I too took up my weapon. A barrage of bullets struck the serpent's grotesque, tumor-laden scales, causing blood to splatter in all directions. In pain, the colossal serpent coiled its black body, swiftly descending into the depths, its thrashing tail unleashing a colossal wave that drenched both Hans and me in its crimson spray. Fearing it might approach underwater and entangle our vessel, I shouted, "Let us go." Hans promptly activated the engine, and the amphibious vessel sped across the surface, leaving behind a tumultuous sea. Despite the lingering terror of the encounter with the giant serpent, we resolved to continue our circumnavigation of the island. Linlin's face was as pale as a sheet, her petite frame trembling uncontrollably in the sea breeze. This was her first encounter with the pond's giant serpent, and fear had consumed her entirely. I gently wrapped my arms around her, attempting to offer a modicum of solace. "Do not fear. We have distanced ourselves from that place." Yet she continued to tremble uncontrollably. her voice laced with sobs. How can there be such a gigantic snake in this world? I gently brushed aside her tear-soaked hair and replied softly, in this vast world, there exists an abundance of wonders. Do you recall the whirlpool I mentioned? It resides within the mountains of the island, and it is far more perilous than the great serpent. Upon hearing this, Linlin could no longer contain herself and buried her face in my chest, weeping. Zhao, when can we leave this island? I slowly patted her back, gazing out at the boundless sea, my tone heavy with helplessness. I do not know. Perhaps only by unraveling the secrets of this island will we find a chance to escape. Her sobs intensified, resonating helplessly across the vast ocean. As we circumnavigated the island, the journey was peaceful, yet devoid of any new discoveries. The island resembled a cradle, embraced by mountains on three sides. Aside from the flat terrain of the coconut grove where we resided, the other three sides were steep cliffs, with vertical drops exceeding several dozen meters, as if a natural barrier securely concealed the island's secrets. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Linlin and I gathered an abundance of seafood from the shallows. She crouched at the water's edge, rummaging for crabs, her damp hair clinging to her cheeks, while oyster shells formed small hills at her feet. Hans was busy in the adjacent camp. His attention focused on the sandy ground where 2 hand grenades, an M4 assault rifle, an M18 pistol, and 2 large boxes of ammunition, estimated to contain at least 1,000 rounds, lay in plain sight. Noticing Hans preoccupied, I approached to see what he was up to. "This is all that's left," he remarked as he lifted his gaze to the weapons, gently caressing the stock of the M4 with his fingertips. I sat across from him, my eyes fixed on the weapon strewn about the sand, and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Suddenly, he clenched his fist, his knuckles whitening with the force. "We must eradicate those red and black giant snakes. My team cannot perish in vain." My throat tightened as I prepared to respond, but he pointed towards the Frogman transporter at the shallows. "Do you see the torpedoes on either side? The Mark 37 model can capsize a cruiser. It is more than sufficient to deal with the giant snakes." Following his gaze, I indeed spotted 2 silver-gray torpedoes mounted on either side of the transporter, glimmering coldly under the sun. Yet, doubts churned within me. The water pools are within the island. How can we transport the torpedoes there? No need to transport them. He suddenly stood up, the gravel crunching beneath his boots. Just lure those damned red and black serpents into the sea. I was taken aback, then recalled the menacing figure beneath the cliffs. If we possess such a powerful weapon, why did you not fire when we had the chance by the cliff earlier today? Hans chuckled ruefully, scratching his head, bits of grass caught in his stubble. In the heat of the moment, I forgot we had this. With a resigned sigh, I was about to speak again when Linlin's voice drifted over from the campfire. "Zhao, the oysters are ready. Come quickly." The aroma of smoke mingled with the scent of grilled oysters filled the air, and I patted Hans on the shoulder. "Let's first satisfy our hunger. We shall regain our strength over the next couple of days and devise a strategy once our wounds have healed." He gazed at the torpedo for a few more seconds, finally nodding, yet his eyes remained fervent, like an unquenchable flame. The demise of Hans's team stemmed from Arthur's initial assault on the colossal serpent, which, provoked, annihilated them all. Initially, I deemed the extermination of the serpent inconsequential. After all, Linlin and I had coexisted peacefully on the island for over 6 months, with the serpents never encroaching upon us. I had even resolved to respect the laws of nature. However, everything has since changed. In a desperate bid for survival, I blinded one of the serpent's eyes. Now, to ensure a stable existence on this island and to safeguard Linlin's well-being, I have no choice but to abandon my former convictions and stand shoulder to shoulder with Hans, confronting this life-and-death struggle against the serpent together. Chapter 74. Ambush: How to lure the colossal serpent residing in the Central Forest water pool to the sea has become our most pressing dilemma. Initially, Hans had contemplated hunting wild boars, wolves, and bears, utilizing their blood and flesh as bait. However, the water pool is situated at least 2 to 3 kilometers from the shoreline. Given such a distance, even if we were to slay several bears, the scent of blood would likely dissipate in the sea breeze before enticing the serpent to trail us to the coast. The notion of using a human as bait to provoke the serpent into the sea is equally unfeasible. There are two enormous serpents in the pool, the larger of which measures between 20 to 30 meters in length. Once agitated, its swimming speed would render any escape impossible. A moment's carelessness could lead to becoming its meal. After much contemplation, we are left with two options. Firstly, to dismount a torpedo and transport it directly to the water pool for detonation. However, the Mark 37 torpedo, exceeding 4 meters in length and weighing over 1,500 pounds, is far too heavy for Hans and me to unload from the transporter, let alone transport it several kilometers to the water's edge. Secondly, we could bide our time, capitalizing on the serpent's occasional ventures into the sea for sustenance. Today, we observed a serpent in the waters beneath the cliff, confirming its capability to traverse into the ocean. We need only to find a vantage point on the island from which we can monitor that section of coastline daily with binoculars. Upon spotting the serpent, we would swiftly navigate the transporter to strike it down with a torpedo. However, the transporter's power reserves are dwindling, making it impossible to support daily hunting excursions. Thus, we must rely on a fixed observation point to seize fleeting opportunities. Ultimately, Hans and I resolved to adopt the second plan, agreeing to commence our search for the optimal observation point once his foot injury had healed. While this strategy is not foolproof, it is the sole viable option we could conceive at this moment. In the ensuing 2 days, Grayson did not return, and considering the island's treacherous environment, we have come to the somber realization that he has likely met with misfortune. Fortunately, Hans's foot is gradually healing, allowing him to walk normally, and thus our quest for observation points on the island is officially set in motion. We first examined the massive boulder to the right of the coconut grove. Although it offered some visibility, its elevation was insufficient. Standing atop the boulder, we could not see the cliff. In contrast, the summit behind the dirt slope clearly presented a more advantageous position. Yet that mountain rises approximately 500 to 600 meters, shrouded in dense foliage, with vines ensnaring ancient trees like a spider's web. Beneath the damp layer of decaying leaves lurked countless venomous insects, serpents, and ants. Navigating a path to the summit in such an environment proved as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Just as despair began to settle, Linlin's voice rang out from behind us. "Why are you two grown men behaving so foolishly? Why not drive the transporter to the edge of the cliff and keep watch?" Hans and I exchanged glances, then simultaneously slapped our foreheads in realization. Of course, why had we not thought of that? This approach would eliminate the need for repeated back-and-forth trips while providing a stable observation platform. There was no need to venture far to scale the mountain. Yet, a new dilemma arose. How will we manage food and fresh water if the transporter were stationed there for an extended period? Linlin, however, had already formulated a well-thought-out plan to smoke a sufficient quantity of seabirds for preservation, to carry a portion of fresh water, and to gather a dozen coconuts for reserve, enough to sustain us for an entire week. She elaborated with clarity and precision, detailing the steps for curing the seabirds and the methods for storing the coconuts, leaving us, two grown men, blushing with embarrassment. It must be said that in the nuances of survival in the wilderness, this seemingly delicate girl exhibited a finesse far surpassing our own. Despite the awkwardness, her plan was undeniably practical. That very afternoon, we divided our tasks. Hans would inspect the power system of the transport device, while I accompanied Linlin to hunt seabirds with a rifle. By sunset, 12 plump seabirds hung from a wooden frame. 30 ripe coconuts formed a small hill, and dozens of liters of fresh water flowed into the transporter's tank. These provisions would suffice for one person's consumption over a week. On the following morning, Hans loaded the equipment onto the transporter. As the engine roared to life, he steered towards the cliff, leaving a trail of silvery foam in his wake. During the week Hans was away, Linlin and I indulged in complete freedom. By day, we collected shellfish along the retreating waves and watched hermit crabs scuttling amidst the rocks. In the evenings, we strolled hand in hand along the fine sandy beach, allowing the setting sun to stretch our shadows long. Occasionally, we climbed onto a massive boulder, gazing into the vast sea, lost in thought. When night fell, we returned to the wooden cabin, listening to the sound of the waves as we engaged in software hardening and pipeline maintenance. Those tender and affectionate moments, often difficult to articulate in the civilized world, felt remarkably natural on this isolated island. As for Hans, with his skills and the sturdy transporter, we had no concerns about his safety. It must be said, spending time with the one you love is truly a source of happiness. The smoked seabird meat carried a unique, salty fragrance. The fresh coconut water was sweet and thirst-quenching. And beside the campfire at night, Linlin's laughter shone brighter than any star. We were like lovers who had stolen a fleeting moment of leisure, savoring this ephemeral tranquility, seemingly oblivious to the lurking dangers of the island and the solitary figure of our companion waiting at the cliff below. It was not until the morning of the seventh day, when the sound of the transporter's engine echoed across the horizon, that we realized a week had quietly passed. The seabirds were consumed, 6 coconuts remained, and there was no sign of the enormous serpent. I glanced at the transporter. How much battery is left? Hans sighed. At most, we can make 3 or 4 round trips. I nodded. Let us prepare more food and fresh water, and continue to wait. Perhaps tomorrow we might catch a glimpse of it. Hans headed towards the camp. That seems to be the only option. I followed in his footsteps, patting his shoulder, feeling the pronounced outline of his shoulder blade. He had undoubtedly lost at least 5 kilograms over the week. How about this, I suggested, turning to point at the torpedoes flanking the transporter, their metallic shells glinting coldly in the twilight. I will accompany you tomorrow. Let us split the observation into 2 shifts. I'll watch at night while you keep guard during the day, and we can alternate resting. Hans turned to look at me, the bloodshot veins at the corners of his eyes resembling a spider's web. Didn't you say you wanted to be with Linlin? I took a deep breath and turned to Linlin in front of the wooden cabin. Our immediate priority was to eliminate the giant serpent. I would speak to her later and invite her to join us. After all, with torpedoes at our disposal, the serpent posed no threat to us. Hans pondered for a moment and agreed, remarking that leaving her alone on the island would indeed be far more perilous. This time, we had prepared an abundance of provisions, and we filled the transporter's water tank with the remaining half-barrel of fresh water. We also brought along ample weaponry, with ammunition exceeding 1,000 rounds. It was almost as if we were committing to a desperate gamble. Should the giant serpent fail to make an appearance after another week of vigilant waiting, we would have to devise alternative strategies. Chapter 75. The final chapter of the one-eyed giant serpent, once again replenishing our provisions. All 3 of us embarked on this journey. The roar of the engine echoed like an enraged beast, reverberating across the vast expanse of the sea. We navigated the transport vessel towards the precipice. In no time, we arrived at our destination. Hans skillfully cast the anchor line, the rope arcing gracefully through the air before securely fastening itself to a rock near the cliffside, allowing the vessel to stabilize amidst the tumultuous waves. Gazing upward, the sheer cliff loomed like a dark barrier, towering into the clouds, its surface marred by the ravages of time, adorned with mottled moss and interwoven crevices, imparting an inexplicable sense of oppression. At that moment, the transport vessel rocked violently under the onslaught of the waves, akin to a leaf spiraling in a tempest. Linlin's complexion turned pale as parchment, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She clutched the railing tightly, her knuckles whitening from strain. I hurried to her side, steadying her trembling form. Before I could utter a word of comfort, she suddenly covered her mouth, a wave of nausea overtaking her, her body convulsing as she retched violently, the contents spilling into the churning sea. Hans observed this scene, his brow furrowing deeply. He glanced at the seemingly endless height of the cliff, and then back at the weak Linlin, saying, "You should head back. This cursed place is too tempestuous. Linlin cannot endure it. I can manage here alone." I gently patted Linlin's back, feeling her shuddering form, my heart heavy with concern. Surveying the harsh environment and then Hans's resolute gaze, I reluctantly nodded. Indeed, the waves here are far too fierce. Linlin's health cannot withstand any more. We shall return. Linlin continued to heave intermittently, her entire being leaning weakly against me. Hans swiftly stowed the rope tied to the rock, hastily returned to the driver's seat. and started the transport vessel. It slowly turned, making its way back toward our wooden cabin. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from behind us, akin to thunder cracking across the horizon, abruptly shattering the tumult of the ocean. All three of us tensed, instinctively turning our heads. Approximately 200 meters away, a boulder weighing over 100 pounds plummeted from the cliff with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, it struck the sea, sending a spray of water soaring to heights of 20 to 30 meters, forming a colossal white column before the droplets cascaded back into the ocean like a torrential rain. This sudden turn of events left us in stunned disbelief. Before we could fully comprehend the shock, an even more terrifying sight materialized before our eyes. Emerging from above the cliff, a triangular head the size of a basin slowly appeared. Its scales glimmered with a cold sheen under the sunlight, and its eyes, akin to dark sunglasses, emitted an eerie green glow, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. It exhaled a forked, dark brown tongue, its tip glinting with a chilling luminescence, as if probing the surrounding atmosphere. Following that, its robust body slithered down the cliff. The obsidian scales on its back adorned with 3 striking crimson vertical stripes, which stood out vividly against the sunlight, rendering the juxtaposition of black and red exceedingly eerie and jarring. "It has arrived," Hans exclaimed, his voice tinged with an unmistakable blend of tension and excitement. I gripped my weapon tightly, my heart racing as if it were about to burst from my chest. Linlin, too, forgot her discomfort, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the scene before us. The colossal serpent clung to the sheer cliff face, undulating with a strange yet fluid grace. Each twist of its body sent ripples through the air, while the scales on its belly scraped against the rocky surface, producing a cacophony of sounds as debris cascaded into the sea. As it drew closer to the water's surface, the true horror of the serpent became apparent. Its girth surpassed that of a gas cylinder, with an estimated diameter of nearly 1 meter and an astonishing length of 20 to 30 meters, resembling a colossal oil pipeline, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. "Good heavens, I've been waiting for you," I murmured to myself. Despite the overwhelming fear coursing through me, a fierce determination surged forth. Hans swiftly adjusted the direction of the transporter, locking onto the serpent as his gaze revealed unwavering resolve. "Wait until it reaches the surface to fire. You all head down to the lower chamber while I switch to submarine mode," he commanded, his voice steady as he manipulated the transporter. I nodded emphatically, helping Linlin into the lower chamber. Inside, the air was thick with dampness and tension, the cramped space inducing a sense of claustrophobia. However, just as Hans was preparing to submerge the transporter, he encountered a grave issue. The magnetic interference in this area was extraordinarily strong, rendering the transporter's radar utterly non-functional. The screen awash with static, making target detection impossible. After several futile attempts, he slammed his fist onto the control panel in frustration. "Damn it. This cursed place is not of this earth." Realizing that underwater operations were infeasible, Hans had no choice but to maneuver the transporter back to the surface, intending to visually locate the serpent. He turned to us, instructing, "Stay in the lower chamber and do not emerge. Firing the torpedo will trigger a violent explosion, and the resulting waves may capsize our transporter. So after launching, we must swiftly switch to submarine mode." Linlin and I exchanged a solemn glance, then nodded in agreement. After approximately 10 seconds, the torpedo had yet to be launched. Anxiety gripped me, fearing that the serpent might escape and we would miss our opportunity. Thus, I turned to Linlin beside me and said, "Linlin, stay put. I'll go out to cover Hans, just in case something goes awry." Linlin looked at me with concern, her eyes filled with unease. "Zhao." Before she could finish, I slipped out of the lower chamber. Half of my body was exposed at the top of the transport vessel, as the sea breeze whipped across my face like a blade, the briny scent of salt water filling my nostrils. I held my assault rifle, vigilantly gazing towards the cliffs. At that moment, the colossal serpent was nearly at the water's surface, suspended just 2 or 3 meters above it. Hans was intently adjusting the position of the transporter, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. I had only seen such transporters in military news and had no idea how to operate one. Watching Hans' intricate maneuvers left me utterly perplexed. A wave crashed against the cliff, spraying water that drenched the giant serpent. It seemed to sense danger, and instead of plunging into the sea as we had anticipated, it suddenly extended its neck above the surface, its body firmly clinging to the cliffside. Its enormous form cast a shadow in the sunlight, sending a chill down my spine. The sight was extraordinarily terrifying, particularly with this creature, thicker than a gas cylinder and measuring 20 to 30 meters in length, looming before us as if it might pounce and consume us at any moment. I nervously swallowed and, with a slight tremor in my voice, asked Hans, "Hans, is it ready to fire?" Hans remained focused on adjusting the angle, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Almost there, just give me a bit more time to aim." I fixed my gaze on the serpent, hardly daring to blink, fearful it might turn and ascend the cliff. After what felt like an eternity, Hans finally said to me, "Zhao, we're about to fire. You need to get back to the lower chamber." I truly yearned to witness the moment the torpedo struck the serpent, but reason dictated that safety was paramount at this juncture. Thus, I quickly nodded and retreated into the lower chamber. As soon as I returned, Linlin tightly embraced me, her body trembling slightly. I held her close, attempting to offer some comfort. As the overhead hatch slowly closed, Hans suddenly shouted, "Die, beast!" Immediately, we felt the transporter lurch violently, a powerful recoil surging through it as the entire vessel shook violently. One side of the torpedo launching forth with a piercing whistle towards the serpent. Moments later, an ear-splitting explosion reverberated, a thunderous boom that seemed capable of shattering the very world. The transporter was violently tossed about in the water, akin to a toy being carelessly manipulated by a giant. The shock wave from the explosion causing it to flip 360 degrees. I clutched Linlin tightly with one arm, while my other gripped the handle inside the chamber. My body repeatedly subjected to the brutal force of inertia, pain radiating from various parts. This brought to mind the earlier encounter Linlin and I had with the sea tornado. Like a kite severed from its string, the tumultuous shaking persisted for about a minute before the transporter gradually stabilized. From the cockpit came Hans's weary yet concerned voice. "Zhao, are you both all right?" I took a deep breath, striving to make my voice sound steady. "No problem." Hans began to maneuver the transporter upwards. Yet the ascent was peculiarly erratic, as if some formidable force was drawing it in. Unable to suppress his frustration, he cursed, "Oh shit." Linlin, her face pale with terror, clung tightly to me, her voice quivering with panic as she asked, "Zhao Ge, what is happening?" I cast a wary glance towards the driver's seat, the sound of rushing water echoing in my ears, a foreboding feeling swelling within me. I am uncertain, could it be? Before I could finish my thought, the transporter finally breached the surface of the sea, and Hans swiftly activated the speedboat mode. As the top cover gradually opened, Hans and I instinctively peered out, the sight before us causing our pupils to constrict and our hearts to seemingly cease their rhythmic beating. Chapter 76. Wormhole. After the Mark 37 torpedoes bombarded the colossal serpent, Hans and I cautiously peered out from the top hatch of the transport vessel. Before us, a towering cliff, standing 100 meters high, bore a gaping, menacing fissure, a 5-meter-high, 4-meter-wide opening resembling the throat of a monstrous beast. As torrents of seawater surged in with the force of stampeding horses, the transport vessel, like a withered leaf, was inexorably drawn towards the abyss of the opening, while the coconut shells on the deck rolled and collided, producing a rhythmic drumming sound. Indeed, within this cliff lay the whirlpool. We must return to the lower chamber. I will seal the hatch. Hans's voice rose above the thunderous roar of the water. As he lunged towards the control panel, his knee struck the sharp edge with a heavy thud, his muffled groans swallowed by the cacophony. I held tightly onto Linlin, who was struggling to rise, securing her in the safety harness. "Do not move." Before I could finish speaking, the transport vessel accelerated towards the opening. I turned to Hans and shouted, "Quickly, start the engine and escape this place." 20 meters, 10 meters. As the vessel neared the precipice of the opening, I glimpsed the cavernous walls within, adorned with protruding stalactites, while the water curtain, was shattered by falling debris. Hans frantically pounded the ignition button, but suddenly the dashboard erupted with sparks. All the indicator lights extinguished in an instant. The circuit is fried. His voice was laced with despair. In a critical moment, the hydraulic hatch thunderously sealed as we plummeted into the opening, isolating us from the towering waves outside. Yet the engine remained unresponsive. At that moment, a violent sensation of weightlessness engulfed us, and Linlin's scream caught in her throat. I held her tightly in my embrace. In the darkness, the transport vessel resembled a kite severed from its string, descending into the fathomless whirlpool. The fall seemed to stretch infinitely, each second elongating like a thread tightening around my neck. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded as the vessel struck the water surface with a jolt, causing the supplies, smoked seabirds, coconuts, and other provisions to scatter like cannonballs. Linlin's head collided forcefully with a metal pillar, producing a chilling thud, and she slumped into unconsciousness in her seat. Linlin! I struggled to shake her awake, but a second wave of impact followed. Our vessel collided at an angle with the rocky edge of the whirlpool, the metal frame groaning under strain. I braced myself against the wall of the chamber, shielding her in my arms, feeling her ribs press against my abdomen, while an overhead fire extinguisher loosened and crashed to the floor, narrowly missing my ear. In the darkness, only the roar of swirling water and the groans of contorting metal could be heard. The transport vessel spun like a capsule within the whirlpool, each rotation accompanied by the sound of debris striking the hull, akin to countless hammers pounding a tin coffin. I fumbled for the tactical flashlight, and in its feeble beam, I beheld Linlin's pale face, blood seeping from her temple and trickling down her hair. Check the airtightness. Hans's voice emerged from the shadows, heavy with labored breaths. I steadied myself against the wall, rising only to have my knee collide painfully with the edge of the control panel, momentarily blurring my vision. The flashlight's beam swept across the observation window, revealing a spiderweb of cracks across the glass. Thankfully, the chamber had not yet taken on water. However, the left flotation pod was crumpled like it can crushed by a giant fist. The vessel's rotation gradually slowed, yet it began to sink towards the center of the whirlpool. I lay against the observation window, enveloped in an inky darkness that occasionally flickered with shadows of falling debris. The depth gauge had ceased to function, its damage unknown, while the jarring sound of Hans prying open the toolbox echoed sharply in the stillness. Oxygen levels dwindled to 80, and we remained oblivious to where we might be swept away. Suddenly, the transporter jolted violently, as if struck by some colossal entity from below. A dark silhouette flitted past the observation window, a triangular head gliding alongside the hull, while a serpentine form traced eerie arcs through the water. Another colossal serpent. Its neck was ensnared by a rusted iron chain, thrashing wildly in the swirling current, the clanging of the chain against the rock face sending shivers down my spine. It was entangled in a ship's anchor chain. My flashlight nearly slipped from my grasp. Could we maneuver the transporter to ascend? Hans shouted back. The transporter is utterly incapacitated, no operations possible. I clutched the unconscious Linlin tightly, her head drooping heavily on my shoulder, warm blood soaking through my collar. Hans continued to attempt operations, but the transporter remained unresponsive. We were still sinking, unaware of how deep we had plunged. Above us, the colossal serpent writhed frantically, its tail battering the exterior of the transporter with a resounding thud. The descent of the transporter accelerated abruptly, the vessel spiraling uncontrollably into madness. I held Linlin protectively against my chest, surrendering to the inertia that hurled us toward the hull. The flashlight in my hand shook violently, beams of light dancing chaotically within the cabin, and I caught a glimpse of Hans being thrown about, his body colliding repeatedly with the unforgiving walls. Time lost all meaning as this tumultuous spinning finally drained my strength. My consciousness blurred, and darkness consumed me. When I awoke once more, I found myself shrouded in utter blackness, unable to discern my own hand before my face. The sound of bubbling water echoed in my ears, as if bubbles were perpetually surfacing from the abyss below. My trembling hands fumbled through the darkness. and suddenly my right hand brushed against a strand of long hair. It was Linlin. I hastily drew her into my embrace, gently slapping her cheek with trembling hands. Linlin, Linlin. Yet she remained unresponsive, her body limp in my arms, whether unconscious or in the darkness. My quaking fingers grazed her forehead, feeling a sticky warmth. Raising my hand to my nose, the sharp scent of rust invaded my senses. It was blood. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face as I could no longer contain the surging tide of fear and despair within me. Crying out, Linlin, don't die. Linlin, I can't live without you. Just then, a voice emerged from the shadows. Zhao, are you all right? It was Hans. I stifled my sobs, choking out a reply. I'm not dead, but Linlin. Hans moved closer, his voice weary yet composed. As long as we're alive, there is hope. Do not give up. With that, he rose, searching through the darkness, the sound of metal clashing ringing intermittently. I held Linlin tightly, tears continuously falling on her face. At this moment, we were trapped within the transporter, ensnared by a colossal whirlpool within the mountainside, lost to the unknown. Perhaps we are adrift in the unfathomable depths of an underwater tunnel, or perhaps we are sinking deeper into the abyss. How much oxygen remains in the vessel? Do we still have a chance to surface? These questions swirl in my mind. Yet I find myself incapable of contemplation, my thoughts consumed solely by the uncertain fate of Linlin, cradled in my arms. In the darkness, Hans's probing hand inadvertently grazes Linlin's chest, igniting a fire within me. I demand sharply, Hans, what are you doing? He recoils as if struck by lightning, his voice tinged with panic. I'm sorry. I merely sought to find you. I've located a seabird. Let us eat it to quell our hunger. My voice is so hoarse that it barely escapes my lips. You may eat. I cannot. The sound of his chewing fills the cabin, the dry, smoky flavor of the seabird wafting through the darkness. Do not worry too much, he murmurs. She merely fainted, overwhelmed by fear. I offer no response, instead leaning carefully to listen for Linlin's breath. Chapter 77. Desperation in the Depths of Darkness. Hans chewed on the sounds of seabirds, mingled with the rasping noise of a military knife scraping against a coconut shell, akin to countless tiny steel needles piercing my eardrums. A wave of irritation surged to the top of my head, and I bellowed towards the source of the noise. Hans, stop moving. Your noise is unbearable. The sound of coconut peeling abruptly ceased. Hans sighed. Okay, Zhao, but you need to calm down. I refrained from responding, instead cautiously pressing my ear against Linlin's nose, her warm breath barely brushing against my earlobe. Instantly, my taut nerves relaxed, and I couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. However, guilt swiftly washed over me, and I softened my tone. I'm sorry, Hans. I shouldn't have snapped at you. Hans resumed peeling the coconut, the knife scraping against the shell, producing delicate sounds. No problem, brother. Eat something. We need to gather our strength to think of a way out. I gently placed Linlin in her seat, but the metal safety belt snapped beneath my fingers. The force of the fall had already severed it. I groped my way to Hans, who handed me a greasy seabird. Just as I bit into the meat, a struggle emanated from Linlin's direction, her tearful cries piercing through the darkness. No, please. I immediately rushed over. Enveloping her in my arms, Linlin, don't be afraid. It's all right. I whispered soothingly. Her icy fingers clutched my clothing tightly. Zhao, are we dead? Is this hell? We're not dead. We're fine. I tore off a small piece of meat and offered it to her. Eat a little to regain your strength. But she merely shook her head vehemently, curling up in my embrace, trembling. Hans's voice interjected at the right moment. This lovely lady. Would you care for some sweet coconut juice? Linlin paused her sobbing, loosening her grip. Zhao, where are we now? I replied while gnawing on the bird's leg. We've fallen into a whirlpool in the mountain. We are likely trapped in a dark current tunnel now. She burrowed closer into my arms. Are we going to die here? Hans suddenly chimed in. Hey, you two, could you speak in English? Linlin hastily apologized. I switched languages. I'm not sure how much oxygen is left in the cabin, but we have enough food to last a while. After finishing the coconut juice, Hans let the shell crash heavily onto the metal floor in full capacity. This transport can sustain oxygen for 40 to 60 hours. With the three of us conserving it, we might stretch it to about a week. However, after the fall, only 80 remains, and considering we all lost consciousness for a time. He paused. I estimate we can last another 3 to 4 days. I held Linlin tightly in silence. In the darkness, only the sound of water flowing from outside the transport could be heard. The observation window was pitch black, devoid of any light, much like our current predicament, trapped in an unknown abyss, clinging to the faintest hope of survival, yearning to surface before our oxygen ran out. After we had eaten our fill, we groped our way back to our seats, leaning against the cold cabin wall in quietude. To conserve oxygen, we deliberately softened our breathing, with only the occasional rumbling of our stomachs echoing in the suffocating silence. The darkness enveloped every inch of space like viscous ink, rendering all electronic devices inoperative after the descent. We lost our reference to time, relying solely on the pangs of hunger to discern day from night. Each time my stomach rumbled, I would fumble to share the remnants of seabirds and coconuts. The act of relieving oneself became the most embarrassing endeavor. The metallic bucket echoed with a clattering sound within the cabin, yet no one felt it was inappropriate for in such dire straits. Dignity was the first thing to be sacrificed. Time became an abstract concept as we endured countless cycles of hunger. When I finally grasped the last seabird, a foul odor invaded my nostrils. The coconuts had long since become mere shells, piled in the corner, producing hollow clinks. Only the freshwater tank continued to gurgle, the sole life-sustaining liquid amidst the darkness. We were akin to blind moles, measuring the cramped transporter cabin of less than 10 square meters with our palms, the sharp edges of the control panel, the frayed safety belts beneath the seats. Every inch was transformed into a tactile memory, yet we could unearth no more food. The persistent bubbling sounds outside the vessel resembled the heartbeat of some colossal beast, reminding us we were adrift in unknown currents. Perhaps we floated above an underground sea in a karst landscape. Hans's voice broke the silence, thick with nasal tones. Or perhaps the echo of a lava tube formed by volcanic activity. I caressed Linlin's dry hand, listening as she weakly inquired whether we might reach the center of the earth. With our limited geographical knowledge, we had speculated countless possibilities: underwater faults, crustal fractures, even clandestine passages. Yet each discussion faded into the boundless dark without resolution. Upon touching the deformed hinges of the hatch for the third time, an absurd illusion struck me. Perhaps we had already been ensnared by the Earth's core. Now floating atop molten rock, the bubbling sounds a testament to the mantle's breath. Breathing began to feel like swallowing shards of glass. Each inhalation carried a metallic tang. Linlin was the first to succumb, her feverish forehead resting against my collarbone as she murmured incoherently. I loosened her collar and wiped her cheek with a cloth dampened with fresh water, but I heard the wheezing sound of my own chest like a bellows. Hans's cough echoed from a corner, each fit accompanied by the dull thud of his body against the cabin wall. The oxygen was likely running low. His voice faltered and we fell silent before completing our thoughts. I recognized it was not a hallucination. When I attempted to take a deep breath, my lungs could only draw in half a breath. A wave of dizziness crashing over me, colorful specks dancing before my eyes. Linlin's body grew heavier in my embrace, her breath faint like a candle flickering in the wind. Time slipped away again. Perhaps it was when hunger struck for the umpteenth time, or when only the bottom of the freshwater tank remained, that Hans suddenly emitted a muffled groan, followed by an eerie stillness. I reached out to touch him, but my hand fell weakly along the way. The darkness began to consume my consciousness, fragments of memories about the Earth's core, whirlpools, and great serpents swirling before me, ultimately crystallizing into the image of Linlin laughing for the first time among the coconut trees. The metallic shell of the transporter reverberated with one final violent tremor, as if it had collided with something solid. The three of us have long been teetering on the brink of oxygen deprivation, succumbing to an eternal slumber in the depths of darkness. The rhythmic sound of bubbles rising outside the vessel continues to resonate, as if tolling the final bell for this survival drama in the abyss. Very well, bind the iron chains to the deck railing. Sheng Hao, please retrieve the oxyacetylene torch from the tool compartment and burn open the door. Take it slowly. Perhaps it would be more prudent to hoist the entire structure up. In the haze of my dying consciousness, I faintly discern a group of individuals conversing outside the transporter, speaking in Mandarin. Chapter 78. A Glimmer of Life? I gradually opened my heavy eyelids, and in my blurred vision, a tidy room came into focus. A pristine white blanket covered me, and the sheets and pillow were equally unblemished. As I lifted the blanket, I felt the slightly coarse fabric of the hospital gown against my skin. Confusion enveloped me as I struggled to sit up, grasping the edge of the bed for support. With a firm pull on the doorknob, I was met with an elongated corridor before me. Doors lined both sides in dense arrangement, and I found myself murmuring, "Is this a hospital? Is anyone here?" I called out loudly, my voice echoing down the corridor. Before I could utter a second cry, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the far end of the hallway. They moved briskly, led by a middle-aged man in a crisp naval uniform, flanked by a doctor in a white coat and a nurse wearing a cap. Ignoring etiquette, I rushed forward with urgency. "Where are my companions? Where is Linlin?" The middle-aged naval officer regarded me intently, surveying me from head to toe. "May I ask your name?" Suppressing my anxiety, I attempted to respond calmly. "My surname is Zhao, and I need to know about my beloved's condition." "Please." He nodded with a composed demeanor. "Follow me." With that, he turned and walked toward the end of the corridor, and I hurriedly trailed behind. Upon reaching the end, I was struck by the realization that this was not a hospital at all. Through the porthole, the azure sea shimmered brilliantly. We were aboard a colossal warship. I accompanied the naval officer into an office, where he took a seat in a leather chair, while I stood awkwardly beside him. "Mr. Zhao, please take a seat." He gestured towards a chair opposite him. I cautiously sat down, and before I could speak, he broke the silence. "This is the Z Country Navy's Type 075 amphibious assault ship, hull number 32, the G West ship. I am Major General Luo Qingyi of the Southern Theater Navy." "Major General Luo, I cannot thank you enough for rescuing us." My voice trembled with emotion. To my surprise, Major General Luo's gaze sharpened. "We discovered your submarine transport near the waters off Guam. Are you a citizen of M country or Z country?" It was then that I comprehended his vigilance and hastily explained, "I am from Z country. I was originally part of the security for a merchant vessel." I recounted my harrowing experiences of war, shipwreck, survival on a deserted island, battling a giant serpent, and being caught in a whirlpool. The 3 in the room listened, dumbfounded. Major General Luo turned to the doctor. "Take him back to the medical room for another comprehensive examination." His tone made it clear he doubted my words. Desperation surged within me as I stood up. "Major General, regardless of your belief, please tell me how Linlin and Hans are." He fixed his gaze upon me for several seconds, his voice icy. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Zhao, that your beloved has already lost vital signs within the transport. However, that M country officer is still alive, though he remains in a comatose state and is receiving treatment." "It cannot be. This is impossible." My world crumbled around me, tears cascading uncontrollably. "Linlin." I collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed with grief. The doctor stepped forward to elaborate. Following the autopsy, it was determined that the female victim had been deceased for at least 4 days. In a frenzy, I grasped his shoulders. "What did you say? 4 days?" My entire body trembled. "How long have I been unconscious?" The doctor gently peeled my arms away from his shoulders. "Mr. Zhao, we rescued you this morning at 9:20, and now it is 5:30 in the afternoon." My pupils constricted in disbelief. Before I could finish my sentence, Major General Luo, with a stoic demeanor, called out towards the door. "Guards, escort him back to the infirmary." 2 soldiers seized me and began to lead me out, and I struggled in despair and collapse, the corridor's lights gradually blurring into a haze. Upon returning to the infirmary, the doctor administered a sedative. As the medication took effect, the acute pain within me remained starkly present. I leaned against the headboard, tears surged forth, and my vision blurred. Memories flooded back like a tide, from the descent of the transport vessel into the whirlpool to the depletion of our provisions and the urgency of oxygen. According to Hans' estimates regarding the remaining air supply, we had been submerged in the underground currents for approximately 3 to 4 days. During this time, Linlin had been cradled tightly in my arms. She had awakened after a brief period of unconsciousness and had spoken to me, eaten, until the oxygen was entirely exhausted, and we both succumbed to unconsciousness. But why did Major General Luo and the doctor both insist that Linlin had been dead for 4 days? This assertion contradicted every moment of my lived experience, and I could not fathom believing it. "Doctor," I hoarsely called out, begging you to let me see my beloved. The doctor approached the bedside, his expression laden with helplessness. "Mr. Zhao, your partner's remains are stored in the ship's lower cold storage, and you must obtain Major General Luo's permission to view them." I rose from the bed in desperation. "Then please take me to see Major General Luo. By the way, what did the autopsy reveal as the cause of death?" The doctor's brow furrowed, his tone heavy. "The cause of death was severe trauma to the head, resulting in a fractured skull." I clutched my hair tightly, murmuring, "No, this cannot be Linlin." The doctor hesitated to speak, but I could not afford to heed his words, urgently interrupting, "Then take me to see my companion Hans." The doctor shook his head. "He remains in a deep coma. It is not advisable to disturb him. I will inform you immediately when he awakens." I collapsed back onto the bed, my mind a chaotic whirlwind. What on earth was happening? Was I dreaming, or merely experiencing a near-death hallucination? I struck myself sharply across the face, the sting igniting a fiery pain that only deepened my despair. I clung fiercely to the quilt, weeping uncontrollably, repeatedly uttering, "This is not real. This cannot be true." Just as the clock in the ward marked a little past 9 in the evening, the door creaked open. The doctor entered, flanked by 2 guards. His tones slightly softened. "Mr. Zhao, your companion Hans has awakened." I nearly leaped from the bed, hardly pausing to secure my shoes. "Thank you so much. Quickly, take me to see him. Hans's room is right next door." As he leaned against the headboard, an oxygen tube nestled in his nose. His pallid face was illuminated by a faint smile. "Zhao, I'm truly delighted that we are still alive." I rushed to his bedside, my knees striking the edge of the bed with a painful thud, yet the pain was forgotten as I enveloped him in a tight embrace. In that moment, amidst the abyss of darkness where we had struggled side by side, a sense of reality finally materialized. However, as the smile lingered, a surge of sorrow suddenly weighed heavily upon my heart. "Hans, the doctor said Linlin, said she has long since passed. What on earth is happening?" The smile on his face instantly froze, and he nodded in silence, his voice hoarse. "I am sorry, Zhao. What the doctor said is true." A buzzing sound erupted in my mind, as if something had detonated within. My vision darkened, and I fell straight back. Chapter 79. Delusion. When I opened my eyes once more, the harsh glare of the hospital lights stung my eyes. Hans sat beside my bed, his gaze fraught with a myriad of emotions. "Zhao, I am to be sent back to M country soon, and before I depart, I must reveal the truth to you." Bewildered, I lifted my head to see him retrieve a tactical flashlight from the bedside table, the very one that had malfunctioned after our descent. As I fell into the vortex, I had grasped this very object. He pressed the switch, and a faint beam illuminated the cracks in his palm, casting light upon Linlin. Her head bore a deep wound, her skull shattered. "You had held her, weeping uncontrollably until you lost consciousness." He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. "When you awakened, you clung to her, speaking to her as though she were alive. I understood that you could not bear such a shock, so for those days, I played along, pretending she still lived. Those warm breaths in the darkness, the soft responses, were mere illusions of my own making. The sounds of seabirds feasting, the flow of water, had become a one-man show directed by my own despair. What does it feel like to love to the core? Perhaps it is the ability for consciousness to distort even death. My mind is clearer than ever, yet I would rather be eternally trapped in that illusion where she exists. I remained silent, gradually reclining against the headboard, my gaze fixed on the ceiling. There was a shadow that resembled her adorable face when she smiled. I maintained this position throughout the night. My body felt as frail as a withered leaf, yet my consciousness was strikingly lucid. It was not until the first rays of dawn crept over the windowsill that I slowly blinked. My tears had long since dried, and the emptiness within me ached with a numbing pain. Yet I knew Linlin would not return home. I must take her back. I would return her to the small town where she grew up and hand her over to her family. As for what comes after, that would be a matter to address once she was returned to her homeland. Major General Luo's gaze remained scrutinizing. At just over 30, I appeared too youthful before him. He evidently doubted my experiences with the giant serpent, the vortex, and the subterranean currents. It was only when Hans awakened from his coma, recounting the same ordeal with utmost sincerity, that the Southern Theater Major General finally furrowed his brow. We are in the midst of the Third War, and our warships are executing island landing missions. The acrid scent of war wafted subtly from the seams of his crisp military uniform. Yet I had no inclination to inquire further. Having lost Linlin, I had become a living corpse. My world was reduced to shades of black and white, hoping only that Major General Luo would expedite my return home. And Hans, this companion who had shared seabirds with me in our dire straits, was, in fact, a soldier of the enemy nation. Our country was at war with M country. However, as a nation of righteousness, Major General Luo decided to separate matters, sending Hans to the nearby U.S. military base in Guam. Should we encounter one another in subsequent combat on the island, it would be of a different nature altogether. After 2 days aboard the 075 warship, I was transferred to a helicopter, which took me to a medical ship behind the fleet. From there, I was transported to the Philippines, and finally, I boarded a plane back to my homeland. After several days of arduous travel, I finally returned with Linlin's remains to my hometown. The moment I reappeared in my hometown, the villagers were filled with disbelief. Everyone presumed that, like Water Brother, I had perished in a maritime tragedy in the southern Indian Ocean. Astonishingly, after a lapse of over half a year, I had miraculously returned. My mother embraced me, weeping uncontrollably, and I held her tightly, vowing through my tears never to venture far again, promising to remain homebound, tending to the fields. For at least that way, I could still be alive. Linlin's body was temporarily housed in the city's funeral home, a fact I chose not to disclose to anyone. After settling matters at home, I made my way to Water Brother's residence in the neighboring village. There, his house still stood grand and opulent, with its 2 stone mermaid sculptures steadfastly guarding the entrance. Yet the door remained tightly shut, devoid of its former vitality, clearly uninhabited for quite some time. My childhood friend, Ah Chiang, had learned of my survival and had reached out to me early on. He now stood by my side. As I gazed blankly at Water Brother's home, Ah Chiang broke the silence. Since the maritime disaster befell Water Brother, the house had been abandoned, unoccupied for over 6 months. He then offered me a Haiyun Jinlong cigarette. Having long since quit smoking, I believed I would never indulge again. However, at that moment, I felt like a living corpse, indifferent to everything, and accepted the cigarette. Lighting it, taking a puff, I felt a slight irritation in my throat, prompting a few coughs. I asked, Ah Chiang, is Water's sister not living here anymore? Ah Chiang shook his head. Water's sister resides in the city. She is quite pitiable, having lost both her husband and daughter. A wave of sorrow washed over me, and I fought back the tears threatening to spill. Let us go see Water's sister. Ah Chiang pressed the accelerator, and we soon arrived in the city. In a community named Sunshine City, we stood outside Water's sister's apartment on the 18th floor. Ah Chiang rang the doorbell, and to our surprise, it was Water's sister who opened the door. Upon seeing me, her expression was one of astonishment, of course, at that moment. She remained unaware of the story surrounding her daughter, Linlin. Overwhelmed with surprise, she invited us in, saying, "Don't just stand there. Come in." Once inside the living room, Water Sister offered to pour us some water, but I quickly intervened, saying, "Water Sister, please sit down. I have something to tell you." She gazed at me in confusion as she slowly took a seat. I knelt before her, tears streaming down my face, my voice trembling as I uttered, "I'm so sorry. I could not protect Linlin, but I have brought her body back. She is at the city funeral home." Upon saying this, I bowed my head, unable to suppress my sobs. She paused for a moment, then her eyes reddened, her lips quivering as she urged me, "Quickly, take me to see her." As the mortuary drawer was drawn back, revealing Linlin's lifeless form, Water Sister began to tremble violently, and within moments, She collapsed into a fit of inconsolable weeping beside the drawer. I too knelt on the ground, crying in despair, while Ah Qiang bit his lip, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. After a long while, Ah Qiang helped Water Sister to her feet. In the funeral home, words were scarce. Only the sound of anguished cries filled the air. Her sorrow was that of a mother mourning her daughter, while for me, it was the grief of a husband mourning his wife. Upon returning to Water Sister's home, I recounted the entire sequence of events from beginning to end. After absorbing my tale, she was left in a state of shock and heartache, yet she ultimately accepted me as her future son-in-law. Beside me, Ah Qiang was utterly astonished. My experiences, if recounted, would hardly find belief. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, as long as one acts with a clear conscience, that is sufficient. Upon returning home, I found it unchanged, untouched by the ravages of the World War. This third conflict primarily unfolded at sea, and I had little inclination to concern myself with it. Each day spent at home was filled with an incessant longing for Linlin, recalling the myriad moments we shared, her delightful smile, her melodious voice, her playful demeanor, the warmth of her presence in my embrace, and our first encounter. Countless memories cascaded through my mind like scenes from a film. Ultimately, after languishing at home for half a month, I could no longer withstand the yearning for Linlin and chose to end my fleeting existence. The manner of my departure would be to leap from a cliff, much like once succumbing to the abyss of despair. Let me and Linlin remain united forever in that dark, eternal whirlpool. Chapter 80. Reality. In the fleeting moment of leaping from the cliff, a familiar sensation of weightlessness surged over me like a tidal wave. Accompanied by the howling wind, driven by an unwavering obsession to reunite with Linlin, my body plummeted rapidly, just as I was about to collide with the ground. A shiver coursed through me, and I cried out in alarm. Ah! In an instant, the light and shadows shifted dramatically, and Linlin and Hans suddenly appeared at my bedside. Tears adorned her face, yet her smile radiated like a blooming flower. Zhao, you have finally awakened. Before her words could fully escape, she threw herself into my embrace. The familiar fragrance enveloped my senses as I held her tightly, feeling her warmth. My love, she is still here. Hey Zhao, Hans teased from the side. I thought you'd sleep like a vegetable. I was ready to take care of your wife. I sprang up from the wooden bed, stepping outside in a daze, surveying my surroundings. Coconut wood door, sandy beach, palm trees, and a distant sound of flowing water from the forest. Wasn't this the deserted island where we had taken refuge? Linlin and Hans followed me outside. She shook my arm. Zhao, are you daft? Without a moment's hesitation, I cupped her face and kissed her. The sensation was soft. Linlin, I love you. She was taken aback by my sudden action, while Hans muttered beside us, sweet enough to rot your teeth, before turning back towards his camp. I swept Linlin into my arms and dashed into the wooden house, gently placing her on the bed. How long was I unconscious? She blinked her large eyes, including today. 2.5 days. I frowned, pressing for details. Didn't we fall into the whirlpool at the cliff? She nodded, lifting her shirt to reveal a dark bruise on her side. I hit something while falling. My rib nearly broke. But weren't you injured on your head? I blurted out. She pointed to my forehead. You hit your head. I bandaged you with my dress after you fainted. I reached up to touch my forehead, discovering it wrapped in a rough cloth. Upon tugging, I realized it was a piece of Linlin's once white dress, now yellowed with time. How did we make it back after the nearly 100-meter drop? I still felt disoriented. Linlin nestled closer to me. After you fell, you hit a metal pole and passed out. Thankfully, Hans was unscathed. He helped apply pressure to your wound. The transport device spun in the whirlpool, and eventually, the seawater filled the mountain, allowing us to float back up. She pointed outside to the shallows. Look, the transport device is right there, though it's missing a torpedo. Following her gesture, I indeed saw the transport device anchored in the shallow waters, its left torpedo tube glaringly empty. The sea breeze swept through the palm trees, bringing with it a familiar, briny scent. Could it be that the previous undercurrents, the warship, Admiral Luo, the doctor, Sister Shui, Xiangzi, the cliff dive, were merely nightmarish phantoms of my unconsciousness? Linlin's warmth, Hans's playful banter, and the tactile sensation of the beach felt so profoundly real, while the lingering ache in my temple seemed to affirm this rebirth at the edge of the abyss. I could no longer discern reality from illusion. But as long as Linlin was by my side, I cared for nothing else. I recounted to Linlin all the dreams I had while I was unconscious. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her face reflecting sheer disbelief. Zhao, you can't possibly have acquired the ability to traverse time and space, can you? Furrowing my brow, I shook my head, expressing my confusion. I cannot comprehend this. It is too enigmatic, even more absurd than the plot twists of an Indian film. Taking a deep breath, I wrapped my arms around her, whispering that as long as she was by my side, nothing else mattered. Do you know? In my dreams, I lost you, and my heart felt as though it were being sliced by a searing blade, the pain. Before I could finish my thought, Linlin leapt into my embrace, clinging to me tightly. Zhao Ge, I love you just the same. During these past 2 days while you were unconscious, I was terrified you wouldn't awaken. I barely closed my eyes. Tenderly, I caressed her hair. Silly girl, thank you for staying by my side. No matter where we are, as long as we are together, that is enough. She nodded vigorously against me, her hair brushing against my chin, creating a tickling sensation. Sunlight filtered through the coconut leaves, casting a radiant glow upon her tear-streaked cheeks. The visions of battleships, funerals, and cliffs from my dreams receded like the ebbing tide, leaving only the tangible warmth of her presence and the faint scent of sea salt in her hair. Suddenly, a triumphant shout echoed from outside, Hans's voice brimming with exhilaration. Look at this. We must celebrate Zhao's awakening tonight. Linlin and I exchanged glances before turning toward the door, where Hans stood on the beach, holding a fluffy gray bundle, a plump wild rabbit. Its round, terrified eyes darted about, its long ears clutched in Hans's hand, while its stout little legs kicked frantically, the soft gray fur glimmering in the sunset. Linlin gasped, instantly breaking free from my embrace and dashing outside, her eyes sparkling like fallen stars as she crouched beside Hans's feet. Oh my goodness, how adorable. Hans, please don't eat it. Let me keep it. She reached out her finger, hesitating before touching its soft fur, her face full of earnest longing. I followed her outside, unable to suppress my laughter at the sight of the rabbit. We had searched the island countless times, yet this was our first encounter with such a lively creature. How did you catch it? We've been looking for 6 months and never came across one. Hans proudly waved his wrist, the rabbit's feet casting fleeting shadows in the air. It was just behind that thicket of wild ferns by the coconut grove. At first, I thought I saw a silver ring snake moving and nearly threw my knife, but then this little fellow darted out and bumped into my military boot. As he spoke, he released one hand, gently stroking the trembling rabbit's back, likely 2 days from hunger to escape. I retrieved my military knife from my backpack, cutting a length of rope I had picked up from the submarine, and when I approached Hans, I feigned a serious expression. Let us be clear. If it dares to bite Linlin, it will be roasted tomorrow. Hans chuckled, letting go, and the rabbit, upon touching the ground, attempted to flee into the coconut grove. But I quickly ensnared its neck with a rope. It stubbornly hopped a few times, its plump rear leaving impressions in the sand, causing Linlin to clap her hands in delight. Let us give a name, Linlin exclaimed, taking the rope and circling in front of the wooden house as if leading a small pet. Initially, the rabbit huddled and trembled, but gradually lulled by her gentle voice. It relaxed, beginning to sniff her pant leg with its adorable nose. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the two, while Linlin's melodious laughter intertwined with the sound of the waves, infusing life into the silence of the desolate island. She squatted beside the rocks, breaking wild berries gathered from the shore into small pieces to feed a rabbit, watching its 3-parted mouth move swiftly, her eyes crinkling with delight. Hans, nearby, kindled a bonfire, the flames casting a reddish glow upon his stubbled face. I say, could you two spare a thought for someone who has been hungry for 2 days? He remarked, casually picking up a coconut from the sandy ground. As he struck it open with his army knife, coconut water splashed onto the fire, producing a small burst of blue flames. I approached Linlin, observing her cradling the rabbit in her lap, carefully bandaging its front paw, likely injured while fleeing through the underbrush. Be gentle, Don't let its claws catch you, I cautioned, brushing aside the wind-tousled strands of hair from her face, my fingertips grazing the delicate skin behind her ear. Look how gentle it is, Linlin beamed up at me, bits of grass clinging to her eyelashes. From now on, it will be part of our family. The rabbit seemed to comprehend her words, nuzzling its head against her palm. The crackling bonfire filled the air with warmth as Hans waved a skewer of roasted fish, while the calls of seabirds echoed from the depths of the coconut grove. In this moment, all nightmares of whirlpools and speculations of war dissolved in the flickering firelight and Linlin's laughter, transforming into a tangible warmth upon the barren isle. The gray rabbit nestled in her embrace, its round eyes reflecting the fire's glow, resembled a star that had unexpectedly descended, illuminating the years we spent together in our direst circumstances. Chapter 81. Confrontation in the thicket the following day. As the sunlight filtered through the wooden window and illuminated the room, I groggily opened my eyes. Rubbing them, I realized that Linlin was not by my side. She typically rises later than I do, so where could she be today? A sudden pang of unease struck me, prompting me to hastily dress and rush out of the wooden cabin. The surroundings were deserted, with only a wild rabbit tied beneath the coconut tree in front of the cabin. I hurried to Hans's shelter, only to find it equally empty. Searching along the coastline, I soon spotted a familiar figure on the shallow beach. Hans was busy gathering seafood. Upon noticing my approach, he raised a woven coconut-frond fish basket in his hand and exclaimed, "Hey, Zhao, look what I found." I stepped closer, unable to contain my excitement as I beheld the basket brimming with blue crabs, conch, oysters, and a hefty grouper weighing 3 or 4 pounds. "Have you seen where Linlin went?" I inquired urgently. Hans gestured toward a distant dirt slope. "She's over there in the thicket, picking wild berries for the rabbit." I nodded in understanding. "You keep gathering seafood here. Make sure to catch plenty of good stuff." Hans smiled and nodded in agreement as I turned to dash toward the slope. Beyond the slope lay a dense thicket of weeds, vines, ferns, and prickly thorns intertwining, with great boulders at the front and the mountainous base at the back. "Linlin," I called out, and her voice responded from within the foliage. "Zhao, you're awake." Following her voice, I parted the grass and approached, finding her half immersed in the thicket, reaching out to pluck wild berries. I took her hand gently. "My dear university student, this thicket is not a place to roam carelessly. Who knows what might be hidden within?" Before I could finish, a rustling sound erupted from the thicket just 2 meters behind us. A king cobra, as thick as my wrist, suddenly reared up, its neck expanding like a shovel, hissing threateningly as it flicked its tongue, effectively blocking our path back. "Don't move." I gripped Linlin's hand tightly, freezing in place. This cobra was fiercely territorial. Should we make any sudden movements, it would undoubtedly strike. Linlin, frightened, loosened her grip, scattering the freshly picked berries across the ground. Unfortunately, in my haste to leave the cabin, I had not brought my military knife or rifle, leaving me to stand still, hoping the serpent would retreat on its own. Thus, we remained in a standoff for several agonizing minutes. The snake not only refused to leave, but also began to slowly slither its dark body closer. Our hearts raced. Though this cobra was not as intimidating as the giant snakes in the pond, its venom was exceedingly potent, and a single bite on this desolate island would likely prove fatal. As the sun rose higher, beads of sweat formed on our brows while the snake's head inched closer to my shoe. A plan formed in my mind. Wait until it touched my shoe and then stomp down on its head. Just then, Hans returned. Seeing us frozen in the thicket from several dozen meters away, he called out loudly, "Zhao, what are you doing?" Our hearts pounded as we dared not respond, only exchanging desperate glances with Hans, shaking our heads and nodding to convey the peril we faced. Hans immediately understood the situation. He dropped the fish basket, seized his rifle, and rushed over. Just as the snake's head rose abruptly, its upper body towering to the height of my thigh, it poised before me, flicking its tongue ominously. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead as I thought, if I were to be bitten, Linlin would be left to mourn my absence. In a moment of dire urgency, a gunshot rang out, bang. The head of the king cobra was obliterated, blood splattering onto my trousers. The serpent's body, struck by the bullet, twisted violently to one side, convulsing madly in the grass. I grasped Linlin's hand tightly and sprinted out of the thicket, calling out to Hans as I ran. Hans, splendid marksmanship. Hans blew on the heated muzzle of his rifle, panting as he remarked, this island, aside from the coconut groves and the sandy beaches, is hardly fit for human habitation. After speaking, he strode toward the patch of grass, and Linlin and I turned back to see him lifting the serpent's body with one hand. It was over 2 meters long, its severed head still dripping blood, the torso writhing in his grasp, its scales rasping against the grass. This would make for a delicious roast, he said. He approached us, dragging the snake along the sandy ground, leaving a trail of blood. Linlin instinctively stepped back behind me, frowning and shaking her head. Hans, you can eat yourself. I dare not touch such a thing. I too waved my hand in refusal. Despite having lived on the island for over half a year, the thought of consuming snake was far too unsettling for me. Hans, however, chuckled nonchalantly, pressed the snake's head against the trunk of a nearby coconut tree, and swiftly drew out his army knife to pin down the serpent's neck. With his other hand, he yanked the tail with force. The grayish-black skin, tinged with blood, was peeled away in one clean motion, revealing the pale flesh that still twitched reflexively. His actions were efficient and practiced. Clearly not the first time he had performed such a task. The skinned snake coiled before the coconut tree, its remaining tail tip still slapping the ground. I watched the writhing mass of flesh with a tightening throat and quickly pulled Linlin towards the wooden cabin. Behind us, the sounds of Hans processing the snake meat echoed, mixed with the crack of his knife slicing through bone, accompanied by the pungent scent of blood wafting in from the sea breeze, urging me to quicken my pace. As we passed Hans's makeshift shelter, I picked up the coconut frond fish basket he had discarded, intending to wash it by the beach. Upon opening the basket, I discovered that the crab's legs had been removed and the shells of the conch and oyster had already been pried open. Evidently, he had prepped the seafood. Linlin and I then built a bonfire in front of the wooden cabin, sparks dancing upon the sand, illuminating her hair tousled by the sea breeze. Before long, Hans returned, carrying the processed snake. He wound the pale snake meat around a sturdy branch as if coiling rope, securing it tightly, and then propped it over the fire. The meat sizzled upon contact with the heat, blood droplets falling into the flames and releasing a plume of smoke tinged with a charred aroma. Meanwhile, Linlin and I busied ourselves roasting oysters, the crab shells gradually turning red in the flames, while I tossed the grouper into a clay pot, the sweet scent of fish wafting up as it boiled. The firelight cast a glow on Linlin's profile, and I could not help but admonish her. Do not wander off again. The island is fraught with dangers. Not only are there snakes, but also centipedes as long as your arm. One bite could send you to your grave. She gazed at the flickering flames, her hair illuminated by the firelight, rendering it almost translucent. What will the rabbit eat in the future? I chuckled and gently tousled her hair. I shall take care of its nourishment. You simply need to stay close to the wooden cabin. Linlin turned her gaze towards the gray rabbit beneath the coconut tree, which was busily digging into the sand with its nose. Got it, she replied, her voice elongated, yet a playful smile crept upon her lips. Suddenly, a crab in the fire burst open with a crack, and Hans seized the moment to turn the golden-brown snake meat, oblivious to the grease splattering onto his stubble. Zhao, perhaps we might have a chance to leave this island, Hans remarked, fiddling with the stick holding the roasted snake meat. Linlin and I simultaneously looked up at him. Chapter 82. The Beacon of Fire at Noon. The sun hung in the sky like a blazing red disk, casting shimmering heat over the sandy beach. Before the fire, Hans tilted his head back, gulping down coconut juice with fervor, his Adam's apple bobbing vigorously. Upon finishing, he wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand, the juice trickling down his fingers. The chaotic magnetic field of this island was the handiwork of that colossal whirlpool. As he spoke, he casually tossed the coconut shell into the fire. A few days ago, we had detonated a torpedo at the giant serpent, inadvertently blasting open the mountain that concealed the whirlpool. The seawater rushed in, filling the whirlpool within the mountain, thereby restoring the magnetic field. While saying this, he pulled out a rudimentary compass made of leaves and fine needles from his pocket, shaking it beside the fire. I hurried closer, observing the delicate needle quiver slightly in the firelight, resembling a frightened little insect trembling incessantly. This morning, I confirmed that we are on an island in the Indian Ocean near the equator. Hans's voice brimmed with excitement, his eyes sparkling as if he had unearthed a treasure. A flicker of hope ignited within me, and I quickly inquired, "Can we ascertain our exact location?" Hans, tearing into a piece of roasted snake meat, halted abruptly, his brow furrowing into a deep crease as he shook his head. "Without proper equipment, it is impossible. One must understand astronomy and geometry to calculate this. And I am not well versed in such matters," he replied, glancing at Linlin. Linlin, squatting nearby, aimlessly doodled in the sand with a twig. Upon hearing his words, she sighed. "I cannot either. I always detested geometry in school. Just the sight of those triangles and circles gives me a headache." Hans and I exchanged a glance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The campfire crackled and popped, occasionally sending sparks into the air, while the aroma of roasted snake meat mingled with a briny sea breeze, tantalizing our senses. I picked up a piece of an oyster shell to poke at the flames, watching the flickering fire dance, and couldn't resist asking, "How will we leave this island?" Hans, scraping the remaining meat from the bones with his knife, pondered for a considerable time before replying, "Once the magnetic field is fully restored, someone is bound to discover this island. From today onward, we shall construct a beacon, akin to the ancient practice of lighting signal fires for help. This will enhance our chances of being spotted." He tossed the clean snake bones into the fire, causing the flames to leap high, casting alternating shadows across his face. "First, we must gather some damp mangrove branches. They produce ample smoke and can be seen from afar. The beacon will be erected on the hillside behind the massive rock, where the elevation provides a clear view." Suddenly, Linlin paused in her actions, pointing towards the distant boulder, her voice laced with concern. "What if it rains heavily? With such strong sea winds, won't the beacon be blown straight into the ocean?" Hans knocked on the coconut shell before him, producing a resonant sound, and feigned indifference. "That is why we must first build a stone base and then construct a waterproof canopy from coconut leaves. I have learned to establish signal stations in the field during my time in the military. This minor task poses no challenge for me. You two can assist